Su Chen unexpectedly met his demise due to a falling object from a great height, only to find himself transmigrated into a fantastical realm. He became the direct disciple of the Grandmaster of the Wanjian Sect. Yet he soon found himself the target of persecution from those he considered close friends within the sect. At the brink of death, the joyous spoils system activated successfully. But beware, for there are risks associated with such gains. Ding! In order to enhance the host's capability for seizing opportunities, a reward of 90 trillion in cultivation and a 10,000-fold increase in charm has been conferred upon the host. Wait, what? While I can comprehend the reward in cultivation, what on earth is this charm value? Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System and the Seizing of 90 trillion in cultivation. On the Divine Continent, in the eastern region of Jiao, within the ancient mountains, there lay an unnamed ravine. I'm going to die. Su Chen gasped, staring at the gaping wound that had pierced his chest. Once upon a time, he had scored 730 points on the college entrance examination. He had just received the acceptance letter from Chen University and was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of his life. Yet, mere moments of joy were shattered when he was struck down by a falling object. Forced to inhabit the body of another with the same name, he became the fated child of the Wanjian Sect, the sole direct disciple of the Grandmaster. Though he felt a twinge of regret for not entering Chen University, he could reluctantly accept his new status as the destined child of the Wanjian Sect, poised to become its future leader. However, this position was coveted by many, and while numerous individuals feigned subservience, they secretly plotted his demise. It was his own naivety that led him to accept an invitation from his closest friend within the sect 6 months prior to descend the mountain for training, aimed at slaying celestial demons in Yingzhou to earn merit and solidify his authority as the future Grandmaster. Little did he know, this was a sinister scheme to eliminate him. Such injustice. Su Chen sighed, his breath growing faint as the flame of life flickered. Suddenly, a phantom voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Host life is in peril activating system now. System, you have finally come to my rescue. The once faint Su Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with renewed hope. Yes, this system shall commence healing your injuries immediately. In the next moment, the grievous wound on Su Chen's chest began to mend at an astonishing rate, visibly healing within just 2 breaths. His body and spirit were restored to their peak condition. What functions do you possess, dear system? Revitalized, Su Chen eagerly inquired. This system is the foremost joyous spoil system across the myriad realms, designed to assist the host in reveling in the joy of seizing opportunities. The principle is simple. 1 act of seizing, 2-fold joy. What nonsense is this? Elaborate. Upon successfully seizing an opportunity, the host not only experiences the joy of the act, but also receives rewards from the system. Goodness, how delightful. Commencing system, binding now. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the joyous spoil system. System task initiated. Please complete 1 act of seizing. Reward. Cultivation increased by 100 note. The higher the difficulty of the seize, the more generous the rewards. Ding! Detecting the host's insufficient capability for seizing, there may be certain life-threatening risks involved. To enhance the host's seizing capability and survival, a reward of 90 trillion in cultivation and a 10,000-fold increase in charm has been bestowed upon the host. Wait, while I can understand the cultivation reward, what is this charm value nonsense? But there was no time for Su Chen to question further. Around him, purple energy surged forth. In the blink of an eye, his body became like a funnel, voraciously absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. In this realm, the levels of cultivation are delineated as Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement integration, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Above this realm, upon successfully crossing the tribulation, one may transcend and attain immortality. In the first breath, Su Chen's cultivation soared from golden core to nascent soul. In the second breath, he broke through to the peak of nascent soul. The next moment, he achieved the grand completion of nascent soul. Then, in the third breath, he began to transform into the divine. Initial stage of divine transformation. Mid-stage of divine transformation. Late stage of divine transformation. Grand completion of divine transformation. Boom. Boom! Boom! The shackles of cultivation within Su Chen were incessantly shattered. In mere moments, his aura rivaled the very heavens. His cultivation reached the pinnacle of great ascension. Standing amidst the cosmos, every breath he took seemed as though he were a celestial being. Ding. System notification. Host cultivation has reached the zenith of this world. Will you cross the tribulation to become an immortal? Simultaneously, thunder rumbled above Su Chen. Dark clouds descending upon the firmament. Centered upon him, a vast expanse of several thousand miles was enveloped by an overwhelming force of cosmic rules. In the depths of the ancient mountains, demonic beasts lay prostrate, trembling in the face of celestial might. This region momentarily seemed to plunge into an apocalyptic silence. Good heavens! That cursed human is attempting to cross the tribulation within the ancient mountains. Does he not realize he endangers us all? It must be that accursed human race summoned the Great King. Deep within the ancient mountains, at the site of the ancient dragon pool, a roar erupted. A flood dragon surged forth from the ancient waters, accompanied by waves towering thousands of feet high. How dare that human race attempt to cross the tribulation in the ancient mountains and destroy my kin? Let it be known that I shall obliterate his chances of ascension. The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. With lightning beneath its feet and clouds swirling around it, the flood dragon soared towards Su Chen's location. Meanwhile, upon hearing the system's notification, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, their depth akin to the vast sky that I shall not ascend. Each word resonated with the authority of the heavens. In this world, there remained many unfinished matters for him, such as revenge. How could he leave and ascend to the immortal realm just like that? With a whoosh, the celestial phenomenon that had coalesced above Su Chen, shrouding thousands of miles, instantly dissipated. The skies gradually returned to clarity. Su Chen stood still, feeling the ripples of the Jiao enveloping his being, harmonizing with his every breath. That moment, the entire world seemed to revolve around him. Ha! He exhaled deeply, retracting his cultivation. Beneath the immortals, I am invincible. He felt the immense power coursing through him. A glimmer of excitement crossed Su Chen's face. At that very moment, the voice of the system resounded once more. Congratulations, host. You have seized 90 trillion in cultivation, successfully completing the seizing task. Task complete reward. 100 points in cultivation. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First seizing. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Is this even possible? Then, a smile spread across his face. Strictly speaking, this indeed qualifies as seizing. Soon after, he recalled the experiences from the novels he had read in his previous life. Typically, unlocking a system would accompany a panel. Thus, he inwardly called out, "Panel!" In the next instant, a system panel materialized before him. Joyous Spoils System. Name, Su Chen. Lifespan, 219,999,999. Cultivation, Pinnacle of Great Ascension. Identity, the Grandmaster's sole direct disciple of the Wanjian Sect. Remaining cultivation, 89 trillion. Current achievement, initial exploitation. To think that my current strength has consumed less than 1 trillion of my cultivation such power. Moreover, I still possess over 9 million years of lifespan. Breaking free from constraints and ascending to the celestial realm is a matter of no concern. First, I shall amass my cultivation to 100 trillion in this world, ascend to the celestial realm, and become invincible. How splendid that would be. At present, I am utterly unmatched in this realm. My foremost task is, naturally, to exact vengeance, to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. I am preparing to return to the Wanjian Sect. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly, his gaze directed towards the northern skies. At that very moment, roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant heavens, thundering closer. Su Chen turned his head slightly. A flood dragon, commanding thunder and tempest, was hurtling towards his location. A mere insect, perfectly suited for slaughter. I shall bring it back to the Wanjian Sect as a testament to my achievements. He sensed the aura of this flood dragon. There was not a hint of trepidation in Su Chen's eyes. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. As the direct disciple of the Sect's Grandmaster, with his current prowess, he could easily command respect through strength alone. Yet, He desired not only to subdue through might, but also to ensure that the world recognized all that he possessed. It is only fitting. Chapter 2. The Tribulation of the Jiao Dragon, transforming into my steed. Cackling with malevolence, the dragon exclaimed, "Damn those humans. They deserve to fail their tribulation." The Jiao dragon spoke with a human tongue, its dragon breath swirling ominously. "Perfect. I shall make a meal of you." Failing the tribulation? Chen paused momentarily, then swiftly grasped the situation. "I renounced ascending to the celestial realm, and this foolish dragon believes I have failed my tribulation. It seeks to take advantage of my misfortune? In times past, no matter how many Chens there were, they would have been insufficient to vanquish him. Yet now he chuckled darkly, as he prepared to strike. An unexpected system notification rang out. Mission triggered, forceful acquisition. Mission details, demonstrate your formidable might and reclaim the Jiao dragon as your steed. Mission rewards, 100,000 cultivation points, 1 supreme body refining pill. Is this a whitewashing mission? Chen grinned. In that case, I shall spare its life. Capturing a Jiao dragon in the tribulation stage as my mount will indeed be impressive. A mere Jiao dragon dares to act presumptuously? With a resounding shout, he propelled himself forward, his figure shooting through the air. The void beneath him seemed to collapse under the weight of his immense cultivation power. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance to the Jiao dragon. Before the 1,000-foot-long creature, Chen appeared as insignificant as an ant. Yet his aura surged like a tidal wave, crashing down upon the dragon. This is impossible. The overwhelming pressure sent the Jiao dragon's spirit trembling, causing its mind to momentarily falter. This human, having failed his tribulation, should be in a weakened state. How can he possess such strength? Could it be that he did not fail? Rather, he shattered the lightning tribulation and succeeded? If he succeeded, then why did he not ascend to the celestial realm? With a thunderous punch, bolstered by his overwhelming power, Chen unleashed a force equivalent to billions of June. The Jiao dragon's colossal form was flung like a projectile, spiraling through the heavens. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as it plummeted into the mountains several hundred miles away, creating a chasm thousands of feet long and nearly 100 meters deep. Goodness, I might have miscalculated my strength. I hope I haven't killed it. Quickly, Chen stepped towards the dragon's descent. In an instant, he covered the 100-mile distance. "Spare me, great immortal. I did not recognize your might and interrupted your tribulation. Please, grant me mercy." As Chen approached, the Jiao dragon lay in the vast chasm, stripped of its earlier bravado, pleading for its life. "You're still alive." Chen exhaled in relief. "I may grant you mercy if you become my steed." His voice thundered, leaving no room for dissent. What? You refuse? And no, not at all. Just spare my life, great immortal." The Jiao dragon, sensing Chen's ire, hastily changed its tune. "Very well, then you shall transform into a white horse." The Jiao dragon, filled with indignation, found it incomprehensible. How could a Jiao dragon in the tribulation stage, on the verge of becoming a true dragon, be so vastly outmatched by a human at the pinnacle of the tribulation? Logically, as a beast of the demon race, it should be stronger. Yet, under Chen's overwhelming force, it had no choice but to submit. Before long, its massive form began to shrink and transform, soon taking the shape of a white horse. "Excellent." Observing the transformation, Chen smiled with satisfaction and inquired, "What is your name, Jiao dragon?" The little dragon replied, "I am called Aoyi." Chen was taken aback, nearly stumbling. While the surname was fitting, the given name was peculiar. He shook his head and remarked, "That name is rather awkward. From now on, you shall be called Little Bai. I shall remember your teachings, great immortal." "Ah, quite astute." Chen nodded as he mounted the horse, patting its head. "Follow me, and you shall not be treated poorly in the future." Little Bai felt a pang of grievance, nearly on the verge of tears. "I have progressed from a small serpent to a Jiao, and now to a Jiao dragon. If I were unwise, I would have perished countless times over. But who would have thought I would meet my downfall today? Thank you for your recognition, great immortal." "Little Bai, calling me great immortal feels rather strange. Just call me master." "Yes, master." Chen nodded approvingly, and at that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for forcefully acquiring the Jiao dragon steed and completing the acquisition mission. Mission completed. Reward, 100,000 cultivation points. Mission completed. Reward, 1 supreme body refining pill." The supreme body refining pill, once an unattainable treasure for Chen, now held little value for him. His physique and cultivation had reached the pinnacle of this world. Such a thing was of no consequence. "Little Bai, this is for you." "What is it?" Before Little Bai could react, Chen tossed a pill into its mouth at an astonishing angle. As the pill dissolved, waves of warmth enveloped its entire being. "My bloodline has advanced further," Little Bai exclaimed in astonishment. its equine visage reflecting disbelief. This single pill equated to nearly a century of its cultivation. In that moment, its true dragon bloodline had surged by a third. Simultaneously, a thought blossomed within its heart. Perhaps becoming a steed isn't so bad. How delightful. Master, where shall we head next? With newfound zeal, Little Bai, having cast aside its earlier reservations, eagerly inquired. Let us first head in this direction, away from the ancient wilderness mountains, and then, we shall proceed north to the Wanjian Sect. Understood. Hold on tight, Master. Little Bai took flight with powerful strides. Hours later, at the edge of the ancient wilderness mountains, a white horse carried a youth as they emerged from the depths of the mountains. As if soaring through the air, they could have traversed the distance more swiftly. However, Su Chen felt invincible in this realm. Why rush? Comfort must come first. Thus, he guided Little Bai along the ridges, leisurely enjoying the scenery. Master, we have exited the ancient wilderness mountains. When shall we head north? Little Bai inquired respectfully. No rush. I recall a small town 100 miles ahead in this direction. Let us visit that town first. Su Chen casually remarked while chewing on a wild fruit he had foraged. A month ago, it was in that very town where he had been ambushed, the home of his dear friend Zhao Yu's family. Onward. Su Chen commanded, then added softly, Zhao family. I hope my return brings you joy. Right away, Little Bai galloped off, kicking up a cloud of dust. Slow down, slow down. As Little Bai accelerated, Su Chen patted its head, instructing, a true horse cannot run this fast. If outsiders see us, they will be terrified. Of course, Master. At last, after more than an hour, the sun began its descent. In the distant skyline, the silhouette of a city emerged before Su Chen. As they approached the city, he issued a warning. You must carry yourself like a horse. Do not frighten the townsfolk, or you shall be questioned. With the city gates drawing near, Su Chen emphasized his caution. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint my master, came the reply. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. Moments later, the pair arrived at the city gates, ready to queue for entry. 5 low-grade spirit stones for entry. 5 low-grade spirit stones. The gatekeeper, a cultivator, barked arrogantly at those waiting to enter. Ding. Mission triggered. Entering the city without payment. Mission objective. Enter Yan City without paying spirit stones. Mission reward, 1,000 cultivation points. Upon hearing the system's notification, a smile graced Su Chen's face, for his intentions aligned perfectly with the task presented by the system. Thus, he mounted his noble steed and boldly strode past the queue, meandering towards the city gates. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The gatekeeper, noticing Su Chen's brazen approach, rushed forward to block his path. Entering the city, Su Chen replied nonchalantly, You must pay the spirit stones. Why should I pay? Su Chen countered, his gaze fixed defiantly on the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could this individual be connected to the city lord? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. He had trained his discernment before taking on this post, and he had memorized the faces of all the city lord's relatives, yet this man was not among them. Had he overlooked someone? He turned to his companion. Do you know this person? His companion shook his head. The gatekeeper furrowed his brow, but, maintaining a cautious demeanor, inquired. Do you know our city lord? No, Su Chen replied firmly. You don't know him. There's absolutely no relation, he asserted with conviction. With Su Chen's resolute answer, the gatekeeper's expression darkened, transforming into a fierce glare. He shouted, Someone, seize him. In response to the gatekeeper's command, 5 subordinates brandished their weapons, converging upon Su Chen from all directions. This was a border town, and Yan City was likely to become a subordinate city of the Wanjian Sect. Thus, Su Chen wished to avoid conflict. He suddenly raised his right arm, asserting with gravitas, If you truly wish to engage, consider the consequences. Consider the consequences? Huh. You should be the one afraid. The gatekeeper scoffed, having encountered many such pretentious individuals before. Go, subdue him, and throw him into the black prison. With a wave of his arm, he urged his subordinates to act swiftly. The weapons in their hands gleamed ominously, infused with their cultivation power. Indeed, just a decorative pillow. Utterly paralyzed by fear, the gatekeeper thought, observing as his 5 subordinates approached Su Chen, now within mere inches. Yet, Su Chen remained still, prompting yet another round of mockery from the gatekeeper. However, at that moment, a chilling snort reverberated through the air, striking the chests of all present like a heavy punch, causing involuntary spasms throughout their bodies. The 5 cultivators attacking Su Chen suddenly flew backward, blood spewing from their mouths, collapsing unconscious on the spot. I warned you. Should you wish to engage, consider the consequences. Su Chen's eyes blazed with intensity, his voice thunderous. You, the gatekeeper, who had ordered the attack, was about to retort when Su Chen turned to him. Under Su Chen's piercing gaze, the man's inner energy became chaotic, as though besieged by a swarm of ants. And before he could utter a word, he spat blood and crumpled to the ground. Who dares to cause trouble here? Are you tired of living? Just as Su Chen incapacitated the gatekeeper, a resounding voice echoed above him. He looked up to see a soldier clad in black armor soaring over the city wall, descending towards the gates. The black-armored soldiers of Yan City. A gasp rippled through the crowd waiting to enter, their voices trembling. The black-armored soldiers were the elite guards of the Yan City Lord, their prowess unfathomable. There were accounts of a perfected golden core cultivator being effortlessly subdued by a single hand of a black-armored soldier. What a pity, such a handsome young man. Yet he chooses to cause a scene at the city gates, and now he has crossed paths with the black-armored soldiers. A female cultivator gazed at Su Chen, lamenting the unfortunate turn of events. With the arrival of the black-armored soldiers, the young man was doomed. Indeed, was it worth it for 5 low-grade spirit stones? Another muttered. Yes, the young are often too impulsive, someone else remarked. We don't even know which sect he belongs to. Such potential. Yet if he meets his end here, it would be a true tragedy. Me cause trouble? Su Chen's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening further as he retorted. In the entirety of Hezhou, across the vast lands of the Great Zhou, I have traversed many cities. Yet, this is the first time I have encountered a city that charges for entry. Charging is one thing, but why do some pay while others do not? What is the rationale behind that? While he knew that force could resolve many issues, Su Chen desired to avoid violence in this instance. As the chief disciple of the Wanjian sect, he could not tarnish its reputation. To maintain his standing, he invoked the laws of the Great Zhou, positioning himself on the moral high ground. After all, he aspired to become the sect's master one day, and he did not wish to be remembered for such a petty incident. What rationale? The black-armored soldier scoffed. This is Yan City. You have no right to dictate terms here. Dare to harm the Lord's guards, and you will find yourself in the black prison. Just as the black-armored soldier prepared to strike, a commanding voice rang out. Halt. Following the command, a middle-aged man with a square face, adorned in a robe of dark gold stripes, descended from the skies. The city lord. The black-armored soldier recognized the man, clasping his fist over his chest in a gesture of deep respect. Those present lowered their heads in deference upon seeing the city lord. Rumors circulated that he was a formidable cultivator at the void refinement stage. A distinguished guest has arrived. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. My sincerest apologies. The city lord's gaze fell upon Su Chen, and a hint of ingratiating smile graced his face. My heavens, who is this young man? The city lord's unexpectedly courteous demeanor sent shockwaves through the crowd. Was it possible this young man was a prince of the Great Zhou? How could someone so remarkable, both handsome and of high status, exist? Jealousy surged within the onlookers. As the gathered crowd witnessed the demeanor of the Lord of Yinqing towards Su Chen, speculation ran rampant. My subordinates, lacking in decorum, have inadvertently offended the young master. I beg for your magnanimity. The Lord of Yinqing expressed with a hint of apology in his tone as he addressed Su Chen. The notion of the Lord of Yinqing, a figure of immense cultivation, offering an apology was utterly astonishing. Indeed, a collapse of one's worldview. Even a prince from the Great Zhou would not receive such reverence in this city. Who, then, is this young man? Though a flicker of indignation still simmered within Su Chen, he refrained from striking a smiling face. Moreover, the Lord had shown remarkable awareness of the situation. Very well, let this matter be set aside, he replied. As you have graciously allowed entry into the city, why not proceed to the Lord's manor? The Lord then cast a glance at the small white creature beside Su Chen. Noticing a slight furrow in his brow, Su Chen responded, then let us depart. Thus, accompanied by the Lord of Yinqing, Su Chen smoothly entered the city. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have entered the city without paying spirit stones, completing the task of obtaining a free ride. Task completed. Reward, 1,000 cultivation points. Master, how did I perform in this matter? Suddenly, Zhao transmitted a message to Su Chen while they journeyed towards the Lord's manor. From now on, without my explicit orders, behave yourself. Otherwise, I shall extract your dragon tendons, Su Chen warned coldly in response. Yes, I was wrong, master. I shall never dare again. Zhao trembled, immediately acknowledging its misstep, fully convinced that Su Chen would indeed follow through on his threat. Under the Lord's guidance, it was not long before Su Chen arrived at the Lord's residence. Young Master Su, please, the Lord gestured, inviting Su Chen to proceed. Lordly, please have your attendants take the horse to the stable, Su Chen instructed as he stepped into the manor. At this, the Lord felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of creature was this horse? He was well aware, though he could not ascertain what kind of beast it truly was. Its power was unmistakable. Merely a wisp of its divine will had nearly cost him his life. Now, hearing Su Chen speak of stabling it, he wondered if he had misheard. Was it not meant to be revered? Stable it? The Lord wiped the sweat from his brow, cautiously confirming. Is there not a stable in such a grand manner? Indeed, there is, Su Chen replied. It would be best if it were kept company with a few mares. Is there any objection? The Lord hurriedly shook his head. No. Very well, then attend to it. While Su Chun had no intention of extracting Zhao by dragon tendons, its reckless behavior in the absence of his commands warranted punishment. Chapter 4. The night raid on the Zhao family. Young Master Su, please. The Lord's residence was ablaze with light, a flurry of cups being raised. Su Chun took a sip, remarking, "It is indeed a great fortune for Yinqing to host young Master Su. I hope you harbor no ill will regarding the unpleasantness of the evening. Allow me to drink 3 more cups in self-punishment." The Lord of Yinqing raised his golden cup and downed it in one gulp, then followed it with 2 more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for dining and drinking at no cost. Completing the free ride task. Task completed. Reward, 100 cultivation points. As the system notification faded, Su Chen set down his wine cup, lifting his right leg to rest upon the high table. Comfortable, he mused. Is there a Zhao family within Yinqing, Lord? He inquired leisurely, casting a gaze towards the Lord. Though Yinqing is not vast, there are indeed several Zhao families. May I inquire which one you refer to, young Master Su? I speak of a scion named Zhao Yu from this Zhao family. The Zhao Yu you mentioned is a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, is he not? Precisely. This Zhao family has recently come to my attention, the Lord continued. Recently come to your attention? Su Chen echoed, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, this Zhao family, while not initially a significant force within the city, has gained considerable momentum of late. I have heard whispers that the sole direct disciple of the Wanjian Sect's leader has met with misfortune. It seems this Zhao Yu, a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, has some backing, rumored to be in line to succeed as the leader's direct disciple. Consequently, the Zhao family has risen in prominence, clashing fiercely with several other factions, which has caught my ear. Upon hearing the Lord of Yinqing's words, Su Chun's eyes narrowed, a glint of murderous intent surfacing as he inquired, "Is Lord Li not going to intervene?" The Lord of Yinqing felt a jolt in his heart. Could it be that this young Master Su harbored a grudge against the Zhao family? Conflicts among families within the city had been unceasing since its establishment, rendering any attempt at intervention virtually impossible. However, he dared not voice this, aware of the risks of offending Su Chun. Yinqing is a border town, and with the recent alliance between the Eastern Island and the Demon Clan, the front line has become tense. I have been preoccupied with these matters and have somewhat neglected city affairs, he hastily explained. Though Su Chun could discern the evasion in the Lord's words, he acknowledged the reality of Yinqing's position as a frontier city, bordering the overseas Eastern Island. Contemplating this, he slowly raised his gaze to fixate on the Lord of Yinqing. Feeling the weight of Su Chun's piercing stare, the Lord broke into a sweat. His mind clear as he spoke again. The Zhao family has flouted city laws. Today, I invite young Master Su to be a witness. I will gather my men and raise the Zhao family to uphold city law and serve as a warning to others. A slow smile crept across Su Chen's face. That would be for the best. Then let us depart at once. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed in. Task triggered. Annihilate the Zhao family. Task objective. Do not engage directly. Annihilate the Zhao family in Yinqing. Task reward. 1,000,000 cultivation points. Tian, Xianjing 1. Shortly thereafter, the Lord of Yinqing summoned his 20 most elite black-armored soldiers. Together, they soared into the sky, slicing through the heavens towards the Zhao family in the northern part of the city. Approximately 3 minutes later, they hovered above the Zhao family estate. Under the Lord's command, the 20 black-armored soldiers arranged themselves, encircling the Zhao family so tightly that not even a mosquito could escape. Where's the head of the Zhao family? Once preparations were complete, the Lord of Yinqing, suspended high above, called out in a voice that resonated like thunder, echoing down into the Zhao family estate. Before long, several figures emerged outside the Zhao residence. Among them, a middle-aged man glanced up at the Lord of Yinqing, bowing respectfully. Head of the Zhao family, Zhao greets the esteemed Lord. Are you aware of your crimes? The Lord of Yinqing interrogated. Lord, you are mistaken. Zhao knows not of any crime. Just days ago, your Zhao family clashed with the Meng family in the night. 7 from the Meng family perished, and 21 were injured. Is this not a crime? Lord, you are wrongfully accusing us. This matter was instigated entirely by the Meng family, and our Zhao family suffered casualties as well. I implore you to discern the truth, Zhao replied, his heart filled with doubt. Such occurrences transpired daily in Yinqing, perhaps 10 times or more. What was this about? Zhao pondered. Why has Li Mao chosen today to intervene? This is strange, as the Zhao family has been dutiful in paying spirit stones these past few months. Have they uncovered that incident? If that were true, Zhao felt a chill run down his spine as he discreetly transmitted a message to his kin, preparing to awaken their ancestors at a moment's notice. Just as he completed his transmission, he heard Li Mao's booming voice once more, resolute, and authoritative. Since the opening of Yan City, the authorities have prohibited any form of conflict within its walls, with violators facing imprisonment in the dark dungeons. Su Chen stood to the side, observing the city lord of Yan City as he engaged in a tedious exchange with Zhao, unable to suppress his frown. This is utterly ridiculous. Is this endless charade truly entertaining? Zhao, of course, is the father of Zhao Yu. Just months prior, it was this man who led Zhao Yu and a host of Zhao family members to ambush him. Now, encountering him again ignited a fervent desire for vengeance within Su Chen. He abruptly stepped forward, fixing Zhao with a piercing glare, and coldly inquired, "Uncle Zhao, do you still remember me?" Zhao had initially disregarded the figure beside Li Mao, mistaking him for a guard clad in black armor. However, upon hearing the voice, he turned his gaze to Su Chen. A look of incredulity washed over his face. "Impossible. Who are you? Who am I?" Su Chen retorted with a bitter laugh, recalling the duplicitous expressions of the Zhao family members when he arrived at their residence. "I am merely the nephew you so fondly cherish. You, who disguised yourself as a disciple of the Wanjian sect, harbor malicious intentions that merit the gravest of punishments." After a brief moment of shock, Zhao regained his composure. Whether this individual truly was the Su Chen who had survived against all odds, or merely an imposter, he posed a significant threat to the Zhao family. The bow was drawn. There was no turning back. The reputation and prosperity of the Zhao family hinged upon this confrontation. He then turned to Li Mao, speaking with conviction. "My lord, this man has disguised himself as a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect and deserves to be executed." Li Mao, caught in the crossfire of their accusations, found himself in a quandary. Is this indeed Su Chen, the direct disciple of the Wanjian sect? Yet, wasn't it said just months ago that the esteemed disciple had perished on the battlefield, with his remains scattered? He struggled to discern the truth, feeling trapped in a dilemma. Although the Su Chen before him radiated an inscrutable power, the Wanjian sect was a colossal force within hundreds of thousands of miles. He could not afford to offend them. "I am Su Chen, so what? Do you not believe me, my lord?" Su Chen observed the look of uncertainty on Li Mao's face, and any semblance of goodwill he harbored evaporated instantly. Ultimately, the lord of Yan City was merely a sycophant. If that were the case, he would forego any rewards and take matters into his own hands to annihilate the Zhao family. Should Li Mao dare to interfere, the city lord would meet his downfall. Chapter 5. The Ancestor emerges. Great matters are certain. Please do not misunderstand, young Master Su. This matter, if it truly involves the direct disciple of the Wanjian sect, is of monumental import. As a mere city lord, I am ill-equipped to bear such a burden. Li Mao clasped his fists in apology, already contemplating retreat. Throughout his life, he had been cautious and prudent. Unless he had absolute certainty, he would never wish to falter in the murky waters of misfortune. Su Chen snorted coldly, his voice turning imperious and sharp. "Then you may take your leave." As he bellowed at Li Mao in front of the Zhao family, the lord's face flushed crimson. Yet, fearing Su Chen's formidable strength, which had only revealed a fraction of its might, he clenched his fists, bit his lip, and bowed his head, ultimately stepping aside. The Zhao family members, witnessing Su Chen's audacity in forcing the city lord to retreat, were struck with disbelief, their faces a canvas of astonishment. What was happening? Upon seeing Su Chen following the city lord's arrival, they had assumed he was leveraging the authority of Yan City. It now seemed that was not the case at all. The city lord had, in fact, retreated in humiliation before Su Chen's rebuke, willingly sacrificing his dignity as the city's ruler. What could be the reason behind this? "Tonight I, Su Chen, return to your Zhao family for vengeance. The Zhao family shall be annihilated." Under the starlit sky, Su Chen's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared, "Huh, what are you, a mere rebel? Such audacity." A so-called prodigy of the Zhao family leapt from the crowd, accusing Su Chen vehemently. Su Chen's gaze turned electric, locking onto the so-called prodigy. With a thunderous step forward, the air around him cracked. Simultaneously, he raised a hand, pressing down from the heavens. An overwhelming force cascaded like the waters of a celestial river. Boom. The accuser was obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. The divine pressure continued to descend. Crack. Although Zhao was the first to bear the brunt of this power, even he could not withstand the residual force. His legs buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt upon the stone floor, the immense pressure causing the stones to shatter and blood to seep forth. Zhao's heart raced with terror, his eyes reflecting sheer horror. He was a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, yet he could not withstand even a fraction of this man's aura. Could he possibly be a cultivator of the void refinement realm? Otherwise, the city lord would not have been reduced to such humiliation. Simultaneously, Zhao's mind raced with a firm conviction. This man could not possibly be Su Chen. Instead, he suspected that this individual was a representative dispatched by the Wanjian sect, investigating the circumstances surrounding his disciple's death. using Su Chen's visage to test the Zhao family. If that were the case, the city lord's subservience before this figure would indeed make sense. Zhao found himself reveling in this newfound clarity. As long as the Zhao family held firm, this individual would not dare to act against them. After all, with the dire threats looming at the borders, the Wanjian sect would never risk internal strife amidst such peril. Furthermore, while the Zhao family had remained inconspicuous, they were not as feeble as they appeared. Just as Zhao pondered these matters, Su Chen suddenly advanced into the Zhao family courtyard, an air of terror accompanying his descent. Boom, boom, boom. More members of the Zhao family could not bear the pressure and collapsed, prostrating themselves upon the ground. Zhao Yu, Zhao Zhou, and those who conspired against me, take your own lives to atone. Su Chen's voice boomed like thunder as he directed his gaze at Zhao Zhou. Otherwise, today shall witness the obliteration of the Zhao family. Though Zhao Zhou knelt before Su Chen, when their gazes met again, he wore an inexplicable smirk, devoid of fear. This startled Su Chen, even at death's door. What confidence did Zhao Zhou still possess? Did he wager that I would not dare to kill? In that moment, Su Chen resolved to make them experience the despair he had once endured. In a swift motion, he extended his right hand, drawing forth a young man standing beside Zhao Zhou. He recognized him as Zhao Zhou's second son, one of the masterminds behind his earlier assassination. Father, save me. Zhao Zhou's second son screamed in terror, his body dragged across the ground, leaving a trail of blood, his head soon crushed beneath Su Chen's foot. As events escalated to this point, Su Chen's gaze fell upon Zhao Zhou, who still wore that inexplicable confidence. Seeing this, Su Chen exerted force with his foot. Boom. The second son's head exploded instantaneously, scattering brains and blood, extinguishing his life in an instant. In this moment, the previously confident Zhao Zhou suddenly changed countenance, his resolve wavering. Had he truly misjudged? Who on earth are you? He asked, his voice trembling with fear. Humph. Su Chen let out a cold snort, choosing silence over response. Instead murmuring softly towards the depths of the sky, Xiaobai. As his words fell, a magnificent white steed descended from the heavens, charging forth. Annihilate the Zhao clan. When the white horse was less than 100 meters from the Zhao residence, Su Chen spoke once more with an air of indifference. Roar. Xiaobai emitted a gentle whinny. The diminutive Zhao clan could be reduced to ashes with a mere gesture. It exhaled a plume of white mist, which pressed down on the void, causing it to abruptly descend. The entire sky at that moment appeared to be bearing the weight of an incomprehensibly mighty force, sending ripples of disturbance through the atmosphere. Puff, puff, puff. Under the immense pressure, blood gushed forth from countless members of the Zhao clan. Ancestor. Witnessing the white mist about to descend upon the Zhao family, Zhao Zhou summoned all his cultivation and shouted desperately. Just as his cry echoed, a surge of formidable power erupted from the depths of the Zhao residence. A colossal, translucent hand rose against the void, grasping the white mist and extinguishing it. Who dares to act recklessly within the Zhao residence? Following this surge of power, a shadowy figure soared from the inner sanctum of the Zhao estate. It was Zhao Shixian. As the silhouette gradually became discernible, the city lord of Yancheng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. It's truly him. Beneath the expansive black robe, Zhao Shixian emanated an aura of decay. Approaching the scene, he waved his sleeve, dispersing the oppressive force that filled the air. Zhao Zhou and the others found themselves liberated, their eyes lighting up with excitement upon seeing their ancestor. With the ancestor's emergence, great matters were surely at hand. They rose and gathered around Zhao Shixian's side. Zhao Shixian then cast a scrutinizing glance at Su Chen, Xiaobai, and the city lord of Yancheng. Unable to penetrate the depths of their intentions, he furrowed his brow, surmising they posed no significant threat. Thus, he directed his gaze towards the city lord of Yancheng, rebuking him. A century ago, when I fought on the frontiers, you were but a child. Now, how dare you conspire against the Zhao clan? Hearing these words, the city lord of Yancheng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Hadn't this man been gravely injured and perished? How was he still alive, and seemingly more powerful? Predecessor, please quell your anger. How could a junior have such intentions? The city lord said, casting a glance at Su Chen. Feeling the city lord's gaze, Su Chen's expression turned icy. This coward was truly a fickle fence-sitter, playing both sides. Oh, Zhao Shixian remarked with a hint of significance, also turning his gaze towards Su Chen. Ancestor, this man masquerades as a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect's headmaster, and has caused harm to my two sons. His heart is wicked, and he ought to be slain immediately. As Zhao Shixian's attention fell upon Su Chen, Zhao Zhou's eyes brimmed with hatred, his voice rising sharply. Now that the ancestor has emerged, regardless of this man's intentions, he must be dealt with first. If he is indeed an envoy from the Wanjian sect investigating the deaths of his disciples, he must be eliminated to avert future troubles. On another front, This moment was crucial for Zhao Zhou's eldest son, Zhao Yu, as he sought to become a direct disciple of the Wanjian sect. There was no room for error. And moreover, this individual, disguised as the deceased Su Chen, could be justifiably eliminated without the Wanjian sect holding any authority to pursue retribution. Humph. Zhao Shixian coldly snorted, addressing the assembly with an imposing demeanor. This man, harboring such treachery, truly deserves to die. Li family youth, guard the perimeter, do not let him escape. Following this, Zhao Shixian turned to the city lord of Yancheng. Hearing these words, the city lord felt as though he might vomit blood, on the verge of fainting. What will you choose? Simultaneously, Su Chen's gaze also fell upon the city lord of Yancheng. This fence-sitter was beginning to irritate him. He needed to be compelled to make a choice. His life now rested in the balance of Su Chen's whims. Chapter 6. The Confident Zhao Clan. The city lord of Yancheng could hardly fathom that in seeking to curry favor with Su Chen, I had inadvertently entangled myself in such perilous circumstances. Caught in a dire dilemma, the city lord of Yancheng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Young Master Su, though we have met but once, I feel an inexplicable camaraderie. I stand with you in solidarity. After much hesitation, the city lord ultimately made his choice. This decision had been forged through an internal struggle of monumental proportions. Should the Zhao clan emerge victorious as the city lord of Yancheng, even if aligned with Su Chen, the Zhao clan would be unable to harm him. At most, they would create future difficulties for him as the city lord. However, he could not fathom the consequences of his fate should Su Chen triumph. Thus, relying on his instincts, the city lord made what he believed to be the best decision. Good. Upon witnessing the city lord's choice, Zhao Shixian exclaimed thrice in approval. He then adopted an infuriating elder demeanor, his voice laced with ire. In that case, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your forebears who perished in battle. As he spoke, Zhao Shixian's voluminous black robe billowed, and from its depths emerged an enormous, shadowy hand that pierced the void, striking towards the city lord of Yancheng. The gusts of wind rippled through the heavens, and the city lord felt a sharp pain on his cheek from the force of the blow. In the next instant, an overwhelming power descended upon him. The city lord's eyes widened in terror, for he felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of such might. A century had passed. To what level had this ancient being advanced? In that moment, he regretted his choice. Yet it was too late. His body plummeted like a marionette with its strings severed. As he neared the ground, he attempted to channel his cultivation to soften the impact, only to discover that his entire essence felt as if it were bound, rendering him incapable of summoning any power. This fall threatened to injure his foundation, and he would likely require years to recover. Just as despair enveloped him, he suddenly felt a soft force catch him. The constricting power that had bound him dissipated, and he felt as if he were a bird soaring into the heavens. Free to roam. It was young Master Su. Safely landing, the city lord gazed at Su Chen, his eyes filled not only with excitement and gratitude, but also a hint of reverence. You made the right choice, Su Chen said slowly, his tone indifferent. The city lord's heart tightened. From Su Chen's demeanor, he sensed that his choice was of little concern. Rather, it was merely a matter of attitude. In that instant, a brief yet intense game of wits unfolded between Zhao Shixian and Su Chen, utilizing the city lord of Yancheng as a pawn. Zhao Shixian's eyes sharpened, and he regarded Su Chen with a newfound respect. Young man, you have earned my regard. I shall shatter your insolent mouth, believing yourself to be extraordinary. Zhao Shixian's self-righteous demeanor, akin to that of a venerable master, filled Su Chen with profound disdain. As he spoke, his right hand suddenly shot forth with an explosive force. Slap. A resounding slap echoed across Zhao Shixian's aged face. A trickle of blood oozed from the corner of his protruding lips. How could the Ancestor be struck? This is inconceivable. The Ancestor is a practitioner at the pinnacle of the void refinement realm. The Zhao family, momentarily struck dumb as if struck by lightning, stood in disbelief. Was the Ancestor merely careless? Or perhaps it was a deliberate act. The seasoned Ancestor, having weathered countless battles, had endured grave injuries on the front lines. Not only did he survive, but his cultivation also advanced following that brutal conflict. How could a mere young junior possibly harm the Ancestor? Surely, this must be a calculated move on the Ancestor's part, laden with deeper significance. In stark contrast to the Zhao clan's bewilderment, the Lord of Yancheng, witnessing this scene, felt a mixture of astonishment and terror. To him, Su Chen's strike had incapacitated Zhao Shixian, rendering him utterly defenseless and devoid of any capacity for retaliation. Zhao Shixian merely felt a prickling sensation on his cheek, the humiliation of being struck by a junior in front of his family weighing heavily upon him, igniting a fierce flush of pain across his aged countenance. Confronted with Su Chen's sudden assault, he seemed to be at a loss, refusing to believe it, convinced it was merely a lapse in his vigilance. Seeing you are young, I have granted you a measure of leniency. Henceforth, I shall act with no mercy." Before the gathered witnesses, Zhao Shixian sought a flimsy justification for his predicament. Yet this excuse resonated within the hearts of the Zhao clansmen with the weight of divine decree. So this is the Ancestor's intent. I knew the Ancestor must have his reasons. In that moment, all the Zhao clansmen felt a wave of relief, their spirits buoyed. Dare to trespass upon the Zhao family? Today shall mark your demise. They jeered, as countless Zhao family members, witnessing Zhao Shixian preparing to retaliate, erupted in fervent taunts. However, a flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's face. Indifferently, he uttered, "Noisy." In the next heartbeat, his cultivation erupted forth. Boom, boom, boom. The raucous Zhao clansmen found their bodies disintegrating into clouds of crimson mist. What was happening? A wave of horror and dread swept through the Zhao family. Why did the Ancestor not intervene? "Young man, you seek death." Several Zhao clansmen were obliterated before their eyes, and Zhao Shixian's face burned with humiliation. At last, he made his move. With a sudden stride forward, his aura surged violently. Accompanied by a torrent of spiritual energy, he brought his hand crashing down towards Su Chen's head. In an instant, his gnarled hand, resembling a withered branch, loomed ominously over Su Chen. Witnessing this unfold, excitement lit the faces of countless Zhao family members. They seemed to anticipate Su Chen's imminent demise beneath Zhao Shixian's palm. A smirk of contempt played upon Su Chen's lips as he raised his right arm, launching a strike towards Zhao Shixian. Such futile struggles were akin to an ant shaking a tree. The Zhao clansmen wore expressions of mockery as they beheld Su Chen's punch. Yet, in the next moment, Su Chen's iron fist pierced through the protective energy surrounding Zhao Shixian. Boom. To the incredulous gazes of the Zhao family, Su Chen's fist struck Zhao Shixian's body, a tremendous force tearing through him. Black blood rained down from the heavens. No, it cannot be. Zhao Shixian stared in disbelief at his perforated form, his once confident eyes now filled with terror. In that instant, he comprehended that before this young man, he possessed not a shred of power to retaliate. The Zhao clansmen, upon witnessing this, lost all semblance of composure. In a mere exchange, the Ancestor had been defeated. "You have become a demon cultivator," the Lord of Yinxing exclaimed in shock as he beheld the cascade of black blood. Indeed, at this juncture, Zhao Shixian no longer concealed his true self. He shed his robe, and tendrils of dark demonic energy began to seep from his being, coiling around him. Simultaneously, the horrific wound in his abdomen, inflicted by the punch, was visibly mending at an astonishing rate, shrouded in dark energy. At this point, all of you shall perish. Zhao Shixian's cultivation surged once more as he snapped his fingers towards the heavens. An invisible barrier unfurled from above, enveloping the Zhao family's territory for miles around like a transparent bubble. Chapter 7. Just a moment, let me study the demon. Observing the spectacle, Su Chen bore no trace of fear. Instead, a smile graced his features. Slaying demon cultivators will be yet another feather in my cap. He watched quietly, awaiting Zhao Shixian's transformation into the ultimate demonic form. However, the Lord of Yinxing, gazing at the increasingly potent dark energy emanating from Zhao Shixian, felt his astonishment deepen. "Have you been colluding with enemies all along?" "Colluding?" Zhao Shixian shook his head, a derisive expression crossing his face. As the demonic energy within him swelled, his form began to rejuvenate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared as a man in his 30s. "A century ago, I fought on the frontiers, captured by the enemy, and nearly perished, yet the Zhou kingdom abandoned me. All of this is the Zhou kingdom's own doing. I bear no blame." "Huh, you traitorous scoundrel. Selling out your nation, and you speak so loftily." Su Chen scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. "Humph." Zhao Shixian's demeanor turned frigid as he declared harshly, "With death looming, you still speak defiantly. I shall now send you all to your demise. Old scoundrel, you overestimate yourself." Su Chen replied, his expression relaxed, the mockery in his eyes growing ever more pronounced. As Zhao Shixian launched his attack, Su Chen extended his index finger towards him. The overwhelming power of his cultivation rendered the very space around them nearly unbearable. From the tip of Su Chen's finger, ripples of force radiated outward, swiftly spreading. In that instant, the entire space seemed to be cleaved in two by the waves. The ripples formed an impenetrable barrier, and Zhao Shixian's assault crashed against it, disintegrating into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, an immense force erupted from Su Chen's fingertip, hurtling towards Zhao Shixian. "This is impossible." Zhao Shixian watched in disbelief as his attack was effortlessly thwarted by Su Chen's singular gesture. A flicker of incredulous terror crossed his face. His current cultivation level was on par with that of the integration stage, although it was not his full strength. It should not have been so easily dispelled by this individual, unless, of course, there existed a vast chasm of disparity between their realms. Realizing this, Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Faced with Su Chen's formidable finger, he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand it. He raised his arms once more, fervently channeling the arcane energy within him, hoping to traverse the passage of the magic wheel and draw forth greater power from the dark realm. However, the might he exhibited was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the presence of Su Chen. The cultivation barrier before Zhao Shixian was shattered in an instant. Terrifying energy pierced through his body, leaving a gaping black hole the size of a basin. You, who are you? Zhao Shixian could no longer maintain his composure. I am Su Chen, the sole direct disciple of the master of the Wanjian Sect. Su Chen spoke slowly. Zhao Shixian coughed up a mouthful of black blood, retreating 2 steps, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. How could this be? Although he had remained in the shadows, he had seen Su Chen clearly during Zhao Yu's visit to the Zhao residence months ago. Through his divine sense, he had scrutinized Su Chen thoroughly. Merely a young man in the Golden Core stage, it was inconceivable that he had grown to such an extent in less than half a year. A level beyond his reach. You cannot be. Who exactly are you? I am Su Chen, the very one you seek to annihilate. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence now. Today, I demand that every member of the Zhao family pay the price in blood. Good, good. Zhao Shixian suddenly seemed to descend into madness, roaring, if you wish to kill me, you shall perish as well. In the next moment, a surge of purple flames erupted from his chest. The flames enveloped him in an instant. Zhao Shixian's vitality swiftly diminished beneath the violet blaze. Cackling. Simultaneously, a chilling, hair-raising sound emanated from within Zhao Shixian. With a ripping sound, flesh was torn apart. Within the purple flames of Zhao Shixian's chest, a pitch-black, bottomless spatial passage appeared. The passage expanded rapidly, threatening to rupture his body. The eerie sounds also emanated from within the spatial tunnel. Witnessing this scene, the previously calm Lord of Yinqing's expression changed drastically, and he called out to Su Chen, "Young Master Su, be cautious." Just as his warning fell, a thunderous explosion resounded. Zhao Shixian's body was blown apart by the immense spatial passage, his form disintegrating into pieces that rained down from the sky. As his body shattered, his head transformed into a fleeting shadow, attempting to flee into the heavens. All shall perish. The entire Yinqing will be buried alongside me. As Zhao Shixian's head soared into the sky, his face contorted in a maniacal roar. Xiaobai. Glancing at Zhao Shixian's fleeing head, Su Chen issued a command to Xiaobai. Upon receiving the order, Xiaobai leapt into the air. In a flash, it arrived before Zhao Shixian's terrified gaze and crushed his head beneath its hoof. Thus, the ancestor of the Zhao family met his demise. Cackling. The spatial passage before Su Chen continued to enlarge. It seemed that a creature from the other side was poised to enter this world. With a loud crash, a putrid stench suddenly engulfed the entire area. Following the sound, a scythe-like tentacle emerged from the passage. Simultaneously, a primordial aura of darkness surged forth from the spatial tunnel. "Young Master Su, we must retreat," the Lord of Yinqing shouted. Such a monstrous being requires a cultivator of at least the integration stage to confront it. While it has yet to fully materialize, we still have time. This was the path of demonic cultivators, who burned their own magical power to attract creatures from the dark realm through their magic wheel's passage into this world. Su Chen gazed at the ever-expanding spatial passage, murmuring to himself. He had heard much about demonic cultivators, but this was his first encounter. Curiosity took hold of him, and thus, he hesitated to destroy the passage leading into this world at once. The pure, dark demonic energy thickened, and 5 scythe-like tentacles had already protruded from the passage. It would not be long before the creatures had emerged. "Young Master Su, what are you doing?" Seeing that Su Chen showed no sign of retreating, the Lord of Yinqing called out again. It's my first time seeing this thing. I want to study it." The Lord of Yinqing could scarcely believe his ears upon hearing Su Chen's response. "Your first time? Study it? Are you courting death?" Zhao Shixian, as a perfected demonic cultivator in the void refinement realm, had shattered the magic wheel, burning his own magical energy to attract monsters of at least the integration stage. Such beings were beyond the capabilities of the current cultivators in Yinqing. Urgent reports must be sent up the chain to summon at least perfected integration realm cultivators to quell the situation. If they delayed, the entire Yinqing might face utter destruction. Chapter 8. The Fall of the Zhao Family. Crack. A dark creature, 100 meters long, enveloped in swirling black energy, emerged from the spatial passage. As its form fully materialized, the passage shattered. This dark being resembled a gargantuan scorpion, but from its front half sprouted 10 scythe-like tentacles, each extending 30 meters long. It soared into the sky, surrounded by pure magical energy. Streams of magic cascaded from the heavens above. In an instant, the nearly 100-mile radius was suppressed by the terrifying demonic aura. The cultivators within Yinqing trembled at the overwhelming power they felt. What is happening? Has the border fallen? Has the celestial demon clan reached Yinqing? Heavens, is that a creature from the dark realm? Its aura is too terrifying. Even the magic it releases unsettles my very soul. Cursed be this day. I should never have come to Yinqing. As the cultivators within Yinqing sensed the demonic energy emanating from the dark creature, chaos ensued. Countless individuals fell into despair. Under the oppressive will of the dark creature, the cultivators felt utterly powerless. Is this the dark creature from the dark realm? Su Chen gazed at the dark being roaring in the skies, murmuring to himself. He had long heard his master speak of how formidable the creatures of the dark realm were. Yet, as this being fully revealed itself before him, it felt as though the thunder roared but the rain was but a drizzle. It seemed there was nothing of value to study about this dark creature. Thus, he resolved to send it back to its origins. Su Chen ascended into the air, raising his palm to strike at the dark creature above. Boom. Su Chen's hand expanded against the wind, covering the sky. The next moment, it made contact with the dark creature. Thus, the dark being, just having emerged from the dark realm and not yet having time to assert its dominance, was crushed into dust by Su Chen's strike before it could utter a single cry of despair. This is impossible. The city is preparing to announce a full evacuation. And upon witnessing this scene, the Lord of Yinqing nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. He had imagined that Su Chen was formidable, but he believed he was at most in the early stages of integration. However, he could never have anticipated that a dark creature, comparable to at least the level of integration, would be effortlessly obliterated by a single slap from him. What level of cultivation does this young master Su truly possess? He inhaled sharply, compelled to turn back. Young Master Su, how shall we deal with the Zhao family? Upon returning to the Zhao residence, he inquired of Su Chen. As their mission was indeed centered around the Zhao family, descending from the sky, Su Chen's gaze swept over the Zhao family members, who were already paralyzed with terror. Please, Lord of the city, spare my life. This was all the doing of the Ancestor. With the demise of the Su family Ancestor and the dark creature dispatched with a single blow, the Zhao family had long since lost any semblance of their earlier arrogance. They understood profoundly that before the man who claimed to be Su Chen, they were no more than mere insects. Humph. Did you ever consider sparing me on that day? Su Chen directed an icy question at Zhao. Feeling the frigid intensity of Su Chen's gaze, Zhao's heart raced in utter dread. Could this individual truly be the legendary Su Chen? Are you truly Su Chen? Zhao stammered, still in disbelief. What? Do you doubt it? Or are you simply unwilling to accept it? You should have anticipated such a day given your actions against me. As he spoke, Su Chen retrieved a jade slip, the very token that identified him as the sole direct disciple of the sect leader of the Wanjian sect. Upon seeing the slip, Zhao, who had harbored a sliver of hope, deflated like a punctured balloon. This man was undoubtedly Su Chen. Now that he believed, he understood his fate was sealed. Yet, he could not fathom how Su Chen had ascended to such unfathomable heights within just half a year, having previously only possessed golden core stage cultivation. Now that you believe, let us proceed. Su Chen stepped forward, ready to personally eliminate Zhao. You cannot kill me. My son is about to become the direct disciple of the sect leader. If you do, the Wanjian sect will not spare you. Sensing the threat of death, Zhao began to scream hoarsely in desperation. Next it shall be Zhao. Su Chen scoffed coldly. With Zhao's terrified cries echoing, Su Chen struck him down, reducing him to a mist of blood. From this day forth, the Zhao family shall be obliterated. After dispatching Zhao, Su Chen murmured to the sky above. Understanding Su Chen's intent, the ethereal being Xiaobai transformed into a harbinger of death, plunging into the Zhao estate. Under Su Chen's directive, Xiaobai executed all members of the Zhao family who had participated in the pursuit of Su Chen that fateful day. The remaining Zhao family members, though spared from death, could not evade a life sentence. He instructed the Lord of Yinqing to confine all surviving Zhao family members within the city's darkest dungeons, never to be released. By dawn, once all was settled, he accepted the Lord of Yinqing's invitation to return to the city lord's mansion. I never expected, young Master Su, that your true identity would be the sole direct disciple of the Wanjian sect's leader. I, Li, have been blind. Forgive my ignorance. The Lord of Yinqing self-punished with a cup of wine, wearing an obsequious smile. By the way, young Master Su, while apprehending and interrogating several core elders of the Zhao family, I received some rather distressing news. Immediately, the Lord of Yinqing continued. Su Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of displeasure evident. Speak quickly. The Lord of Yinqing, feeling flustered, hastily replied, a century ago, when Zhao Shixian returned from the border gravely injured. He conspired with the demon clan of the Eastern Sea. For the past 100 years, the demon clan has sought to utilize the Zhao family and various unknown factions to invade the Great Zhou Kingdom, aiming for internal collapse. 6 months ago, their attempt to harm you, young Master Su, and elevate Zhao Yu to the position of the sect leader's direct disciple was merely a part of this scheme. Now, the machinations of the demon clan have unfolded. It is highly probable that there are insiders within the upper echelons of the Wanjian sect. Otherwise, they would not have had such confidence in pushing Zhao Yu into that position after plotting against you. Having harbored some suspicions regarding the Zhao family ancestor, Su Chen found it hard to grasp the extent of the Eastern Sea's influence as the Lord of Yinqing spoke. If this were indeed the case, the news of his attempted assassination would reach the Wanjian sect. Each faction within the sect would undoubtedly vie for power, leading to a cataclysmic upheaval, possibly even a terrifying bloodbath. He had traversed to this world due to his exceptional talents. Being accepted as the sole direct disciple by the sect leader of the Wanjian sect and designated as the next successor, his master treated him as if he were his own kin. Should misfortune befall his master because of this, he would be consumed by guilt. With this in mind, Su Chen resolved to return to the Wanjian sect without delay. Therefore, he rose, bid farewell to the Lord of Yinqing, and summoned Xiao Bai, setting forth at full speed toward the direction of the Wanjian sect. Chapter 9. Who dares to harm my master? Yinqing is merely several 100,000 kilometers from the Wanjian sect. However, just 15 minutes prior to Su Chen's departure back to the sect, there loomed a towering, perilous mountain in the central region of the Zhou kingdom. This mountain, reaching heights of 10,000 feet, shrouded in purple mist and abundant in spiritual energy, was known as Wanxian Mountain. At its summit, one could almost touch the divine. Thus, the world referred to this mountain as Wanxian Mountain. At the pinnacle of the mountain, there existed a sect known as the Wanxian sect. Through the layers of clouds, at the summit of Wanxian Mountain, the Thousand Steps Plaza was filled with countless disciples of the Wanxian sect, charging toward the grand hall of the sect leader. Li Yun, you are unworthy of being the sect leader. Why must you cling to this pretense, only to endanger the lives of your disciples? An elder in gray robes thundered from the Thousand Steps Plaza. You treacherous disciples! Even if my apprentice meets with misfortune, the next direct disciple of the Wanxian sect must be chosen from among the thousands of disciples. A man with a square face bellowed in front of the grand hall. So, you still refuse to surrender? Surrender? I, Li Yun, would rather die in battle than allow the Wanxian sect's millennia-long legacy to be tarnished. Good, good, good. Elders and peak masters, since Li Yun has chosen to oppose us, do not blame us for showing no mercy. The disciples of Qianyuan Peak, Wuwei Peak, and Tianxian Peak receive their orders. Kill all who stand in our way. Thus, a bloody conflict was reignited. Master, the three peaks have rebelled. We cannot hold out much longer. An elder beside Li Yun lamented as he witnessed disciples falling under the onslaught of their fellow sect members. No matter what, we must endure. I have already dispatched someone to the Zhou Royal Palace. I believe reinforcements will arrive shortly. Li Yun declared resolutely. The Wanxian sect must not fall into the hands of these traitorous disciples. If it does, even the Royal Palace's intervention will be futile. I suspect many among these peaks have already colluded with the Eastern Sea. Li Yun wielded his sword like a streak of light, fending off wave after wave of assaults. But the protective array has been activated, allowing exit but preventing entry. I'm afraid even those at the Great Ascension stage will find it difficult to breach within half a month. An elder fighting alongside Li Yun's side. Regardless of the circumstances, we must persevere. In Li Yun's eyes, a resolute glimmer emerged. If the trio from the Three Peaks truly colluded with the Eastern Japan state, this matter would not only jeopardize the safety of the Wanxian sect, but could also obliterate the foundational legacy that our ancestors guarded over this border territory. The sect's internecine conflict persisted, with each fallen disciple from Wanxian Peak deepening the tragedy. Li Yun, accompanied by the surviving disciples, retreated into the hall of the sect leader. Li Yun, why do you resist? Do you not feel anguish as one disciple after another falls? The gray-robed elder outside the hall spoke once more. Li Yun glanced at his companions, each bearing grievous wounds and exhaustion. A flicker of struggle finally appeared in his eyes. Simultaneously, he understood that the conspirators from the Three Peaks had likely been plotting this rebellion for years. The deaths of his disciples were merely the fuse igniting this palace coup. Should he truly expend all the disciples of Wanxian Peak? Was it worth such a sacrifice? Doubt began to creep into his mind. Sect leader, we would rather die in battle than fall into the hands of these traitors. Sect leader, I too would prefer to perish. Sect leader, surrender is not an option. Countless voices echoed with fervor, their gazes unwavering. These were the valiant sons of Wanxian Peak, gifted disciples. Li Yun's gaze swept across the hall, his heart racked with pain. Meanwhile, he was perplexed. With rivers of blood already spilled, why had the elders not intervened to halt the carnage? Was this truly what they wished to witness? Or had the elders, too, already? He dared not ponder further, for to do so would be a desecration of the revered ancestors. Alas, At this moment, even if the people of Zhao arrived, it would likely be too late to turn the tide. Li Yun's gaze grew increasingly resolute, and he finally made a decision. Elder Yan, esteemed peak masters, if Li Yun lays down his arms, can you ensure the safety of the disciples of Wanxian Peak? Sect leader, you must not. Sect leader, we would rather die in battle. As Li Yun articulated his conditions, countless disciples of Wanxian Peak turned to him with pleading eyes. You still have your youth. I cannot bear to see you perish. Li Yun sighed, gazing at the disciples with a tenderness that belied his authority. The lineage of Wanxian Peak must endure. Should you surrender and relinquish the position of sect leader, we shall no longer trouble you. As his words fell, a response came from beyond the hall. Very well. As long as Elder Yan and the esteemed peak masters can vouch for this, I shall relinquish my position as sect leader. Li Yun produced the royal decree, symbolizing his authority, and strode forth with his head held high. Sect leader, master brother, you mustn't. The remaining disciples of Wanxian Peak wept bitterly as they watched Li Yun walk towards the hall's exit. Yet, Li Yun's steps were steadfast, his resolve unshakable. If you had acted sooner, Wanxian Peak need not be drenched in blood, Elder Yan remarked coldly, observing Li Yun's departure from the hall. Li Yun offered no reply, but stated, before I surrender the royal decree, all disciples of Wanxian Peak must safely descend the mountain. He did not fully trust Elder Yan's promise. You doubt me. A hint of anger flickered in Elder Yan's eyes. It is not that I distrust you, Elder Yan, but I seek to ensure the safety of the disciples of Wanxian Peak. Otherwise, Li Yun's arm tensed, ready to shatter the royal decree. Wait, Elder Yan urged. I promise you, without the royal decree, though he could still become the sect leader of Wanxian Sect, he would lack legitimacy and recognition from the Zhao state, which would invite numerous complications. Thus, Elder Yan had no choice but to acquiesce. All disciples of Wanxian Peak, heed my command. Upon receiving Elder Yan's assurance, Li Yun turned and called out to the hall of the sect leader. Descend the mountain immediately. Sect leader, I shall not descend. Sect leader, I wish to share the fate of Wanxian Peak. The disciples surged forth from the hall, their gazes resolute, expressing their intentions. I am still the sect leader and the peak master. Do you dare to defy my orders? Li Yun's voice thundered, admonishing the assembled disciples. Struggling internally, the disciples lowered their heads, knowing they could not contravene the commands of their sect leader and peak masters. All of you, obey my command and descend the mountain at once. This is an order, Li Yun reiterated with authority. Reluctantly, under Li Yun's firm command, one by one, the disciples of Wanxian Sect, teeming with tears, cast lingering glances back as they made their way slowly down the mountain. Once all the disciples had departed, Li Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Yun, all disciples of Wanxian Peak have left. It is time to hand over the royal decree. I, Li Yun, will fulfill my word, but for safety's sake, I must wait half a moment longer. Very well, let us wait half a moment, Elder Yan replied, fury mounting yet powerless to act. As seconds ticked by, the half moment finally elapsed. Li Yun, the time has come. Shall we honor our agreement? Li Yun sighed and shook his head. The royal decree must not fall into their hands. If they had not colluded with the Eastern Japan state, it might be acceptable. But should they truly have done so, by relinquishing the royal decree, would he not become a historical pariah? He resolved to choose destruction over dishonor. Elder Yan, perceiving Li Yun's sigh and shake of the head, realized the gravity of the situation and bellowed with fury, kill him. However, Li Yun was prepared. He sprang backward, transforming into a fleeting shadow, intent on retreating back into the hall of the sect leader. Concurrently, he exerted force in his arm. Bang! Under immense pressure, the royal decree shattered in his grasp, disintegrating into mere dust. Li Yun, you shall pay for this. Upon witnessing the destruction of the royal decree, Elder Yan emitted a roar that pierced the heavens. Under Elder Yan's command, the peak masters and elders from the three peaks unleashed a frenzied assault on Li Yun, who was attempting to retreat into the hall of the sect leader. Despite narrowly evading disaster, Li Yun was still struck by several attacks. Already wounded, he coughed up more blood as he staggered back into the hall of the sect leader, collapsing into the seat of authority. The calamity of this day was inescapable. The protective formation of the hall of the sect leader would likely not withstand many more assaults. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the protective formation of the hall of the sect leader was breached. Li Yun, you truly deserve death. Elder Yan entered the hall of the sect leader alone, his teeth clenched, filled with unbridled hatred. Cough, cough. At this juncture, even if I, Li Yun, perish, I hold no regrets. Very well, then I shall grant you that. Elder Yan's veins bulged with fury. Yet, just as he prepared to strike, a thunderous sound erupted from outside the hall, shaking the heavens. As this sound reverberated, the entire Wanxian Peak trembled. Who dares to harm my master? A voice, domineering and fierce, resounded from the summit of Wanjian Peak. Simultaneously, an overwhelming celestial might surged forth from the distant horizon. Chapter 10. Leave the rest to me. Su Chen's speed was akin to a lightning bolt. The terrifying power emanating from his body shattered the void above, carving out a black rift stretching 100 miles. Though he remained nearly 1,000 miles from Wanxian Sect, his presence was already felt, his consciousness enveloping the entirety of Wanxian Sect. Everything that transpired within the sect was laid bare before him. Sensing that his master was in grave peril, Su Chen summoned every ounce of his cultivation, unleashing a formidable force that surged towards the direction of the Wanxian Sect. Delivering a thunderous punch, the sheer potency of his spiritual energy compressed the void, creating a white, piercing energy wave that surged forth like relentless ocean tides. Arriving at Wanxian Sect in an instant. Boom. The violent force transformed into a celestial might, crashing against the protective mountain array of the Wanxian Sect. The protective array shattered as if made of paper, causing the entire Wanxian Peak to tremble. In the next heartbeat, a figure appeared atop the peak. On the summit, the fierce winds howled. Amidst the gusts, the figure's robes billowed, and his eyes crackled with the intensity of lightning as he proclaimed with unyielding authority, "Who dares to harm my master?" Under the resounding thunder of his voice, the multitude of cultivators atop Wanxian Peak felt as if struck by a celestial bolt, their bodies trembling in fear. Who is this? The disciples of Wanxian Sect gazed upwards, their eyes drawn to the heavens. There, against the blazing sun, stood a figure clad in white, illuminated by the golden rays, resembling a divine being. In the next moment, that white-clad figure stepped towards the main hall of the sect's leader, moving with a grace that belied the swiftness of his approach. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the hall, leaving no one with a clear view of his visage. "Humph, you court death." As the white-robed figure entered the hall, a deafening, icy roar reverberated within. Following this exclamation, a sharp explosion echoed throughout the chamber. Bang! When the sound of the explosion rang out, those gathered near the threshold of the main hall witnessed Elder Yan suddenly vanish, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. As the onlookers regained their senses, their spirits were shaken, and a chill ran down their spines. Who was this newcomer, whose power was so terrifying that Elder Yan had been obliterated before anyone could react? A crimson mist of blood erupted from the hall, enveloping the cultivators standing at the entrance as they were caught in a torrential downpour of blood. The blood rain, murky and thick, carried an unfamiliar aura that unfurled above their heads. This aura, imbued with the essence of the heavenly and earthly principles, descended upon them like a spiritual pressure. Faced with the rules of the cosmos, an innate fear blossomed deep within their souls, spreading through their bodies and minds, compelling countless individuals to bend their knees and kneel. Clang, clang, clang. Soon after, a series of sounds resembling metal striking stone echoed within the hall. Though the sounds were not loud, they resonated in the ears of every individual present, intertwining with the rhythm of their own pulses. With each chime, their hearts quaked. The clangs grew increasingly closer, and when the cultivators discerned the source, they felt a jolt of terror coursing through them. It was Elder Yan's bracelet. Elder Yan was truly gone. Those who had clung to a flicker of hope were utterly disheartened upon seeing the bracelet. Elder Yan was a cultivator of the harmonization realm. How could he have perished without a sound? Elder Yan is dead. One voice broke the silence, a scream that reverberated like thunder among the disciples of Wanxian Sect. Elder Yan, how could he possibly be dead? In the main hall, confusion reigned. Elder Yan was a formidable presence. How could he have met his end? As the peak masters and remaining elders comprehended the grim reality of Elder Yan's demise, a wave of dread washed over them. They yearned to look towards the main hall, but were ensnared by an inexplicable and profound fear, feeling as though their heads were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Unable to lift them. "Esteemed elders, please raise your heads." A melodious voice resonated within the hall. Upon hearing this voice, the bindings that had inexplicably wrapped around the kneeling figures dissipated. Yet, when they finally raised their heads and beheld the speaker's face, a tumult of complex emotions surged within them, bewilderment, shock, and disbelief. "Su Chen, how can this be possible?" they thought. "Is he not dead? Even if he were alive, how could he have attained such power? In merely half a year, he had effortlessly slain an elder of the harmonization realm. Why are you all so glum to see me, esteemed elders?" Su Chen's gaze swept over those kneeling outside the main hall, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Is it truly you, Su Chen?" Despite the reality of his presence, some remained unconvinced. The sight of one presumed dead was too surreal. Su Chen chose not to respond further. Instead, he turned towards Li Yun, who sat upon the leader's throne, weakened and bloodied. "Master, are you all right?" He rushed forward to inquire. Li Yun stared at Su Chen, disbelief etched on his face. Here was his long-lost disciple, his eyes brimming with emotion as he trembled and raised a shaking hand. Understanding his master's intent, Su Chen stepped closer. Li Yun's hand rested upon Su Chen's head. Feeling the solidity of his presence as his voice quivered, "You truly are Su Chen?" Su Chen, too, felt a twinge of compassion swell within him. Yet his voice remained resolute as he affirmed, "Master, it is indeed I." At Su Chen's confirmation, a smile finally broke across Li Yun's face. "Huh, huh, huh." He suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. "Good, good, good. My disciple is back." With renewed vigor, he straightened. "Let us march forth and annihilate these treacherous scoundrels." Su Chen, however, was momentarily taken aback by his master's fervor. "What has happened to you, master?" As his gaze fell upon the throne, he noticed a dark, purplish stain of blood. Realization dawned upon him. His master had been assaulted by a mob, sustaining grave injuries and suffering from a potent poison. Consumed by an overwhelming rage, Su Chen inhaled deeply. Momentarily suppressing his fury, he extended his hand to support Li Yun. "Master, it is truly me. I am Su Chen." Simultaneously, he channeled his cultivation energy into Li Yun, working to purge the venomous force that had invaded his master's body. For a cultivator, the likelihood of succumbing to poison was exceedingly low. Li Yun had succumbed due to exhaustion after a prolonged battle, and his lack of concern for his own safety had allowed the poison to take hold. However, with Su Chen's assistance, the toxins within Li Yun's body were swiftly eradicated, and clarity returned to his gaze. "Su Chen, it truly is you." Li Yun's gaze towards Su Chen was filled with disbelief, yet tinged with a hint of comforting excitement. However, he soon sighed, saying, "Since you are alive, you should not have returned." Su Chen assisted Li Yun to a seated position, finally alleviating the worry that had weighed heavily on his heart. Although his master was injured, there was no immediate danger to his life. "Master, leave the rest to me," he reassured Li Yun. As his words fell, a resonant dragon's roar echoed from atop Wanjian Peak. Chapter 11. Master, how do you propose we handle this? A colossal flood dragon, measuring thousands of meters in length, spiraled around the summit of Wanjian Peak. Heavenly might emanated from its undulating form, cascading downwards and merging with the peak itself. Confronted by such celestial power, the disciples of Wanjian Sect felt as though they bore the weight of an immense mountain, struggling to catch their breath. Their faces, marked not only by fear but also by despair, reflected their dire predicament. This dragon, extending for kilometers, had already acquired the power of transformation. Its cultivation level could rival that of a tribulation transcending practitioner. How had it appeared in Wanjian Sect? If such a beast were to indulge in carnage, it would surely raise the entire sect to the ground. Amidst the collective anxiety, Su Chen emerged from the hall of the sect leader. "Little White, assume your true form," he called out, directing his voice towards the tumultuous dragon amidst the clouds. In the astonished and incredulous gazes of all present, with Su Chen's commanding shout, the once spiraling, imposing dragon began to shrink dramatically, transforming in an instant into a magnificent white steed. It descended from the heavens, landing directly in the 1,000-step plaza below. Simultaneously, a bewildering thought arose within the hearts of the onlookers. Why could the resurrected Su Chen command a dragon on the verge of transformation into a celestial beast? What extraordinary encounters had he experienced? As the dragon dispersed and merged with the plaza, a collective sense of relief washed over the crowd, allowing them to finally rise. At that moment, the leaders of the three peaks, along with several elders, believed they had grasped the situation. The death of Elder Yan must have been instigated by Su Chen's covert manipulation of the dragon. "Esteemed elders, do you wish to continue this charade?" Su Chen spoke, his tone laced with provocation as his gaze swept across the assembly. The leaders of the three peaks and several elders trembled inwardly at his words. What a ridiculous jest. Regardless of the circumstances, you can command a dragon that may well be at the tribulation stage. How can we possibly proceed? In the next instant, Chen Kuan, the leader of the fearless peak, forced a smile, his hatred towards evil palpable as he said, "We were all misled by Elder Yan. Now that Su Shiji has returned, the future of Wanjian Sect is promising. How could we commit such an egregious act? Indeed, that accursed Yin Bo deceived us, harboring ulterior motives," chimed in the leader of Qianyuan Peak, his expression one of barely contained rage, as if he wished to devour the deceased Elder Yin whole. "Now that Su Shiji has returned safely, all rumors arising from your actions have been laid bare. We were initially deceived, and we cannot continue in this state of confusion." The leader of the Heavenly Danger Peak also voiced his opinion. Following suit, several elders began to express their agreement. As Su Chen observed the once fearsome figures now reduced to obsequiousness, an overwhelming disdain welled up within him. "Though we are all disciples of Wanjian Sect, you three peaks united to attack Wanjian Peak, resulting in countless casualties among its disciples. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside? His gaze was icy, his voice like a chilling echo, demanding an answer. This inquiry left the leaders of the Three Peaks and several elders at a loss for words. What do you intend to do then? After a brief, oppressive silence, the leader of the Heavenly Danger Peak finally spoke. The slayers must pay with their lives. Su Chen's eyes blazed with intensity as he declared. What? The others seemed unable to believe their ears. Su Chen, do you wish to destroy Wanjian Sect? The leader of the Heavenly Danger Peak questioned incredulously. Humph. Su Chen scoffed, his voice sharp as he retorted. The fate of Wanjian Sect is not for you to dictate. In that moment, he struck out with a palm. The leader of the Heavenly Danger Peak plummeted like a fledgling bird stripped of its power, cascading towards the distance. Boom. The leader crashed onto the steps connecting the hall of the sect leader to the 1,000-step plaza, the violent impact creating a massive crater in the solid stone. Within that crater, the life or death of the leader remained uncertain. This sudden turn of events left everyone in disbelief, while a profound terror began to take root within their hearts. The leader of the Tianjian Peak was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, poised to potentially step into the integration stage at any moment. Yet, the seemingly effortless strike from Su Chen had sent him flying, with his life now hanging in the balance. Elder Yan had not been slain by the dragon. Su Chen possessed this strength all along. In that instant, all present came to a stark realization. Even if Wanjian Sect were to remain with only the lineage of Wanjian Peak, as long as I am here, the sect shall endure. With one strike, Su Chen had subdued the leader of Tianjian Peak. He then spoke with brazen arrogance, his voice ringing like a sword that cut through the air, reaching the ears of every individual present. As his words echoed, the faces of the Three Peaks were filled with dread. Given Su Chen's ability to command a dragon that might well be at the tribulation stage, no one doubted he could single-handedly annihilate the remaining 3 peaks of Wanjian Sect. Su Chen, can you truly bring yourself to slay the tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 peaks? An elder suddenly interjected, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chen. Hearing the elder's words, Su Chen's expression grew colder. The next moment, he erupted into laughter, fueled by rage. You dare utter such words? The thousands of disciples from Wanjian Peak have already suffered countless deaths. Blood has flowed like rivers. His voice resonated with authority. The elder who had questioned him trembled, his lips quivering as he struggled to respond, his mind racing for words yet unable to find any. Su Chen's gaze bore into him as he coldly stated, Your hands are stained with the blood of many disciples from Wanjian Peak, are they not? I did not. The elder felt the murderous intent in Su Chen's eyes and stumbled backward in panic. Master, I witnessed him slay several of our disciples from Wanjian Peak. He is merely trying to wriggle out of his guilt. Just as the elder attempted to defend himself, the surviving disciples of Wanjian Peak, who had initially departed from the 1,000-step plaza, turned back. One among them yelled loudly at Su Chen, accusing the elder of his crimes. Upon hearing this voice, the elder's complexion changed dramatically as he gazed down to see dozens of Wanjian Peak disciples rushing towards the hall of the sect leader. Why don't you all go die? He roared in exasperation, glancing at the incoming disciples, his frustration boiling over. Yet with Su Chen present, there was no opportunity for him to take action. In that fleeting moment when the elder made his move, Su Chen acted with swiftness, delivering a resounding slap. Bang! In an instant, the elder was reduced to a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene once more, the individuals from the 3 peaks were gripped by an overwhelming fear towards Su Chen. With a single strike, he had obliterated an elder to mere remnants. How could he have attained such a terrifying level of cultivation in just half a year? Even if he possessed exceptional talent, it exceeded the bounds of imagination for those present. Su Chen, do you truly seek the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples from the 3 peaks? Despite his profound fear in the face of Su Chen's formidable assault, the leader of the Fearless Peak mustered his courage to pose a cautious inquiry. The words of the Fearless Peak's leader plunged Su Chen into a moment of contemplation. Truth be told, with his current level of cultivation, achieving such a feat would be effortless. Yet, as the leader of the Fearless Peak genuinely raised this question, he found himself wavering internally. The disciples of the 3 peaks, who had attacked the Wanjian Peak, were ultimately acting under the orders of their leader. On the other hand, the Wanjian sect was comprised of 4 peaks and should be united as one. The disciples from the 3 peaks ought to embody the awareness and honor of being cultivators of the Wanjian sect. How could they assault the main peak of the Wanjian sect? From this perspective, he felt that everyone deserved punishment and that they should pay the price for their ignorance. Master, what do you believe should be done? After pondering for a moment, Su Chen turned his gaze towards Li Yun within the hall and inquired. Chapter 12. I only seek fairness. Li Yun slowly rose and stepped out of the hall. He still found it hard to believe that at such a critical moment, When the Wanjian Peak was on the brink of collapse, Chen returned and single-handedly turned the tide. While he felt immense joy at the outcome, there was also considerable concern. He feared that Chen's formidable abilities might be connected to the celestial demon clan. With a subtle sigh, Li Yun understood that this was not the time to dwell on such matters, so he buried them in his heart for the moment. He walked slowly to the entrance of the hall, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of disciples. After a brief pause, he had formulated the punishment for this rebellion. As he parted his lips to speak, the tension in the atmosphere escalated. The numerous rebellious disciples felt the weight of heavy breaths, for the fate of all would soon be dictated by Li Yun's words. This matter concerns the entire Wanjian Peak, involving tens of thousands of disciples. If I were to execute all of them, I would find it unbearable and impossible. Upon hearing Li Yun's words, the hearts of the disciples from the three peaks, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally found some relief. They collectively exhaled, for at the very least, their lives were preserved. However, Li Yun's tone shifted abruptly, his gaze sharp as he continued. The leaders who orchestrated this matter shall face the death penalty. Furthermore, from this day forth, the Wanjian sect shall consist of only one peak, the Wanjian Peak, while the disciples of the three peaks shall be relegated to the status of low-level disciples of the Wanjian Peak. Upon hearing Li Yun's pronouncement, the leaders of the three peaks turned pale, their faces betraying sheer horror. Li Yun, who do you think you are? You have no right to make such decisions. One elder suddenly erupted, pointing at Li Yun with a voice full of scorn. Yet, in that very instant, Chen reacted swiftly, delivering another slap. The elder was instantly transformed into a mist of blood, silenced forever. My master is the grandmaster of the Wanjian sect. Who dares question his authority? Chen's eyes glimmered like the sun and moon, exuding an overwhelming dominance as he spoke. Witnessing Chen's decisive action in dispatching another elder with ease, the crowd surrounding the hall recoiled in fear. Grandmaster, though we have erred, we were misled by treacherous individuals. Must we truly face death for it? A strong instinct for survival surged within the hearts of the leading disciples, prompting one elder to stammer in protest. Indeed, Grandmaster, we are the pillars of the Wanjian sect. No matter how grave our mistakes, we do not deserve death. Another elder chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Grandmaster, we may not fear death, but if you truly intend to execute us, the Wanjian sect in the Zhao kingdom will surely fall to the ranks of inferior sections. If you do not consider us, should you not also consider the sect? Upon hearing their pleas, Li Yun suddenly laughed. Now you all speak of the Wanjian sect's well-being. Yet did you ever contemplate this when you led tens of thousands of disciples to assault the Wanjian Peak? In the next moment, he abruptly turned to Chen and commanded, Chen, take action. Chen nodded, replying, disciple obeys. With Li Yun's decision made, the course of events was set. The leaders of the three peaks changed countenance, some retreating in panic while others ignited with fierce determination, charging towards Chen and Li Yun, prepared to fight to the death. Li Yun, your slaughter of the elders and leaders of the Wanjian sect will not end well. If you wish for my demise, it shall not come easily. In an instant, the elders unleashed their full potential, each employing their might to the utmost. Chen's gaze swept over the 6 elders charging towards him and Li Yun, revealing a hint of disdain. He raised his hand once more, summoning force from the void. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 elders hurtling towards them were instantly obliterated, bursting apart in midair into 6 clouds of blood mist. Gasp! Witnessing this spectacle, countless disciples of the Wanjian sect inhaled sharply. Chen had become utterly terrifying. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he annihilated 6 elders of the refining void realm, leaving them without a trace of resistance. What level of cultivation did he possess now? From where did he derive such power? A multitude of questions surged once more in the minds of the Wanjian sect disciples. After eliminating the 6 who had charged at him, Chen lifted his gaze and focused on several elders fleeing beneath the Wanjian Peak, ready to strike again. However, at that moment, a powerful aura surged from beneath the Wanjian Peak, erupting skyward. As this aura ascended, a resounding voice reverberated throughout the entire Wanjian Peak. Now that the truth is laid bare, there is no need for further bloodshed. Stand down at once. Following this voice, an elderly man with white hair stepped forth from the void, making his way towards the Wanjian Peak. Ancestor Zhao, save our lives. Upon the appearance of the elder, the fleeing disciples flocked towards him, surrounding him as they cried out for salvation. Chen gradually retracted his raised arm, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the so-called Ancestor Zhao. In his view, this Ancestor Zhao was still not a source of fear. The reason he halted was to allow his master, Li Yun, to decide whether to extend any mercy to this so-called Ancestor Zhao. Chen understood that Li Yun was a person who valued his predecessors. Ancestor Zhao, Li Yun acknowledged, saluting with cupped fists. Let us put an end to today's events. The Wanjian sect has already been drenched in blood. To continue this slaughter would be to betray the fallen ancestors of our sect. Ancestor Zhang gazed at Li Yun with a commanding tone, rebuking him. Faced with the pressure from the elder, Li Yun felt powerless, though he harbored resentment. Ancestor Zhang possessed the Dao integration realm's power. If he sought to suppress them forcefully, Li Yun would find himself at an impasse. Even though his disciple could effortlessly slay the elders of the refining void realm for reasons unknown, the situation was dire. However, he did not believe he possessed the capability to contend with the venerable ancestor of the harmonious path. Deep within, the moment the elder appeared, he had already begun to concede. Just as he was about to voice his capitulation, he heard Su Chen's transmission. Master, I harbor no fear of this elder. Pursue what you wish to achieve. Upon receiving Su Chen's words, Li Yun abruptly raised his gaze to meet Su Chen's steadfast eyes, which shone with a brilliance akin to the vast cosmos. Li Yun instantly comprehended that his disciple spoke not in jest. Yet, simultaneously, a tumultuous and inexpressible emotion stirred within him, stemming from the confidence reflected in Su Chen's eyes. Was the venerable ancestor of the harmonious path reduced to the status of mere ants before him? This emotion lingered for but a fleeting moment before he suppressed it deep within. Once more, he turned his attention to the venerable ancestor and spoke with unyielding resolve. Elder Zhang, these individuals, leading the disciples from the Three Peaks, have caused the demise of over 10,000 disciples of the Wanjian Peak. If they do not atone with their lives, how shall the spirits of the fallen rest in peace? Upon hearing Li Yun's words, Elder Zhang's expression turned icy. Are my words ineffective? How dare you, Li Yun, defy the venerable ancestor? You are merely the sect leader. What right do you have to oppose Elder Zhang? Li Yun. Oh Li Yun, do you truly believe your position as sect leader is secure? With Elder Zhang's backing, those individuals regained their audacity, launching accusations against Li Yun. Dismissing their words with a scoff, Li Yun challenged them instead. Elder Zhang's words, of course, hold weight. But tell me, where were you, Elder Zhang, when the Wanjian Peak was ravaged? I, Li Yun, seek only fairness. Chapter 13, Repelling the Ancestor. Wanjian Peak fell into silence as Li Yun's resolute declarations echoed. Li Yun, you have served as the sect leader for quite some time now. Do you not comprehend the meaning of fairness? Are you so naive? After a brief silence, Elder Zhang spoke again, his tone now laced with impatience and ire. The implication was clear. The notion of fairness, in the face of overwhelming power, is not but a feeble consolation for the weak. It is both non-existent and utterly ineffective. If you, Li Yun, continue to linger on this matter, your tenure as sect leader will come to an abrupt end. Though Elder Zhang did not speak it outright, the elders surrounding him, astute as they were, swiftly grasped the underlying message. They understood the steadfast determination of Elder Zhang to protect them. Their expressions turned increasingly provocative, even harboring a faint hope that Li Yun would stubbornly persist, believing that such obstinacy would compel Elder Zhang to act, thereby enabling them to fulfill their unaccomplished ambitions. Li Yun, do not waver, press on. This sentiment churned within them, yearning to be voiced aloud. What if disciple Li Yun insisted on fairness today? Li Yun held his head high, his posture upright and resolute. Indeed, he dared to utter such words. The elders, taken aback, had not anticipated this. Initially, they believed that Li Yun, as the sect leader, would possess the wisdom to gauge the situation and would naturally seek a way to retreat. Yet, they were utterly astonished to see him remain defiant. The elders flanking Elder Zhang wore expressions of excitement. In their eyes, Li Yun's fate was sealed. While he might not face death, at the very least, he would lose his position as sect leader. Humph! Elder Zhang snorted coldly. As the venerable ancestor of Wanjian sect, are my words truly so ineffective before you, a mere sect leader? As soon as Elder Zhang's words fell, the elders by his side cast gleeful glances at Li Yun, their faces alight with schadenfreude and provocation. Elder's words, naturally, hold weight. Li Yun pivoted the conversation, continuing. But I, Li Yun, will ensure that the spirits of the thousands of fallen from Wanjian Peak receive the justice they deserve, even at the cost of my life. Well, Elder Zhang, filled with rage, retorted, then I shall step in and teach you a lesson on behalf of your deceased master. Teach a lesson? At this moment, Su Chen stepped forward once more. Have you sought my consent? You, a mere junior, may possess some strength, but when an elder speaks, it is not your place to interject. Elder Zhang's gaze shifted to Su Chen, his voice laced with cold reprimand. In his perception, this junior's displayed strength was merely at the harmonious path level, while he was puzzled as to how such prowess could manifest at such a young age. A junior was still a junior. How dare they speak out of turn? You, old fool, I too shall act on behalf of your deceased master and deliver a lesson. Those individuals must perish today. At this juncture, animosities were laid bare, and Su Chen no longer held back, directly countering. You are infuriating, Li Yun. Is this how you instruct your disciples? Elder Zhang, humiliated by the retort, was beside himself with rage. My disciple abhors evil. His words are justified. Yet Li Yun remained calm, responding with a measured tone. Very well. Elder Zhang gritted his teeth, spitting out a few words. Since you are incapable of proper guidance, I shall take it upon myself to educate you. The expressions of the elders surrounding Elder Zhang grew ever more gleeful, as if they could already envision the scene of this master and disciple kneeling in supplication. However, just as Elder Zhang prepared to strike, Su Chen also made his move, exclaiming loudly, You, old fool, have no right to dictate to me. Boom. In the next moment, two colossal forces collided, producing a cataclysmic explosion. The space between them shattered, sending ripples of distortion through the air. The overwhelming shockwaves surged forth, sweeping through the void. Su Chen and Elder Zhang were at the forefront of the tumult. Under the force of the powerful waves, Elder Zhang retreated several steps, shielding the elders, while Su Chen effortlessly dissipated the residual explosive energy with a wave of his hand. Could it be that Su Chen was capable of withstanding a strike from Elder Zhang? The disciples of Wanjian Sect, who had anticipated a different outcome, were left astounded, their faces reflecting disbelief. Elder Zhang was a cultivator at the harmonious path level, unleashing a force that could reshape mountains and rivers. Had Su Chen's cultivation truly reached a level to rival that of the harmonious path? This strike had left Elder Zhang unable to gain the upper hand over Su Chen. To some observers, it could be viewed as a draw, while to others, it was a clear sign of decline. Elder Zhang felt a sense of humiliation wash over him. Yet, as the venerable ancestor of Wanjian Sect, he could not display such vulnerability in front of tens of thousands of his juniors. Instead, he feigned magnanimity, adopting a tone of praise for the junior, saying, Well, truly, heroes emerge from youth. However, I, the venerable ancestor, exerted merely a fraction of my strength in that previous strike. The implication of his words was clear. That strike was merely a gentle nudge to guide the junior, a means to save face. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's remarks, the astonishment among the thousands of disciples quickly dissipated. So, it turned out that Elder Zhang had merely tested the waters, concerned that he might harm Su Chen. Thus, they finally understood why Su Chen had been able to withstand the Elder's blow. However, upon hearing this, Su Chen's face was filled with scorn and disdain. Old fool, I have exerted only a fraction of my strength, Su Chen declared. Dare to utter such words again, and you display an insufferable audacity. The Elder Zhang, recognizing Su Chen's potential, refrained from harming him, yet warned, do not overreach your bounds. The elders flanking Zhang could hardly contain their murderous intent towards Su Chen, their feigned persuasion serving merely to stoke the flames of conflict. You, a mere junior, are indeed brazen. Do not presume that no one can rein you in. Zhang's anger flared. Indeed, I am brazen. What can you do to me? Su Chen stepped forward, embodying a spirit of rebellion. Well. Zhang's face flushed crimson, forced to confront the challenge posed by this audacious junior. Resolving to display his full power, he thought, I must establish my authority. As the venerable ancestor of the Wanjian Sect, my dignity is at stake. You, insolent youth, have spoken carelessly. I shall let you experience the true might of a perfected cultivator, Zhang proclaimed, his gray robe billowing ominously as a terrifying aura surged from within him, akin to divine retribution descending from the heavens. This overwhelming presence, though not specifically directed at the tens of thousands of disciples gathered at Wanxian Peak, nevertheless caused their faces to pale as they instinctively recoiled, yearning to prostrate themselves. You, old wretch, I will not allow you to feign grandeur. Were it not for your status as the ancestor of the Wanxian Sect, I would have crushed you long ago. Su Chen strode confidently beneath the oppressive aura Zhang had unleashed, delivering a single, earth-shattering punch. Crack. This blow, devoid of any cultivation power, was purely raw force. The celestial pressure that enveloped the skies shattered under Su Chen's overwhelming might. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his frail hands trembling involuntarily. This junior had indeed spoken the truth, having used only a mere fraction of his strength. How could a mere youth possess such formidable power? Cold sweat trickled down his back. As Su Chen shattered the celestial pressure, the backlash of the rules manifested as a fierce gale, sweeping back towards Zhang. With a sudden gasp, he coughed up blood, forced to retreat several steps under the tremendous force. Struggling to suppress the chaos within, he realized with a sinking heart that he was truly outmatched by this junior, who had indeed shown him restraint. Old fool, do you not hasten to depart? Su Chen's fierce gaze bore into Zhang, his words dripping with disdain. Zhang gritted his teeth, suppressing his seething rage to the utmost. This matter shall not concern me. You may handle it as you wish. With that, he vanished like a fleeting shadow, retreating beneath Wanjian Peak. The disciples of Wanjian Peak stood in stunned silence. Had the venerable ancestor truly been driven away by a mere disciple? And worse, with such utter disdain? Ancestor, you cannot abandon us. Ancestor, save me. As Zhang retreated, the elders who had once flanked him were plunged into chaos. Their gazes towards Su Chen stripped of arrogance, replaced with sheer terror. In that moment, they comprehended that their fates now lay firmly in Su Chen's hands. Their faces paling in dread. Sect Master, I was wrong. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, spare me this once. The realization that Su Chen's strength could repel Zhang filled the elders with despair. Their chances of escape dwindled to near nothing. The instinct for survival surged within them, and they cast aside their dignity as elders of the Wanjian sect, kneeling to plead for mercy. Yes, Sect Master, if you grant me my life, I shall do anything you require. Desperation overshadowed their pride, and one elder knelt, prompting the others to follow suit, prostrating themselves in a chorus of supplication. Witnessing the elders of the third peak kneeling in such humility stirred a flicker of compassion in Li Yun, for they were his seniors. Their abandonment of dignity to plead for their lives stirred emotions within him. After all, cultivators were those who defied the heavens. Once they relinquished their pride, it felt as though their very essence had been shattered. The elders of the third peak, now willing to sacrifice their pride for a glimmer of hope, left Li Yun grappling with conflicting emotions. Sect Master, if you spare my life, I shall retreat into seclusion and never interfere in Wanxian's sect affairs again. Sensing Li Yun's emotional turmoil, the elders wept openly, affirming their intentions. Sect Master, I too am willing. Li Yun inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. Before turning his gaze upon Su Chen, his disciple had grown into a force that even he could scarcely fathom. Thus, he sought Su Chen's counsel. Understanding Li Yun's unspoken question, Su Chen replied, Master, I believe that anyone undertaking any action should first contemplate the potential repercussions. If everyone simply apologizes for their misdeeds, then what purpose do the rules serve? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Li Yun erupted into hearty laughter. My clever disciple, proceed. Li Yun, you are doomed. Nay, I am an elder of the Wanxian sect. You have no right to slay me. As the elders of the third peak cried out in fear and indignation, Su Chen struck once more. Bang, bang, bang. The elders of the third peak were obliterated beneath Su Chen's might, reduced to mere mist in an instant. The remaining disciples of the third peak, witnessing the carnage, were gripped by terror, their faces ashen, their bodies chilled to the bone. Su Chen had become an unparalleled force. The elders before him crumbled like paper, obliterated without a trace. With the final remnants of the third peak extinguished, the incident drew to a close. Henceforth, with the third peak eradicated, only Wanxian Peak remained within the Wanxian sect. Li Yun's voice echoed through the mountains, reaching every disciple of the Wanxian sect. From this day forth, all disciples who participated in the assault on Wanxian Peak shall be demoted to lowly disciples, regardless of their cultivation level. The status of lowly disciples afforded minimal privileges. Though the third peak disciples seethed with discontent, the preservation of their lives was a fortuitous outcome. They bowed their heads, silent and submissive. Li Yun then began to organize the surviving disciples of the peak, addressing the aftermath of the conflict. Gradually, the third peak disciples, now demoted, began to disperse from the 1,000-step square at Wanxian Peak, as their living quarters were restricted to below 100 meters of the peak. Jiao. Su Chen's gaze swept across the thousands of departing third peak disciples, ultimately fixing upon a figure clad in green. The man clad in azure was none other than Zhao. Upon hearing Su Chen's call, Zhao trembled all over, as if his very soul had departed, collapsing to the ground in a state of utter despair. Truly, what a pathetic creature. Su Chen extended his right hand, and in the next instant, Zhao stood before him. Su Chen, I was wrong. I was wrong. This is all the doing of my ancestor Zhao. Please spare me. He knelt before Su Chen, prostrating himself repeatedly, his forehead now stained with blood. Humph. Su Chen scoffed coldly, inquiring, if it is indeed your ancestor's doing, how do you possess the audacity to become a direct disciple of the master of the Wanxian sect? I. Despite Zhao Yu's overwhelming fear of Su Chen, he was acutely aware that this matter was of great significance, entangled with the secrets of his ancestor. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for the Zhao clan. He found himself in a dilemma, torn between the urge to speak and the fear of doing so. Do you think I returned from where? Su Chen observed Zhao Yu's hesitance and continued in a leisurely manner. I have already traversed your Zhao family. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there like a wooden chicken, stunned. The Zhao family? The Zhao family you speak of is no more, Su Chen stated, his tone eerily calm, as if discussing something trivial. If you divulge everything you know, I may grant you a chance to cling to life. Really? Truly? A glimmer of hope flickered in Zhao Yu's eyes. I am willing to reveal all that I know. Then speak, Su Chen urged, raising an eyebrow. This matter has been set in motion since I joined the Wanjian Sect. My becoming the disciple of Elder Yan was orchestrated by our ancestor Zhao. Establishing a connection with you and leading you to our Zhao family was a scheme laid out long ago. In Yan City, the plan was to prepare your demise. Su Chen listened intently as Zhao Yu recounted his tale. Although he had played a part in the unfolding drama, it appeared that his understanding of the broader picture was rather limited. The three peaks attacking Wanxian Peak was entirely driven by Elder Yan's selfish desires. Zhao Yu was merely a beneficiary of the next generation. Once he reaped the rewards and ascended as the master of the Wanxian Sect, the Zhao ancestor could exploit Zhao Yu to restrain the Wanxian Sect while simultaneously cultivating the influence of the heavenly demon clan within. As for why the several elders did not intervene to stop the three peaks from assaulting Wanxian Peak, Zhao Yu remained silent on that matter. Though Zhao Yu refrained from elaborating, Su Chen still harbored suspicions. It was highly probable that the elders of the Wanxian Sect had connections with Zhao's ancestor or even the heavenly demon clan from the Eastern Island. However, lacking evidence and constrained by his master, he could not jump to conclusions. Is that all? Su Chen coldly interrogated after Zhao Yu finished. I only know this much. Zhao Yu stammered. Su Chen, I have revealed all that I know. I beg you to spare my life. He once again prostrated himself. His forehead bloodied against the stone slab before him. Very well, I have grasped all the information. This matter will be confirmed with the elders. As for you, from this day forth, you are no longer a disciple of the Wanxian Sect. Leave immediately. Su Chen's voice suddenly rose several decibels, leaving Zhao Yu bewildered and unable to comprehend the abruptness of his words. What? Do you seek death? Su Chen's gaze turned icy, exuding a hint of murderous intent. I shall leave at once, right now? Zhao Yu managed to stammer out, banging his head several more times before finally struggling to his feet, his legs trembling as he staggered down the Wanxian Peak. As Zhao Yu's figure vanished, Su Chen sent a message to Xiao Bai. Follow him closely. Ensure that no one discovers you, and report any developments to me. Completing his instructions, a trace of coldness flickered in Su Chen's eyes. Chapter 15. The Supreme Ancestor of the Wanxian Sect. Zhao Yu fled down Wanxian Peak, stumbling along the way. From Su Chen's words, he realized that his family had undoubtedly ceased to exist. Uncertain of his future, he felt an urgent need to escape the territory of the Wanxian Sect, wishing fervently for 10 legs to hasten his flight. For if Su Chen were to renege on his decision, his life would be forfeit. At the same time, he was engulfed in confusion. Why would Su Chen annihilate his Zhao family, yet allow him to leave? He could not fathom this. Could it be that Su Chen, recalling their past camaraderie, chose to spare him? Lost in his thoughts, 3 hours later, he had distanced himself several thousand miles from the Wanxian Sect. Scoundrel! What did you say to Su Chen? Just as Zhao Yu hesitated, contemplating whether to rest for a moment, a deep voice suddenly erupted behind him. Zhao Yu's body went limp, nearly losing his soul in fright. Ancestor Zhang. Trembling, Zhao Yu found himself crushed under the overwhelming pressure of the towering figure. Forced to prostrate on the ground. I ask you again, what did you say to Su Chen? Ancestor Zhang's gaze bore down on Zhao Yu with an imposing authority. I. Under the celestial might of Ancestor Zhang, Zhao Yu faltered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Seeing his hesitation, Ancestor Zhang suddenly extended his right hand, pressing it against Zhao Yu's crown. In the next moment, Zhao Yu's entire being trembled violently, his eyes rolling back as he gradually lost focus. Simultaneously, his life force began to fade, his quaking body eventually growing still, held lifelessly in Ancestor Zhang's grasp like a dead fish. As Zhao Yu breathed his last, Ancestor Zhang seemed to regain his senses, his expression shifting drastically. This is bad. I've been deceived. A thought surged in Ancestor Zhang's mind. He instantly pushed his cultivation to its limit, attempting to flee the scene. However, just as he leaped into the air, a resonant voice echoed from above. Old relic, do you still think you can escape? Immediately, a formidable surge of power tore through the void, striking Ancestor Zhang down from the heavens. He spewed forth blood as he crashed into the forest below. Struggling to rise, he beheld a youth clad in white standing in the sky above, accompanied by a magnificent white steed. The boy stood there as if he were one with the very heavens, and the surrounding atmosphere felt sealed by his presence. Su Chen, I am the ancestor of the Wanxian Sect. Upon seeing that figure, Ancestor Zhang was struck with terror, his voice trembling with fear. And then, Su Chen retorted dismissively. You dare defy me, for I am the ancestor of the Wanxian Sect. In that moment, Ancestor Zhang believed that this title was his only shield and lifeline. The ancestor of the Wanxian Sect? Su Chen chuckled lightly, disdain evident in his tone. Do your actions still warrant such a title? What have I done? Why am I not worthy of being the ancestor of the Wanxian Sect? Ancestor Zhang had scrutinized Zhao Yue's consciousness and found no mention of his own deeds. As long as he remained steadfast, Su Chen would possess no evidence against him, and he could continue leveraging his status as the ancestor of the Wanjian sect. Humph. Su Chen snorted coldly, continuing, when you conspired with the heavenly demon clan of the Eastern Island, the Wanjian sect could no longer tolerate your existence. You are no longer the ancestor of the Wanjian sect. Hearing Su Chen's words, Ancestor Zhang trembled slightly. Yet, he could not allow this to show, insisting defiantly, I am the ancestor of the Wanjian sect. How could I engage in such despicable acts? Is that so? Su Chen's words remained nonchalant as he swiftly shifted his tone. But the elder of the Zhao family does not speak in such a manner. The mention of the Zhao family's elder detonated within Zhang's heart like a colossal bomb, shattering his composure. Although he had never directly interacted with this elder, he was well aware of the gravity of the situation through Elder Yan. He had initially believed that with Elder Yan's demise, that channel of information would be severed, and he had been preparing to head to Yan City to eliminate the Zhao family's elder. However, he never anticipated that Su Chen would have already visited the Zhao family before him. Yet, even in light of this, he clung to a plausible defense. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely declared, all of this is at the behest of the Supreme Ancestor. I am merely executing orders. Su Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on Zhang. The Supreme Ancestor, the current head of the Wanxian Zhang, rumored to have lived for over 3,000 years. You, an old wretch, would stoop so low as to invoke the Supreme Ancestor's name to cast aspersions? Su Chen spoke with fervor, his voice piercing. Every word I utter is the truth. The Supreme Ancestor, nearing the end of his lifespan, concocts this plan in a desperate bid for more time. Initially, Su Chen harbored a flicker of doubt, but upon hearing Zhang's words, he felt a strong conviction that this matter held significant truth. He lifted his gaze towards the direction of Wanxian Zhang. Humph. Wanxian Zhang needs a thorough cleansing. In the next moment, Su Chen whisked Zhang away. Within mere breaths, they reappeared above Wanxian Zhang. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Zhang's eyes. What level of cultivation does this junior possess? A distance of thousands of miles traversed in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, their figures flickered, and they found themselves within a secluded cavern deep in the mountains. Before them sat an elderly man draped in a gray robe, seated cross-legged upon a stone mat. His back turned to them. From this man emanated an aura of decay, a testament to the passage of time. Should he fail to achieve a breakthrough, the flame of his life would soon extinguish. This man was none other than the Supreme Ancestor of Wanxian Zhang. Welcome, he intoned, as though he had anticipated Su Chen's arrival, his ancient voice devoid of any surprise. The Supreme Ancestor, as one of the last surviving progenitors of Wanxian Zhang, regardless of his past actions, still commanded a measure of respect from Su Chen. The Supreme Ancestor extended his hand to support himself and slowly rose. As he moved, dust swirled from the long robe he wore, a motion he had not executed in ages, nearly forgotten by time. Upon turning to face them, his visage was a withered shell, eyes clouded, and his body on the verge of decay. You have done well. The Supreme Ancestor's murky eyes met Su Chen's, his words tinged with a hint of satisfaction. Su Chen, fixated on the Supreme Ancestor, remained silent, though his cultivation level was unparalleled in this world. In the presence of a being who had lived for millennia, he felt woefully inadequate in intellect. Each utterance from the Supreme Ancestor carried profound significance, and this statement was no exception. Alas, the Supreme Ancestor exhaled deeply, his breath laden with the weight of time. This entire affair stems from me, yet it is not solely my doing. Do you concur? Su Chen gazed upon the Supreme Ancestor, perceiving him as an unfathomable well, an abyss of emptiness. Do you concur? The final inquiry jolted Su Chen, his brow furrowing. 3,000 years prior, Wanxian Zhang had been but a fifth-rate sect in the kingdom of Zhao. Now, it had ascended to third-rate status, a dominant force within a realm spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Furthermore, geographically, Wanxian Zhang occupied a prime position, holding immense strategic value for both Hezhou and the kingdom of Zhao. Su Chen listened intently as the Supreme Ancestor recounted the entirety of Wanxian Zhang's history, his tone brimming with pride and fervor. After a lengthy discourse, the Supreme Ancestor fixed his gaze upon Su Chen once more. With a disciple like you emerging from Wanxian Zhang, I can rest easy. Su Chen remained silent. From the Supreme Ancestor's words, he gleaned a singular truth through the Zhao family's elder. He sought to engage with the celestial demon clan. His heart was perpetually tormented. His quest for longevity and breakthrough ultimately aimed at securing a formidable cultivator to protect Wanxian Zhang, ensuring that the relentless efforts of countless ancestors would not be in vain. There might be some truth in these words, yet Su Chen remained guarded in his belief. Zhang, come here and assist me. The Supreme Ancestor beckoned to Zhang. Zhang, unable to defy, stepped forward. But as he approached the Supreme Ancestor, Less than half a meter away, calamity struck. An overwhelming surge of power filled the cavern. Supreme Ancestor! Zhang cried out in disbelief, watching in horror as the Supreme Ancestor unleashed his might. In an instant, Zhang's vitality waned rapidly. The Supreme Ancestor had struck, extinguishing Zhang's life force. This act seemed to deplete the last remnants of energy the Supreme Ancestor possessed. Staggering backward, Zhang leaned against the stone mat once more. From this day forth, I shall be the future of Wanxianzong. The Supreme Ancestor's breath grew ragged. He expended his remaining strength to ascend the mat once more, laboriously resuming his seated position. The future of Wanxianzong now rests in your hands. Su Chen remained silent, yet at that moment, a sense of reverence for the Supreme Ancestor blossomed within him. Perhaps the Supreme Ancestor's actions were misguided, but Su Chen was convinced that all he did was for the future of Wanxianzong. After my demise, I hope you can lead Wanxianzong to greater heights. A semblance of relief graced the Supreme Ancestor's visage as he continued, at long last, this matter has reached a resolution. I can finally lay my burdens to rest. Though you are a junior of Wanxianzong, I must express my gratitude. The Supreme Ancestor's skeletal face bore a hint of contentment as he addressed Su Chen. By the way, in the adjacent cavern resides another elder of Wanxianzong, also my disciple, who has consistently opposed my methods. He is sealed in slumber. Upon my passing, I entrust you with the task of lifting his seal. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Seeing Su Chen acquiesce, the Supreme Ancestor inhaled deeply, slowly closing his eyes. In the next moment, before Su Chen's very eyes, the Supreme Ancestor's body began to disintegrate, collapsing like a house of cards, instantaneously reducing to a mound of powder. Thus, the Supreme Ancestor, who had presided over Wanxianzong for millennia, achieved enlightenment, his essence extinguished, paying the ultimate price for his deeds. Su Chen bowed slightly towards the stone mat where the Supreme Ancestor had meditated. From this day forth, I am the future of Wanxianzong. Rest easy, Su Chen whispered, an unprecedented resolve shining in his eyes, before turning to depart. Before he prepared to leave for good, he ventured to another cave dwelling. Within this cavern, he encountered a stone bed upon which lay an elderly man. This venerable figure was none other than the last remaining ancestor of the Wanxian sect. Su Chen extended his arm, grasping firmly, and tore asunder the restraints that bound the elder. In the next moment, the old man slowly opened his eyes and sat up. Junior disciple Su Chen of the Wanxian sect pays his respects to the ancestor. Su Chen addressed him. What brings you to this place? He inquired. Subsequently, Su Chen recounted the events that had transpired, detailing everything to the elder. The old man's expression remained calm as he listened intently, falling into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he spoke. The esteemed ancestor devoted himself entirely to the Wanxian sect, ultimately achieving transcendence. Su Chen nodded, comprehending the elder's intent. He then took his leave from the ancestor and departed the cave, returning to Wanxian Peak. Though the peak had endured a fierce battle, it had been tidied up considerably since then. Master, Su Chen bowed deeply, paying his respects to Li Yun. Although we are master and disciple, your cultivation has reached a level that even I cannot perceive. Henceforth, there is no need for you to observe the formalities of a master-disciple relationship. Li Yun gestured dismissively. You shall forever remain a disciple of the Wanxian sect, and thus you must accept this courtesy, Su Chen replied earnestly. Li Yun sighed softly, choosing not to linger on the matter and instead asked, have all matters been resolved? Earlier, Su Chen had sent Zhao away, hinting through his words that he had set another trap. It was for this reason that Li Yun posed the question. All is resolved, Su Chen affirmed. He then recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Yun without reservation. Li Yun fell into deep thought, placing himself in the shoes of the esteemed ancestor. After a prolonged silence, he spoke gravely. The matter of the esteemed ancestor's transcendence must not be disclosed. Su Chen nodded, aware that if this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly bring trouble to the Wanxian sect. Although he did not fear such trouble, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, it would be more prudent to rest during this time. In light of the recent conflict, nearly 10,000 of the 13,000 disciples of Wanxian Peak had perished. The sect's talent was now severely diminished, and as the chief disciple, it was Su Chen's responsibility to revive the Wanxian sect. In a month, the Zhao kingdom will hold a grand ceremony for accepting disciples. How do you feel about attending? Li Yun continued. I shall heed your command, Master, Su Chen responded. However, our Wanxian sect's Wang Wenling has been destroyed, and I am uncertain if we can retrieve it from the Zhao kingdom within this month, Li Yun added. Master, if we seek to obtain Wang Wenling through the Zhao kingdom, will they not send people to inspect our Wanxian sect? Su Chen recalled reading in ancient texts that when a sect sought to ascend or gain recognition from the Zhao kingdom, inspectors would be dispatched to ascertain the sect's qualifications for a corresponding ranking. This seemed likely. Given that the esteemed ancestor had transcended and several elders had perished, he wondered if the Wangxian sect could still attain the Wang Wanling, representing a third-tier sect. Concern weighed heavily on him. If the sect's ranking were to decline under his stewardship, how could he face his ancestors? Yet Li Yun dismissed such thoughts, shaking his head. Su Chen's cultivation was shrouded in mystery. In merely half a year, it was implausible for anyone to believe that a golden core cultivator could easily annihilate someone at the harmonization realm. Even if it were true, it would undoubtedly bring endless troubles to those involved. With a sigh, he told Su Chen, "You should go and rest. There are many matters I must attend to after this conflict. Prepare yourself for the ceremony in a month's time." Su Chen nodded and exited the hall of the sect master. While he could sense Li Yun's concerns, he understood his master's hesitations and did not insist on the matter of potential inspections. However, this did not prevent him from secretly taking certain actions. The first order of business was to re-establish a protective formation for the Wangxian sect, as the previous one had been shattered, resulting in irreparable damage. Despite his formidable cultivation, he possessed little knowledge of formation construction. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. With his current capabilities, he could create a formation anywhere. If necessary, he would resort to force. He contemplated the task ahead, deciding that if he were to establish a formation, it must be of the highest caliber. If possible, he would aim to create an ancient protective array. However, he realized that doing so in Huzhou might attract undue attention, complicating matters. It was not fear that drove this concern, but rather the desire to avoid bringing trouble to the Wangxian sect. Then I shall head to Hangzhou in the western part of Huzhou. Though the two regions were separated by millions of miles, with Su Chen's current prowess, he could traverse the distance in merely an hour. Having made his decision, Su Chen stretched and acknowledged his fatigue. "I shall rest for now and set out tomorrow." He then departed the hall of the sect master, soaring towards his residence. Chapter 17. Departure for Hangzhou, seeking the protective mountain array. The following day, at dawn, Su Chen returned to the sect master's residence to pay his respects to Li Yun, announcing his intention to venture to Hangzhou and that he would be away for several days. Li Yun had intended to inquire further, but given that his disciple's cultivation had surpassed his own, he ultimately settled for a simple, "Be cautious on your journey." "Rest assured, Master," Su Chen replied. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Li Yun felt a mix of emotions. After a long silence, he sighed. It seems the time has come to pass the position of sect master to this disciple. After bidding farewell to Li Yun and leaving the hall of the sect master, Su Chen did not immediately depart from the Wangxian sect. Instead, he summoned Zhao to the rear mountain of the sect and entrusted it with guarding the premises. He instructed, "I am heading to Hangzhou to establish an ancient protective array. While I am away, you must safeguard the sect. Should any troublemakers arise, deal with them decisively." "Understood, Master," Zhao responded with enthusiasm. With the safety of his sect assured, Su Chen armed himself with his mystic iron staff and set forth towards Hangzhou. Traveling westward through Huzhou, Su Chen soared nearly 1,000,000 miles, entering a stretch of towering mountains that extended for millions of miles. Gazing at the peaks that disappeared into the horizon, he recalled that this was the Tianqian mountain range. It serves as one of the natural barriers separating Huzhou from Hangzhou. Su Chen had once heard Li Yun mention that within the Tianqian mountain range, countless formidable wild demons of the Dao integration stage and beyond were nurtured. His master, the previous sect leader, had perished in the Tianqian mountains during an expedition to quell a beast uprising. "Since I am passing through this place, Ancestor, today I shall avenge you." Su Chen's eyes gleamed with intensity, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. Thus, as he journeyed forth, whenever he encountered a demon mountain cave, he would strike it with his staff, obliterating the entire mountain. Countless demons met their demise, their bones lost amidst the mountains. The celestial mountain ahead emanated an astonishingly rich aura. It must surely harbor a great demon. After vanquishing one demon mountain, Su Chen glanced up and beheld a demon mountain cave several thousand miles away, his expression abruptly shifting. Boom! With a surge of power beneath his feet, the surrounding space was torn apart by the tremendous shockwave. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards that mountain range. In a mere few breaths, Su Chen found himself hundreds of miles away from the mountain. However, just as he prepared to strike, an overwhelming presence surged forth from the mountain, two colossal auras clashing violently. In an instant, the heavens trembled under the force of their collision. Boom, boom, boom. Thundering sounds echoed, shaking the very earth. It was evident that deep within that mountain, two great demons were embroiled in a fierce battle. The reverberations of their immense energy rippled through the air, sending shockwaves across the sky. Lesser demons within 100 miles fled in a frantic bid for survival. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen leaped 100 miles forward, arriving before the mountain. He concealed his aura, blending into the void. watching like a spectator as the two colossal demons engaged in combat below. Golden Pong, this territory belongs to me, one of the half-human, half-tiger demons proclaimed. This sacred ground is far beyond the worth of a mere lower-class tiger demon. If you do not retreat, this day next year shall be your death anniversary. The other demon, also half-human but with an eagle's head, retorted with a sharp voice. I bear the blood of the white tiger and have guarded this mountain for nearly a millennium. Who are you to declare my worth? The tiger demon spoke once more. The two demons then clashed fiercely, soaring into the sky. As the battle intensified, silver blood rained down from the firmament, splattering the heavens. The powerful aftershocks of their battle caused the very fabric of this realm to quiver. Meanwhile, Chen quietly observed from the sidelines. After such a long journey, he felt a tinge of fatigue. Watching the two demons battle was a welcome form of respite. Boom, boom, boom. The violent clash of their combat erupted above the heavens. At that moment, the entire sky was enveloped in a shroud of silver blood rain. The victor shall soon emerge. Chen thought with delight from his hidden vantage point. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the sky. Golden Pong, I shall remember this grudge. In the next instant, Chen saw the tiger demon transform into a streak of light, fleeing towards the distant horizon. However, Chen would not allow this demon to escape. He too transformed into a flash of light, pursuing it. Thousands of miles away, Chen intercepted the tiger demon. The tiger demon, upon seeing Chen, was first taken aback but then immediately launched an attack. Having felt humiliated at the hands of the Golden Pong, it was eager to vent its frustrations on this unexpected human cultivator. Yet, in that very moment of attack, it realized that the human cultivator before it was far swifter. Simultaneously, it sensed its very soul ensnared by a magnificent, overwhelming force. Before it could react, a colossal iron rod descended from above, obliterating it utterly. After vanquishing the tiger demon, Chen returned to the foot of the mountain. This time, he did not immediately raise the demon mountain to the ground, but stood high in the sky and thundered, "Demons of the mountain, come forth to meet your demise." His voice, resonant like gold and stone, pierced the void and reverberated through the mountains ahead. Just as the Golden Pong had settled back within the mountain, it was startled by this proclamation. Could it be that the unwitting demon had been lurking nearby, waiting to reap the rewards? It looked up toward the source of the voice and beheld a youth in white, wielding a green staff, standing amidst the void. Humph, just a mere human, it scoffed. Had it been a mighty demon ruling over the land, perhaps it would have felt some trepidation at this moment, but a mere human cultivator posed no significant threat. In this vast expanse of 1,000,000 miles, the strongest human cultivators barely reached the pinnacle of Dao integration. Were it not for fear of the royal family of Zhao, this land would have long been laid waste by their demon kin. The Golden Pong soared into the sky once more, its sharp voice penetrating the heavens. Foolish little human cultivator, unaware of your impending doom. At the same time, the Golden Pong unleashed a torrent of golden celestial light aimed directly at Chen. Though this Golden Pong was merely a demon beast at the early stages of the Great Ascension, Chen remained unfazed. He slowly raised his left hand and, with a sudden downward thrust, declared, "You little bird, lacking in manners." As his hand descended, the sky itself caved in under the unparalleled force of his cultivation. The golden celestial light spewed forth by the Golden Pong dissipated as if a single drop of ink in an endless ocean. Subsequently, the very space around them began to fold under the tremendous force of Chen's palm, and the Golden Pong found itself ensnared within that folding dimension. Witnessing this, the Golden Pong's eyes widened in horror. In the next instant, the crushing pressure of the heavens enveloped it. How could this human cultivator possess such strength? If it were to be trapped within that spatial fold, it would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness. In a desperate bid to escape the confines of the spatial fold, the Golden Pong began to transform, morphing into a colossal bird hundreds of miles in length. Yet, the binding force of the folding space exceeded its wildest imagination. Even in its original form, it could not break free. As it faced imminent entrapment, the Golden Pong cried out for mercy. "Spare me, great immortal. This little demon did not recognize the mountain of greatness and has disturbed your peace. I beg you, spare my life." "Spare your life?" Chen chuckled coldly. With a sudden, forceful downward motion of his palm, the Golden Pong was crushed into a mist of blood. Chapter 18. I was astounded, having inadvertently obliterated half a celestial mountain. After annihilating the Golden Pong, Chen proceeded to demolish that celestial mountain cave before continuing his journey. Thereafter, as Chen traveled westward, he struck down any demon mountain cave he encountered with a single blow, eradicating the great demons within. However, upon surpassing a significant portion of the Tianxian mountain range, he began to destroy only the caves of the great demons, depending on his mood. As the path ahead led into the territory of Hangzhou, it was well known that the relationship between Hangzhou and Hezhou was far from amicable. Furthermore, to the north, at the border where the state of Zhou met Hangzhou, chaos and warfare reigned perpetually. Thus, the endeavor to quell the major demons of Hangzhou was of no concern to him. However, reflecting upon the havoc these formidable demons wreaked upon the mortal realm, Su Chen felt an undeniable urge to not let them entirely escape his wrath. Consequently, he brazenly obliterated their lair right before their eyes, departing amidst their expressions of terror and despair. Before he left, he would even inquire whether his actions had been sufficiently stylish. Should they dare to claim otherwise, he would have no qualms about sending them to meet their end. Naturally, such audacious demons were a rarity. After traversing the undulating mountains for the better part of a day, Su Chen finally emerged upon a vast expanse of plain. His relentless advance had carved a formidable chasm through the mountains spanning over 100,000 miles, leaving an indelible mark of anguish in the hearts of countless demons. For some of the demons residing within Hangzhou, the most tragic fate was to survive only to find their homes obliterated. Eventually, Su Chen completed his crossing over the Tianxian mountain range and descended gracefully from the sky, landing beside a thoroughfare amidst the dense forest below. As he walked along the road, he spotted an open-air tea house at the forest's edge. Proprietor, a pot of tea, if you please. Su Chen entered the establishment and selected an empty seat. Although he had transcended the need for sustenance, rendering him impervious to the ravages of hunger and thirst, the joy of indulgence was not confined to levels of cultivation. After all, with his unmatched prowess, all that remained was the pursuit of enjoyment. He mused to himself, at the pinnacle of existence, what greater torment could there be? Very well, please hold on a moment. Shortly thereafter, the proprietor presented a pot of tea and a cup before Su Chen. Enjoy your drink, esteemed guest. Su Chen poured the fragrant tea into the cup and savored it in one glorious gulp. The sweetness of the mountain spring tea permeated his senses. This is the essence of cultivation, Su Chen marveled. To bury oneself in relentless practice, to the point of becoming a mere dullard, is a fate to be avoided. Just as Su Chen had consumed half of the pot, a commotion erupted from the depths of the forest. Flee! A major demon has emerged, shouted one of the bloodied cultivators as he stumbled in panic. Almost immediately after his warning, a horrific scream pierced the air. His faltering form collapsed amidst the cries of terror. In the next instant, a pristine six-tailed beast materialized within Su Chen's line of sight. By the heavens! I am merely here to enjoy my tea, and yet this beast dares to intrude upon my peace. Where's the respect? Su Chen extended his hand to obliterate the creature. At that moment, a voice resonated in his ear. Do not panic. I shall ensure your safety. Simultaneously, a dark figure leaped from the adjacent tea table onto the thoroughfare, confronting the six-tailed fox from a distance. Observing this display of intervention, Su Chen withdrew his hand. He regarded the youth, who appeared to be around 22 or 23 years of age, clad in black attire adorned with golden threads at the cuffs. He wielded a silver spirit sword embellished with intricate designs. Surely, he must be the offspring of some esteemed immortal family, Su Chen mused. Just as this thought crossed his mind, someone nearby exclaimed, "That young master is Zhang Feng, the third son of the Lord of Linqing, renowned for his exceptional talent. At merely 23, he has already attained the Wanjian Realm. Is that truly the case? How splendid! We are saved." The crowd, once enveloped in despair, was suddenly invigorated with hope. Indeed, I caught a glimpse of him last month in Linqing and memorized his features. What fortune to encounter young Master Zhang here. Otherwise, we would likely meet a tragic end at the hands of this beast. The tea house was filled with a dozen or so patrons. Upon learning of the identity of the youth in black, the previously despondent atmosphere transformed as relief washed over them. You wretched creature. Centuries ago, my ancestors forged a pact with the Black Bear Demon King, establishing this realm as human territory. Zhang Feng confronted the six-tailed fox, opting to reason rather than strike immediately. Now, you invade our world, breaking the pact, and you shall not escape my wrath. The six-tailed fox's crimson eyes fixated on Zhang Feng. As a resident of the Tianxian mountain range, it was well aware of Zhang Feng's reputation as a young prodigy, yet it understood that even with their strengths nearly equal, the prospect of its defeat was improbable. Nevertheless, an instinctive sense of impending danger surged within it, a sensation that compelled it to hesitate before Zhang Feng. This feeling agitated the six-tailed fox, prompting it to pace back and forth, contemplating a retreat. Yet, the commands of the Black Bear Demon King were not to be disobeyed. Thus, it spoke with human words. The Black Bear Demon King has issued orders and has personally torn apart the pact with Linqing. Zhang Feng continued. How could the revered Black Bear Demon King, a figure of such stature, act in such dishonor? Despicable human cultivators. taking advantage of the Black Bear Demon King's absence to destroy his abode, yet you dare speak of pacts. Su Chen, upon hearing this, choked on his tea, sputtering in surprise. Esteemed guest, are you all right? The proprietor inquired with concern. Su Chen shook his head, realizing that the emergence of the demon was indeed a consequence of his own actions. A flicker of guilt or embarrassment crossed his visage, which did not go unnoticed by the attentive proprietor, who assumed Su Chen was merely frightened by the demon. Fear not, esteemed guest, with young Master Zhang here. We shall surely be safe. I am not frightened, Su Chen replied, momentarily taken aback, attempting to clarify. Observing Su Chen's hesitance, the proprietor, with a knowing tone, continued to reassure him. Su Chen was left speechless, thinking that the situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. The Black Bear Demon King's abode has been destroyed? Zhang Feng echoed, astonished. Though he had never witnessed the lair of the Black Bear Demon King, he had heard tales from his ancestors of the abundant spiritual energy and countless treasures such as spiritual herbs and fruits that resided within. These demon kings were notoriously selfish, often surrounding their territories with formidable traps and prohibitions to deter intruders. While it was conceivable that someone might stealthily enter and pilfer a few spiritual herbs, the notion that the lair had been destroyed was beyond comprehension. Could it truly be that a mortal cultivator, amidst various lethal formations and restrictions, could devastate the lair of the Black Bear Demon King? If this were indeed the case, what kind of cultivation level must this individual possess? Humph. The six-tailed fox demon scoffed lightly and continued, the entire mountain of the Demon King's celestial abode has been cleaved in half. Otherwise, the Demon King would not be so enraged. Zhang Feng, taken aback, stood momentarily in shock before the six-tailed fox uttered those words. His understanding of the destruction of the celestial abode was limited to the potential obliteration of various celestial herbs and fruits. He could never have imagined that the entire mountain itself had been reduced to rubble. What kind of majestic power, what kind of transcendent cultivation could achieve such a feat? Thus, you shameless and despicable human, come forth and meet your demise. Chapter 19. Do not stand in my way. The six-tailed fox unfurled its six tails, which grew dramatically in the wind, reaching dozens of yards in an instant. Each tail resembled a chain of iron. Bang, bang, bang. They struck the void, creating a series of sonic booms as they surged towards Zhang Feng's face. Zhang Feng unleashed his cultivation, his long hair billowing. A streak of silver sword light cleaved through the air from his hand. Clang, clang, clang. He wielded his spirit sword, deflecting the six-tailed fox's tails. In that moment, the sound of clashing gold and stone pierced the air. However, despite being a prodigy, Zhang Feng was still young and lacked ample combat experience. As the battle with the six-tailed fox intensified, he began to feel somewhat clumsy. He had to protect the lives of the 10 or so individuals behind him, warding off any terrifying residual waves of battle that might threaten them. Thus, before long, Zhang Feng began to find himself at a disadvantage. In fact, his left arm sustained a grievous wound, bleeding profusely as he attempted to shield the group from the fox's attacks. Boom! The nine-tailed fox swept its tail, sending Zhang Feng flying dozens of yards. Shameless human cultivator, if you were to flee now, you might yet preserve your life. Why must you force me to kill you? The six-tailed fox spoke coldly. Although a demon, the six-tailed fox possessed intelligence akin to that of a human, perhaps even surpassing it. It did not wish to kill Zhang Feng, for he was the son of the city lord of Lin City. Even though it was acting on orders from the Black Bear Demon King, provoking an insurmountable human force could lead to its own demise. After all, it was merely one among thousands of subordinates to the Black Bear Demon King, who would not provide it with special protection. If it died, it simply died. Yet, it could not retreat either, for if the Black Bear Demon King discovered its insubordination, it too would face certain death. Hence, it could only attempt to persuade Zhang Feng through words, hoping he would leave. After all, Zhang Feng possessed the strength of the nascent soul. If he truly wished to escape, there was little the fox could do. Even if the Black Bear Demon King found out, the punishment would be less than fatal. However, Zhang Feng, as the son of the Lin City lord and a prodigy in his own right, had his own pride and defiance. To flee at this moment would surely shatter his resolve. Boom! He activated his profound technique, a fierce wind swirling around him as he unleashed his latent potential, causing his cultivation to surge once more. You vile demon, do not think to shatter my resolve. Today, I shall strike you down. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of swords rang out as silver sword light danced like celestial dragons, enveloping Zhang Feng in a spherical formation of blades. In the next moment, he and his sword became one, transforming into a beam of sword light that surged towards the six-tailed fox's head. After a prolonged battle, he was beginning to tire and resolved to unleash his most formidable strike. The Zhang family ZY sword technique had been cultivated to such a level by young Master Zhang. How terrifying. Even from 100 yards away, the fearsome sword energy sent chills through my very being. Under such swordsmanship, I feared I could not endure even half a breath. As Zhang Feng executed the ZY sword technique, those nearby gasped in astonishment. However, Su Chen's eyes had narrowed into slits, unable to discern any merit in this technique. Wasn't this merely a facade of grandeur? It appeared impressive, yet if this set of sword techniques were to strike him, not even a wisp of smoke would arise. On the battlefield, countless beams of sword light coalesced into a silver sword dragon, descending upon the six-tailed fox. The fox dared not delay. It swiftly retracted its six tails, wrapping itself in a protective cocoon. Boom! The silver sword dragon struck with a thunderous roar against the shield formed by the six tails. In an instant, sword energy rained down like a torrential storm. Zhang Feng, at the center of this sword formation, began to spin rapidly. The cascading sword energy, converging around him, formed a tempest of blades. Huh! Zhang Feng exclaimed in surprise, uttering a sword command. The swirling tempest of sword energy around him suddenly shifted, pulling forth a dragon of sword energy, stretching several yards in length. Go! Zhang Feng bellowed, pointing his spirit sword at the six-tailed fox. The dragon of sword energy, spiraling around the tip of his sword, emitted a resonant roar, faced with the sword energy manifesting as a dragon. A flicker of surprise pierced the eyes of the six-tailed fox. If this sword technique were directed at a member of the Zhang family of equivalent cultivation, it might prove challenging to counter. However, against Zhang Feng, it might inflict injury, yet would not be fatal. While Zhang Feng's technique was executed with considerable skill, it ultimately lacked the refinement of experience. The six-tailed fox's six tails, agile as hands, swiftly morphed and struck through the air, colliding directly with the dragon of sword energy. Boom! The sound of the collision reverberated through the heavens, creating a wave of immense force that swept through the surroundings. The entire space began to tremble. The roof of the tea house where Su Chen was situated was torn away, half of it flying off. In the center of the battlefield, following the fierce clash, the sword energy dragon dissipated, and one of the fox's tails was severed by the violent sword energy, causing a rain of crimson blood to fall. Yet, it ultimately managed to thwart Zhang Feng's desperate strike. Simultaneously, the moment for its counterattack had arrived. The remaining five tails of the six-tailed fox lashed out like creeping vines, swiftly ensnaring Zhang Feng before he could react, binding him like a zongzi. Crack! The six-tailed fox constricted its tails, causing Zhang Feng's body to emit a series of cracking sounds. He turned red, his gums bleeding from the pressure. Realizing that his strongest strike had failed to slay the six-tailed fox, he understood that he might be defeated. I am giving you one last chance. If you wish to live, then flee. The six-tailed fox gazed at Zhang Feng, its voice laced with a hint of persuasion. Humph! Zhang Feng snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he replied, then kill me. As cultivators, how can we cower in fear of death? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the expression of the six-tailed fox grew increasingly frigid. At this juncture, there is no turning back. It must take the perilous step of making another decision, to eliminate all present humans and then to slay Zhang Feng. In doing so, no one would know that it was responsible for Zhang Feng's demise, thus potentially averting trouble from the Zhang family. Outside the battlefield, as Zhang Feng was captured, disbelief washed over the crowd. Young Master Zhang is a prodigious disciple of the nascent soul stage. In a moment when he was expected to deliver an overwhelming blow of hope, he was unexpectedly defeated. An icy dread enveloped the onlookers. A significant part of this was the impending threat to their own lives. I am truly sorry for you all. Flee quickly. I will buy you the last moments of time. If you escape safely, please seek vengeance for me from my father. Just as fear gripped the hearts of the crowd, Zhang Feng suddenly shouted, everyone must die. The six-tailed fox, binding Zhang Feng, roared ferociously and charged towards Su Chen's group. Yet, in that instant, the restrained Zhang Feng's aura erupted with chaotic intensity, turning wildly violent. The six-tailed fox's expression shifted as it realized that its grip was loosening. It frantically thrashed its tails, attempting to dislodge Zhang Feng. However, Zhang Feng had already resolved to embrace death, clasping the five tails of the six-tailed fox with fierce determination, refusing to let go despite its tumultuous efforts. Witnessing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Young Master Zhang intends to burn his nascent soul and self-destruct. At that moment, they were moved by Zhang Feng's resolve, their emotions tangled in a web of conflict. Yet, driven by rationality, they exchanged glances and made a decision. Escaping was the only way to honor Zhang Feng's expectations. Only by fleeing could they seek vengeance for young Master Zhang. Remaining there, with their cultivation levels, would only lead to futile sacrifice against the six-tailed fox. As Zhang Feng prepared to self-destruct, Su Chen finally rose to his feet. However, the tea house owner beside him restrained him. Young master, what do you intend to do? Come with me. We cannot waste the precious time young Master Zhang has bought with his life. Escape? What is there to escape from? I have yet to make my move. Young Master, do not act impulsively. The proprietor insisted, tugging at Su Chen. Yet, Su Chen stood firm like an immovable pillar, unaffected by the nearly 200 pounds of force applied by the shopkeeper, who was astonished. Since Su Chen entered the shop, the owner had observed him, deeming him merely handsome but otherwise unremarkable, lacking any discernible cultivation fluctuations. He had assumed he was just a mortal. Now, as he exerted all his strength and found Su Chen utterly unyielding, his astonishment only deepened. Then, to his even greater shock, he witnessed Su Chen raise his right hand and gently sweep it through the air before Zhang Feng. The once chaotic and frenzied aura surrounding Zhang Feng immediately calmed, as if it had become a well-behaved child. Well then, may I proceed without further obstruction? Su Chen turned his gaze toward the shopkeeper, smiling. In that instant, the proprietor stared dumbfoundedly at Su Chen's face, his body seemingly struck by lightning. His mind rendered incapable of directing his actions. His breath became short and labored. Was this the power exhibited by this young gentleman? It was utterly terrifying. Though his cultivation was vastly inferior to that of the nascent soul, he understood that to quell someone intending to self-destruct required a level of power at least a tier above that of the one self-destructing. I have no interest in men. Do you still refuse to let go? Su Chen remarked lightly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. The shopkeeper snapped back to reality, his body once again feeling as though it had been electrified, and he hastily released his grip. Thus, he stood there, staring blankly at Su Chen's retreating figure as he stepped onto the battlefield. Next, to the astonishment of all present, Su Chen extended his hand and gently patted the six-tailed fox. In that moment, the six-tailed fox felt itself ensnared by an inexplicable, terrifying force. It attempted to break free, only to discover that its own strength was as defenseless as a small boat amidst a vast ocean of stars. In that instant, it finally comprehended that the sense of crisis it had felt upon arriving was emanating from this young man. Yet it was too late. In a flash of horror, despair, and pleas for mercy, the six-tailed fox was instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Its existence was utterly erased from this world. The six-tailed fox, thus, met its demise without leaving a trace. The sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of mental paralysis. That beast was comparable to a nascent soul cultivator, ruling over a domain, yet it was effortlessly wiped away by this seemingly unremarkable youth, as if erasing a mistake with an eraser. Su Chen extended his hand to help Zhang Feng to his feet. The one who had resigned himself to death now found a glimmer of hope. Gazing at Su Chen, he felt as if he had crossed into another realm, disbelief swirling in his mind as he stammered, "Thank you so much, Senior, for saving my life." Su Chen, hearing this, recoiled slightly. "Brother, I might be younger than you. Just call me little brother, little brother." As Zhang Feng processed Su Chen's earlier feat of vanquishing the six-tailed fox, he found it hard to believe his ears. Was the current powerhouse so approachable? Exactly, that's how it should be, Su Chen chuckled, patting Zhang Feng on the shoulder. He found a certain fondness for such a passionate youth. Zhang Feng, seeing Su Chen's expression, sensed no pretense. Yet, recalling Su Chen's formidable power and the casual pat on his shoulder, he felt a jolt of surprise and awe. In the next moment, he stood up straight, remembering the teachings of his senior. Noticing Zhang Feng's sudden shift to a respectful demeanor, Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance. Zhang Feng, feeling the weight of Su Chen's gaze, immediately corrected himself, albeit still lacking confidence. "Little brother." Su Chen, satisfied, grinned as he draped an arm around Zhang Feng's shoulder and headed toward the tea house. However, for Zhang Feng, it felt more like being dragged back into the tea house than being embraced. Upon entering, the crowd regarded Su Chen with an overwhelming sense of reverence, even without sitting down. Everyone stood rigidly at attention, like wooden posts. "Why is everyone standing? Sit down and continue enjoying your tea," Su Chen said with a relaxed demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. At his words, the crowd promptly obeyed, sitting down with a clatter, though their backs remained straight. Su Chen observed this with a mixture of amusement and indifference, internally reflecting how people at the pinnacle often become distant. To engage with others while maintaining the demeanor of an ordinary individual is indeed a challenge. "Let us partake in tea," he suggested. Although the gathering appeared somewhat reserved, Su Chen graciously lifted his teacup. Observing this, the others felt compelled to follow suit, raising their cups in unison and downing their contents. Su Chen sighed inwardly, finding the atmosphere rather tiresome. Subsequently, while sipping his tea, he exchanged a few casual remarks with Zhang Feng. As the conversation grew increasingly dull, he contemplated taking his leave. Noticing Su Chen's intention to depart, Zhang Feng hastily urged, "My dear brother, you have traveled a great distance. Do visit my humble abode." Su Chen glanced at the sky, realizing it was getting late, and thus acquiesced. A look of delight spread across Zhang Feng's face. "How much for the tea?" Su Chen inquired as he prepared to leave. "My esteemed senior, how could I dare accept your money? These few pots of tea are but a humble tribute to you," the shopkeeper said with a beaming smile, eager to please. Seeing the shopkeeper's earnestness, Su Chen felt it would be remiss to disregard such goodwill. Moreover, when one has the opportunity for a complimentary treat, why not seize it? He withdrew his hand from his pocket. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for enjoying 2 pots of tea at no cost. You have completed the freebie task." Task completed. Reward, 50 points of cultivation. Task completed. Reward, 1 high-grade foundation establishment pill. A hint of a smile appeared on Su Chen's face upon hearing the system's rewards. Although it was merely 50 points of cultivation, he understood that small accumulations could lead to significant gains. Thus, he held no disdain for it. However, after receiving the high-grade foundation establishment pill, he immediately resumed the demeanor of a transcendent sage and addressed the shopkeeper. "Am I the sort of person who takes advantage of others? Since you have graciously offered me tea, I shall not drink for free. Let me gift you a pill instead." In the next moment, Su Chen produced the high-grade foundation establishment pill and presented it to the shopkeeper. This item, to him, was as worthless as refuse. It was better to do a good deed than to discard it. The shopkeeper's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the purple pill, radiating ethereal energy. "Is this truly a high-grade foundation establishment pill? You are genuinely bestowing it upon me." His mouth hung open, filled with desire and incredulity. Having immersed himself in the foundation establishment realm for years without any progress, he had opened a tea house at the periphery of the Tianxian Mountains, hoping to alter his mindset and break through his stagnation. Yet, nearly a decade had passed without any signs of advancement. He had resigned himself to a life of mediocrity, running a tea house for the remainder of his days. But now, witnessing the high-grade foundation establishment pill in Su Chen's hand reignited a flicker of hope within him. Blazing fiercely, this pill could significantly catalyze the potential of foundation establishment cultivators. If he could acquire it, his chances of breaking through would be nearly assured. However, such high-grade pills were not only exorbitantly priced, but also exceedingly rare. For someone of his station, not only was there doubt about his financial means, but even the opportunity to encounter such treasures was scarce. Yet here stood what he had assumed to be an ordinary tea drinker, nonchalantly presenting it as a gift. How could this not astound him? "This is of no use to me. Consider it a sweet treat," Su Chen said, flicking his finger to toss the high-grade foundation establishment pill into the shopkeeper's hands. "A sweet treat? Is this real?" The shopkeeper could not help but pinch himself. The pain confirmed that this was not a dream. It was indeed reality. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest as he gazed at the purple pill, his hands trembling with a mix of excitement and anxiety. At that moment, his fate was poised to change once again. Yet, simultaneously, a tinge of disappointment washed over him. For the item capable of altering his destiny was, in Su Chen's eyes, merely a confection. However, this sentiment was fleeting, quickly erased from his mind. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper, recovering from his daze, realized that when he wished to express his gratitude to Su Chen, the latter had already departed. Thus, he knelt and bowed several times in the direction Su Chen had gone. Chapter 21. Do not panic. I shall intervene. At Zhang Feng's invitation, Su Chen arrived in Lin City. This city, nestled against the Tianxian Mountains to the east and bordering the Abyssal Sea to the west, spanned 1,000,000 miles and served as the primary fortress guarding the eastern and western frontiers. With a population nearing 1 billion, its city walls stretched for thousands of miles. Situated on the expansive Wanjian Plain, flying within the city was prohibited, leading to the establishment of over hundreds of thousands of teleportation arrays throughout. Following Zhang Feng into the city, Su Chen listened intently as he elaborated on the local customs and culture. Soon, they arrived at a teleportation array. Zhang Feng presented his identity token to the guardian cultivator, allowing Su Chen to enjoy the privileges of a distinguished class, complimentary access to the teleportation array. In a flash of white light, they materialized before an imposing and grand residence. The entrance bore the 4 powerful golden characters, City Lord's Mansion. "Greetings, third young master." "Greetings, young master." Upon their arrival, the guardians of the teleportation array hastily greeted the two. Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello," Su Chen replied politely, returning the greeting. "Brother Su, please," Zhang Feng insisted as they continued on their way. Throughout their journey, Zhang Feng had awkwardly referred to Su Chen as little brother, which Su Chen found increasingly uncomfortable, prompting him to request that Zhang Feng address him as Brother Su instead. Initially, he had intended for Zhang Feng to call him simply Su, but after a couple of attempts, he felt it veered towards the inappropriate. Thus, he settled on Brother Su as a more suitable option. Accepting Zhang Feng's invitation, Su Chen strode confidently toward the City Lord's mansion. The guardians at the teleportation array exchanged glances, astonished by Zhang Feng's unusual courtesy towards the young man in white. It was widely known that the city lord's third young master was exceptionally gifted, having achieved the realm of nascent soul at a young age, which bred a certain arrogance. He typically regarded his peers with disdain. Yet today he treated this youth of similar age with such courtesy. What could this young man's true identity be? As they entered the city lord's mansion, guided by Zhang Feng, they soon arrived at the reception hall. "Brother Su, please." Zhang Feng invited Su Chen to take a seat. Su Chen adjusted himself and settled into a chair. Once seated, Zhang Feng summoned the mansion's servants to arrange for the finest nectar and jade wine. Soon, golden cups and jade vessels were presented. Zhang Feng personally poured a drink for Su Chen, an act that left the nearby servants in disbelief, speculating among themselves about the third young master's unusual behavior. "Please, young Master Su, do sample this wine. It is brewed from the essence of a formidable demon at the refinement void stage, combined with various celestial herbs and fruits, steeped for a millennium. For ordinary cultivators, consuming it can aid in enhancing their cultivation." Su Chen's heart stirred slightly at these words. The essence from a demon at the refinement void stage, while easily obtainable, required a millennium of aging to achieve such refinement. Indeed a rare feat. He lifted the golden goblet and slowly poured the wine into his mouth. It was utterly delightful and lingered on the palate. It resembled sweet dew, indeed a remarkable elixir. Such a family of nobility truly understands the art of enjoyment. After savoring this wine, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, reflecting on the inferior beverages he had previously consumed. How exquisite it truly was. With Su Chen's commendation, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. "If you appreciate it, my brother Su, I shall prepare 2 flasks for you when you depart from Lin City." "Excellent. Why not indulge in a bit of generosity?" Su Chen replied with a hearty laugh. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 2 flasks of fine wine, completing the task of indulgence. Task completed. Reward, 5,000 cultivation points. Task completed. Reward, 1 beauty elixir." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the household retainers standing nearby were left in a daze. The ingredients for this wine were not particularly challenging for the Zhang family to procure, yet to age it for millennia was a formidable feat for nearly a century. Only individuals of significant status had been graced with such a beverage at the Zhang family estate. Today, the third young master not only served it to this young man in white, but even promised to prepare 2 flasks for him upon his departure. Had the third young master been bewitched, or had his mind gone awry? Yet, as loyal retainers, they dared not voice their opinions, only feeling envy and jealousy. They could only stand aside, discreetly inhaling the fragrant aroma of the wine, hoping that a mere whiff might elevate their own cultivation tonight. The two continued to exchange toasts and laughter as the sky gradually darkened. Observing this, Zhang Feng commanded his servants to prepare a sumptuous feast. The servants complied and retreated. "Brother Su, shortly we shall partake in the evening banquet. I wish to introduce you to my father as a gesture of gratitude for your timely assistance today." As long as it did not conflict with his principles, Su Chen readily agreed, nodding in affirmation. At that moment, however, one of the retainers interjected, "Third young master, the city lord is currently not at the estate." "Not at the estate?" Zhang Feng inquired. The retainer continued, "Earlier, the city lord received reports from the Tianxian mountain range regarding a massive upheaval of demonic beasts. He has led tens of thousands of soldiers to quell the disturbance." As Zhang Feng processed the retainer's words, he realized he had been so engrossed in conversation with Su Chen that he had forgotten about this critical matter. He had intended to report back upon returning, but had completely overlooked it. "Did my father mention when he would return?" Zhang Feng asked. The city lord did not specify. But it seems this upheaval involves a major demon of the great ascension realm, and it may necessitate the intervention of the elders. Su Chen listened intently, feeling a hint of unease. To conceal his apprehension, he took another hearty drink. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by the retainers of the city lord's estate, who regarded him with disdain and contempt. They could not fathom how the third young master had befriended such an individual. The mere mention of a major demon of the great ascension realm seemed to terrify this young man into drinking for courage. "Understood," Zhang Feng replied, acknowledging the retainer's mention of the major demon, which he recognized as the Black Bear Demon King. He had not anticipated that his father would move so swiftly. Initially, he had planned to accompany his father to the Tianxian mountain range to battle the demonic beasts after reporting back. However, looking at Su Chen, he felt compelled to forego that plan. It appeared he would have to wait until tomorrow, after bidding farewell to his brother Su, before he could seize the opportunity to join the fray. After a while, the two continued to drink, and the retainer informed Zhang Feng that the meal was prepared. Thus, they proceeded to the dining hall. After several rounds of feasting, the hour grew late, and Zhang Feng summoned a beautiful maid to arrange accommodations for Su Chen. Su Chen did not refuse. After all, why decline a gift? unless one was oblivious to the joy of indulgence. At that moment, a figure burst into the room. "Third young master, you must save my young lady." The intruding figure was a girl, around 18 or 19, her face streaked with tears, resembling a flower weeping in the rain. With pleading eyes, she implored Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng regarded the young maid, deducing from her attire that she was a servant of the city lord's estate. Yet, he had no recollection of her, so he inquired, "Who is your young lady?" "My young lady is the youngest daughter of the third master." "The third uncle? You mean Yin Yin?" Upon hearing the maid's words, Zhang Feng's expression shifted to one of urgency. He had grown up alongside Zhang Yan, sharing a bond akin to that of siblings. The thought of any misfortune befalling her was unbearable. Yes, something has happened to her. What has transpired?" "The young lady has been captured by a demonic beast, and it is said that Zhang family members are involved, and she has been taken as a hostage," the maid sobbed, her words striking Zhang Feng like a bolt of lightning. Given his father's temperament, even if he were taken captive as a hostage, he would never yield to the enemy. The Zhang family never compromises. That was their family's creed. If Zhang Yan had indeed been taken hostage, her survival would be gravely in jeopardy. "Please, third young master, you must implore the elders to intervene and help rescue my young lady." As a favored scion of the younger generation, Zhang Feng enjoyed the esteem of the family elders. The maid, recognizing this, had rushed to him for aid. Zhang Feng clenched his fists and inhaled deeply. "I shall seek the elders' assistance immediately." He then turned his gaze to Su Chen, saying, "Brother Su, this matter is urgent. I cannot remain by your side for now." "Oh, what do you need the elders for?" "You invited me for wine and food." And he glanced at the beautiful maid in his embrace and continued, "Do not fret. I will take action to aid you in rescuing your sister." Chapter 22. The Return of the Man. "Brother Su, are you truly serious?" Zhang Feng looked at Su Chen, torn between disbelief and trust. Although they had only known each other for a few hours, he was certain that Su Chen was not one to speak lightly. "What? Do you doubt me?" Su Chen retorted, then smiled. "I am invincible." No, Brother Su, I absolutely believe in you. It's just that the major demon within the Tianxian mountain range may possess the strength of the Dao integration or Great Ascension realm." Zhang Feng hastily waved his hands, attempting to caution him. Su Chen sighed, feeling that this young man still had some reservations about his prowess. Yet he didn't mind. In his shoes, he might have thought the person making such claims was insane. However, to substantiate his words, he decided to demonstrate his strength directly. Thus, Su Chen reached out, grasping Zhang Feng, and then enveloped the nearby maid with his cultivation. In the next instant, Zhang Feng and the maid felt as if they were plunged into a shifting corridor of time and space. After 2 breaths, the three found themselves atop a mountain peak, surrounded by a vast expanse of towering ranges. "Is this the Tianxian mountain range?" Zhang Feng exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the dark silhouette of the mountains stretching beneath the starry sky, his voice betraying both shock and uncertainty. "If this truly is the interior of the Heavenly Punishment Mountains, my heavens!" Within just 2 breaths, they have traversed from the Lord's mansion in the heart of Lin City to the depths of the Heavenly Punishment Mountains. The distance between the 2 locations is nearly 30,000 miles, and the skies above Lin City are laden with formidable flight restrictions, covering 30,000 miles. Even for a cultivator at the harmonization stage, would require at least a quarter of an hour. This is within the limits of Zhang Feng's understanding. He could hardly fathom the level of cultivation possessed by Su Chen. Yes, when at the Lord's mansion, he declared himself invincible. Could it be true? The memory of Su Chen's earlier words sent involuntary shivers through Zhang Feng's heart. Simultaneously, he could not help but wonder, could Brother Su be a celestial being descended from the upper realm? Indeed, this is the Heavenly Punishment Mountains. Su Chen's response interrupted Zhang Feng's musings. "Brother Su, you." Stunned by Su Chen's affirmative reply, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily speechless. The revelation was utterly astonishing. Yet, compared to his reaction, the nearby maid exhibited less shock, for her strength was merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, and she had little comprehension of higher realms. "What great demon has captured your young lady?" Su Chen inquired of the maid beside him. "She has been taken by a weasel demon, and I fear she has already been delivered to the hands of the Demon King," the maid replied. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's consciousness surged forth from within, instantly perceiving every blade of grass and tree within a vast radius. "Found it." A look of delight spread across Su Chen's face. "What have you found?" Zhang Feng asked, astonished beyond measure. "Of course, I found your sister." Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with disbelief. Was it truly that simple? What should have been a joyous occasion now felt difficult for him to accept. Over 20,000 miles from Su Chen and his companions, within a dilapidated cave dwelling of a celestial mountain that had been cleaved in half, a young girl lay peacefully asleep on a stone bed. Connected to the cave where the girl rested was a larger, well-lit cavern. At that moment, a powerful black bear demon was toasting with a middle-aged man clad in luxurious garments. "Brother Bear, do you truly intend to go against the Zhao family of Lin City?" the elegantly dressed man remarked, plucking an unfamiliar celestial fruit from a nearby platter and consuming it. "The human cultivators have ravaged my celestial mountain, diminishing its spiritual energy by 90%, and have destroyed countless celestial herbs and fruits. How can I endure such enmity?" the black bear demon growled, spewing forth murky white mist. The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively, fanning away the odor. "Brother Bear, I have told you countless times not to speak to me in such proximity. Your breath is quite foul. We are, after all, kings of our respective realms. Why do you neglect personal hygiene and dignity?" As the demon-turned man spoke, a hint of pity flickered within him. Recalling the afternoon when a youth clad in white had similarly demolished his celestial cave, he could not help but think, "I could certainly endure," but those words remained unspoken. With a thunderous crash, the black bear demon slammed its paw down, shattering a corner of the stone table, sending debris flying. "Look at you all, forgetting your origins and taking on human forms. It's infuriating. Enough of this. That girl is ultimately a member of the Zhang family. Now the head of the Zhang family leads thousands into the heavenly punishment mountains. While other times may be fine, do you truly wish to kill that girl now? Humph. If they do not compensate for my losses, what of it if I kill her?" The black bear demon's eyes glinted with malice. "Let alone the head of the Zhang family. As long as their ancestor does not appear, what can their elders do to me? But if their ancestor truly comes forth? Humph. If the Zhang family's ancestor dares to enter the heavenly punishment mountains, the one deep within will surely not sit idly by." The demon-turned man recoiled slightly, feeling a twinge of regret. "I should not have come here. I merely wished to find a fellow demon king for mutual solace. Now, this black bear demon insists on dragging me into a conflict with Lin City's Zhang family. How did I not encounter that youth this afternoon? Had I met him, even with 10 times my courage, I would have had to swallow my pride. Alas, I can only hope that the one I encountered this afternoon was merely passing through." The middle-aged man felt a strange notion that if that white-clad youth were to confront the one deep within the heavenly punishment mountains, then the latter would likely be no match for him. With this thought, he silently prayed once more for the white-clad youth to be merely a passerby. After regaining his composure, the middle-aged man inquired, "If the Zhang family's ancestor enters the mountain, will the one deep within truly take action?" For many years, the one deep within has grown increasingly intolerant, the black bear demon replied, a glimmer of excitement igniting in the middle-aged man's eyes as he fell into brief contemplation. Suddenly, an urgent cry echoed outside the cave. "Report!" The black bear demon, with claws on its hips and one leg propped on a stone bench, boomed, "Speak, great king. The Zhang family's cloud ship is less than 7,000 miles from here." "Very well, I understand. You may leave." The black bear demon then turned to the middle-aged man, saying, "Brother Hong, join me in eliminating them completely, leaving no survivors. You little demon, whom do you intend to annihilate?" Just as the black bear demon finished speaking, a nonchalant voice suddenly resonated within the cave, reaching the ears of both the black bear demon and the middle-aged man. That voice sounded eerily familiar. The middle-aged man was momentarily stunned, and his complexion paled dramatically. The man has returned. Chapter 23. Too powerful, often at odds with one's character. A sudden spatial ripple undulated through the cave, and in a flash, 3 figures materialized within: the white-clad youth, the black-clad youth, and a woman. Upon seeing the white-clad youth, the middle-aged man's face drained of color, replaced with sheer terror. His gaze met that of the white-clad youth, as if he had encountered the blazing sun. The next moment, his head hung in trepidation. Supreme Celestial. The middle-aged man's jaw trembled uncontrollably. In stark contrast, the black bear demon gaped at the sudden appearance of the 3 figures. First in shock, then in a fit of rage. Is the security of my cave dwelling so lax that even lowly human cultivators can barge in unannounced? With eyes like copper bells, resembling blood wells, the black bear demon bellowed, "Damnable human cultivators, how dare you intrude upon my cave? Prepare to meet your end." Simultaneously, the black bear demon exuded an overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty power, causing the entire cave to tremble slightly. The middle-aged man, witnessing the black bear demon's readiness to strike, felt his pale face twist in panic. "Black bear, no, don't." In his view, if the black bear demon dared to attack the white-clad youth, it would surely spell its demise. However, it is of little consequence whether the black bear demon king lives or dies. What truly instills fear is the possibility of him retaliating against him. At that moment, the middle-aged man hastily retreated, clearly indicating that he had no association with this bear cub. Should the black bear demon king dare to strike at Su Chun, he would naturally not hold back. With a swift motion, he raised his palm, and, with a forceful whoosh, directed it toward the black bear. Bang! The black bear demon king was sent flying back, as if it were a ping-pong ball struck by a paddle. Boom! In the next instant, the black bear's body crashed against the cavern's wall behind it. Yet, the chaos did not cease, propelled by its terrifying cultivation power. The black bear broke through the wall, plummeting directly beyond the confines of the Immortal Mountain's dwelling. The middle-aged man trembled at the sight of Su Chen's unparalleled power. Such celestial might. Cursed black bear, lacking any discernment, it is truly unworthy of existence. In a desperate bid for survival, he was willing to sacrifice a comrade who had been slain. The middle-aged man felt no shame in this. Zhang Feng and the maid, witnessing the scene, were rendered speechless, standing frozen in place, their minds blank and bewildered. If he was not mistaken, this was indeed the Black Bear Demon King, the absolute sovereign of the Tianqian mountain range, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Yet, before Su Chen, it was effortlessly subdued with a mere slap. Su Chen glanced upward, directing his gaze towards the middle-aged man. This fellow was none other than the one I had cast from the Immortal Mountain, the Weasel Demon. The middle-aged man felt the weight of Su Chen's attention upon him, and, unable to contain himself, knelt down in a most ungracious manner. Great Immortal, I beseech you to spare my life. I have an aged mother of 8,000 years to care for, and below. Enough, enough, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. This man displayed a commendable sense of timing. He had no intention of eliminating him. He continued, the skin of that black bear should suffice. Go and procure it for me. The middle-aged man nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve, and dashed towards the cave's entrance, promising, this little demon will not disappoint the great Immortal. I shall ensure a complete and fine hide for you. Your sister is in the adjacent cave. Su Chen then turned to Zhang Feng and addressed him. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Feng trembled, jolted from his stupor. Su Immortal. After witnessing Su Chen's might, the fragile bond of equality they had managed to forge was shattered once more. Su Chen sighed. Each time I reveal even a fraction of my power, it creates a rift due to my overwhelming strength. Go rescue your sister. Zhang Feng, feeling somewhat constrained, acquiesced, and, accompanied by the maid, made his way towards the side cave. Meanwhile, Su Chen approached, seated himself upon a stone bench, and seized the wine jug from the stone table. With a sense of irritable longing, he drank deeply. As the liquor flowed down his throat, his eyes sparkled with delight. Oh, this wine is rather splendid. Have even demons begun to indulge in such pleasures? He continued to sip eagerly. When the middle-aged man returned after stripping the Black Bear Demon King of its hide, he found Su Chen reclining on the stone bench, one hand grasping the wine jug while the other clutched a piece of fruit, thoroughly enjoying himself. Great Immortal. The black bear's hide has been prepared, and I've even done some preliminary processing. The middle-aged man approached cautiously, laying the soft black bear hide upon the stone table before Su Chen. Su Chen acknowledged with a grunt, setting down the wine jug and fruit to reach out and touch the hide. Indeed, the fur of a demon king of such substantial stature was remarkable. It would serve well as a cushion for Xiaobai. You, little demon, possess a commendable sense of duty. Su Chen stored the black bear hide within his system space and remarked casually, thank you for the compliment, Great Immortal. The middle-aged man, taken aback, then tentatively inquired, Great Immortal, I have an elderly mother at home to care for. May I return now? No rush, no rush. The middle-aged man dared not speak further, standing straight at the side, serving Su Chen's needs. Before long, Zhang Feng and the maid returned, and Zhang Feng bore upon his back a woman, his sister, Zhang Yan. Su Chen observed Zhang Yan and noted that she was unharmed. Her unconsciousness stemmed from a restraint placed within her, which could be lifted. However, he had no intention of intervening, as he adhered to the principle of propriety between the sexes, even though he could have easily undone it from a distance. All right. The person has been saved. We may return now. Su Chen rose and addressed Zhang Feng. All is at your command, Su Immortal. Su Chen internally sighed once more, then enveloped the group in his aura. In the next moment, they appeared above the Black Bear Demon King's dwelling upon the Immortal Mountain. This audacious little demon dared to strike at me. I shall ensure his grave is well tended before departing. Standing amidst the clouds, Su Chen withdrew the mysterious iron staff from his system space. Great Immortal, your wisdom is unparalleled. The black bear has overstepped its bounds, and such is its fate. The middle-aged man's face twitched as he offered flattery. In the next instant, the onlookers beheld Su Chen raise the iron staff and strike down upon the half-broken Immortal Mountain below with tremendous force. Boom! The mountain erupted under the staff's terrifying power, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky like a mushroom cloud. The violent shockwaves transformed into gusts of energy that rampaged outward, stretching across thousands of miles in an instant. At that moment, approximately 4,000 miles away, A cloud vessel several dozen miles long was rapidly advancing towards the Black Bear Demon King's abode. The fearsome wave of energy swept over the vessel, tossing it about like a leaf in the wind. Countless cultivators aboard the cloud vessel were thrown overboard like scattered seeds. What has transpired ahead? How could such a terrifying surge of power be unleashed? A middle-aged man with a square face clung desperately to the mast, inquiring of his subordinate. City Lord, it appears to be a surge of power emanating from the direction of the Black Bear Demon King's dwelling. The Black Bear Demon King's dwelling? What has occurred there? Could it be that the elders have intervened? The city lord of Lincheng clung tightly to the mast, even with his peak Dao integration cultivation. He found it difficult to withstand the overwhelming force. Finally, after enduring 2 more waves of energy, the atmosphere quieted once more. Countless cultivators who had been cast out from the cloud vessel returned, scrambling back towards the Black Bear Demon King's dwelling at full speed. Once regrouped, the city lord of Licheng issued orders. Chapter 24, An Odd Phenomenon. What a splendid strike from the great immortal. Su Chun concluded his strike with the staff. Retracting his energy, the middle-aged man hurriedly approached, lavishing praise upon Su Chun with fervent enthusiasm. Su Chun found the middle-aged man's flattery quite agreeable. Although the Black Bear Demon King had perished, many of its subordinates remained unaware and continued their assaults on human cultivators and ordinary mortals. You are tasked with ensuring the cessation of these attacks. Once completed, you may return. Su Chun instructed the middle-aged man accordingly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man was filled with elation. It seemed his life had been spared. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "This little demon guarantees the task will be completed and will not disappoint the great immortal." However, as he raised his head one final time, he discovered that Su Chun had vanished. Yet he dared not grow complacent, shouting loudly into the air, "May the immortal travel safely. Do visit often." As soon as the middle-aged man uttered these words, a voice resonated in his mind. Hearing this transmission, he nearly collapsed in shock. He chastised himself incessantly, cursing his own loose tongue for uttering such pleasantries. However, the words had already escaped his lips and could not be retracted. He could only pray that Su Chun was merely engaging in idle formalities with him. At this moment, the most pressing concern was to fulfill the task assigned to him by Su Chun. Otherwise, should he return empty-handed, he feared he would reap no rewards. Thus, he sent out a call, summoning all nearby monsters. Soon, a motley assembly of creatures, looking disheveled and downtrodden, gathered by his side. The middle-aged man surveyed this ragtag band of monsters, venting his frustration as he scolded them. "Look at you all, half-spirits and half-ghosts. What a disgrace." The monsters, though reprimanded, dared not speak, only retorting silently in their hearts. Surviving the aftermath of that devastating strike was no small feat. Being grimy and disheveled was hardly a concern. You all heard the immortal's words. Immediately cease all hostilities against humans. Those who disobey shall be dealt with severely. Having released his pent-up feelings, he then issued commands to the monsters. The creatures, having witnessed the demise of the Black Bear Demon King and the obliteration of the immortal's cave, had lost all spirit for further aggression against humanity. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's orders, they complied obediently. "We shall heed the command of King Jiao." The next moment, all the monsters, bearing the orders, took flight in various directions. At that time, the Lord of Lin City piloted his cloud ship, now less than 1,000 miles from the Black Bear Demon King's lair. Standing at the forefront of the ship with the wind at his back, he gazed toward the location of the Black Bear's cave. Something seemed amiss. Where had the Black Bear Demon King's cave vanished? He looked out over the vast, empty land, speaking to himself in perplexity. "Lord, we have just received word that all the monsters have retreated." Retreated? The report from his subordinate deepened the Lord's suspicion. Could this band of monsters be laying a trap ahead? "Indeed, they have all retreated," the subordinate confirmed. "Stop the ship." Receiving his subordinate's affirmation, the Lord of Lin City issued a command. These monsters were cunning. Their sudden withdrawal surely indicated some hidden snare ahead. He must not fall into their trap. Simultaneously, he issued another order. "Take a few men and scout towards the Black Bear Demon King's cave." Understood. After a considerable time had passed, the scout returned, reporting to the Lord, "There are no traps or ambushes detected along the way for 500 miles. No traps? The Lord of Lin City could hardly believe his ears. These monsters truly had retreated. Could the terrifying fluctuations of power previously sensed from the direction of the Black Bears lair have been the actions of clan elders or ancestors? Yet that should not be the case. So much time had elapsed, and no news had come from the clan. The more he pondered, the more baffled he became. What do you think could be the reason for this situation? He began to solicit opinions from his subordinates. "We are but fools, unable to deduce anything," came the reply. "Truly foolish," he thought. "Asking you is as good as asking the wind." The Lord of Lin City lapsed back into contemplation. Moments later, he issued another command. Advance 300 miles. Everyone must consolidate within a radius of 100 miles. Thus, the cloud ship resumed its course, cutting through thick layers of clouds. What a mystery! What could these monsters possibly be plotting? After traveling 300 miles, the Lord ordered the cloud ship to halt once more. Everything around remained eerily quiet. Not a single monster could be sensed within a 200-mile radius. Moreover, the distance to the Black Bear Demon King's cave was now less than 500 miles. Why could they not yet see the towering cave of the Black Bear, which reached tens of thousands of meters high? Most perplexing was that this distance had fully entered the territory of the Black Bear Demon King. Given the Demon King's notoriously fiery temper, he should have made his presence known by now. Such an occurrence was exceedingly strange, almost unfathomable. Surely this creature could not have realized his error and chosen to back down. As he wrestled with these thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated from the heavens above. Is Xiangling present aboard the cloud ship? Moments later, a handsome middle-aged man emerged from behind the clouds. Upon seeing this man, the Lord of Lin City felt an immediate sense of alarm. The enemy was upon him, and he had not even noticed. This had to be the Black Bear Demon King's summoned ally, a powerful demon in his own right. Simultaneously, Xiangling felt a pang of regret. This was a grave error. He had been too reckless and had fallen into a trap. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to press forward. He stepped into the air, unleashing his full cultivation, his aura soaring to the pinnacle of harmony. All soldiers, form ranks and slay this demon. 3,000 soldiers, all at or above the god transformation stage, sprang into action upon hearing Xiangling's command. An invisible formation spread out across the sky. Lord Zhang, you have misunderstood. You have misunderstood. As the confrontation loomed, the middle-aged man thought of the young man in white and trembled, shouting loudly. Misunderstood? Xiangling, witnessing the large demon retreating as he spoke, questioned incredulously. Indeed, you have truly misunderstood. I am here to seek reconciliation regarding this conflict. Moreover, as you can see, I have already ordered all monsters to retreat to their own territories. Hearing this, Xiangling became even more perplexed. Just this afternoon, these monsters had been brimming with arrogance. Now they had withdrawn. Had they taken some strange medicine? Demon, if you have any traps or ambushes, reveal them now. I, Xiangling, am not easily deceived. The sudden change in the demon's demeanor left Xiangling skeptical. He stepped forward once more, bolstered by the formation established by the 3,000 soldiers. His power subtly suggesting transcendence. Lord Zhang, I truly have no intention of deceiving you. The middle-aged man was on the verge of tears. This Lord of Lin City was far too suspicious. How could he not understand the language of demons? At the same time, he felt deeply wronged. Here he was, a dignified great demon of the ascended stage, reduced to such groveling humility. Come, take my life. The 3,000 soldiers completed their formation. Through the communication of the Grand Array, Xiangling had fused with the 3,000 soldiers. His power now reached its zenith. He could stand his ground even against a great demon of the ascended stage. Boom! Xiangling unleashed a strike in midair. The space within dozens of miles erupted in waves. The magnificent force of his punch shattered the void, crashing down towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, transformed from a weasel demon, recalled Su Chen's words and dared not confront Xiangling directly. Should that cunning rogue be secretly lurking there? Observing as one takes action against humanity, he would surely regret it in hindsight. Thus, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, soaring into the distance while calling out, Lord Zhang. Our demon clan sincerely wishes to avoid further conflict with Lin City. This was merely a moment of folly on Black Bear's part, and he has paid the ultimate price for his errors. As Xiangling's strike missed its target, he caught wind of the great demon's words and began to harbor doubts. Could it be that the claims of this formidable demon were true? Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Given the demon's assertion that Black Bear had perished, he pressed for clarification. If that is the case, where lies his corpse? Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you, the weasel demon swiftly replied, sensing a glimmer of hope for continued dialogue. In the blink of an eye, the weasel demon transformed into a flicker of light, retreating into the clouds behind. Everyone, do not let your guard down. Xiangling issued a firm command, uncertain whether this might be a ploy by the demons. Yet, mere moments later, the weasel demon returned, clutching a bloodied corpse. Although the body was devoid of fur, Xiangling could discern that it was indeed the Black Bear Demon King. With the confirmation of the Black Bear's demise, Xiangling, who had harbored doubts, began to entertain belief. What is the meaning of this? The Black Bear Demon King offended the celestial being, and thus he deserved his fate. The celestial being, in his benevolence, could not bear to see living beings suffer, which is why he sent me to resolve this conflict with you. The weasel demon glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, as he continued to flatter, O celestial being. What a celestial being! Xiangling was taken aback, perplexed by the weasel demon's assertions. Who exactly is this celestial being? Surely a figure of unparalleled prowess, surpassing even the likes of Yanzu, the weasel demon elaborated. Zhang Ling furrowed his brow, baffled by the demon's ramblings. Then let this matter conclude here. The weasel demon continued, and by this point, Zhang Ling was inclined to believe most of what he had heard. However, he remained curious about the identity of this celestial being and the extraordinary powers that could dispatch a demon king within the Tianqian Mountains, leaving no room for resistance. Surely that previous strike could not have been delivered by this so-called celestial being. If it were true, then this celestial being must possess powers exceeding the tribulation stage. With these questions swirling in his mind, Zhang Ling commanded his men to steer the cloud boat back to Lin City. Chapter 25. I hail from the Zhou Kingdom in the Eastern Lands. At this moment, within Lin City, at the residence of the city lord, in the Eastern Courtyard, in the Tianzi guest room. Young Master Su, you are quite mischievous. The soft, fragrant voice carried a hint of playful reproach, causing Su Chen to pause in surprise. The wind outside is fierce, almost extinguishing the candle. I merely closed a window. What is the matter? The maid's face flushed like a tomato kissed by morning dew, turning crimson all the way to her neck. I thought you were shy, she stammered. Thought what? What kind of person do you think I am? He replied, his voice low. Oh, she whispered. Alas. Su Chen sighed, speaking earnestly. You people truly have unhealthy thoughts. A crisp sound echoed, and Su Chen exclaimed, ah, delightful. You've spilled water all over me. The maid exclaimed, haha, apply a bit more pressure. Su Chen laughed, glancing at the maid who was massaging his feet, reflecting that regardless of one's cultivation level, a nightly soak in hot water could still alleviate the weariness of the day. Just as Su Chen was enjoying his foot bath and massage, a sudden commotion outside the guest room interrupted him. Young Master Su, are you asleep? After the earlier events, Zhang Feng no longer dared to address Su Chen as Brother Su. Yet, Su Chen felt that calling him celestial being Su would make him seem too old-fashioned. So he insisted on being called Young Master Su. Come in. Recognizing the voice, Su Chen responded to the figure outside the guest room. Creak. The door swung open. A gust of wind rushed in, almost extinguishing the candle once more. In the next moment, Zhang Feng's silhouette appeared within the room. It's so late. Do you require my assistance? Su Chen inquired. No. Zhang Feng quickly waved his hands. My father is returning soon, and I want to introduce you to him. Why was this fellow so insistent on introducing me to his father? Could it be that his father is? Upon this thought, Su Chen inhaled sharply, but he merely responded, very well. Since I am in Lin City and intend to spend the night here at the city lord's residence, it is indeed appropriate to make an acquaintance. Moreover, it would be an opportunity to inquire about how to obtain a protective mountain formation. Su Chen wiped his feet on his trousers, slipped into his shoes, and declared, let us go. Under Zhang Feng's guidance, the two exited the guest room and made their way toward the main hall of the residence. Your sister is all right, I hope? Thank you for your concern. Young Master Su, she should be fine. The clan elder said she is likely to awaken tomorrow, Zhang Feng replied. The two engaged in casual conversation as they approached the main hall. Inside the grand hall, a middle-aged man sat, none other than Zhang Ling, the city lord of Lin City. His brows were tightly knit, one hand resting on a nearby mahogany table, incessantly tapping it with a rhythmic thud. Child pays respects to father. Zhang Feng stepped forward, bowing deeply. Zhang Ling glanced at Zhang Feng, irritation etched on his face. Begone. Yet, undeterred, Zhang Feng continued. Father, I wish to introduce you to a friend. A friend? What sort of unsavory companions have you befriended now? Zhang Ling's tone suddenly turned stern, laced with anger. Young Master Su is certainly no unsavory companion. Seeing that Zhang Ling remained dismissive, Zhang Feng suddenly raised his voice, infused with a hint of reproach. Father, why can you never acknowledge me? Zhang Ling abruptly lifted his head, his gaze turning icy and piercing as he enunciated each word. At your age, I had already reached the transformation realm. Su Chen stood to the side, observing the father-son exchange, feeling a sense of awkwardness. Yet, at the same time, he began to understand why Zhang Ling had always wished to introduce him to his father. From the current situation, it seemed that Zhang Ling had never been particularly satisfied with his son, despite Zhang Feng being the pride of Lin City. Zhang Feng's desire to prove himself stemmed from his father's discontent. Earlier that afternoon, Su Chen had witnessed Zhang Feng's fervent determination outside the Tianqian Mountains, which served as evidence of his striving for recognition. Now, as Zhang Feng sought to present him to his father, he seemed to convey the message, look, old man, I have made a remarkable friend, in hopes of garnering his father's attention and regard. However, Zhang Ling's mood was soured by the recent events in the Tianqian Mountains, and he inadvertently quelled Zhang Feng's enthusiasm with his mere words. What could be more disheartening than the stark reality laid bare before him? The atmosphere grew awkward and tense. To be frank, Su Chen felt that this father was being excessively harsh. However, this is a matter concerning another family, and his involvement seems rather illogical. Sighing deeply after a brief silence, Zhang Ling's stern expression softened somewhat, yet he still spoke with the authoritative tone of an elder to Zhang Feng, saying, I have always urged you to be strict with yourself, hoping you will achieve great things in the future. He then finally turned his gaze towards Su Chen and inquired, which sect do you belong to? I am the sole direct disciple of the sect master of the Wanjian sect, Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ling's expression brightened momentarily, realizing that his son had finally befriended someone of commendable stature. However, his brow soon furrowed again. This Wanjian sect? I have never heard of it. Could it possibly be a small, remote sect? How many disciples does your Wanjian sect have? Zhang Ling's question, though slightly irksome to Su Chen, was met with a sense of obligation, as he wished to give some regard to Zhang Feng. Thus, he responded, if my memory serves me correctly, there are approximately 30 to 40,000 disciples. Indeed, it seemed a small and isolated sect. A sect of such size would be overshadowed by any formidable force in Ling City. Zhang Ling, not wishing to pursue the matter further, felt a deeper disappointment in his son. What kind of disciples are you associating with? Enough. You may leave now and properly entertain your friend. However, as the lord of a city, he could not afford to appear too petty, and after all, Zhang Feng remained his son, deserving of some semblance of dignity. Father, Su Gongzi is not just any friend. His sect is located in the Zhou Kingdom, east of the Tianshan mountain range. Although Su Gongzi may hail from a small sect, his abilities are comparable to those of an immortal. As Zhang Ling seemed inclined to dismiss him, Zhang Feng made one last stand for reason. Zhou Kingdom. Zhang Ling's demeanor shifted. The Zhou Kingdom lay across the Tianshan mountain range from Ling City, a distance exceeding 6 million miles. To traverse from Zhou Kingdom to Ling City, there were two possible routes. The first was to cross the Tianshan mountain range, but the myriad of formidable beasts within would deter even the most accomplished practitioners from attempting it recklessly. A misstep could lead to perilous consequences. The second option was to circumvent the mountain range, a journey that could stretch into tens of thousands of miles, a feat many cultivators could not accomplish in a lifetime. This young man claimed to be from the Zhou Kingdom. If that were true, how had he managed it? Zhang Ling did not sense any significant fluctuations in his cultivation from this youth. The notion of crossing the Tianshan mountain range was promptly dismissed in his mind. Of course, there remained the possibility that this youth was deceiving his gullible son. Zhang Ling's expression grew increasingly grave, a hint of coldness emerging on his face. Should this young man prove to be as he suspected, he would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. Chapter 26. The Destination, the Dustless Island in Longyuan Sea. 3 million miles away. Zhang Ling turned his gaze back to Zhang Feng, utterly perplexed as to how he could have produced such offspring, one of the most exceptional among them. With cultivation rivaling that of an immortal, such an absurdity was hard to swallow. Is Su Xianren here? Just as Zhang Ling's thoughts became a tangled mess, a booming voice echoed from outside the hall. As the sound faded, a burly man appeared at the entrance. This man bore a square face, somewhat resembling Zhang Ling. He was Zhang Yun, the third son of the previous generation of the Zhang family. Third uncle. Zhang Feng called out to the man. Xiao Feng, where is Su Xianren? Zhang Yun strode into the hall, urgency evident in his tone. This is he, Zhang Feng stammered, somewhat taken aback by Zhang Yun's sudden appearance. As he attempted to introduce Su Chen, who stood nearby. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Ling felt utterly disoriented. Had the entire family lost their senses? It could be understood if the younger ones were easily fooled, but now even the elder was acting irrationally. Old third, are you also joining in this madness? Zhang Ling's gaze sharpened, his tone laced with disapproval. Yet, Zhang Yun paid no heed to Zhang Ling's words. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen, his expression tense, arms trembling with excitement. Suddenly, he clasped his fists and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, Su Xianren, for saving the life of my daughter. Zhang Yun is here to express my gratitude. It was but a trivial matter, merely a gesture, Su Chen replied, extending his hand to help Zhang Yun up. I, Zhang Yun, am over 100 years old, and she is my only daughter. Su Xianren deserves this bow. Zhang Ling, overhearing their conversation, was suddenly engulfed in confusion. How did Zhang Yan, old third's daughter, come into this? Could there truly be something amiss? Suppressing his rising anger, he turned to Zhang Feng, curiosity piqued. Fenger, what on earth is going on? Upon hearing Zhang Ling finally inquire about the situation, Zhang Feng recounted the entire tale with a heavy heart. When Zhang Ling learned that Su Chen had accompanied Zhang Feng and a maid of Zhang Yan's to the lair of the Black Bear Demon King, he was utterly shaken. His gaze towards Su Chen shifted from indifference to seriousness. Listening further as Su Chen recounted how he had slain the Black Bear Demon King with a single strike and reduced its lair to rubble, Zhang Ling became utterly flabbergasted. No wonder he had been unable to locate the lair of the Black Bear Demon King. Now, recalling the immense force he had felt while traversing the Tianqian mountain range, he was convinced that this matter could not be false. He could not fathom that Zhang Feng would dare fabricate such a story to deceive him. Moreover, this incident was corroborated by Zhang Yun. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the strength of an immortal? A sense of trepidation began to creep into Zhang Ling's heart. With such power in their midst, what could be their intentions in Ling City? His anxiety began to mount. However, in order to confirm his suspicions, he felt compelled to politely and cautiously inquire, Su Gongzi, are you truly from the Eastern Zhou Kingdom? I am a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, which is situated in the territory of the Zhou Kingdom. Thus, I naturally hail from there. Su Chen replied with poised composure. As Zhang Ling absorbed Su Chen's words, a chill ran down his spine. Did you cross the Tianqian mountain range to arrive here? He asked, his voice trembling as he posed the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Of course, Su Chen responded matter-of-factly, as if to imply that there was no other way to arrive but by traversing the mountains. Gasping at Su Chen's confirmation, Zhang Ling inhaled sharply. This indirectly indicated that Su Chen possessed at least late-stage Great Ascendance cultivation. Only upon reaching such a level could one safely navigate the Tianqian mountain range. Su Xianren, you have rescued 2 members of the Zhang family. Please allow me to pay my respects. Now fully grasping the gravity of the situation, Zhang Ling had no choice but to adopt a profoundly serious demeanor, elevating his respect for Su Chen. Yet, just as Zhang Ling was about to clasp his fists in reverence, Su Chen lifted him effortlessly with a gesture. There is no need for such formality, City Lord. Zhang Feng and I are friends. This is but a small matter. Su Chen spoke these words, yet his heart was engaged in silent contemplation. Having created a mess, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, merely seeking to resolve the situation. Ha, 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 excellent, excellent, Zhang Ling exclaimed, his voice resonating with enthusiasm, and sighed. My son has made a wonderful friend. The esteemed Su, having traveled from afar, has come to the aid of 2 crucial members of the Zhang family, warranting a grand banquet and a lavish welcome. Zhang Ling, surveying his loyal retainers, promptly called out, prepare a sumptuous feast. Zhang Feng, witnessing his father's demeanor, felt an overwhelming sense of achievement swell within him. Today, he had finally earned his father's approval. Simultaneously, his admiration for Su Chen deepened, becoming more profound than ever. The exquisite dances and melodious tunes filled the air. Indulging in rare delicacies and fine wines, Su Chen could not help but exclaim, this is the true essence of life. Young Master Su, having traversed 1,000,000 miles to arrive in Lin City, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? After several rounds of drinks, the bonds among the group began to strengthen. Zhang Ling voiced the question that lingered deep within him. Recently, the protective array of my sect, the Wanjian Sect, was damaged by thieves. Consequently, my master has commanded me to journey to Hangzhou to seek a new protective formation. Zhang Ling's heart trembled at this revelation, his mind racing with implications. Could it be that Hangzhou harbors such hidden talents? Su Chen's cultivation is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension, and one can only surmise the prowess of his master. Yet, a sect of such caliber has suffered a breach in their protective array. What level of strength must those who dare to damage the Wanjian Sect possess? How terrifying! Cold sweat trickled down Zhang Ling's back. His thoughts then drifted to the northern border, where the territories of He and Hong intersect. This region was also the juncture between the Yan and Zhou kingdoms, which had long been embroiled in conflict over a spiritual mountain. Not too long ago, the Emperor of Yan had flown into a rage over this matter. Recently, plans had been meticulously devised to seize the spiritual mountain. However, now that Zhang Ling had encountered Su Chen, he began to deduce the overall strength of the Zhou kingdom, fearing that the emperor's ambitions could lead to disastrous consequences. Resolute, Zhang Ling decided to journey to the Imperial capital to report this matter to the Emperor of Yan. Therefore, does the city lord know where one might find a formidable protective array? Su Chen's inquiry interrupted Zhang Ling's train of thought. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, 300,000 miles west of Lin City, on the Dragon Abyss Sea, lies an island. There exists an organization known as the Wanjian Villa. This organization has risen through the mastery of formations, and they likely possess what young Master Su seeks. However, the master of Wanjian Villa is a cultivator of the Great Ascension realm, making an audience difficult to secure. Yet, there is an ancestor of my clan who currently serves as an elder at Wanjian Villa. Young Master Su, you could present the City Lord's token to facilitate an introduction through my clan's elder. Zhang Ling produced the City Lord's token, his heart silently praying that it would prove effective. Otherwise, should Su Chen approach the Wanjian Villa uninvited, dire consequences would surely ensue. Thank you for your guidance, City Lord. Su Chen accepted the token extended by Zhang Ling. After a sumptuous feast, Su Chen retired to his chamber for the night. As dawn broke the following day, he prepared to embark on his journey to Jiao. Before departing Lin City, after a series of courteous exchanges with the Zhang family, he was generously bestowed with a plethora of fine wines and treasures, and was subsequently arranged to board the most luxurious suite aboard the grandest cloud vessel, the Hongwang. Chapter 27. The esteemed passenger of the Supreme Suite aboard the Hongwang cloud vessel. The Hongwang was a commercial cloud vessel operating between Jiao and Lin City. Measuring 35 kilometers in length, 5 kilometers in height, and 3 kilometers in width, its shape resembled an inverted triangle, tapering from bottom to top. At the pinnacle lay the most opulent suite, and it was singular in its occupancy. Thus, those who could secure a stay in this suite were not only individuals of extreme nobility, but also possessed wealth rivaling nations. On this journey to Jiao aboard the Hongwang, it was Su Chen who claimed residence in the luxurious suite at the very top. As he reclined, allowing his body to relax, he settled comfortably in a rocking chair on the private deck, gently swaying while gazing at the boundless sky, observing the clouds as they shifted and flowed. The Hongwang cloud vessel sailed forth at a staggering speed of over 200,000 miles per hour and perched atop the vessel. Su Chen felt as if he were riding the winds and breaking the waves. This is the life one ought to savor. Just as Su Chen was lost in his musings, a series of knocks echoed from outside the opulent suite. "Come in," he called lazily. The moment the door swung open, a young woman entered, gracefully carrying a jade platter filled with various rare delicacies, their spiritual energy radiating. "Young master, as the most esteemed passenger aboard the Hongwang, this is a complimentary selection of celestial treasures for you." Her soft voice caressed Su Chen's ears. He lifted his gaze to behold the speaker. A vision clad in a form-fitting robe that accentuated her exquisite figure, her curves highlighted to perfection. The elegance of her attire revealed hints of her delicate skin beneath, while her beauty was captivating enough to rival the fairest of maidens. At that moment, Su Chen felt an inexplicable stir within him. Quickly, he inhaled deeply, striving to quell the tumult within his heart. "Place it there." Su Chen gestured for the young woman to set the jade platter on the mahogany table beside him. Complying with his request, the young woman bent gracefully to place the platter down. In that fleeting moment, Su Chen inadvertently caught a glimpse of something he should not have seen. His blood surged, nearly spilling from his nostrils. "Thank heavens for my profound cultivation. I managed to react swiftly." He silently rejoiced, but was also left with a sense of unease and inexplicable excitement. At this juncture, he felt a pressing urgency to inquire how he might feign a demeanor of worldly sophistication. Thus, he forced himself to adopt a facade of calm composure. "As your esteemed servant, I am Yauka. Should you have any inquiries or require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out." The young woman placed the jade platter down, her face adorned with a charming, heartwarming smile. "Remember, it's any matter," she added playfully, winking mischievously, causing Su Chen's heart to skip a beat. "What is this enchantress?" He pondered. All right, you may take your leave." Su Chen feared that if this woman lingered any longer, he might act in a manner that would provoke universal outrage. Once the maid Miaoka had withdrawn, Su Chen seized a precious fruit from the jade platter and consumed it hastily, allowing his agitated heart to gradually settle. As the Hongwang cloud vessel continued its journey, half a day later, they finally crossed the halfway mark to Jiao. At that moment, a vast expanse of ominous black clouds loomed ahead, stretching endlessly across the horizon. The dark clouds surged like a tide, obscuring the sun. Within the roiling mass, thunderous roars tore through the sky, and arcs of lightning illuminated the vastness of space. Boom! The resounding thunder rolled forth, echoing through the heavens. A sense of divine wrath descended upon this world, casting it into an apocalyptic atmosphere. "Dear passengers, the cloud vessel is about to enter the thunderstorm zone. We kindly request all individuals to vacate the deck and proceed to the safety areas. While some turbulence may be expected as we traverse the storm, we ask for your patience." Meanwhile, a voice resonated throughout the vast cloud vessel, alerting every passenger. Bang, bang, bang. As the announcement concluded, the door to the luxurious suite echoed once more. "Enter." The door swung open to reveal the enchanting woman, Miaoka, Su Chen's dedicated attendant, stepping inside once again. "Esteemed passenger, please proceed to the suite." Miaoka observed Su Chen standing on the deck and gently reminded him. "I am aware, you may leave." Su Chen replied, retreating back into the suite. The cloud vessel continued its journey, the thunderous sound of its movement echoing relentlessly. As the storm clouds drew near, signs of turbulence began to manifest. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the sky outside the vessel, causing it to sway violently. "Pirates!" With the vessel's fierce rocking, a cacophony of shouts erupted from below. Immediately following this announcement, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the entire vessel. "All crew and guards, Prepare for battle. As this command resounded, the door to the luxurious suite was flung open. Miauka, with her long legs, strode directly into the suite. Her aura surged forth, causing her skirt to billow. Esteemed guest, as your dedicated attendant, Miauka shall ensure the safety of your life and possessions. Chen witnessed her skirt fluttering due to her unleashed prowess. The energy surging within her almost prompting him to spit out a mouthful of blood. No, this is unnecessary. Rest assured, esteemed guest, though Miauka is an attendant, she is also a skilled combatant. Chen's mind raced with expletives, but he refrained from excessive explanation, fearing it might lead to him being labeled a libertine. Boom. Crackle. Outside the cloud vessel, a lightning bolt, stretching for millions of feet, cleaved the heavens. It struck the vessel with a resounding crash. The ancient cloud vessel shook violently, creaking ominously. It's over. It's over. The pirates have harnessed the power of lightning, destroying the vessel's propulsion array. With the ancient cloud vessel coming to a halt, a wave of dread and panic began to spread within. Most cultivators opted for the vessel due to their insufficient strength to navigate the Dragon Abyss Sea on their own. Now, faced with ruthless pirates intent on plunder, how could they not feel fear? Rumbling. In the distant cosmos, 3 cloud vessels, each stretching 1,000 meters, broke through the dark clouds, carving out trails of shadowy vapor. At an astonishing speed, they hurtled towards the ancient cloud vessel. When these 3 vessels were within 10,000 meters of the ancient cloud vessel, they came to an abrupt stop. In the next moment, nearly 10,000 figures surged forth from each vessel, descending upon the ancient cloud vessel like a swarm of locusts. Robbery. Surrender all your possessions if you wish to live. Atop the dark clouds, a figure wielding the power of lightning stood amidst a tempest of thunder, bellowing, "Charge! Any who dare resist shall face annihilation." With the command issued, the pirate cultivators surged forth like a torrent of unleashed water, accompanied by arcs of lightning, charging towards the ancient cloud vessel. Boom, boom, boom. The battle erupted outside the ancient cloud vessel. "Captain, the pirates are overwhelming in number. It seems we shall struggle to fend them all off," a subordinate reported anxiously from within the vessel's cabin. Damn it. The captain, a man seemingly in his 60s with a stubbled face, clenched his teeth upon hearing the report. He then ordered, at all costs, activate the protective formation. Yes. Also, dispatch 10 cultivators of the harmonization realm or above to safeguard the most luxurious suite as passenger. The captain recalled that the occupant of the most luxurious suite was personally delivered by the city lord of Linqing, who had repeatedly instructed to take utmost care. Any slip-up would result in severe consequences. He issued another command to his subordinate. But captain, there are too many pirates. We might not be able to spare that many personnel. Even if all other passengers perish, we must ensure the safety of that guest. Why yes, the subordinate, trembling in fear, speculated about the identity of the occupant of the most luxurious suite, wondering what status could warrant such urgency from the captain. Chapter 28. Heaven above. What divine posture is this? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. To Chen's astonishment, dozens of figures materialized outside the most luxurious suite of the ancient cloud vessel, encircling it. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Are they seriously preparing to protect me like a child? Do I really appear that fragile? Protection? This seems like a gross misallocation of resources. With this thought, Chen stepped towards the deck outside the luxurious suite. However, just as he took a step forward, a soft hand grasped his arm. Esteemed guest, there is danger outside. The top-level luxurious suite possesses its own protective formation. You must not go out. Miauka pulled Chen back, her concern evident. Chen felt somewhat speechless. He possessed extraordinary cultivation. He could dispatch any foe that approached, so why would he need protection? He replied, "These mere pirates do not instill fear. Esteemed guest, while you may not fear the pirates, our duty is to protect you. Please cooperate, and do not make it difficult for this humble girl." A hint of urgency flickered across Miauka's face. The captain had ordered her to care for Chen, issuing a strict command. She could not allow the esteemed guest to experience even the slightest discomfort, let alone any mishap. Sensing the presence of dozens of cultivators outside, her conviction regarding Chen's esteemed status only deepened. If Chen disregarded her words and an incident occurred, she would bear the gravest consequences. Chen stood in a daze at Miauka's words. He initially contemplated taking action to resolve the crisis, but found himself thwarted. Fine. If that's the case, I shall simply lie down and rest. Thus, Chen turned around and sprawled across the lavish bed of the luxurious suite. Phew. Miauka exhaled in relief, sincerely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guest. It's nothing. Since it is so, I shall watch your performance." Chen shifted his position, lying on his side, and picked up a celestial fruit nearby, taking a bite. Observing Su Chen's expression, Miaoka grew concerned that he might be upset due to her interference and apologized. Esteemed guest, I was truly left with no choice. Please forgive me. Seeing such a beauty wrong stirred Su Chen's compassion, and he replied, I do not hold it against you. To ease Miaoka's worries, he inquired, do pirates often appear on the Dragon Abyss Sea? In response to your query, esteemed guest, encounters are frequent. However, those we have faced previously were not as formidable as today. Moreover, the ancient cloud vessel is under the direct jurisdiction of Linqing, and generally, no pirate would dare to plunder. Su Chen furrowed his brow further and asked, if that is the case, why is today different? Miaoka paused for a moment before sharing her analysis. Several months ago, the soldiers of Linqing eliminated a pirate general along the Dragon Abyss coast. I heard that this pirate general was the son of a certain pirate leader. Following the killing of this pirate general, the pirates threatened retaliation, but they had not acted until now. I surmise that today's events may indeed be intertwined with this matter. Oh, if that is the case, it is certainly plausible. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the cloud vessel, the sounds of battle grew increasingly intense. The pirate leader, standing amidst the tempest of lightning, wielded the celestial might of thunder, relentlessly bombarding the protective energy of the primordial cloud vessel. The energy of the protective array was rapidly being depleted. Meanwhile, under the command of the pirate leader, waves of fearless pirates launched their assaults. The fierce clashes of battle filled the air with a torrential downpour of blood. Lifeless bodies fell like raindrops from the skies, sinking into the depths of the dragon abyss, becoming fodder for the abyssal beasts. Yet, from the beginning, the number of pirate cultivators exceeded that of the vessel's guardian cultivators. Moreover, behind the pirates stood a commander of thunder, a formidable cultivator at the great ascension stage. As time passed, the guardians of the primordial cloud vessel quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Orders were given for all guardian cultivators to prioritize the safety of the upper echelon. Witnessing the dire situation escalate, the protective array was on the brink of collapse. Within the cabin, the captain issued another command. After relaying his words, the captain rose, making a final decision. Should the situation become irretrievable, each of you must abandon the vessel and flee, saving the upper echelon if possible. Once the captain had delivered his last command, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting toward the highest tier of the cloud vessel. In the blink of an eye, he appeared directly within the opulent suite occupied by Su Chen. Captain, Miaoku exclaimed upon seeing him, bowing in respect. The captain nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Su Chen. There, Su Chen sat with his right hand propped against his head, his left knee bent and resting on the window ledge. Gently swaying, he reclined languidly upon the jade bed, a cup of celestial wine cradled in his left hand, lightly swirling. The captain's brows furrowed involuntarily at Su Chen's demeanor. In such dire circumstances, this individual remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, exuding an infuriating nonchalance. However, given the personal arrangements made by the city lord of Ling City, it was evident that Su Chen held a position of great significance, perhaps even as a scion of an emperor. At this moment, despite his profound frustration and helplessness, the captain could not allow his feelings to surface. Instead, he mustered a strained smile and addressed Su Chen, esteemed guest, please follow me. We must prepare to abandon ship. Oh, Su Chen replied indifferently, perceiving the captain's thoughts with clarity. He too felt a sense of helplessness. You have insisted on my protection. Yet now that you see me in this state, you are displeased. Must I truly appear fearful and vocally plead for help to satisfy you? Furthermore, I had long been prepared to emerge and confront the pirates myself, but you insisted on restraining me, dispatching your own to take the lead. Now, after their failure, you wish to drag me away. I shall make this as exasperating for you as possible. In the next moment, Su Chen gently set down his wine cup, stretched lazily, and slowly rose to his feet. His demeanor was enough to drive the captain to the brink of frustration. Yet, mindful of Su Chen's esteemed status, he could only endure in silence, his teeth gritting in restraint. However, just as the captain thought Su Chen had finally finished his leisurely display, he unexpectedly saw Su Chen bend down to retrieve the wine cup he had just set aside. Lifting it slowly, Su Chen nonchalantly remarked, "This wine is exquisite. Allow me but one more sip. Esteemed guest, we are running out of time." The captain, now on the verge of panic, observed Su Chen's leisurely pace. Outside the luxurious suite, he could sense the approaching pirate foes closing in. If they delayed any longer, even with his peak cultivation at the harmonization stage, he could not guarantee a safe escape from the clutches of the pirate leader. In desperation, the captain secretly communicated with Miaoku, "We cannot delay any longer. Forcibly take him away." Receiving the captain's command, Miaoku did not hesitate. She swiftly stepped forward, apologizing, "Esteemed guest, forgive me." In the next instant, to Su Chen's astonishment, She lifted him effortlessly into her arms. Heavens! This perspective, viewed from this angle, it appeared as if the mountains were both ridged and peaked. The proximity brought forth a fragrance as delicate as a whisper, the warmth of her body radiating intensely, the softness of her form inviting. What divine posture is this? Su Chen felt a warmth rising to his cheeks and quickly stifled it. Chapter 29. Stand back, I am about to impress. At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed in Su Chen's ears. Boom. The captain delivered a powerful blow, creating a gaping hole in the right side of the luxurious suite. Miao Ku, cradling Su Chen, followed the captain as they soared through the opening. Outside the primordial cloud vessel, the heavens were filled with thunder. Torrential rain mingled with crimson blood pouring into the dragon abyss. Now, the protective array of the primordial cloud vessel had been breached, and with the guardians retreating in disarray, a throng of pirates surged into the vessel, commencing their slaughter and plunder. Countless cultivators within the cloud vessel, subjected to the pirates' rampage, flitted about like headless flies. This scene was particularly intense in the lower tiers of the primordial cloud vessel, where cultivators possessed low cultivation and had received no protection whatsoever. Many perished in despair and terror, sinking beneath the waves of the dragon abyss. Though the world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, with power and authority reigning supreme, Su Chen could not help but frown at the sight. The primordial cloud vessel, carrying passengers numbering in the tens of millions, faced the grim prospect of thousands being slaughtered by mere tens of thousands of pirates. Contemplating this, Su Chen felt a stir within him, yet it was not sympathy. Are you certain I am not needed to assist? Su Chen inquired of Miao Ku, who still held him in her embrace. Esteemed guest, please rest assured. We will ensure your safety, Miao Ku replied resolutely. Very well. Su Chen shrugged internally. Since you are unconcerned, I shall not intervene either. After all, these are your people. Hee. Where do you think you can escape? Surrender your valuables. The pirate cultivators below, following the captain, jeered and laughed maniacally. Thousands of pursued cultivators found themselves in utter despair. Among them, the highest cultivation level was merely at the peak of the golden core stage, while those pursuing them were all at least at the nascent soul stage. A single strike could claim nearly 100 lives. Up there. It's the captain of the primordial vessel. Where can he flee? One cultivator looked up, his eyes igniting with hope upon seeing the captain of the primordial cloud vessel thousands of meters above. It was common knowledge that the captain was a master at the harmonization peak. If they could gain his protection, there would be a glimmer of hope for survival. In an instant, countless cultivators ignited their latent potential, frantically soaring toward the captain's position above. Though the closer they drew to the upper tiers, the stronger the enemies became. Each individual believed they would be among the fortunate survivors along the way. For golden core cultivators, a distance of several thousand meters was but a mere breath away. At this moment, the passage of time seemed akin to a vast chasm stretching across the horizon, insurmountable. Tens of thousands of cultivators surged forward. Yet one by one they succumbed, plummeting into the depths of the dragon abyss sea. Cursed be it. The captain violently tore apart a pirate captain at the void refinement stage, and upon glancing below, he beheld a throng of cultivators, amassed in their multitude, rushing towards his position. He uttered a curse. These damned lowly cultivators, with such an overwhelming force, would inevitably expose him to the pirate leader's line of sight. Boom. The captain knew he must thwart their advance. Channeling his entire cultivation, he gripped the heavenly Qian and abruptly unleashed a void blade, extending hundreds of zhang towards the encroaching multitude of cultivators. The void blade rent the heavens, accompanied by a piercing wail, descending in an instant. The cultivators, who had been hastening towards him, momentarily froze, their eyes filled with disbelief, which swiftly morphed into dread and despair. The flicker of hope that had ignited within them plummeted into an abyss. Countless lives were severed in an instant, a torrential rain of blood cascading among the throngs. At this moment, chaos reigned supreme. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen could not help but sigh and shake his head. Regardless of the circumstances, within the Hangzhou realm, they were all kin, sharing a common origin. They could choose not to save one another, even disregard their brethren, but how could they selfishly sacrifice nearly 1,000 lives for their own safety? Today, it seemed, all must perish. Ultimately, Su Chen's actions did not escape the notice of the pirate leader. A cruel expression crossed the leader's face as he spoke sharply. Boom, boom, boom. The pirate leader navigated through the swirling black clouds, surrounded by crackling lightning. He directed a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards Su Chen and his companions. Zing, zing, zing. The blinding white light pierced through the heavy firmament, the bolts of lightning streaking across the sky like celestial dragons, descending upon Su Chen and his companions like a sword poised to strike. A grave expression settled upon the captain's face. He could not afford to be negligent in the face of the pirate captain's onslaught. With the pinnacle of his cultivation, he held nothing back. Boom. The captain summoned his entire power, thrusting his right fist towards the heavens. When his fist collided with the lightning unleashed by the pirate captain, the heavens erupted with a thunderous roar. In that moment, the world felt as though it were a black cloth being shaken, causing the cultivators to roll like grains of sand upon its surface. Puff, puff, puff. Countless cultivators could not withstand the tearing force of the heavens. Their vitality became chaotic, and blood erupted uncontrollably. The captain of the Honghuang ship, having withstood the pirate leader's strike, let out a muffled groan, staggering back several steps. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Below the great ascension, all were but ants. The pirate leader, striding through the skies, enveloped in crackling electricity, exuded arrogance and conceit. He then turned his gaze towards Su Chen, cradled in the arms of Miao Ku. The moment the pirate leader's eyes landed in that direction, Su Chen could distinctly sense Miao Ku tremble. Yet, she resolutely declared, "Esteemed guest, Miao Ku vows to protect your safety at all costs." Simultaneously, the captain of the Honghuang ship thundered, "This one hails from the Imperial family of the Yan kingdom. Should he be harmed, you shall bear the wrath of the Imperial authority." Upon hearing the captain's words, Su Chen's expression morphed into one of confusion. Why did he assume he was of Imperial lineage? Was he perhaps indulging in excessive fantasies? Nevertheless, upon the captain's declaration, a boundless fury ignited in the pirate leader's eyes. An Imperial scion, what of it? Today, I shall offer him as a tribute, a sacrifice to the spirit of my son in the heavens. As the pirate leader spoke, he once again made his move, extending his hand towards Su Chen and his companions, casting a shadow over them. Boom. The captain of the Honghuang ship retaliated, deflecting the pirate leader's attack, yet following this strike, his body began to crack. Su Chen sighed. If he did not intervene soon, the captain would surely meet his end. Though selfish, this man seemed to have some regard for his own. "Put me down." Su Chen, still embracing Miao Ku's delicate waist, lowered his hands slightly, patting her. "The texture is quite nice." Miao Ku's fair face flushed crimson. "Esteemed guest, all right, I understand," Su Chen interrupted, feeling exasperated by their incessant repetition. "But..." Miao Ku hesitated, glancing at the captain, who nodded in resignation. She then set Su Chen down, though he felt a sense of reluctance. Having relished the warmth of her embrace, "All of you retreat. I am about to display my prowess." As Su Chen settled into position, he suddenly spoke up. Chapter 30. If no respect is given, then I shall strike directly. However, as he uttered these words, those around him were left utterly bewildered. The captain's brows knitted into a frown. This damned young scion, what trickery was he planning now? Could he not discern the gravity of the situation? Yet, before he could dwell on this thought, the captain's expression suddenly changed. Su Chen stepped forward, and as he did, he appeared to merge with the very fabric of the heavens and earth. His figure became ethereal like a celestial being, towering like a mountain. The vastness of the universe emanating from him, flickering in and out of existence. Clad in white, his garments flowed like the stars of the galaxy. Su Chen spoke softly. "Heavenly azure. Clouds disperse." The invisible force of rules rippled through the realm the moment he spoke, causing the very fabric of reality to bend and yield. The oppressive clouds that had blanketed the sky vanished in an instant, revealing a boundless azure expanse. What is happening? What transpired? Just moments ago, the heavens had been shrouded in dark clouds and torrential rain. Why, in the blink of an eye, was the sky now crystal clear? In this moment, all combat ceased, and everyone found themselves engulfed in an unprecedented state of confusion. Words manifest as laws. Witnessing this scene, the captain of the Honghuang ship swallowed hard, his neck stiffening, his eyes glazing over, as he stood dumbfounded, as if struck from behind. The manifestation of words as laws, mastery over the force of rules. It indicated that he possessed at least the cultivation of a tribulation transcending practitioner. The captain could hardly fathom that the youth he had previously disregarded could possess such formidable power. In that instant, the captain finally understood. Su Chen had been utterly unconcerned with the pirate's ambush, while he had mistakenly believed. The captain forced a wry smile, shaking his head, feeling at that moment like a mere buffoon. His previous thoughts regarding Su Chen seemed utterly ridiculous. It dawned on him why the Lord of Lin City had repeatedly emphasized that this young man in white should not be underestimated. As Su Chen traversed the realms, his gaze sweeping across the heavens, he spoke with a voice that sliced through the air like a blade. "Grant me a favor today, and let us part ways, each returning to our own abodes." His words resonated with an authority that echoed in the ears of everyone present. The stunned pirates, upon hearing this proclamation, were left bewildered. Grant this person a favor? Who is this Su Chen? In that instant, beneath the vast sky, the eyes of millions converged upon him. Su Chen struck a pose, standing tall beneath the open expanse, exuding both charm and a hint of roguishness. As that figure entered their sight, an image arose in the hearts of all present. Huh? Who do you think you are? Boomed the pirate leader from a distance. How dare this fellow disregard my authority? Chen felt that his earlier expression had been squandered. Who am I? I am the king of hell here to escort you to the afterlife. As he spoke, Chen raised his hand and struck toward the distant horizon. In the next moment, the firmament above where the pirate leader stood shattered into a myriad of black fissures under the overwhelming might of his power. This force was capable of shifting mountains, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. The pirate leader's countenance changed dramatically in mere moments. First disdain, then caution, followed by fear, and ultimately despair. He wished to resist, but as he fully felt the weight of that power, he realized that he was but an insignificant insect beneath its might. Regret surged within him, but it was far too late. The terrifying force swept past him. Boom. The pirate leader's body exploded, disintegrating into a cloud of crimson mist. The leader is dead? Just like that, he was killed with a single slap. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the onlookers. Who is that young man in white? He has slain the pirate leader. What they witnessed was beyond comprehension. The renowned pirate leader, someone of considerable power, had been reduced to nothingness with a mere gesture from that white-clad youth, leaving no chance for even a hint of resistance. What a magnificent and terrifying strength. Is it too much to ask for a little respect for me, Chen? He proclaimed once more, standing proudly at the pinnacle of the heavens. At that moment, all the pirate cultivators trembled in fear. Their breaths caught in their throats as if plunged into an icy abyss. With the leader subdued, their morale shattered, many pirates suddenly fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. As this voice of supplication rang out, a multitude of pirates followed suit, their cries echoing to the skies. Chen, not one to revel in bloodshed, nor wishing to interfere excessively in the matters of others in Hangzhou, simply waved his hand. Begone. As the pirates heard his concession, it was as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. They began to flee in a panic, hastily returning to their cloud ships, which soon vanished into the horizon. The surviving cultivators of Hangzhou were left in a state of surreal disbelief, their emotions oscillating from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria. Countless individuals wept with joy, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal, for saving my life." A chorus of gratitude reached Chen's ears, prompting a gentle smile as he responded, "It's but a trivial matter." In the wake of this, the captain of the Honghuang ship treated Chen with utmost reverence, not daring to show even a hint of negligence in his demeanor. He escorted him back to the luxurious suite. After approximately half an hour of repairs, the Honghuang cloud ship set forth once more, heading towards Wuchen Island. During the subsequent half-day, Chen was attended to with meticulous care. Every request was promptly met. Reclining on a deck chair outside, he savored the sea breeze and relished fine wine, feeling as if he were a celestial being. Before long, a sprawling coastline came into view. "Esteemed guest, we are about to arrive at Wuchen Island," said Miaoka beside him. Chen nodded, taking a sip of his drink, and inquired, "Where is the Wanjian Mountain Villa located in relation to the pirates?" "It lies to the north of Wuchen Island, approximately 700,000 miles from our arrival point," Miaoka replied. "Very well." Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the luxurious suite. "Go check," Chen instructed. Miaoka complied, departing the suite only to return shortly thereafter. "Esteemed guest, a young gentleman wishes to invite you aboard after disembarking." "A young gentleman?" Chen furrowed his brows, flatly refusing. "I shall not go." "Understood. I have conveyed your refusal." A few minutes later, the Honghuang cloud ship reached Wuchen Island. Chen rose, stretching lazily, his gaze lingering on Miaoka, causing her heart to race. Just as she anticipated further action from him, Chen suddenly declared, "Farewell. Should you ever visit the Wanjian sect, I will treat you as a host." As he continued, he expressed his gratitude for her companionship during the journey and presented her with a beauty-enhancing pill. When she looked up again, he had already vanished, leaving her with a small box, presumably containing the pill he had mentioned. An inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. "Su Gongzi, I hope to see you again," she murmured, gazing in the direction he had departed. Tinged with a hint of melancholy. 700,000 miles. With Chen's current cultivation, he could traverse the distance in mere moments. As a valley stretching thousands of miles appeared before him, he finally halted his flight. Below lay the Wanjian Mountain Villa. Chapter 31. The talented disciples of Wanjian Mountain Villa. The chief disciple of the Wanxian sect, Chen, arrived at the gate of the Wanjian Mountain Villa, presenting his visiting card along with a missive from the Lord of Lin City. The guardian at the gate was an elderly woman. She accepted the visiting card and the missive from Chen. Bang! She crushed the visiting card, releasing a blue essence that materialized into an image of a majestic celestial mountain. This mountain was none other than the Wanxian Peak. Wanxian sect? The image soon dissipated as the old woman muttered, "I have never heard of the Wanjian sect. It must be an obscure or newly established minor sect. However, given that they possess a missive from the Lord of Lin City." She maintained her composure and politely inquired, "Young Master Su, may I ask whom you wish to visit at the Wanjian Villa?" "I seek an audience with Elder Zhang Ziyuan. Kindly relay my request," Su Chen replied. The elderly woman glanced at the letter of introduction from the city Lord of Linsheng in her hand, hesitating slightly before saying, "Please wait a moment, young Master Su." Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the old woman swiftly departed. After a brief interval, she returned and addressed Su Chen, "Young Master Su, I have informed Elder Zhang. Please enter the mountain gate." Su Chen nodded and stepped through the entrance of the Wanjian Villa. As he entered, a disciple came forward to greet him. "Young Master Su, please follow me up the mountain." Su Chen followed the guiding disciple along the winding path of Wanjian Peak. Ascending steadily, after approximately the duration of a single incense stick, they arrived at the inner gate area of Wanjian Peak. Due to the regulations, the outer disciples were not permitted to enter this area. Upon their arrival, the outer disciple completed the necessary formalities before handing Su Chen over to an inner disciple, who continued to lead him onward. Before long, they traversed a suspended bridge, revealing a breathtaking paradise enveloped in mist before Su Chen's eyes. A vast expanse of azure water mirrored the cerulean sky. To the right of the water, there stood a thatched cottage, in front of which an elderly fisherman clad in a straw coat was patiently waiting. "Young Master Su, straight ahead lies Elder Zhang's residence. I shall take my leave now," the guiding disciple announced. Su Chen nodded in response. Once the guiding disciple departed, he stepped forward and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. "I am Su Chen, disciple of the Wanjian sect, here to pay my respects to Elder Zhang." Elder Zhang set aside his fishing rod and looked at Su Chen, his voice tinged with nostalgia. "It has been many years, nearly a century, hasn't it? My ties with the Zhang family of Linsheng have long since faded. Who is the current Lord of Linsheng to send me this final missive?" "Zhongling, Zhongling," Elder Zhang murmured, his memory failing him. "Very well, young Master Su. What brings you to the Wanjian Villa?" Elder Zhang cast aside his reminiscences, recognizing the significance of the letter from the Zhang family. "As the Zhang family has summoned me, I shall conclude all ties with them today. I have heard that the formations at Wanjian Villa are quite remarkable. I hope Elder Zhang might introduce me to the villa's master, so I may seek a diagram of the protective mountain formation." Upon hearing Su Chen's request, Elder Zhang's brow furrowed even deeper. The formations were one of the foundational pillars of Wanjian Villa, and it was not something that could be casually shared with outsiders. Nonetheless, bound by the constraints of the Zhang family's missive, he replied, "I can introduce you to the villa's master, but whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your own fortune." "Thank you, Elder," Su Chen replied respectfully. If he could procure the desired protective formation through Elder Zhang, he would prefer to do so without conflict. However, should that prove impossible, he was not averse to employing more forceful measures. "Please follow me," Elder Zhang said, and together they soared into the air toward the summit of Wanjian Peak. In mere moments, they arrived at the pinnacle of Wanjian Peak, just outside the grand hall of the villa. Elder Zhang glanced at Su Chen with a hint of astonishment, noting how the young man could keep pace with him. They entered the grand hall, and after formal introductions, a beautiful middle-aged woman and a young boy appeared. "Haha, Elder Zhang. It has been over 90 years since we last met, hasn't it?" the woman exclaimed with a smile, addressing Elder Zhang. "Has it truly been over 90 years? Elder Zhang evaded her gaze with a soft sigh, suggesting a history laden with unspoken sentiments between them. "Indeed, it has been quite some time, and I remember it vividly." The woman took her seat, gesturing toward a nearby sandalwood chair. "You should sit as well." "Thank you, madam. You have not graced us with your presence all these years." The woman paused before continuing, "I am aware of your disposition. If you have matters to discuss, please speak candidly." Elder Zhang took a deep breath before stating, "Today, I am here at the behest of the Zhang family to introduce this young man to you." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her voice tinged with emotion. "The Zhang family has finally issued their last missive to you?" "Indeed, but after all these years, my heart has become as tranquil as still water." The woman paused, seeming unfazed by his response, and then turned her attention to Su Chen. "And who might you be?" "I am Su Chen, disciple of the Wanjian sect, here to pay my respects to the villa's master." "Wanjian sect? Where is that located?" "In Hezhou." The villa master nodded, acknowledging her familiarity with several prominent powers in Hezhou. However, she had no recollection of the Wanjian sect, suggesting it was a lesser force. Yet, considering Hezhou's proximity to Wichendao, which was over 4 million miles away, she wondered what a disciple from the Wanjian sect sought at Wanjian Villa. As she pondered this, the young boy beside her suddenly displayed a spark of excitement, leaning in to whisper conspiratorially in her ear. After he finished speaking, the villa master turned back to Su Chen with a smile. You claim to be a disciple of the Wanjian Sect, which makes you a talented individual. My disciple has never encountered a prodigy from Hezhou and wishes to engage in a friendly competition. What say you, young man? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He had been courteous throughout his visit, offering ample respect. Now, upon hearing the suggestion of a competition simply because he hailed from Hezhou, he felt a twinge of displeasure at the implied condescension. I do not think it necessary, he replied curtly. His response took everyone by surprise, leaving them momentarily speechless. Young man, do you know where you are? This is Wanjian Villa. The disciple's words faltered as he realized the gravity of the situation, his expression shifting to one of alarm. However, before he could continue, he was interrupted by the alluring villa master. Young man, you have traveled millions of miles to reach Wanjian Villa. Surely you have matters to attend to. Is such a trivial request too much to ask? Are you threatening me? Su Chen's brows furrowed sharply. The charming matron was unfazed by his words, instead bursting into a melodious laugh. As the leader of a formidable power, her composure had already reached the pinnacle of serenity. Young man, why must you be so agitated? You and my disciple are both prodigies, and it is customary for prodigies within the Hangzhou realm to engage in friendly sparring. Su Chen found himself momentarily speechless. Wow, this individual has made me feel rather petty in comparison. Very well, if you wish to spar, then I shall gladly demonstrate the extent of your disciple's prowess. Then let us engage in a friendly exchange, Su Chen stated resolutely. The villa master beamed with satisfaction. Young man, please follow me to the martial hall of Wanjian Villa. Thus, Su Chen followed the group to the martial hall of Wanjian Villa. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a vast indoor arena where two disciples of Wanjian Villa were engaged in a heated duel. Surrounding the arena were hundreds of disciples, divided into two factions, cheering and encouraging the combatants. As Su Chen and his companions entered the arena, the once bustling square has suddenly descended into silence. Disciples pay their respects to the master of the manor. Disciples pay their respects to the master of the manor. Countless disciples bow in reverence. The master nods and responds with a gentle smile. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man, responsible for the martial hall, approaches. Ouyangyu pays his respects to the master of the manor. The master nods and then conveys his purpose for being there to Ouyangyu. Receiving the command, Ouyangyu glances at Su Chen before withdrawing. Before long, the martial hall is cleared. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Wanjian manor receive the news. The master's personally chosen disciple, the esteemed Zhou Jian, will engage in a spar with a gifted disciple from Hezhou on the martial arts square. This Hezhou prodigy, from which top-tier power he hails, remains a mystery. I just heard from a core disciple that this so-called prodigy does not originate from any prominent force in Hezhou. Is that so? How is that possible? Ha ha. You may not believe it, but this force is one you may have never even heard of. Never heard of? That is impossible. Have you heard of the Wanxian sect? No. Ha ha ha. Then this fellow will undoubtedly be utterly defeated by senior brother Zhou Jian. Senior brother Zhou, merely 20 years old, has reached the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage, a half-step into the void refinement stage. He is indeed a paragon throughout the Hangzhou region. To crush an unknown prodigy from Hezhou would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Ha ha ha, senior brother Zhou, undefeated in 100 battles. Defeating an outsider prodigy will surely enhance his reputation further. Ding, ding. The alarm bells resonate within the martial hall. Please welcome senior brother Zhou to the arena. Ouyangyu stands at the center of the martial arts square, his voice booming. Zhou Jian rises gracefully, stepping into the martial hall. Senior brother Zhou. Go, senior brother. Cheers and shouts of encouragement echo around the martial arts square. Zhou Jian stands with a proud demeanor, hands clasped behind his back. Please welcome young Master Su to the arena. Su Chen strides forth, his figure suddenly floating. In the next moment, he appears directly within the martial arts square. The master of the manor raises her brows at this display. She could hardly discern the youth's entrance. A sense of foreboding stirs within her, and she anxiously inquires. Elder Zhang, how much do you know about this young man? I have no prior knowledge, Zhang Ziyuan replies. Hearing this, the master's anxiety deepens, and she asks, what is his purpose in coming to Wanjian Manor? He mentions seeking a protective formation diagram for the manor. The master's expression grows increasingly grave. At this moment, the clanging of bells resounds again, signaling the imminent start of the duel. Clang, clang, clang. In Wanjian Manor, apart from formations, the 32 swords reign supreme across the world. Young Master Su, as an esteemed outsider prodigy, I invite you to receive my strongest strike. Zhou Jian proclaims thunderously, unleashing an array of piercing sword energies that tear through the void, swirling above his head with a resonant clash. Heavens! Senior brother Zhou has mastered the 32 swords up to the 19th sword. Indeed, senior brother Zhou is the unparalleled prodigy of Wanjian Manor. This outsider prodigy is bound to be defeated under senior brother Zhao's 19th sword. Ha ha ha. To be defeated by senior brother Zhao's 19th sword. Even an outsider prodigy would find no shame in that. The disciples of Wanjian Manor, witnessing Zhao Jian summon the 19th sword, display expressions of excitement. Their hearts convinced that Su Chun will be instantly vanquished by this strike. However, within the martial arts square, Su Chun remains unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind him, calmly stating, "Feel free." Yet, Su Chun's nonchalant invitation instantly incites outrage among the onlookers. An unknown novice from Huzhou dares to call himself a prodigy and acts as if he matters. This fellow must know he will lose. Putting on an act to appear calm. I suspect he is already terrified deep down. Senior brother, show him no mercy. End him. Similarly, Zhao Jian is incensed by Su Chun's words. As the most outstanding disciple of Wanjian Manor, he has never been so disdained. Even against a void refinement cultivator, he possesses the strength to fight. How can a nameless disciple from the outsider Wanxian sect be so audacious? He resolves to hold nothing back, determined to slay this outsider under his sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 19 sword energies materialize, swirling around Zhao Jian, forming a formidable sword formation. In the next moment, his incantation shifts. The sharp sword intent ascends into the sky, suddenly bursting forth, enveloped in chilling light, twinkling like stars in the night sky. In an instant, Su Chun finds himself engulfed by the overwhelming sword intent. He stands at the center of the formation, yet remains composed. The sword formation is complete. Senior brother Zhao has triumphed. Ha ha ha. This formation is so powerful that even a void refinement cultivator must succumb. I thought this outsider prodigy was remarkable, but he is nothing of the sort. Ha ha ha. With a prodigy like this, I could easily step up myself. As Zhao Jian's sword formation reaches its zenith, the disciples of Wanjian Manor display joyous expressions. Under such a formation, even prodigies equal to Zhao Jian would struggle to escape unscathed. The prodigies of Wanjian Manor? Merely this. At this moment, even though Su Chun is at the heart of the sword formation, he feels no sense of danger. Just as everyone is outraged by Su Chen's audacity, he finally makes his move. He raises his right arm, his index finger lightly flicking at the space before him. Instantly, the very rules of this world seem to be stirred. A ripple in space emanates from his fingertip, spreading outward. Spatial power. The master's eyes widen in shock, followed by a hint of a wry smile. My disciple is defeated. No sooner had she spoken than the ripples in space sweep outward from Su Chun, instantly devouring the overwhelming sword intent surrounding him, leaving nothing in its wake. How is this possible? Zhao Jian's face contorts in disbelief. His most powerful strike, unleashed without reservation, has been effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Unwilling to yield, he prepares to strike again. However, at that moment, the intangible sword intent begins to rebound. A surge of heat rises sharply from his abdomen. Uft! Blood spurts from Zhao Jian's mouth. Simultaneously, a deafening roar resounds in his mind, and the very world begins to spin. Young Master Su, have mercy. My disciple is defeated. The master of Wanjian Manor exclaims, sensing the dire situation. Chapter 33. This ancient killing formation is still too weak. Hearing this, Su Chun turns his gaze towards the master of Wanjian Manor, his expression growing cold and stern. He no longer wishes to indulge in this farce, to continue playing games and witnessing the extraordinary. He has already made considerable concessions in terms of righteousness and etiquette. If the other party were to disagree, he would resort to outright coercion. With an imperious tone that brooked no refusal, he thundered, I trust the lord of the manor understands the purpose of my visit. The items I seek must be obtained today. In the next moment, he pointed his index finger, and a tremendous force surged forth from his fingertip. Zhao Jian's body was abruptly lifted from the ground, flung away like a rag doll. Blood gushed from his mouth, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. With a resounding crash, Zhao Jian struck the floor several dozen yards away, losing consciousness. Considering he is a prodigy from the Wanjian Manor, I shall spare his life, but let this be the boundary for today's matters. Following this, Su Chen spoke again with chilling authority. Though his words were solemn, his heart harbored a different sentiment. He spared Zhao Jian not out of mercy, but because he sought to shatter his resolve. Those who dared to disrespect me would learn that the so-called prodigies of Wanjian Manor could endure fates worse than death. Meanwhile, the enchanting visage of the Wanjian Manor's lord grew grave. Moments ago, as she implored Su Chun to show restraint, she had already made her move. Yet, as she stepped forward, she felt her body frozen in place, utterly immobilized. She could only watch helplessly as Zhao Jian suffered grievous injuries. Gently closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply, allowing a smile to return to her face. My disciple has offended young Master Su and deserves this punishment. The items sought by young Master Su shall surely be generously bestowed by Wanjian Manor. Young Master Su, please follow me. The disciples surrounding them, witnessing Zhao Jian's defeat despite their Lord's command to halt, were on the verge of voicing their outrage when they suddenly heard her words. In an instant, they were left in a state of shock and silence. This outsider had defeated and injured their prodigy before the eyes of all, yet he was allowed to depart unscathed. Moreover, why was the Lord smiling at him? What was happening? The Lord had always been fiercely protective of her own. The current situation was utterly perplexing to the disciples of Wanjian Manor. As they turned their gaze back to the training square, they found that both their Lord and the outsider had already vanished. On the other side of the training square, Zhang Ziyuan gazed in the direction where the Lord and Su Chen had departed, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he sighed and rose to leave. Soon, he returned to his humble cottage, picked up his fishing rod, and began to fish. However, just as he cast his line, a voice called out from behind him. Disciples of the Huitong sect request an audience with the elder. Zhang Ziyuan turned to see a youthful female disciple standing 10 paces away from his cottage. What is it? He inquired. Elder, I have a letter addressed to you, she replied. From where? From Lin City. A complex expression crossed Zhang Ziyuan's face as he said, Hand it over. The female disciple raised her hand and tossed a green jade slip toward him. He caught it, and after she had taken her leave, he crushed the jade slip with a resounding crack. The information contained within blossomed into a written image before him. As he delved deeper into the details, his breath quickened, and his aged body began to tremble slightly, as if the revelations within the text had profoundly affected him. When the information dissipated, his expression turned wooden, and he murmured involuntarily, So it was all a chance he granted us. This letter originated from Zhang Ling, the Lord of Lin City. Though lengthy, its contents could be distilled into two crucial pieces of information. First, Su Chen indeed hails from the eastern land of Hezhou, having traversed the Tianxian mountains spanning millions of miles. Second, it is conservatively estimated that Su Chen possesses the strength of a nascent tribulation stage cultivator. In the next moment, Zhang Ziyuan rose to his full height and soared toward the peaks of Wanjian Manor. He was acutely aware of the Lord Zhao's methods. If Zhang Ling had indeed sent the letter, he must intervene. Otherwise, Wanjian Manor might be plunged into an abyss of despair. Zhang Ziyuan's consciousness expanded recklessly throughout Wanjian Manor. After several breaths, he finally spotted Zhao's figure in the sacred grounds of the back mountain. In an instant, he appeared above the forbidden area. Where is Su Chen? He inquired, approaching Zhao but finding no sign of Su Chen. Zhao's face split into a smug smile, her eyes glinting with malice. He has entered the ancient killing array below. Zhang Ziyuan's aged visage turned pale. You had better hope this ancient killing array can subdue him, otherwise what? After all these years, do you still doubt me? Zhao shot a fierce glance at Zhang Ziyuan. I just received a letter from Lin City. Zhao's eyes narrowed. The letter states this youth may possess tribulation-level cultivation. And what of it? Zhao scoffed, her heart brimming with confidence. The ancient killing array below was established by the forebears of Wanjian Manor, directly drawn from the heaven-piercing tower. Any ordinary tribulation cultivator entering will surely face near-certain death. What's more, he is merely a youth who might have tribulation-level strength. Have you considered the background of a youth who might possess such power? Zhang Ziyuan pressed. This is Hangzhou. Zhao retorted firmly. Boom. Just then, as her words fell, the very fabric of the world trembled violently. The starry sky began to fracture, and a dark rift opened from the ancient killing array below. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, and from that inky rift emerged a young man clad in white. Upon seeing that figure, both Zhang Ziyuan and Zhao were struck with dread, their bodies involuntarily retreating. The ancient killing array could not subdue him. They exchanged glances, assuming combat stances, preparing to engage in a desperate struggle against the youth. Yet suddenly, they heard the young man below speak with a hint of disappointment. This killing array is decent, but still somewhat lacking. Surely there are more powerful formations? Hiss. Both of them inhaled sharply, but upon hearing the youth's words, they felt a sense of relief. Young Master Su, this array is indeed the strongest killing formation of Wanjian Manor. There are no stronger formations. Zhao steadied herself and addressed Su Chen. Didn't the Lord say there's also a defensive ancient array? I would like to give it a try. If it proves satisfactory, I shall replicate it. Since young Master Su wishes to try, please follow me. Thus, under Zhao's guidance, the three continued onward, traversing the vast distance in the blink of an eye. Su Chen looked down to see the ground etched with intricate patterns forming a circular matrix, the mysterious power of the array rippling and flowing within it. Before them lay the formidable array, the most potent defensive formation of the Wanjian Mountain Manor. Zhao gazed intently at the array, addressing Su Chen. With a subtle nod, Su Chen stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "Then I shall endeavor to test its might." As the words left his lips, he raised his right arm high. Strands of orderly power clung to and spread across his arm. In an instant, a myriad of pitch-black spatial fissures erupted in the void surrounding him, reminiscent of a shattered mirror, the cracks radiating outward. A fierce, otherworldly gale surged forth from these fissures, enveloping the realm in a cataclysmic aura, as if the world were on the brink of apocalyptic chaos. Witnessing this spectacle, Zhang Ziyuan and Zhao exchanged alarmed glances, each recognizing the astonishment mirrored in the other's eyes. Simultaneously, a shared thought arose within them. This youth was beyond their ability to contend with. The ancient defensive array in Chapter 34 could not withstand even a casual strike. Boom. In that moment, Su Chen stood tall as a titan among the heavens. The celestial expanse trembled violently, struggling to contain his corporeal form. With a sharp shout, Su Chen propelled his right arm forward. This punch shattered the barriers of heaven and earth, unleashing a tempest that altered the very hues of the sky. Zhang Ziyuan and Zhao, witnessing this overwhelming display of power, felt their eyes nearly pop out in disbelief, their bodies instinctively quaking with fear at such terrifying might. Was this truly a force belonging to this world? Retreat. Zhang Ziyuan stammered, grasping Zhao Yi's hand as they withdrew several dozen miles. They understood that should they inadvertently be caught in the maw of the spatial rifts, they would face annihilation. Even as top-tier cultivators in the Great Ascension stage, capable of manipulating some aspects of spatial power, they felt like mere children before such vast rifts. Bang! When Su Chen's fist collided with the ancient array below, the earth convulsed. Centered on Su Chen, a tempest brewed across thousands of miles, the atmosphere charged with fury. Heavens! What has transpired? Even from over 5,000 miles away, at the sage's forbidden ground, the entire Wanjian peak trembled violently under the influence of this force, as if the mountain itself could collapse at any moment. Has an attack been launched against Wanjian Mountain Manor? Panic gripped all disciples of the manor, the world around them fraught with an impending sense of doom. Activate the protective formation. A pale blue light enveloped Wanjian Peak, the peculiar power of the formation finally halting the onslaught, granting the gathered disciples a moment of respite. Meanwhile, even though Zhang Ziyuan and Zhao were both formidable Great Ascension stage cultivators, they were still thrown back 1,000 miles by the force of the impact. Su Chen retracted his fist, looking down at the shattered remnants of the ancient defensive array with a visage of disappointment. I expected this array to be remarkable, yet it crumbled under merely 30% of my strength. Zhang Ziyuan and Zhao returned, their faces ashen. Zhao cast her gaze downward at the ancient array, her heart filled with dread and sorrow. This was the formation laid by the 5th-generation ancestor of Wanjian Mountain Manor, now utterly obliterated by a single punch. The extent of the destruction would require centuries to repair. Anger surged within her to its zenith, yet when she looked at Su Chen, she could only swallow hard, her throat dry. Was this Su Chen truly a prodigy? He seemed more like a monstrous aberration. Reflecting on her earlier suggestion for her disciples to spar with him, she felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. At the same time, she silently rejoiced that her murderous intent had not been fully revealed. Your ancient formation is not as impressive as I anticipated. Is there a stronger one? Su Chen's gaze turned towards Zhao, his dissatisfaction with the ancient defensive array evident. Young Master Su, all formations within Wanjian Mountain Manor have evolved from these two arrays. These are the most powerful, unless... Zhao Yi's words trailed off, hinting at an unspoken secret. Zhang Ziyuan's expression tightened as he directed a wary look at Zhao Yi. As for Su Chen, he sensed a potential opportunity in Zhao Yi's words and inquired, unless what? Zhao Yi lifted her gaze towards the distant high tower beyond the sage's forbidden ground, speaking slowly. Young Master Su, do you see that tower in the distance? Su Chen squinted, spotting a bronze tower standing majestically above the clouds, 1,000 miles away. The tower loomed in the heavens, separated from the world by black ripples of spatial energy that surrounded its outline. Wanjian Mountain Manor, renowned throughout Hangzhou, relies on 32 swords and 2 ancient formations, Zhao continued. And these swords and formations originate from within the Tongtian Tower? Su Chen's eyes sparkled with intrigue upon hearing Zhao Yi's implication. Are you suggesting that within the Tongtian Tower, one can acquire even more powerful formations? Precisely. Zhao Yi beamed, confidence illuminating her features. Then I shall enter the Tongtian Tower and acquire the formations, Su Chen declared, making his way towards the tower. In the blink of an eye, the three arrived at the foot of the Tongtian Tower, which soared 1,000 feet high and boasted 99 levels. Surrounding the tower were 999 heavenly steps. Beneath the steps lay a vast plaza, where nearly 1,000 outstanding disciples of Wanjian Mountain Manor had gathered. Each disciple ascended the heavenly steps, hoping to refine themselves and comprehend the supreme Tao, aspiring to enter the Tontian Tower to gain celestial techniques. As the three descended into the plaza, approaching the heavenly steps, the disciples of Wanjian Mountain Manor bowed respectfully upon seeing their manor leader. According to the first ancestor of Wanjian Mountain Manor, this Tontian Tower had descended from the heavens millions of years ago, potentially a relic of the celestial realm, imbued with traces of celestial energy. Zhao tilted her head slightly, gazing up at the tower's pinnacle, and began to introduce it to Su Chen. Su Chen nodded, if that is the case. This Tontian Tower is indeed a celestial artifact. He could not help but think of the profound foundations of great powers. If only he could bring this Tontian Tower back to the Wanjian Sect, it would undoubtedly rise to prominence in Hezhou. Yet, he quickly shook his head, reminding himself not to be overly ambitious. However, young Master Su, since you are prepared to ascend the tower, I do have a small piece of advice, Zhao cautioned. Please, share it. For countless eons, innumerable disciples have aspired to enter the Tontian Tower in search of opportunities. Yet, the number of those who have succeeded in entering is exceedingly rare. Despite the accumulation of time, a terrifying number have entered, but only 3 have successfully returned throughout history. Su Chen chuckled lightly, responding nonchalantly, it matters not. I possess the pinnacle combat strength of this world. A mere Tontian Tower, even if it is a celestial artifact, cannot pose a threat to me. Stepping back 1,000 paces, one still possesses a formidable cultivation of over 80 trillion. Should a genuine crisis arise, breaking the mirror to ascend to immortality would resolve all issues. Given that young Master Su harbors no such concerns, let us ascend the heavenly steps and enter the Tower of Heaven. A sense of satisfaction washed over Zhao, her smile betraying her triumph. It was known that several ancestors of the sword-questioning manor had entered the Tower of Heaven during the tribulation phase and had never returned. She doubted that such a minor figure as Su Chen could stir any significant waves. Without uttering another word, Su Chen took a step forward and ascended the heavenly steps. A faint pressure from the Tao of Heaven descended, causing his shoulders to feel slightly burdened. Simultaneously, a trace of his internal cultivation released, counteracting this pressure. The force of these rules seemed to diverge sharply from the rules of this world. Could it be that the Tower of Heaven truly belonged to the realm of immortals? As Su Chen ascended, he began to comprehend the rules of the heavenly path, whispering in astonishment. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 1,000th level of the heavenly steps. To enter the 1,000th level of the Tower of Heaven was a privilege reserved for the elite disciples of the sword-questioning manor, and Su Chen's presence among them drew the attention of many disciples, who gasped in surprise. Who is that person? I don't recognize him. Is he a newly emerged elite disciple from a certain faction? Indeed, the sword-questioning manor had no fewer than 80,000 elite disciples. It was impossible to know them all. Our senior Lu has the highest record of 3,800 steps. What is so remarkable about an elite disciple who can't even compare to Lu? Wait, I saw him just a few seconds ago at the 100th step. The first disciple who spoke observed the dismissive reactions of his peers and continued, I think you're mistaken. Just as another disciple of the sword-questioning manor was about to retort, he looked back at Su Chen's position and was left utterly astounded. How could this be possible? In the blink of an eye, that person has ascended nearly 1,000 steps. The heavenly steps increased in pressure the higher one climbed. Upon reaching the 1,000th step, the pressure intensified further, doubling with each ascent. For elite disciples, every inch was a tremendous struggle. Yet, Su Chen ascended the 1,000th level of the heavenly steps with the ease of walking on flat ground. What sort of monster is this? Su Chen stood at the 2,000th level, and his inner doubts deepened. He noticed that the pressure that once weighed upon him had suddenly vanished. This gave him the illusion that he had gained the acknowledgement of the rules of this realm. After a brief pause, he pressed onward, crossing 2,000 steps in mere moments to reach the 4,000th level. My heavens, who is that young man? He ascended so quickly. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, he has reached the 4,000th level of the heavenly steps. If he continues, he will surpass Brother Zhao Jian. This person is simply a monster. His speed in climbing the heavenly steps has far surpassed that of Brother Zhao Jian. Is that so? I wonder which esteemed elder he is a disciple of. I saw him earlier with the Manor Master and the enigmatic Elder Zhang. Could he be Elder Zhang's disciple? Is that true? It seems the sword-questioning manor is about to produce another unparalleled prodigy. The whispers of envy, jealousy, and admiration echoed among the disciples of the sword-questioning manor. However, Su Chen listened with growing displeasure. Suddenly turning around, he spoke with a commanding and imperious tone. I hail from the Wanjian Sect in Hezhou. The so-called waste, Zhao Jian, is not worthy of being compared to me. At this moment, Su Chen stood on the 4,000th level, towering above all the disciples of the sword-questioning manor. His voice resounded with a sense of dominance. So, Su Chen is an external disciple from another region, they muttered in disbelief, and he dares to insult our manor's most outstanding prodigy. As they bared their teeth in indignation, Su Chen continued brazenly from above. I know you all are unconvinced. If you are unwilling, feel free to come challenge me. Instantly, the bravado of the crowd dissipated, for in the face of absolute power, any complaints were rendered as mere excuses and self-deprecation. Looking around, none of the disciples of the sword-questioning manner could ascend to the 4,000th level, and even among their peers, those who could reach such heights were few and far between. Oof, a bunch of clowns. Su Chen scoffed disdainfully, though Su Chen could not fully discern Zhao Yi's intentions. He sensed her ulterior motives. His words served as both a rebuttal and a warning, implying that if they remained prudent and did not provoke him, he would leave after achieving his goals. Otherwise, he would take advantage of the opportunity presented by the Tower of Heaven. Zhang Ziyuan, listening to Su Chen's words, sighed deeply. This youth may not be as easily dealt with as you believe. Even if you can handle him, perhaps the forces behind him are not so easily confronted. I hope you do not end up shooting yourself in the foot. While a trace of worry crossed Zhao Yi's face, she had already committed to her course of action. Moreover, as the leader of the sword-questioning manner, she could not tolerate anyone questioning her judgment. Her expression hardened with resolve, and she remained steadfast in her beliefs. In fact, at this moment, she merely hoped for Su Chen to ascend even faster, to reach the pinnacle of the Tower of Heaven and enter its depths, only to be subdued by its might. Simultaneously, she prayed fervently that Su Chen would fail the test of the heavenly steps and be unable to enter. In that case, even if he were to be crushed, what of it? They were in Hangzhou, and his demise would be a consequence of his own hubris. Before Su Chen entered the tower, she had already issued her warning. She could tolerate an external disciple from a distant region ascending the Tower of Heaven to comprehend the supreme path. Even if death awaited him, it would be an honor. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Chen. Just then, having comprehended the principles of the 4,000th level, he realized it was of little use and continued onward. As he took another step, an immense force descended from above with a thunderous crash. Crack! The heavenly steps beneath his feet shattered in response. The disciples of the sword-questioning manner who witnessed this scene wore expressions of schadenfreude. It seemed this outsider was no more than mediocre. The 4,000th level of the heavenly steps was likely his limit. If he failed to gain recognition from the rules of the Tower of Heaven beyond this point, every step thereafter would triple the pressure. His reckless attempt to forge ahead would only lead to his own destruction. What are you fools so pleased about? I merely wish to test my physical strength. Just as the disgruntled disciples of the sword-questioning manner thought they could finally find solace in their assumptions, they heard Su Chen deliver another merciless blow to their spirits. They then witnessed him ascend with effortless grace, step by step, defying all expectations. As he tread upon the heavenly stairs beneath him, each step resounded with a shattering echo. The harsh reality struck swiftly, while every eye widened in astonishment, gazing at Su Chen as though he were a mythical beast. In mere moments, he ascended several hundred flights, his physical form defying comprehension. He had already reached the staggering height of 4,900 steps. At this level, even the most gifted disciple of the sword inquiry manner, Zhao Jian, would falter. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the heavenly stairs fracturing burst forth like a cacophony of firecrackers. Su Chen quickened his pace, rapidly climbing to the 6,000th tier. The disciples of the sword inquiry manner stood agape, struck dumb by the spectacle before them. This altitude, if not sanctioned by the rules of the celestial tower, could only be attained by the elders of the manor. Thus, the individual before them must possess at least the prowess of a peak harmonization stage cultivator. Standing at the 6,000th step, Su Chen proclaimed, I require no validation from this wretched celestial tower. My might alone shatters all laws. His voice resonated with the force of thunder, impervious to the constraints of the celestial tower's domain, echoing in the ears of every disciple below. An aura of boundless arrogance and dominance enveloped him. With each stride, he continued his ascent, disdainful of the tattered rules of the celestial tower. Why seek to comprehend them? Thus, he pressed forward, defying the heavens with his physical strength, shattering tier after tier of the heavenly stairs. Su Chen's velocity escalated, and within mere breaths, he transcended the barrier of 9,999 steps. With a graceful leap, he landed upon the platform beneath the celestial tower. The thousands of disciples from the sword inquiry manor, witnessing this extraordinary scene, fell into a stupor. To disregard the rules of the celestial tower and step onto its platform using mere flesh, he must be the first in millions of years to achieve such a feat. Chapter 36. The domain rules disregarded, I shall force my way in. Amidst the unparalleled shock that enveloped the crowd, Su Chen stepped onto the platform of the celestial tower. Before him stood two ancient, enigmatic bronze doors, intricately carved with the 4 celestial beasts, alive with the illusion of soaring through the skies. Chen approached and pushed against the ancient doors, yet they did not budge. A frown creased his brow. Why could he not enter? Just as he pondered this, mocking laughter erupted from below. Ha ha ha, are you daft? Without the celestial tower's endorsement, entry is impossible. At this taunt, Chen's fury ignited. It was not the inability to enter that enraged him, but the audacity of one who dared to ridicule him. With a swift motion, Chen raised his hand and pointed downward. The disciple who had mocked him was instantly pierced through by an overwhelming force, his head exploding in an instant. I have tolerated your foolishness long enough. No one anticipated that an outsider would dare to strike with such ferocity before the Lord of the Sword Inquiry Manor, executing a disciple with ruthless efficiency. The onlookers stood frozen, aghast. Zhao, the manor's master, witnessed the scene unfold, her beautiful visage twitching as she inhaled deeply. The disciples of the Sword Inquiry Manor, provoking Chen, were doomed. As all eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief, Zhao spoke with sudden authority. The likes of this situation were unheard of among the disciples, yet they fell silent, no longer willing to gamble with their lives. Chen's display of power had left a profound impression, and he was immensely satisfied with the result. Turning away, he declared, "If the rules of this realm deny my entry, I shall forcefully carve my own passage." Boom, boom, boom. The very fabric of this realm began to tremble violently. The celestial tower's apex unleashed waves of destructive force, sweeping downwards with merciless intent. The disciples of the Sword Inquiry Manor, who were either climbing the tower or meditating to comprehend the Tao, were swept away like leaves caught in an autumn gale. Realizing the dire predicament, Xianxiaaudiobooks finally intervened, rescuing the disciples ensnared by the void. Each rescued disciple was left shaken, their hearts pounding with the fear of being reduced to mere pulp had they been a moment slower. Meanwhile, they gazed up towards the summit of the heavenly stairs, their expressions betraying their astonishment. What could this outsider possibly intend? He could not be contemplating a forceful breach of the celestial tower's entrance, could he? A disciple of the Sword Inquiry Manor voiced this thought aloud. A forceful breach? That would be tantamount to seeking death. Countless eyes turned toward the speaker. Confusion etched upon their faces. I once read in an ancient tome that a century ago, a tribulation elder ascended the heavenly stairs but failed to gain the domain's recognition. He too attempted to enter with brute force, only to be effortlessly obliterated by the tower's rules. As the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation, a collective gasp echoed through the air. At that moment, Zhao observed Chen above, unleashing his might upon the entrance of the celestial tower. A knowing smile finally gracing her features. At such a young age, he might possess the cultivation of a tribulation-level expert, a veritable prodigy. It would indeed be a tragedy if he were to perish, yet the thrill of exterminating such a remarkable talent was intoxicating, dispelling the long-standing tension within her heart. Boom, boom, boom. The earth-shattering sounds of collision resonated endlessly. Just as Chen prepared to make another descent, he felt an overwhelming celestial pressure descending upon him. He abruptly looked upward to witness a surge of violet power cascading from the apex of the celestial tower, aimed directly at his position. As the violet force descended, the sky fractured. A faint sense of danger flickered within Chen's heart, yet it was but a mere whisper. This was the first time since achieving the pinnacle of his tribulation that he sensed any semblance of danger, stirring a curiosity within him. The multitude of disciples from the Sword Inquiry Manor, witnessing the emergence of the violet force, assumed that Chen, confronted by such divine might, had been rendered lifeless with fear. Their excitement was palpable, their faces flushed with anticipation. Yet, in the next instant, they were taken aback as Chen moved once more. He raised his arm towards the violet force, attempting to grasp it. Ha ha ha, that fool has truly lost his wits. Even now, he thinks he can resist the violet power, which can effortlessly annihilate tribulation-level cultivators. However, just as everyone, including Zhao and Xianxiaaudiobooks, anticipated Chen's imminent demise, the hand he extended grew larger, brimming with tremendous force as he grasped the violet energy. With a powerful squeeze, the violet force dissipated like mist, scattering into the ether. Zhao trembled all over, utterly unable to accept the reality before her. How could this be possible? The rumors spoke of a power that could effortlessly vanquish even the most formidable tribulation cultivators. Could it be that Chen's cultivation was on par with that of celestial beings? The ominous feelings within her grew heavier. If Chen, through sheer brute force, had breached the celestial tower and subsequently acquired unparalleled opportunities, emerging unscathed, what would she do? This was undoubtedly an occurrence that the esteemed ancestors would never permit. Contemplating this, a sense of trepidation enveloped her. Young Master Su, if you cannot open the celestial tower's gate, Allow me to replicate an ancient formation for you. The mere thought of such a scenario occurring made Zhao acutely aware that her tenure as the head of the sword-seeking manor would be at an end. Thus, she reluctantly called out to Chen above. The two ancient formations already possessed by the sword-seeking manor, though precious, have been circulated for centuries. Even if I were to replicate them for outsiders, the repercussions would not be overly severe. No need, came Chen's voice from above, filled with despair-inducing confidence. I was merely testing the waters. The Celestial Tower's gate cannot deter me. Just as he finished speaking, a series of thunderous impacts erupted from above. In that moment, even the 999 levels of the heavenly stairs began to tremble under the force of Chen's assault. As Zhao worried that the power of the Celestial Tower's domain could not withstand Chen's onslaught, another disheartening crash echoed from above. The Celestial Tower's gate had been forcefully breached by Chen. See, it's open now, Chen proclaimed triumphantly from above, his voice resonating like a mighty hammer. 80. Each word struck Zhao heart with heavy blows. Things seemed to be spiraling in the direction she had dreaded, yet her unease only intensified. In the next moment, she watched helplessly as Chen's figure disappeared into the Celestial Tower. It would be preferable if he perished within, however. Zhao couldn't shake the feeling that this was unlikely. To avert an irretrievable outcome, she gritted her teeth, sighed, and resolved to awaken the 37th generation Ancestor, the third individual to return from the Celestial Tower. Chapter 37. The Soul-Searching Immortal Lord's Consciousness. Chen enters the Celestial Tower. The first level of the Celestial Tower was a grand square hall. In each corner stood a bronze pillar, from the tops of which coiled four powerful azure dragons. Poised in a roaring stance, directly facing the entrance of the tower. At the entrance stood a statue that seemed to exist outside the realm of this world, lingering within another temporal stream, faint and elusive. Play your games elsewhere, Chen exclaimed in frustration. Simultaneously, boundless power surged forth from his being like an endless river. Boom. Chen's cultivation transformed into tangible ribbons of color that collided fiercely against the statue, causing the Celestial Tower to shudder violently. Yet, despite Chen unleashing his full might, the statue remained unscathed. Faced with this situation, Chen reluctantly withdrew his attacks, realizing that this entity must be extraordinarily formidable. He wondered if it could be taken back to the Wanjian Sect and melted down to forge weapons. Just as such thoughts crossed his mind, a sharp yet slightly childish reprimand echoed from above. Lowly and despicable cultivator from the lower realms, how dare you show disrespect to the Immortal Lord? You are courting death. Upon hearing this voice, Chen's initial reaction was one of incredulity. How dare this insolent being insult him so brazenly? In the next moment, he raised his gaze, locking onto the source of the voice. A round, chubby red spirit creature glared at him with indignation. Do not think that your cute appearance will spare you from my wrath, Chen declared, raising his hand to deliver a fierce blow to the red spirit creature. Lowly and despicable cultivator from the lower realms, this is my domain. Do not think you can escape. Bang! The red spirit creature was sent flying, crashing against the side of the Celestial Tower. Witnessing this, Chen was mildly surprised. This red spirit creature was the first to survive his strike. The creature had believed that within this domain, no one but immortals could contend with it, only to find that its own powers were ineffective against this lower realm cultivator. Dazed and disoriented from the impact, it thought, I never expected a being from the lower realms to be so extraordinary. Time to flee. The red spirit creature braced itself and attempted to escape upwards. However, in the next instant, it realized it could not escape this space at all. The rules of this realm had shifted, binding it in place. Brave warrior, I am merely a tool spirit. Please do not make this difficult for me. I was wrong. Tool spirit? Chen's heart stirred at the words of the red spirit creature. It was said that only immortal weapons could produce tool spirits. Could it be that the Celestial Tower was an immortal weapon? If it was indeed an immortal weapon, it ought to possess its own moral code. With this thought, Chen delivered another 2 resounding slaps. Though the tool spirit of the Celestial Tower cried out in distress and spun in confusion, Chen couldn't help but admire its resilience. With a sigh of relief, Chen concluded that he had established sufficient dominance and spoke. Since you are the tool spirit of the Celestial Tower, you must possess what I seek. Brave warrior, as long as you do not strike me, I will provide you with anything you desire, as long as I possess it. Unparalleled ancient formations. Brave warrior, please strike me instead. I am merely a tool spirit, and I truly do not have them. Do not have them? Chen raised his hand in a threatening manner. I truly do not. The tool spirit of the Celestial Tower was thoroughly aggrieved. Then how is it that other cultivators have obtained them within the tower? Chen pressed. The tool spirit glanced at the statue beside it. They all sought the Immortal Lord's favor. This broken statue. Shoo. Brave warrior, keep your voice down. This statue contains a fragment of the Immortal Lord's consciousness. Awakening, it would be catastrophic. What could be so catastrophic? It is merely a remnant soul. Chen scoffed. This broken statue is nothing more than a hard shell. Once I leave, I will surely carry it back to the Wanjian Sect to melt down for weapons. With this thought, a sudden inspiration struck Chen. Since this broken statue harbored the Immortal Lord's consciousness, why not directly search its soul to acquire its memories? Wouldn't that be simpler and quicker? Thus, in the next moment, Chen stepped forward, extending his right hand to rest upon the statue's head, unleashing a torrent of cultivation power from within him. What do you intend to do? Beside the Tower of Babel, the spirit of the tower witnessed this scene with dread and cried out in alarm. Naturally, it is soul-searching. Chen replied nonchalantly. Brave warrior, cease at once. That is a celestial monarch. Such actions may invoke the wrath of the true celestial monarch. The spirit, on the verge of tears, feared that if the celestial monarch descended, it would be reprimanded for failing to protect his statue, and it would likely face dire consequences. Unfazed, Chen scoffed. Let him come, if he dares. I shall level up and confront him. In that moment, Chen elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of this realm. The very fabric of the laws governing this world began to shift in response to his presence. An overwhelming celestial might manifested as streams of rule-based power, bending to Chen's will. Infinite rules permeated the statue of the celestial monarch, creating a magnificent apocalyptic realm that left the tower's spirit thunderstruck, as if struck by lightning. Was this truly the lowly cultivator from the lower realms that it remembered? Such a genius, even among the upper realms, would be one in a myriad. Although he had merely reached the great perfection of tribulation, the power he displayed rivaled that of a celestial immortal. I found it. A look of joy spread across Chen's face as he sensed the faint consciousness of the celestial monarch within the statue. However, at the moment he touched that sliver of consciousness, his mind erupted with a resounding hum. A voice, ancient and chilling, reverberated through the Tower of Babel. You dare to seek the soul of this sovereign. Forgive me, celestial monarch. Forgive me. Upon hearing this voice, the spirit of the tower was thrown into a panic. Begone. Chen's brows furrowed with intensity. With a mere thought, the voice of the celestial monarch was instantly submerged beneath an endless sea of rules and laws. Boom. In that instant, as the voice of the celestial monarch was extinguished, the sound of 1,000 galloping steeds resonated above Chen. He looked up to see a mass of purple clouds gathering. Within those clouds, iron hooves appeared, as several celestial cavalrymen descended with a domineering presence, brandishing their celestial weapons and aiming to strike Chen. With a cold snort, Chen unleashed a punch. Boom. The celestial cavalry was obliterated in an instant, dissipating into nothingness. Chen withdrew his fist, a boundless joy lighting up his face, for he had acquired what he sought from the celestial monarch's consciousness. Moreover, he had also obtained a celestial technique. Yet, just as he reveled in his triumph, the Tower of Babel began to tremble violently. The space within seemed on the verge of rupture. This is it. This is it. The celestial monarch is about to descend. The spirit of the tower flailed in a frenzy, panicking incessantly. Chapter 38. The 37th Ancestor of the Sword, Inquiry Mountain Manor. An unparalleled celestial might began to permeate the Tower of Babel. A section of space began to bulge like a bubble. Wave. The next moment, that section of space exploded. A beam of light projected from the shattered void, revealing a wispy, ethereal figure. The gaze of that figure was laden with arrogance as it looked down upon Chen, as if surveying mere insects. You lowly cultivator dare to seek the consciousness of this sovereign? You shall perish. The figure spoke coldly. A colossal hand infused with supreme celestial might descended towards Chen. Merely a projection, and yet so arrogant. Chen scoffed, his disdain evident in his words as he met the descending palm with his own. Boom. The two palms collided, causing the entire space to collapse, annihilate, and then restore in an endless cycle. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Chen stepped forth, his voice resonating like thunder. Get lost. He then unleashed a series of 3 punches, aiming to shatter the illusory projection. The celestial monarch's projection staggered back, feeling greatly insulted and provoked. As if to salvage a shred of dignity, it rumbled. Were it not for the constraints of the world's power, how could you, an insect, dare to act so brazenly? Ha! Chen burst into laughter, thoroughly breaking through the celestial monarch's defenses. Insect, remember this. When I ascend to the upper realms, you shall be the one scurrying away with your tail between your legs, spouting nonsense. Boom. Chen delivered another punch, completely dispersing the projection. The ferocity of this individual was unlike anything the spirit of the tower had ever witnessed, leaving it momentarily dumbfounded. Even though the celestial monarch was merely a projection, it still represented the peak power of this realm. and yet this individual had decisively pushed it back. How astonishing. The spirit of the tower reflected on the event. Still feeling a pang of fear, patting its round belly to steady its nerves, it turned to Su Chen, its eyes nearly popping out. It saw Su Chen cradling the statue of the celestial monarch, shaking it vigorously, and hastily inquired, "Brave warrior, what are you doing?" "Mind your own business, spirit," Su Chen retorted, maximizing his physical strength. In an instant, the entire Tower of Babel began to shake violently. Outside the Tower of Babel, the members of the Sword Inquiry Mountain Manor, witnessing the imminent collapse of the tower, wore faces of horror. The Tower of Babel was the foundation of their manor. If anything were to happen to it, their power would suffer a catastrophic blow. Zhao watched in shock, filled with regret. Yet, no matter how much she regretted, it was too late. Finally, after enduring several moments of crisis where the tower seemed on the verge of toppling, the tremors of the Tower of Babel ceased. Soon after, a young man clad in white appeared atop the tower, shouldering a bronze statue. Gasp! Countless individuals inhaled sharply in disbelief. That statue was one they had seen in the records of the Sword Inquiry Mountain Manor, known as the Origin Ancestor. They could scarcely believe that the statue of the Origin Ancestor was being carried by that individual, and it seemed he intended to take it away. "This is a generous gift from the Sword Inquiry Mountain Manor. Thank you." In the next moment, the young man in white proclaimed loudly as he soared into the air, "Young friend, please hold." Just as Su Chen prepared to leave, a force descended from the heavens, and an elder emerged from the clouds. "Who are you? You think you can just command me to stay?" Su Chen regarded the elder with a questioning gaze. "I am the 37th ancestor of the Sword Inquiry Mountain Manor." The elder replied slowly, his tone betraying a sense of breathlessness, as if he were on the brink of collapse. "The 37th ancestor. My heavens. I cannot believe I am in the presence of the 37th ancestor. The 37th generation ancestor, who once traversed the Tower of Heaven and comprehended the ancient killing formations. Indeed, it is this venerable ancestor. Regrettably, the 37th generation ancestor failed in his tribulation. Yet, despite his failure, the power of the 37th generation ancestor is by no means inferior to that of an immortal. At last, this wretched boy is destined to face calamity. Indeed, no one who has offended the Sword Inquiry Manor has ever emerged unscathed. Su Chen's displayed prowess repeatedly shatters the limits of those from the Sword Inquiry Manor. At this moment, though it has provoked the 37th generation ancestor to take action, none feel shame. As long as they can eliminate this detestable individual before them, all is permissible. And then, Su Chen gazes towards the elder. "Surrender the inheritance you obtained within the Tower of Heaven and relinquish the ancestral statue in your grasp. To prevent you from leaking the Sword Inquiry Manor's legacy, you shall remain confined for 100,000 years before you may depart." The elder mumbles, his voice somewhat muddled, yet utterly authoritative. Su Chen chuckles lightly. Were it not for his lack of knowledge and formations, he would scarcely regard it. If the other party were to speak reasonably, leaving a portion for you would be no great matter. But how dare you demand to confine me for 100,000 years? Such audacity is simply insufferable. And what if I refuse? Su Chen retorts coldly. "I spare your life out of respect for your extraordinary talent." The elder's eyes flash with a hint of murderous intent. "Try to take my life, old relic, and see what happens." Su Chen's temperament has always been to respond to kindness with kindness, and to respond to disrespect with ire and wrath. Thus, he no longer holds back, speaking bluntly and with force. The elder's gaze darkens further. He entered the Tower of Heaven at 30, comprehended the Jiao, and grasped the ancient killing formations. By 39, he ascended to the tribulation realm, a peerless prodigy seldom seen in a million years. Since his emergence, no one has dared to converse with him in such a manner. This white-clad youth before him is the first. One would expect a meeting of extraordinary talents to engender mutual admiration. His intention to confine Su Chen for 100,000 years was to retain him within Sword Inquiry Manor, to assimilate him, thus bestowing the manor with another unparalleled prodigy in a million years. However, Su Chen's words and brazen demeanor are particularly repugnant to him. "Then, I shall take your life," the elder resolves. Since the Sword Inquiry Manor is unattainable, he shall annihilate it. His cultivation begins to surge dramatically, his bones cracking like popping beans. His form expands visibly, shedding the years and wrinkles of age. A robust middle-aged man stands before Su Chen, the 37th generation ancestor, restored to his peak state in this moment. Boom. He clenches his fists, and a cacophony of sonic booms ensues. Feeling his restored strength, every breath and movement could shatter mountains and rivers. Yet, even as he immerses himself, an incongruous voice interrupts once more. "Old relic, has your transformation completed?" Chapter 39. Your 37th generation ancestor has fled. The 37th generation ancestor, upon hearing Su Chen's words, grits his teeth in fury, veins bulging. With a thunderous step forward, he transforms his palm into a vast canopy, suddenly clutching towards the realm where Su Chen stands. The terrifying power of a tribulation realm cultivator causes the very ground beneath Su Chen to tremble and collapse. An endless force of the void rends the skies, enveloping Su Chen within. This loathsome individual is finally destined to perish at the hands of the 37th generation ancestor, it seems. Countless faces reveal excitement. However, their desires ultimately dissolve in vain. In the next moment, Su Chen, bearing the statue, strides forth through the dark void. Simultaneously, his cultivation erupts within him. The gale rages, and his garments flutter. He resembles a celestial deity, breaking free from the terrifying binding force. Old relic, if you wish to kill me, it shall not be so simple. He taunts. The 37th generation ancestor, witnessing this, breathes heavily. This youth is even more formidable than he imagined. His gaze sharpens, and his murderous intent intensifies. With a slow yet deliberate motion, he raises his arm. Sword comes. Deep within the sword inquiry manor, a clear and melodious sword cry suddenly resonates, akin to a dragon's roar. Following this, a streak of azure-white light pierces the firmament, and a mottled longsword falls into the hands of the 37th generation ancestor. The sword sings in joyous exultation, shedding the sediment of ages to reveal its azure blade. The 37th generation ancestor begins to wield the longsword, and the heavens and earth are instantly shrouded in a wave of azure sword chi. Su Chen evaluates this display as quite impressive. Yet to slay him? Not a chance. Faced with the imminent onslaught of sword chi, he embraces the statue with both arms and swings powerfully, dispersing the endless sword energy. The 32nd sword. The azure sword in the hands of the 37th generation ancestor splits into 32 parts, forming a sword formation that encompasses him. The sword rain spans miles like meteors streaking across the sky. Uft, uft, uft. The 32 swords shoot forth, bearing the force to shatter the stars. Aimed at Su Chen's head. Flamboyant. Su Chen roars, defiantly raising his arm to grasp at the 32 swords. The 37th generation ancestor's weapons have long been perfected, rivaling the celestial. How dare he be so reckless, oblivious to the danger? Witnessing Su Chen's actions, everyone thinks the same. However, at the moment Su Chen's hand meets the 32 swords, a series of clinking sounds erupts. The 32 swords are effortlessly scattered by Su Chen. His physical prowess has long transcended this realm. The 32 swords are naught but trifles. As he disperses the 32 swords, he mocks, then turns his gaze towards the 37th generation ancestor of the sword inquiry manor. Old relic, after allowing you to transform for so long, it is now my turn to strike. Upon finishing his words, he hurls the statue from his shoulder towards the 37th generation ancestor. This throw channels Su Chen's physical force. Where the statue passes, immense power shatters the void. The 37th generation ancestor's eyes finally reflect a look of horror. He could never have imagined that the white-clad youth before him could disperse the 32 swords he had unleashed with his bare hands. This white-clad youth's strength far surpasses anything he had envisioned. He is not merely a rare prodigy in a million years. He is clearly operating on a different plane. Faced with the statue hurled his way, the 37th generation ancestor does not dare to confront its might directly. His figure flickers, retreating 1,000 miles away in an instant. Seeing this, Su Chen lets out a thunderous roar. Old fool, do you think you can escape? With that, Su Chen's speed intensified. In the blink of an eye, he pursued the statue he had thrown. Raising his leg, he delivered a powerful kick, and with a resounding thud, the statue vanished into the void, reappearing to strike the face of the 37th patriarch. Like a cannonball, the patriarch was sent hurtling into the distant horizon with a thunderous crash. Witnessing this unfold, everyone from the sword inquiry manor stood frozen in disbelief. How could this be possible? The 37th patriarch, despite having failed his tribulation, still possessed a trace of celestial power. Was he not invincible? In the sky, Su Chen teleported once more, appearing before the falling statue and catching it in his hands. Seizing the momentum, he soared toward the horizon where the 37th patriarch had plummeted. Ahead lay the vast expanse of the Longyuan Sea. However, upon arrival, Su Chen found no trace of the patriarch. Had this old wretch fled? Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that the patriarch was also at the peak of the tribulation stage. Chasing him would be impossible in the short term. And if the patriarch chose to hide, finding him would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet, could the monk truly escape the temple? Returning to the sword inquiry manor, the disciples, upon seeing Su Chen but not the patriarch, grew increasingly anxious. Su Chen gazed down at the ants below him, finding it utterly uninteresting. Redirecting his attention, he focused on the foundation of the sword inquiry manor, the Tower of Heavenly Connection. To vanquish both life and spirit was the true path. Thus, under the watchful eyes of thousands of sword inquiry disciples, Su Chen soared toward the tower. Arriving before the tower, he set down the statue he had been shouldering, then stepped forward, arms outstretched, intent on uprooting the tower to bring it back to the Wanjian sect. Boom, boom, boom. The tower trembled violently. The disciples of the sword inquiry manner, sensing Su Chen's intentions, were filled with dread. If he truly succeeded in uprooting the tower, the strength of the sword inquiry manner would plummet. The tower was the source of their fortunes, allowing the disciples to comprehend the Jiao, representing their inherent advantage. At this moment, Zhao, in particular, was at a loss. Although there were still a few patriarchs left in the manor, she dared not awaken them lightly. What if they were again defeated? While the tower swayed ominously, it showed no signs of being uprooted, which offered her a modicum of solace. Hero, the tower of heavenly connection was bestowed by the celestial monarch. It cannot be moved. The spirit of the tower whispered in Su Chen's ear. Hearing this, Su Chen sighed. It seemed that this object truly could not be uprooted. However, the inability to uproot it did not equate to the inability to shatter it. Su Chen's gaze fell upon the statue beside him. He wondered which was tougher, this statue or the tower. With determination, Su Chen hoisted the statue and soared into the sky. Just as the disciples of the sword inquiry manor believed Su Chen was incapable of uprooting the tower and began to relax. They were taken aback as he suddenly hurled the statue at the tower. Boom! The statue collided with the tower, producing a deafening sound. In that instant, the statue rebounded, and Su Chen deftly caught it. He then looked at the point of impact. Although the tower had not been breached, a small dent had formed. Seeing this effectiveness, Su Chen continued to strike, each blow increasingly forceful. After a quarter of an hour, although the tower remained intact, it had become slightly deformed and pockmarked. The spirit of the tower stood by, unable to voice its anger, continually cursing internally. You are so noble, so extraordinary, yet you dismantle my home. Boom. Another deep indentation was created. Su Chen caught the statue, but due to excessive impact, the rules within the tower had been damaged, leaving no semblance of the statue's original form. Satisfied with his handiwork, he noted that while the domain rules of the tower had not been entirely destroyed, they had suffered significantly. Finally, he cast one last glance at the disciples of the sword inquiry manor, who were rendered silent by fear, before raising his gaze towards the direction of Jiao. Reflecting on how much time had passed since he had left, he wondered whether the inspector from the Zhou kingdom had reached the Wanjian sect. Without further delay, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. Chapter 40. The Ancient Taiyin Formation. Though the sword inquiry manor was nearly 10 million miles away from the Wanjian sect, under Su Chen's full-speed flight, he traversed the Longyuan Sea and the Tianqian mountain range in just a matter of hours, returning to the Wanjian sect. As he landed in his residence, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring the unparalleled ancient formation, completing the acquisition task. Task completed. Reward: 1,000,000 points of cultivation. Task completed. Reward: a volume of celestial grade cultivation scripture, the Tianqian Classic. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Damn it. Why is the system's response so slow? Does it think someone might rob me on the way? Subsequently, he stored the materials he had prepared for crafting weapons in his residence before heading to the hall of the sect leader. Disciple Su Chen pays respects to master. Upon seeing Li Yun, Su Chen bowed deeply. You have returned? Li Yun looked at Su Chen, then reiterated, although there remains a master-disciple relationship between us, I no longer possess the ability to grant you any cultivation power. In the future, there is no need for such formalities. You will always be my master. Regardless of the present or future, Su Chen declared resolutely, gazing at Li Yun. Li Yun sighed deeply, feeling overwhelmed by his disciple's exceptional prowess, almost as if he were out of his depth. After a lengthy pause, he spoke with evident concern. Earlier today, the Zhou Kingdom's inspector conducted a comprehensive evaluation of our Wanjian sect, and our ranking has declined. Declined? Su Chen was taken aback. The inspector from the Zhou Kingdom had arrived so swiftly. Yes, it has dropped. Li Yun's voice carried a note of sorrow as he continued. Moreover, he has ordered the thousands of disciples within the Wanjian sect to seek another place and establish a new sect. Su Chen furrowed his brow. He could understand a decline in ranking, but the order to relocate and establish a new sect was excessive. Why is this? He inquired, puzzled. Alas, Li Yun sighed again, with a hint of self-deprecation. This is all due to our own lack of strength. The current outcome was to be expected. Su Chen's confusion deepened at Li Yun's words. Relocating a sect was no trivial matter, and the Zhou Kingdom would never make such a decision lightly. There must be hidden circumstances he was unaware of. Master, what on earth is happening? Su Chen pressed for answers. Li Yun cast his gaze towards Su Chen. This disciple of his possesses remarkable potential. Given his current rate of growth, the future holds limitless possibilities for him, perhaps even the chance to ascend to the celestial realm. Therefore, he wished to shield Su Chen from becoming entangled in the conflicts between the two sects, for such confrontations can lead to utter annihilation with but a moment's carelessness. Observing the expression on Li Yun's face, Su Chen could naturally discern his thoughts and couldn't help but sigh internally. Master, I am almost ready to engrave the word invincible upon my forehead. Why do you not understand? You are worried for my sake, yet I refrain from declaring my invincibility directly, lest the weight of your expectations as my master become a burden upon me. In the next moment, Su Chen took a deep breath. Since Li Yun was reluctant to elaborate, he would not press further, but the matter of relocating the sect was indeed peculiar. Ultimately, he would uncover the truth behind it. As for the relocation, could it be that my Su Chen's prowess is merely for show? If need be, I shall overturn your Zhao dynasty. Just as Su Chen entertained such thoughts, he heard Li Yun speak again. I am somewhat fatigued, you may withdraw. As for the relocation of the sect, we have 3 months left. If you have the time during this period, assist your master in seeking a suitable celestial mountain. Master, since the inspector has yet to depart, our sect's evaluation has not been reported to the Zhao kingdom, and it remains undecided. Might we request the inspector to reassess? Su Chen interjected after Li Yun finished speaking. A reassessment? Indeed, during my recent excursions, I have discovered a grand protective formation. This formation is certain to alter the evaluation's outcome. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, a spark ignited in Li Yun's eyes. A protective formation serves as one of the criteria for gauging a sect's overall strength. If a powerful protective formation could indeed be established, it might sway the evaluation results. He firmly believed that since Su Chen had mentioned it, he was not jesting. How long will it take to establish the formation? I will do my utmost to persuade the inspector to reassess Wanjian's sect. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen considered that although he lacked expertise in formations, the diagram was in his possession. Setting up the formation was not overly challenging. At worst, minor discrepancies could prevent it from achieving its full potential, but the diagram he held was an extraordinary ancient formation. Even if it only manifested 10% of its efficacy, it would be more than sufficient. 1 hour. Excellent. Li Yun seemed revitalized, his gaze brimming with vigor once more. Soon after, Su Chen bid farewell and prepared to leave. However, just as he was about to step out of the main hall, Li Yun called him back. I nearly forgot. Here is a letter from Yin City addressed to you. With that, Li Yun tossed a letter towards Su Chen. The envelope bore special formation patterns and was inscribed with the words to young Master Su. Su Chen opened the letter, which was penned by Li Mao, the Lord of Yin City. The initial lines were filled with praises and accolades for Su Chen. After the flattery, Li Mao mentioned the Zhao family members whom he had imprisoned. He had executed them by various means and hoped for Su Chen's understanding. He concluded by stating that the Zhao family had colluded with the demon clan from Dongying and that he would hunt down all remaining members of the Zhao clan. After reading the contents of the letter, Su Chen reduced it to ashes, a sly smile playing on his lips as he exited the main hall, ready to equip Wanjian's sect with a brand new protective formation. As for whether Li Yun could persuade the inspector for another evaluation, Su Chen was not overly concerned. If he could, it would be a joyous occasion. If not, then he would not hesitate to resort to unconventional methods. Xiaobai, keep a close watch on the inspector's movements and report to me at once, Su Chen transmitted to Xiaobai, who was in the back mountain. Understood, master. Descending the steps from the main hall, Su Chen entered the 1,000-step square, where numerous disciples of Wanjian's sect were gathered. These disciples had witnessed the inspector's evaluation of their sect in Su Chen's absence and were acutely aware of its decline. Consequently, they appeared somewhat dispirited and downcast. Yet, upon seeing Su Chen, they forced smiles and greeted him respectfully. Senior Brother Su. Greetings, Senior Brother Su. In response to his fellow disciples, Su Chen smiled warmly. Sensing their despondent spirits, he proclaimed with renewed vigor, Dear Junior Brothers, the sect's evaluation is not yet finalized, so do not lose heart. While I cannot guarantee an ascension, I assure you that we shall not be demoted. His voice resonated with determination, akin to a powerful tonic injected into the hearts of the hundreds of disciples present. Just days prior, he had single-handedly quelled a rebellion among the Three Peaks. His image in their minds had long transcended the ordinary. Thus, hearing such words from him, their faith was unwavering. Once again, their eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Su Chen felt a sense of satisfaction with their response. Subsequently, amidst the watchful gazes of all, he soared into the skies, ascending to the clouds above Wanxian Peak. He then lowered his gaze, searching for the location of the celestial mountain's spiritual vein. For the ancient Taiyin formation required the spiritual vein as its starting point. Found it. Joy lit up Su Chen's face. The spiritual vein lay directly beneath the Ancestor's cave. In the next instant, he appeared beneath the Ancestor's cave and retrieved the diagram for the ancient Taiyin formation. Chapter 41. Do not panic, I shall guard your path. Following the diagram, Su Chen meticulously inscribed formation patterns. Before long, the core patterns were completed. Using these core patterns as a focal point, he expanded the entire formation until it enveloped Wangxian Peak. After accomplishing this, Su Chen had spent the better part of an hour. This formation should be able to exert 20% of its power, right? Su Chen chuckled bitterly, dissatisfied with his own techniques. Yet, at this juncture, he had no choice but to make do. Wait, a sudden flash of insight struck him. He could enhance the formation's potency through a formation spirit, and fortuitously, the statue he had moved from the Tongtian Tower was a perfect formation spirit. Though the statue was somewhat dilapidated, it was nonetheless a celestial sovereign's likeness. In the next moment, Su Chen returned to the estate. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless disciples from Wangxian Sect, he appeared in the Thousand Steps Square, carrying a broken statue. The awkwardness of lugging this damaged statue was not lost on him, as it could not be contained in either his system space or storage ring. Arriving at the center of the Thousand Steps Square, he set the statue down. Boom! The heavy statue collided with the ground, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the square. Senior brother Su Chen, what material is this statue made of, that it can bear such weight? A shocked disciple inquired. I am unsure. It could possibly be an artifact from the upper realm, Su Chen replied. Hiss. Upon hearing Su Chen's response, the disciples nearby gasped in astonishment. Since the day they witnessed Su Chen single-handedly conquer 3 peaks, the disciples of Wangxian Peak recognized that his strength had reached a level they could scarcely fathom, comparable to that of their ancestors. Yet now, upon seeing Su Chen with what might be an object from the upper realm, they were left to wonder if his prowess surpassed even their forebears. In the realm of cultivation, any practitioner possessing items from the upper realm commands respect and fear, standing as a formidable force. As Su Chen gently set down the battered statue, the disciples gathered in Qianbu Square displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. By the heavens, I feel the Dao. The shackles that have plagued me for years are showing signs of loosening, exclaimed one disciple elatedly. Me too, I too. I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen was taken aback. Boom. In the next moment, one disciple truly broke through before his eyes, ascending from the peak of foundation establishment to the golden core realm. As this disciple advanced, ominous black clouds began to swirl above Qianbu Square, heralding the arrival of a heavenly tribulation. My goodness, the supreme Dao contained within this statue is utterly terrifying. The very act of breaking through has summoned a thunderstorm. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from the heavens. The disciple, unprepared for the onslaught, was violently struck, his body battered and smoking. Everyone stepped back. Attempting to break through near this statue has summoned an overwhelming tribulation. Without proper preparation, one cannot withstand it. A disciple urgently warned his peers. As they witnessed the grievous state of their fellow disciple, fear etched in their eyes. Rumbling, the thunderclouds brewed again, ready to unleash another strike. Oh dear, Brother Liao. What a pity. After years of cultivation at the peak of foundation establishment, who would have thought that his breakthrough today would lead to such peril? Lamented one disciple, casting a sorrowful glance at the injured Brother Liao, who, despite his wounds, was determined to rise again. Su Chen furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating. He finally discerned a trace of Dao rhythm emanating from the statue. However, this insight was of little use to him, and thus he had overlooked it. Now, he was astonished to realize that the profound Dao contained within the statue could grant such immense opportunities to the disciples of Wangxian Sect. If only he had treated the statue with more care. Su Chen felt a twinge of regret. Yet, at this moment, a disciple of Wangxian Sect was on the brink of perishing under the heavenly tribulation. There was no time for further contemplation. He had to act to assist in their trial. I shall protect your path. Su Chen swiftly appeared by Brother Liao's side, channeling a portion of his cultivation to aid in his recovery. Crack! 2 massive bolts of lightning, each as thick as a barrel, twisted through the sky. Su Chen intervened, absorbing the majority of the lightning's power, annihilating it with his palm. The residual energy was shattered by Brother Liao. Senior Brother Su, you must leave at once. I cannot bear to drag you into this. Brother Liao protested, fearing that the tribulation would ensnare Su Chen as well. The disciples of Wangxian Sect on the sidelines were equally shaken by the unfolding spectacle. The heavenly tribulation was the embodiment of the Dao's will. Should an outsider intervene, the intensity of the tribulation would multiply according to the participant's strength. This was common knowledge. The might of Su Chen was well recognized among the disciples of Wangxian Peak, and if he were to join the fray, the next wave of tribulation would be unfathomably powerful. In an instant, concern for Su Chen gripped their hearts. Rumbling, the dark clouds surged, enveloping the sky for miles. Atop Wanjian Peak, an apocalyptic scene unfolded. The might of the Tao loomed above, casting a shadow over the realm. Under this oppressive force, all disciples of Wanjian Peak instinctively recoiled in terror, their hair standing on end, their faces drained of color, their bodies rendered immobile. It is over. Wanjian Sect is doomed. All of us are finished. Faced with such cataclysmic might, despair consumed their thoughts. Meanwhile, within the rear residence of Wanjian Sect, a patrolling envoy conversing with Li Yun wore a face of sheer terror. Despite being in the mid-stage of the Great Ascension realm, he felt as insignificant as an ant beneath such celestial power, unable to move. Regret flooded his mind. He wished he had departed Wanjian Sect sooner. He could not comprehend why a practitioner of at least the Golden Core realm would choose to undergo their tribulation near Wanjian Sect. Standing at the heart of the tribulation, Chen wore an expression of calm indifference. It is merely a minor tribulation. There is no need for concern, he said with a smile to brother Liao beside him. Boom. The thunderclouds roiled, shaking the heavens. Lightning serpents, stretching hundreds of thousands of feet, danced within the endless sea of black clouds like colossal dragons, roaring and flashing, illuminating the suffocating darkness as if it were midday. Crack! The immense lightning serpents, infused with the will of the Tao, cascaded down towards Chen. At that moment, one of the lightning serpents, like a majestic bridge connecting heaven and earth in the darkness, descended to shatter the sky. Facing this oncoming force, Chen raised his hand effortlessly. In the next instant, he seized the lightning serpent in his grasp and squeezed. Uft! The colossal lightning serpent was instantaneously obliterated. In that moment, Chen's figure appeared towering and magnificent in the eyes of the disciples of Wanjian Peak. Chapter 42. Dozens of disciples ascend simultaneously. Senior brother Chen is truly formidable, they exclaimed. Despite the cataclysmic tribulation, he remained unfazed, effortlessly crushing lightning hundreds of thousands of feet long while skillfully controlling its power, leaving just enough for brother Liao behind him to temper his own strength. This was nothing short of a miraculous fortune. After a brief moment of fear and astonishment, the disciples of Wanjian Peak gazed at Chen with envy. Brother Liao, witnessing Chen's effortless destruction of the supreme tribulation, finally felt his heart at ease. The strength of senior brother Su had far surpassed his wildest imaginations. In Chen's eyes, this tribulation was indeed, as he had claimed, merely a minor tribulation. Thank you, senior brother Su. Brother Liao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. The tribulation's might grew ever more formidable, presenting him with unparalleled opportunities. Under such celestial pressure, ascending to the Golden Core realm would make him significantly stronger than his peers. Focus on your breakthrough. Chen responded to the disciple of the Liao clan, shattering wave after wave of terrifying heavenly tribulations amidst the firmament. Subsequently, he meticulously refined the formidable will of heavenly authority and infused it into the disciple's body. Boom. Within the Liao disciple's body, golden light flickered as a resplendent golden core spun incessantly. Streams of primordial cosmic pathways transformed into vibrant, multicolored ribbons. Merging into the golden core within him, the core began to radiate with hues of 7 colors. Heavenly grace. Liao Shixiang's golden core has ascended to the 7-colored stage. It is said that only those who comprehend the principles of the heavenly path to their utmost can achieve such an elevation when breaking through the golden core realm. How enviable. Liao Shixiang's future is undoubtedly that of a dragon among men. A dragon among men? You underestimate the significance of a 7-colored golden core. I once read in an ancient tome that cultivators possessing a 7-colored golden core can contend across realms with those in the nascent soul stage. Such cultivators are rightfully deemed unparalleled prodigies, a rarity seen once in a millennium. Gasp! The disciples of the Wanjian Sect, upon hearing this discourse, collectively inhaled sharply. A golden core cultivator opposing a nascent soul cultivator? How utterly astounding. As countless disciples of Wanjian Sect gazed enviously, the 9 waves of tribulation approached their conclusion. The Liao disciple, living up to expectations, forged the pure heavenly rules imparted by Chen into his golden core. Though this process proved exceedingly arduous, and he faced near collapse several times, he persevered through gritted teeth, achieving a leap akin to a fish leaping over the dragon gate. As the tribulation dissipated, the heavens gradually cleared, and the Liao disciple felt the clarity of the world enhance alongside his 7-colored golden core. Thank you, senior brother Chen. Though overwhelmed with excitement, he did not forget that his achievement was a gift from Chen. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Chen, feeling gratified, cherished the prospect of nurturing several talented disciples for the Wanjian Sect. Soon, he would ascend to the celestial realm, free of any lingering concerns. He then turned his gaze toward the many eager disciples of Wanjian Sect, Fellow brothers, if anyone else wishes to ascend and face tribulations today, I shall protect your paths. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the disciples' eyes ignited with desire. Senior brother Su, I am influenced by the Tao, and I feel a calling to face the tribulation as well. A disciple of Wanjian's sect stepped forward. Excellent. I shall protect your path. Su Chen replied loudly, scanning the square. Are there any other brothers wishing to face the tribulation? Senior brother Su, I can too. I can as well. In an instant, dozens of disciples stepped forth. Wonderful. Let us face the tribulation together. I will safeguard you. Upon hearing Su Chen's proclamation, everyone experienced a ringing in their ears, wondering if they had misheard. Senior brother Su will protect the paths of over a dozen disciples simultaneously? This is unprecedented in a million years. However, at this moment, they held unwavering trust in Su Chen to protect the paths of so many at once. Senior brother Su would undoubtedly be capable. Thus, under the envious gazes of hundreds, the group of disciples entered the arena, initiating a grand spectacle of simultaneous tribulation. As a dozen disciples faced tribulation together, with Su Chen's involvement, the overwhelming pressure of the heavens enveloped the area for miles. Under this celestial force, all living beings trembled in submission. Positioned at the heart of the heavenly thunder array, Su Chen shattered bolts of lightning, channeling the purified power of the heavens into the bodies of the tribulation-facing disciples. Each disciple, under the refinement of such pure celestial energy, underwent unparalleled transformations. Should they survive this tribulation, each would emerge as a peerless prodigy. The thunderstorm persisted for a full half-hour, yet under Su Chen's protection, all remained unscathed. The disciples who successfully passed their tribulations felt their innate talents surge, their faces alight with exhilaration. Thank you, Senior Brother Su. Thank you for safeguarding my path. They all expressed their gratitude towards Su Chen. He smiled and nodded, then cautioned them. Although you have awakened your potential through this tribulation, do not let pride take hold. The disciples of Wanjian's sect acknowledged his words in unison. Afterward, Su Chen instructed them to submerge the shattered statue of the immortal sovereign beneath the thousand-step square, connecting it to the ancient Tian formation. Unexpectedly, using the statue of the ghost immortal sovereign as the formation spirit significantly enhanced the array's effectiveness to 6 layers. Su Chen silently marveled at the successful connection of the ancient Tian formation. At that moment, Zhao Bai communicated with Su Chen, Master. Your master has provided 30,000 spirit stones to the inspector, agreeing to conduct another sect evaluation. Very well. In the back chambers of Wanjian's sect, the inspector from the Zhou kingdom, terrified of being ensnared by the tribulation, finally breathed a sigh of relief when the storm subsided. Who could this formidable being be? Conducting tribulations here? It's utterly astonishing. He felt a twinge of regret, initially intending to express his incredulity, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He quickly changed the subject to Li Yun, stating, since sect masterly insists, I shall proceed with another evaluation of Wanjian's sect. Li Yun nodded, though a sense of worry lingered in his heart. The earlier tumult of the tribulation was so monumental, he wondered if it had delayed Su Chen's array formation. Nevertheless, since the inspector had already proposed it, they had no choice but to proceed. The two then departed from the back of the sect, soaring toward the main hall of Wanjian's sect. In an instant, they arrived at the thousand-step square before the main hall. The disciples of Wanjian's sect, upon seeing their sect master and the inspector from Zhou kingdom, hurriedly paid their respects. Su Chen stood at the center of the thousand-step square and conveyed to Li Yun through thought, Master, I have completed the array formation. Li Yun, relieved upon receiving Su Chen's message, then heard the inspector beside him declare, Sect Masterly, as per tradition. We shall commence with the evaluation of the Wanjian sect's protective mountain array. Let everything be determined by the inspector. Very well. Let us activate the protective mountain array of Wanjian sect. Activate the protective mountain array. As the ancient Tian formation commenced, invisible rules enveloped the entire Wanjian peak in an instant. The method of assessing the protective mountain array was straightforward. The inspector would launch an attack against it, gradually increasing the intensity until reaching the array's limit. The inspector had previously evaluated the protective mountain array of Wanjian sect, so he was well aware of its limits. Boom. The inspector gathered his strength and struck toward the protective mountain array of Wanjian sect. The array remained utterly unyielding. How could this be possible? The inspector found himself momentarily stunned. Had he misjudged during his last evaluation? He could hardly believe his eyes. Without hesitation, he struck again. The protective mountain formation of the Wanjian sect remained utterly unyielding. No, this cannot be. Just a few hours prior, he was entirely certain that the formation could withstand attacks only up to the level of the transformation stage. Bang, bang, bang. The inspector raised the intensity of his assaults to the level of the void refinement stage, striking once more at the Wanjian sect's protective formation. Boom. The formation stood steadfast, not budging an inch. This is preposterous. How could he possibly have erred so gravely? He had no choice but to gather even greater strength for another attack. This time, he unleashed the pinnacle of the harmonization stage. A terrifying force erupted from the inspector's hands, hurtling toward the protective formation. Yet, even this formidable assault merely stirred a ripple upon the surface of the formation. Beads of sweat began to form on the inspector's brow, as it became evident that even the mightiest force of the harmonization stage fell short of the formation's limits. He had to fully unleash his cultivation, manifesting the strength of the mid-transcendent stage. Let us hope the formation of the Wanjian sect falters here. Cataclysmic power coalesced within his arms, causing the very heavens to tremble. Except for Su Chen, the others, including Li Yun and the disciples of the Wanjian sect, were on edge. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted from the inspector's hands, colliding with the protective formation of the Wanjian sect. A larger ripple spread across the formation, swiftly dissipating the energy. The inspector could hardly believe his eyes. His most potent attack had only managed to create a significant ripple. How could the protective formation of the Wanjian sect have grown this formidable in just a few hours? What had transpired during this time? No wonder Li Yun was willing to expend 30,000 spirit stones to have me reassess the Wanjian sect. Initially, he thought he could simply go through the motions for the 30,000 spirit stones. But now it appeared that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. Such a level of defensive formation was not even a guarantee for a second-rate sect. This outcome left him in a quandary. He would have to assign the highest rating to the Wanjian sect's protective formation. Yet, if he did so, the Wanjian sect would at least maintain its status. If the Wanjian sect retained its status, they could preserve their sect's celestial mountain. Consequently, he would be unable to report to the fifth prince. To expel the Wanjian sect from this celestial mountain, he had already taken a bounty of 300,000 spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Li Yun. Sect Master Li, the protective formation of the Wanjian sect is indeed impressive, but if it is merely a protective formation, I still cannot retain your rating. After all, a protective formation is just an inanimate object. Li Yun sighed, finally confirming that this inspector was clearly targeting the Wanjian sect due to some vested interests. If the Wanjian sect were to receive the highest rating for their protective formation, the inspector could easily use that to maintain their status, should he wish to. However, the current inspector, even after accepting his 30,000 spirit stones, was unwilling to show even the slightest favoritism, which spoke volumes. How can you draw conclusions when you have not yet completed your evaluation? Just as Li Yun was about to concede, he heard Su Chen's sudden interjection from below. The words of Su Chen caught both the inspector and Li Yun off guard. The next two items, I believe we can forego, yes? The inspector frowned in displeasure. Why forego them? Are you afraid, Inspector? A cold smile crept upon Su Chen's lips. If this man were not of some use, he would have smitten him down without hesitation. The inspector was acutely aware of the pain in his heart. He indeed feared further complications. With the current evaluation results, he could still demote the Wanjian sect. However, should any changes arise in the next two items, demoting the Wanjian sect would become nearly impossible. Moreover, under such public scrutiny, he could not afford to falsify results. For if the state of Zhao discovered such corruption, it would lead to a prison sentence lasting tens of thousands of years. I believe that the results of the next two items will remain unchanged, regardless of the evaluation. If we do not assess, how can we know there has been no change? I imagine you do not wish for the state of Zhao to learn that your evaluation of the Wanjian sect has been tainted by personal interests, do you? Su Chen spoke with conviction. He then sent a transmission. After all, you accepted our 30,000 spirit stones. The inspector's expression shifted dramatically upon receiving Su Chen's transmission. He had previously agreed with Li Yun on this matter and had emphasized that only he and Li Yun should be aware of it. If he were to accept a bribe in such a crucial evaluation, it would be a grave offense. Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Wanjian sect, named Su Chen, and I only wish for you to conduct the reassessment with fairness. The inspector stared at Su Chen for a long moment before finally sighing. Very well, then I shall continue the evaluation. A smile blossomed on Su Chen's face as he gestured towards the dozen or so disciples of the Wanjian sect who had just undergone tribulation and advancement. These individuals are the elite disciples cultivated by our Wanjian sect. I would appreciate it if you would evaluate them, Inspector. The disciples pointed out by Su Chen stood excitedly, eager to discover just how much their talents had been enhanced through the tribulation. You all should cooperate well with the inspector, Su Chen remarked meaningfully to the dozen disciples. They nodded in unison, filled with confidence. I will not let you down, senior brother Su Chen. Subsequently, the inspector descended upon the 1,000-step plaza, retrieving a talent evaluation stone from his spatial ring and summoning two recording officials to his side. Inspector, a disciple named Liao stepped forward. Let us begin. The inspector felt a deep sense of helplessness and regretted having accepted Li Yun's 30,000 spirit stones. The disciple named Liao, upon receiving the command, glanced at Su Chun, who nodded at him, and then placed his right palm flat upon the talent stone. He then activated his internal cultivation. The talent stone burst forth with a green light. The green light signified an average spiritual root. A smile appeared on the inspector's face. Just as he prepared to announce the result for the recording officials, the green light suddenly transformed into blue. He frowned slightly, though his emotional response remained subdued. Blue indicated an excellent spiritual root, still not sufficient to alter the final evaluation. Very well, this disciple is excellent. However, before he could finish his sentence, the light shifted once more, changing from blue to yellow. This left him somewhat unsettled. Yellow indicated that this disciple possessed a rare spiritual root. The cultivation aptitude of a rare spiritual root is exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. A true gem in any sect. How could this be? The evaluations conducted just a few hours prior. In the Wanjian sect, even the most gifted disciples possess only commendable spiritual roots. Yet now, an extraordinary disciple with a rare spiritual root has emerged. The brilliance of the talent stone flickered incessantly. No, could it be? This is not even the limit. Under the astonished gaze of the inspecting envoy, the yellow glow underwent yet another transformation, shifting to a resplendent purple. As the purple light illuminated the surroundings, he leapt to his feet. My heavens, this is an exceptional spiritual root. How could a third-rate sect like Wanxian possibly nurture a disciple with such an extraordinary spiritual root? Chapter 44, Wanxian Sect, A Promising Future. This type of disciple with an exceptional spiritual root is a rarity that I have encountered in my 1,000 years of cultivation. Only a handful can be counted. Judging by the bone age of this disciple from the Wanxian sect, he is merely in his early 20s. At such a young age, possessing such a spiritual root signifies immense potential. With proper guidance, his future is boundless. He is guaranteed to become a transcendent cultivator. The envoy's breaths grew heavier, and within him surged an impulse to make this young man with the surname Liao his successor. As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze intensified. He parted his lips, eager to express his intentions, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he froze. For he realized that the purple glow emitted by the talent stone was still not the ultimate limit. Could it be that he possesses a supreme spiritual root? A whirlwind of frenzied emotions swirled in his mind. The purple light of the talent stone surged dramatically, revealing a piercing red glow. A supreme spiritual root. This is a prodigy of unparalleled caliber. The envoy held his breath, questioning whether he could be mistaken. In this moment, he even forgot the true purpose of his visit to the Wanxian sect. His eyes were fixated on the disciple Liao, as though he were observing a marvel. Should news of the Wanxian sect producing a disciple with a supreme spiritual root spread, even the royal families and top-tier sects would vie desperately to recruit him. Such a disciple, if he does not meet an untimely demise, is destined to become a formidable force in the realm of tribulation. Esteemed envoy, has the assessment concluded? The disciple Liao inquired, noticing that no further changes occurred in the brilliance, regardless of how he urged his cultivation. It's over, it's over. The envoy snapped back to reality, his voice trembling slightly. Then, what of my spiritual root? Liao felt an inkling that his spiritual root was extraordinary. But this was his first assessment, and he couldn't help but nervously ask. The envoy stepped forward, examining the talent stone once more. Confirming that there were no issues with the stone, he inhaled deeply. You must possess a supreme spiritual root. A supreme spiritual root. The envoy's words detonated like a bomb in the 1,000-step square. While Li Yun could glean from the glow of the talent stone that the disciple Liao might possess a supreme spiritual root, he dared not trust his own judgment. Hearing the envoy's confirmation ignited an unparalleled excitement within him. He never expected that the Wanxian sect could also have a disciple with a supreme spiritual root. In the next moment, he approached the disciple Liao and inquired, "What is your name?" Returning to the sect master, "My name is Liao Yifan." "Excellent, excellent," Li Yun exclaimed. Then continued, "From this day forth, you shall be one of the core disciples of the Wanxian sect." "Thank you, sect master." Liao Yifan expressed his gratitude. From an ordinary formal disciple to a core disciple, he was overwhelmed with joy. Of course, his elevation to a disciple with a supreme spiritual root was entirely thanks to Su Chun's assistance. He then bowed to Su Chun, saying, "Thank you, senior brother Su Chun." Su Chun wore a smile of satisfaction and nodded. He then turned his gaze to the other dozen disciples and announced, "It is your turn now." Thus, the subsequent talent assessments drove the envoy into a frenzy. He felt as though his worldview was on the brink of collapse. Among the next 13 individuals, at least 2 possessed commendable spiritual roots, while 8 had rare spiritual roots, 2 boasted exceptional spiritual roots, and 1 even had a supreme spiritual root. This was simply astonishing. Was this truly a humble Wanjian sect? He began to doubt whether his information was flawed, yet he was forced to confront reality. The Wanjian sect's disciple evaluations were of the highest caliber. The envoy's voice was tinged with exhaustion as he spoke to the recording officer beside him. He suddenly found his assessment somewhat ludicrous. For the reason the Wanjian sect's protective mountain array and disciple evaluations were deemed the highest was solely because the highest rating was the only possible outcome. However, based on these two aspects alone, the Wanjian sect was no longer a matter of merely maintaining its status, but rather a consideration of how to elevate its standing. Whether it should be upgraded to a second-rate sect or a first-rate sect remained beyond his authority to decide. With each disciple's assessment concluding, Li Yun too was incredulous. How could his sect produce 14 prodigies in such a brief span? Each one was a coveted treasure in the eyes of any cultivating sect in the realm. His hands trembled with excitement, reaching an overwhelming peak. Provided these several disciples were nurtured well, the future of the Wanjian sect was boundless. They could even rise to become the pinnacle sect of the Zhao kingdom, or rather, the entire Hezhou. As Li Yun envisioned the future of the Wanjian sect, a tremendous aura surged from beneath Wanjian Peak. Soon after, an elder appeared in the thousand-step square. The elder's gaze was piercing. He was the last ancestor of the Wanjian sect. He looked at Liao Yifan and the other disciple with a supreme spiritual root, declaring, from today onward, you two shall be my personal disciples, under my direct tutelage. Quickly, express your gratitude to the ancestor. Su Chen remarked, bemused as the two turned their gaze towards him. Hearing Su Chen's words, the two were overjoyed, tears streaming down their faces. To become personal disciples of the ancestor was the dream of every disciple in the Wanjian sect. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. They immediately knelt and bowed deeply. Once they completed their bows, the ancestor nodded slightly at Su Chen before enveloping the two and disappearing from the thousand-step square. No sooner had the ancestor vanished than 5 figures flew into the thousand-step square. These 5 were all elders of the Wanjian sect. I can't believe our Wanjian sect has such talented disciples. Haha, what is your name? From today onward, you shall be my closed-door disciple. One elder pointed at a disciple with an exceptional spiritual root, laughing heartily. Disciple, my name is Wanjian. Excellent, excellent. Wanjian is a fine name. After speaking, he directly took the disciple away from the thousand-step square. In mere moments, several disciples were claimed by 4 elders, each leading them away. The remaining disciples of the Wanjian sect watched in awe, gazing upon the dozen or so disciples who had just undergone their tribulation. One could either be accepted as a direct disciple by me or by the elders. Their eyes brimmed with envy, while their glances towards Su Chen were tinged with an unparalleled reverence. Having witnessed the event firsthand, these disciples were acutely aware that the formidable spiritual roots they had manifested were entirely due to the influence of senior brother Su Chen. Esteemed Inspector, it seems we have successfully completed the second phase of our sect's evaluation, remarked Su Chen. The inspector remained in a state of bewildered shock until Su Chen spoke again, prompting him to regain his composure. Completed, indeed. Now that the second phase is behind us, may we proceed to the third stage of evaluation? The third stage aimed to assess the utmost prowess of the Wanjian sect. Initially, Su Chen was reluctant to move forward with this evaluation. However, considering the emergence of so many gifted disciples within the sect, he felt it was imperative to display their strength to deter covetous gazes from rival sections. The inspector furrowed his brow. Is an evaluation truly necessary? The pinnacle of the Wanjian sect's strength is undoubtedly that ancestor who just manifested, who is at the mid-stage of harmonization. Yet, upon further reflection, he found this reasoning lacking. If the highest power of the Wanjian sect were indeed that ancestor, then the current disciple of the sect's leader would not have urged for a third phase evaluation. Could it be that the Wanjian sect harbored even more formidable practitioners? The series of unexpected developments caused beads of sweat to form on the inspector's forehead. A sudden thought struck him. If this individual was indeed the chief disciple of the sect's leader, then logically, he should possess the finest talents of the sect. Why had he not volunteered to test his own aptitude? Moreover, the earlier situation suggested that the other outstanding disciples seemed to revolve around him. Was he also a disciple with supreme spiritual roots? At that moment, the inspector had never felt his intellect so inadequate. He shook his head and declared, prepare for the third phase of evaluation. Chapter 45. The Celestial Scripture, the Heavenly Profound Scripture. Xiao Bai manifest. As the inspector's words fell, Su Chen communicated with the concealed Xiao Bai. In the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from the direction of the Wanjian sect's rear mountain. A dragon? The thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, an awe-inspiring sound. The terrifying dragon's breath sent shivers down his spine, causing the inspector to tremble and his expression to pale in shock. Then, a flash of white light pierced the sky, revealing a colossal flood dragon, stretching thousands of zhang. Hovering above Wangxian Peak, amidst the clouds, the flood dragon coiled and glided, emanating strands of dragon might that cascaded from the firmament. The overwhelming dragon's might enveloped the inspector, inducing an almost suffocating sense of oppression. How could such a powerful beast appear here? The inspector was astounded, his complexion instantly drained, his legs turning to jelly. Dear Inspector, there is no need to panic. This flood dragon is the guardian beast of the Wanjian sect, Chen stated calmly. The guardian beast? The inspector could scarcely believe his eyes. The Wanjian sect actually possessed a guardian beast, and it was a flood dragon at that. A being that, even among demonic creatures, was a king. Judging by the aura of dragon might it exuded, this flood dragon had surely reached the tribulation stage. How could such a small sect as Wanjian possibly have a guardian beast of this caliber? Even first-rate sects would find it difficult to boast such an asset. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Chen replied with an unflappable demeanor, then added with greater seriousness, if the esteemed inspector wishes to verify, you may consult our sect's guardian beast. At Chen's words, the inspector's heart raced. Although he possessed the strength of the great ascension stage, he felt woefully inadequate before a tribulation stage flood dragon. Hastily, he waved his hands, saying, no need, no need. Simultaneously, he found himself devoid of any trace of the inspector's previous arrogance. He even sensed that the dragons might seem to be deliberately targeting him. Then, what about the evaluation of our sect's utmost strength? The highest level? The inspector, avoiding Chen's gaze, hurriedly addressed the recording officer beside him. Chen nodded, satisfied with the recording officer's response, and then signaled to Zhao to withdraw. Once the flood dragon receded, the inspector finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, wiping the sweat from his brow that had formed under the immense pressure. Given this, it appears our sect has achieved the highest level in all 3 evaluations. Can we retain our sect's rating? Chen inquired, crossing his arms and speaking slowly. The inspector's heart raced once more. From this Wanxian sect disciple, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, a feeling he could not comprehend. Despite appearing rather frail, the disciple instilled a fear that penetrated his very soul, compelling him to tread carefully. However, recalling his position as the envoy of the Zhao kingdom, he straightened his posture and replied, the Wanxian sect may retain its rating. As for an upgrade, I lack the authority to determine that. It must be reported. Chen nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Wanxian sect gathered in Xianbu Square erupted in joy upon hearing that their sect could retain its rating. Subsequently, the inspector promptly awarded the Wanxian sect a new royal decree before hastily departing. His mind racing with thoughts on how to report to the 5th prince that all 3 evaluations of the Wanxian sect had reached the highest level. Once the inspector had left, Li Yun summoned Chen to the hall of the sect leader. The 2 masters and disciples exchanged glances for a moment before Li Yun suddenly spoke. In recent months, the Wanxian sect has weathered numerous tribulations, all of which you have navigated with skill. I believe the time has come for you to assume the position of sect leader. Chen was taken aback. Ever since he had become invincible in his cultivation, he had grown increasingly fond of freedom and had long since abandoned any desire for the position of sect leader. He hurriedly replied, Master, I am not yet prepared. No one is ever fully prepared from the outset. Chen was at a loss for words. When it came to reasoning, he could never quite outmatch his master. Let us decide this matter now. The ceremony for your ascension as sect leader will be held tomorrow. Master, Chen attempted to voice his thoughts, but was directly interrupted by Li Yun. This has always been my wish. From the moment you entered the sect, it was already destined. I am merely allowing you to exercise your rights ahead of time. I now believe you possess the capability to fulfill this role. Besides, my cultivation has stagnated for nearly 2 decades. Once you become the sect leader of the Wanxian sect, I will have the leisure to focus on my own cultivation. After hearing Li Yun's words, Chen found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, as Li Yun had stated, from the day he became the sole direct disciple of the sect leader, it had been a foregone conclusion that he would ascend to the position of sect leader. This was both his right and his duty. Reflecting on all that Li Yun had done for him, the weight of his kindness felt monumental. Chen had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, Chen complied with his master's wishes. Upon seeing Chen's agreement, a look of satisfaction spread across Li Yun's face. Then you shall prepare to return, for tomorrow I will summon the elders of the sect to proclaim you as the new sect leader. Disciple obeys, Chen replied, turning towards the exit of the grand teaching hall. However, halfway through, a thought suddenly struck him, prompting him to pivot and return. Master, I possess a cultivation method that you may find beneficial. As he spoke, Chen retrieved the cultivation manual, the Tianxianjing, from his system space. Upon hearing Chen mention the existence of a cultivation method, Li Yun abruptly rose from his seat, his demeanor transformed by an overwhelming excitement. Within the borders of Zhou Kingdom, aside from the royal family and the foremost sects, Li Yun had never encountered any other faction possessing a cultivation method. Thus, the revelation that Su Chen held such a treasure filled him with exhilaration. Any cultivation method could elevate a minor faction into a formidable force, for it would significantly reduce the myriad of missteps in a practitioner's journey. Li Yun fixated on the pristine, unopened manual in Su Chen's hands, only to furrow his brow in sudden contemplation. Observing Li Yun's expression, Su Chen glanced down at the manual, swiftly comprehending his master's thoughts. Yet, being a product of the system, it was inherently new, devoid of any signs of age. Li Yun accepted the golden-bound cultivation manual presented by Su Chen, and on its cover, 3 resplendent characters were inscribed, Tian Xianjing. In the next moment, he began to leaf through its pages. Upon reading the first page, the astonishment in Li Yun's eyes reached an unprecedented peak. Following the manual's guidance, he subconsciously circulated his internal energy through a small cycle, and the shackles that had plagued him for decades began to show signs of loosening. Bang, 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 shock, elation. Li Yun trembled as he closed the manual, his heartbeat echoing in his ears. The cultivation method described within was unfathomably profound, yet remarkably comprehensible. What caliber of quality could this manual possess? Li Yun gazed at Su Chen, still grappling with disbelief over the reality before him. Surely it must be of celestial quality, Su Chen affirmed, stating that the system had declared it to be of celestial grade, thus it would not deceive him. Celestial quality. Li Yun gasped at Su Chen's words, overwhelmed by the myriad of surprises the disciple had brought him recently. Yet none could compare to the incredulity he felt at this moment regarding the celestial grade cultivation manual. Such a treasure, save for the celestial realm, was not something the realm of cultivation ought to possess. In all likelihood, such a manual did not even exist within the entire cultivation world. Should this information leak, it could incite a cataclysmic upheaval throughout the cultivation realm, tearing it asunder in a tempest of bloodshed. At that moment, Li Yun found himself utterly unable to fathom the depths of his disciple. He could scarcely imagine what kind of opportunity Su Chen had encountered to have procured such a manual. Yet, after a brief moment of exhilaration, Li Yun's emotions gradually steadied. He returned the celestial manual to Su Chen, stating, "The method described within is far too formidable. Our sect currently lacks the capacity to wield it." Li Yun understood well the adage that a man with a precious treasure often invites calamity. If word of the sect possessing this celestial manual were to spread, it would spell disaster. Though he felt an immense reluctance, he recognized the necessity of prudent judgment. Perhaps it was best for the celestial manual to remain in Su Chen's possession, forever shrouded in secrecy. "Master, you need not worry. With me here, even if outsiders were to learn of the existence of this celestial manual within our sect, no one in the cultivation world would dare to infringe upon us. Do you not trust me?" Su Chen, aware of Li Yun's concerns, spoke earnestly. Li Yun scrutinized Su Chen, fully understanding that his words were not a jest. Yet the gravity of such a statement was staggering. Thus, it was decided that this celestial manual would only be cultivated by those core disciples loyal to the sect who pledged a solemn oath. Everything would be left to the discretion of the master. Chapter 46, The Fifth Prince of Zhou Kingdom. As the inspector and 2 record officials departed from the Wanli sect, the inspector suddenly turned to them and said, "You 2 may return to the Imperial capital." After a moment's hesitation, battling an internal conflict, he added, "I have a few matters to attend to before returning to the capital." The 2 officials furrowed their brows at this. One of them remarked, "This is against protocol." Though they were merely record officials, their cultivation was not significantly inferior to that of the inspector. Their role included supervision to prevent any foul play during the sect's evaluation. The inspector took a deep breath, fully aware that this was highly irregular. However, the feedback he had received 2 days prior regarding the Wanli sect's evaluation was vastly disparate from what he had anticipated. What he had initially thought would be a straightforward task had revealed a substantial deviation, necessitating resolution while keeping himself as uninvolved as possible to avoid unforeseen repercussions. In this world, while many issues could be resolved with spirit stones, matters that touched the structural framework of the Zhou Kingdom were strictly off-limits. It was precisely for this reason that, through the passage of eons, the Zhou Kingdom had remained steadfast and unyielding on this continent. "Gentlemen, this is a token of my appreciation. I truly have some matters to attend to," the inspector said, producing 20,000 spirit stones and cheerfully offering them to the 2 record officials. The officials exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before accepting the spirit stones. One of them stated, "We can wait for you outside the capital for no more than half a day." The inspector, upon hearing this, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Half a day would be ample time for him to address his pressing concerns. He watched as the 2 officials vanished beyond the northern horizon before setting off again, flying northeastward. After approximately an hour of flight, covering an estimated distance of 100,000 miles, he arrived before the gates of the Lingyan sect. This was a first-rate sect, rumored to be on the cusp of being elevated to a top-tier status in the next evaluation. Upon landing before the Lingyan sect's gates, the inspector announced his identity. Shortly thereafter, a robust man emerged from within the sect. Ha. The inspector has arrived at my Lingyan sect. I presume everything has been settled? The inspector appeared troubled, letting out a heavy sigh as he replied. I have come here today to discuss a matter with Sect Master Ding. Noticing the inspector's demeanor, Sect Master Ding's brow furrowed. Has something gone awry? The inspector nodded solemnly. I have come today to return 300,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Sect Master Ding's expression soured further. Could we possibly secure the Wanjian sect? This is a crucial step influencing whether the sect can be rated as a top-tier sect. Such a blunder is utterly intolerable. The fifth prince is within the sect. You should discuss this matter with him. The fifth prince has arrived here. The inspector was taken aback by the revelation. Indeed, please enter the sect. The words of Sect Master Ding were devoid of any semblance of friendliness. Rather than an invitation, it was more akin to a threat. At this juncture, the inspector realized that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated, and a peaceful resolution seemed unlikely. With a helpless sigh, he had no choice but to follow Sect Master Ding into the Lingyan sect. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Sect Master Ding, the two arrived at the grand hall of the Lingyan sect. Not long after they seated themselves, a young man clad in resplendent golden robes, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years of age, emerged from the rear of the assembly hall, fastening his belt with a look of utter satisfaction. Trailing behind him was a beautiful young woman in tattered white garments, visibly flustered. Upon seeing the two, Sect Master Ding's brow furrowed even more. The young woman, upon noticing Sect Master Ding, was equally perturbed, her words stumbling as she struggled to find her voice. Sect Master Ding gritted his teeth, realizing that it had not been long since his departure. How could one of his female disciples be with the fifth prince? Suppressing his inner fury, he spoke. Get out. The white-clad girl did not dare linger and hastily fled the assembly hall. Once she had departed, the fifth prince languidly took a seat, casting his gaze upon the inspector, and inquired lazily, What brings you here? The inspector lowered his head. Although the fifth prince appeared carefree, his methods were undeniably ruthless. As the prince posed his question, the inspector's heart involuntarily raced. Regarding the Wanjian sect, I fear my subordinates may have erred. The fifth prince leaned slightly forward, his eyes suddenly sharp as a scorpion's sting. Yet in the next moment, he reclined back, raking his fingers through his hair with a sigh. How could you mishandle such a simple matter? His tone seemed courteous, light as a feather, yet it bore the weight of impending storm clouds. The inspector felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead, gripped by anxiety. He dared not speak in his defense against the fifth prince's reproach. After much deliberation, he ultimately knelt, bowing his head in contrition. The fifth prince continued to rub his forehead, and the assembly hall fell into an eerie silence. The oppressive aura of supreme imperial authority weighing heavily upon the inspector, making each breath feel like a monumental task. Finally, after a long pause, the fifth prince spoke again, his voice calm. Speak. The inspector felt a wave of relief wash over him and raised his head to report. Your Highness, the results of the 3 assessments of the Wanjian sect have ultimately concluded with the highest rating. The highest rating? The word struck like thunder, erupting within the assembly hall. Sect Master Ding sprang to his feet upon hearing this conclusion. The fifth prince's eyes widened, fixating intently on the inspector. Just days ago, I conducted a covert investigation and found that not only had the supreme ancestor of the Wanjian sect perished, but the protective array was also in tatters. How could such a trifling third-rate sect possibly achieve the highest rating across all 3 assessments? The inspector's conclusion was hard for Sect Master Ding to accept, and he immediately retorted, This is not a result I alone can verify. There are 2 recording officials as well. The fifth prince fell into a brief contemplation before abruptly asking, Elaborate. Thus, the inspector recounted the details of the Wanjian sect's second assessment in full, without omission. When he mentioned that there were 14 prodigious disciples within the sect, including 2 with supreme spiritual roots, even the experienced fifth prince and Sect Master Ding could not suppress their astonishment. 14 prodigious disciples, 2 with supreme roots, and 2 with exceptional roots. No top-tier power within the entire Zhao realm could possibly boast such a feat simultaneously. A profound perplexity emerged in both their minds. Within the borders of the Zhao kingdom, nearly 99% of disciples across all sects had gained entry through the Zhao kingdom's hall of apprenticeship. If what the inspector said were true, then how had these 4 disciples with such extraordinary qualifications slipped through to the Wanjian sect? Or was there some other secret at play? Then, as the inspector continued, revealing that the Wanjian sect possessed a tribulation transcending guardian beast. Both the fifth prince and sect master Ding could no longer remain seated. No, this is impossible. This cannot be. Sect master Ding struggled to fathom such a standard of strength. Even his Lingyan sect would be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the fifth prince's eyes darted about as he solemnly inquired, "Are you certain all that you have stated is true? My subordinates would never dare to conceal anything." "Good. Return to the Imperial capital with me at once," the fifth prince declared, suddenly rising and striding purposefully toward the exit of the assembly hall. Sectmaster Ding, sensing the weight of impending calamity, called out after the fifth prince's retreating figure, "Your Highness, the matters we discussed." However, before he could finish, the fifth prince turned back, his gaze now icy, and warned in a sharp tone, "We have not discussed anything." Before him lay the Wanjian sect. And based on the inspector's assessment, the sect indeed had the potential to ascend to the ranks of a top-tier sect. While he was unsure of the reasons behind the Wanjian sect's sudden surge in strength, he was unconcerned. What mattered to him was that this was an established fact. Given this, why should he take risks to assist the Lingyan sect? If he were to falter and be ensnared by rival royal offspring, it would be far more prudent to facilitate the Wanjian sect's elevation to a top-tier status. With his aid, the Wanjian sect would surely be grateful, bringing them under his influence. This path seemed far safer and easier than helping the Lingyan sect cheat their way to the top. Moreover, nurturing the Wanjian sect would provide him with greater assurance in his future competition for the Zhao kingdom's throne. Chapter 47. The Position of Sect Master. The following day at the Wanjian sect, in the hall of the chief cultivator, at Li Yun's behest, 11 inner sect elders of the Wanjian sect gathered. "Esteemed elders, uncles, and aunts, I have summoned you here today to announce a matter of great importance," Li Yun declared, his gaze sweeping across all those present, his tone solemn. These individuals held the esteemed title of elders within the Wanjian sect, with some even bearing a higher seniority than Li Yun. Yet, in the sect's hierarchy, they were subordinate. Witnessing Li Yun's grave demeanor, their expressions turned serious as they awaited his announcement. "From this day forth, I shall step down from the position of sect master and officially become an inner sect elder of the Wanjian sect." When Li Yun announced this news, the crowd erupted in astonishment. "Li Yun, you are in the prime of your life. How can you be so rash and hastily make such a decision? Indeed, under your leadership over the years, the Wanjian sect has steadily progressed. As an elder, I do not wish for you to make such a reckless choice. I concur with Elder Zhang, and moreover, the evaluation results for the Wanjian sect from yesterday have yet to be released. Once they are, it is entirely possible for the Wanjian sect to achieve a higher sect rating. How can you abdicate at this moment? Li Yun, you must reconsider." Li Yun's gaze swept across the murmuring elders, but within, he could not suppress a cold smile. These old fools spoke one way. Yet few among them were not harboring ulterior motives under the pretense of concern. "Esteemed elders, as the sect leader of Wanjian, I possess the authority to decide to step down from my position." His voice then deepened with resolute determination. "I am here to inform you, not to seek your opinions. From this day forth, my disciple Su Chen shall assume the role of sect leader." "I object." Suddenly, an elder stood up and vehemently countered. Li Yun raised his gaze towards the elder who spoke. This individual, named Lu Kan, had once competed against him for the leadership of the Wanjian sect over 50 years ago and had failed, subsequently becoming an inner elder of the sect. Over the years, he had shown a lingering desire for the position of sect leader. Thus, Li Yun was not surprised by his rebuttal. Instead, he responded with a more domineering tone, coldly stating, "I have made my decision. As I said before, I am merely notifying you all." "Notifying?" Lu Kan scoffed derisively. "Although he is your only direct disciple, he is still under 22 years of age, and his qualifications are far from adequate to become the sect leader of Wanjian. You wish for him to take on this role so soon. It is simply not his time." Lu Kan's words prompted several elders to fall into contemplation, their faces reflecting gravity. His reasoning held merit. Although Su Chen possessed formidable strength, mere prowess was insufficient for managing a sect. The intellect and strategy of a leader are often the best instruments for fostering a sect's prosperous development. "I am the sole direct disciple. If not me, who else could it be?" At this moment, Su Chen, who had been standing behind Li Yun, stepped forward, his tone assertive as he retorted. He had promised Li Yun to take on the mantle of the sect leader and was determined to fulfill that commitment. Seeing Lu Kan, the jester, stand up to oppose him, he felt no need for courtesy. Feeling the intensity of Su Chen's gaze, Lu Kan's heart quivered. But in the next moment, he recalled that they were within the grand hall of the Wanjian sect, and as an inner elder, he was entitled to voice his objections regarding the successor to the sect leader. Every sect leader of Wanjian had ascended to their position through the trials of the blood sea of the heavenly demon clan. And it was precisely these experiences that rendered them unparalleled in both temperament and intellect, qualities essential for managing a sect. Yet, you are young, impetuous, and impulsive, lacking the patience required. Although you are the designated successor to the position of sect leader, the time is simply not right for you. Lucan referenced authoritative texts, presenting his arguments clearly. Su Chen, standing by, was momentarily taken aback. However, for him, principles were merely principles. In a realm where he was invincible, he was the principal. Why should he heed your reasoning? He retorted with a sarcastic tone. After hearing Elder Lu's words, I understand why he never became the sect leader. It is evident that his temperament is lacking. Lu Kan, infuriated, felt his blood boil. The reason he had failed to become the sect leader all those years ago was indeed due to his impulsiveness. Hearing Su Chen bring it up now was akin to reopening old wounds. I have quelled the three peaks and single-handedly elevated the sect's ratings to the highest level. Why should I not be qualified? Su Chen declared emphatically. I support Su Xianxia in becoming the sect leader. I concur. Me too. Upon Su Chen's declaration, 3 elders immediately stood in support. Su Chen's accomplishments had indeed rescued the Wanjian sect from the brink of annihilation. Even if there were myriad reasons against his suitability for the position, in the eyes of these 3, they paled in comparison to his achievements. You, as a disciple of Wanjian, have a responsibility and duty to fulfill. As several more elders began to waver, Lucan spoke through clenched teeth. Indeed, it is my obligation. But what of Elder Lu? How have you fulfilled this duty as an elder of the sect? Su Chen's words dripped with scorn, as if he were determined not to relent until he had infuriated Lu Kan completely. Lu Kan's teeth ground together, his anger boiling over. If you insist on becoming the sect leader, I request a vote among the entire sect. As an elder, I possess this right. Since Elder Lu wishes for a vote, I shall accommodate you, Su Chen replied, his tone shifting. However, should I win the vote, you will be expelled from the Wanjian sect. Agreed, but if you fail, the position of sect leader must first be held by me. Su Chen chuckled. Lucan had finally revealed his true colors. Yet, he remained unconcerned about his standing within the Wanjian sect. If he could not even secure 50% of the votes, he would consider his efforts wasted. He would feel embarrassed to assume the role of sect leader. Thus, under Li Yun's direction, an edict swept through the Wanjian sect. Over 10,000 formal disciples cast their votes regarding Su Chen's candidacy for sect leader. The voting process continued for over an hour. When the results were revealed, a disciple clad in green entered the main hall, holding a scroll. Li Yun took the scroll, instructing the disciple to withdraw. As he nervously unrolled it, a smile broke across his face. Chapter 48. First, let us accomplish a few tasks for the sect. The voting approval rate was 100%. Upon hearing this result, Lucan's face darkened instantly. Simultaneously, an immense regret welled up within him. Why had he been so greedy? Knowing he might lose, why had he chosen to gamble? From this moment forth, Su Chen shall be the sect leader. Li Yun, having put away the scroll, turned his gaze towards Lucan. Brother Lu, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by ambition. Can you spare me this once? Lucan's emotions unraveled as he realized Li Yun truly intended to expel him from the Wanjian sect. Seeing Lucan plead for mercy, Li Yun's expression bore no trace of sympathy. Instead, it grew colder. There is no place for you within the Wanjian sect any longer. Otherwise, Li Yun left his statement unfinished, leaving Lucan to understand the implication. Lucan's forehead bulged with veins, his face flushed with indignation. Deep down, he still harbored some resentment. However, recalling Su Chen's methods for dealing with the rebellious elder, he could only snort disdainfully and exit the Grand Master's hall. He then soared into the air, departing from the Wanxian Zong. Following this tumultuous episode, Su Chen had ascended to the position of sect master, and no one dared to oppose him any longer. Consequently, Li Yun stepped down from his role as sect master, officially handing over the mantle to Su Chen. Upon assuming leadership, Su Chen's foremost objective was to enhance the overall strength of the sect. He issued his first decree, summoning all core disciples and the direct disciples of the elders and ancestors, 37 in total, to gather in the Grand Master's hall. Greetings, Master Brother. The 37 disciples chorused as they assembled, bowing before Su Chen, who was seated in the elevated position. He nodded in acknowledgement and began to speak. Dear junior brothers, as the most pivotal disciples of Wanxian Zong and the future of our sect, I have convened you today to impart a method of cultivation. Method of cultivation? Su Chen's words struck like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of astonishment through the assembly. Could it be that their sect possessed a cultivation method? Such a notion seemed preposterous to them. They struggled to believe their ears, for if the sect had a cultivation method, it would not be languishing as a third-rate sect. This method, I have only recently acquired, Su Chen continued, perceiving the doubt in their expressions. This revelation ignited a flurry of thoughts among the disciples. The master brother mentioned he had only just obtained it. Could it be that his newfound strength was due to this very method? At this realization, excitement surged within the 37 disciples to an unprecedented degree. However, before I impart this method to you, an oath of the Tao must be established. Chen added, a step he initially deemed unnecessary. Yet, Lian had a different opinion. In the next moment, all 37 disciples nodded in agreement, promptly declaring their oath. Chen exhaled, reflecting that, from his perspective, such oaths were of little consequence once an individual's power reached a certain threshold. After all, what could the Tao do to him in this realm of cultivation? Once the oath was completed, Chen rose and retrieved 37 meticulously copied volumes of the Tianxian Jing from the system space. As a celestial scripture, even his copies could only exist for a maximum of 3 hours. After distributing the copies among the 37, he instructed them. The records within these volumes can only endure for 3 hours. How much you can comprehend in this time hinges entirely upon your fortune. At this pronouncement, the disciples were further astonished. Legendary scriptures or methods were said to be impossible to replicate, and even rare copies seldom lasted long. Thus, hearing Chen state that this particular copy could only exist for 3 hours indirectly implied it was an extraordinary method. Master brother, what is the rank of this cultivation method? One disciple inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Celestial rank, Chen replied nonchalantly. Gasp. A collective intake of breath echoed throughout the hall, their minds reverberating with disbelief and uncontainable excitement. Yes, it must be celestial rank. Only a method of such caliber could enable the master brother to ascend from a late golden core practitioner to a realm they could scarcely fathom in a mere half-year. Exchanging glances of resolute certainty, the 37 disciples affirmed their belief in the celestial nature of the method in their hands. Very well, let us commence. How much you can grasp depends solely on your fortune. For these 3 hours, I shall protect your path, Chen assured them. Upon hearing this, their excitement reached unparalleled heights. With Chen by their side to safeguard them, they need not fear the impending tribulations. Thus, the 37 disciples immersed themselves wholeheartedly in the cultivation of the Tianxian Jing. For a full 3 hours, 11 among them comprehended the method, summoning thunderous tribulations to break through their realms. As the tribulations descended, Chen acted decisively, blocking the onslaught of countless bolts high in the sky. Conversely, 9 disciples found the profundity of the Tianxian Jing too overwhelming, unable to withstand the immense pressure from the heavens, prompting Chen to intervene and halt their reading, resulting in a regrettable conclusion. Overall, however, all 37 disciples reaped rewards, planting the seeds of cultivation within them. The heights to which these seeds would grow ultimately depended on their individual fortunes. Subsequently, Chen instructed the 37 disciples to return to their respective abodes to consolidate and strengthen what they had learned from the Tianxian Jing. He also advised them, from this day forth, should anyone face tribulations again, I shall not intervene to protect your path. After all, the essence of cultivation ultimately rests on the individual. After the departure of the 37, Chen stepped out of the Grand Master's hall and made his way to the center of the Qianbu Plaza. He had a second task to undertake for Wanjian, to excavate the dilapidated statue of the celestial sovereign from beneath the plaza. Carrying the statue, he soared to the perilous peak in the southern region of Wanjian. Upon arrival, he wielded his formidable power to sever the peak's apex. From the base of the peak, he then constructed a celestial staircase consisting of 99,999 steps. He subsequently positioned the statue atop the peak. Next, from the void, he forcefully extracted 9 Tao pathways, infusing them with his supreme power into the statue of the celestial sovereign. This action caused waves of overwhelming pressure to emanate from the summit, intensifying as one approached the top, allowing for a purer understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. Though the statue appeared battered, it was the only artifact available to him that could withstand the fusion with the Tao of heaven and earth without incurring damage. Chen gazed at the statue, murmuring softly, "You are now my sole remaining artifact capable of enduring the essence of the Tao." Yet, even after integrating the Tao into the statue, Chen's endeavors for the sect were far from complete. In the next moment, he infused his understanding of the Tao into the statue through a process of inheritance. Once the statue received this infusion, the rules of heaven and earth surrounding it became even more enigmatic and profound, rendering the statue itself shrouded in a mystical haze. As if transported to an entirely different river of time, Chen found himself back within the sect after completing his tasks. He issued a decree. Disciples of the Wanjian sect could ascend the Tianxian peak for 1 hour daily to comprehend the profound truths of the Tao. Inner disciples were granted 2 hours, while core disciples enjoyed 4 hours for the same purpose. Moreover, Any disciple who managed to reach the summit of Tianxian Peak and grasp the inheritance bestowed by Su Chen would be accepted as his direct disciple, destined to become the future successor of the Wanjian sect. Upon the announcement of this decree, the disciples of Wanjian sect were filled with fervor. It is a tremendous fortune for us that senior brother Su has become the sect leader, one exclaimed. Indeed, I firmly believe that under the guidance of sect leader Su, our sect will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of excellence. Another added, I must strive to reach the summit of Tianxian Peak and inherit the teachings. Do you think that possessing the leader's inheritance could lead to achieving the Dao integration realm? One disciple pondered aloud. Dao integration? Huh. You underestimate the worth of our leader's legacy, came the retort. Yes, our leader has even transformed a tribulation stage dragon into the guardian beast of the Wanjian sect. Securing his inheritance would at the very least ensure one becomes a tribulation stage cultivator. A tribulation stage cultivator. How incredible. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Once we couldn't even imagine such heights, but now, Wanjian sect is indeed on a different trajectory. Another chimed in. At this rate, the Zhao kingdom may soon find itself on equal footing with us. By the way, did you hear about the recent evaluation conducted by the inspector? I cannot believe how many prodigies our Wanjian sect possesses. Supreme spiritual roots, top-tier spiritual roots. I'm utterly envious. With Su Chen now as the leader, who among us will emerge as Wanjian sect's foremost prodigy? The answer will surely unfold after the disciple initiation ceremony in half a month's time. Yes, I hope to advance to an inner disciple after this initiation ceremony. Let's give it our all. Haha. With Wanjian sect flourishing, the ones who should be regretting their rebellion against the Three Peaks are those thousands of disciples, forever relegated to outer disciples. They truly deserve it. The leader has already shown them leniency by not assigning them to the Spirit Stone mines or the front lines. Enough of that. I am heading to Tianxian Peak to ascend the steps. Will you join me? Of course. We cannot squander this opportunity to comprehend the Dao, even if it's just for an hour each day. Standing at the pinnacle of Tianxian Peak, Su Chen gazed down at the multitude of disciples climbing towards the summit. He sighed inwardly. After half a day, apart from a few disciples he had personally guided, only a mere 1,000 had reached the highest step. This realization left him somewhat disappointed. The disparity in the disciples' qualifications was indeed vast. He hoped to select a few promising candidates at the upcoming initiation ceremony. Shaking his head, Su Chen leapt from Tianxian Peak and returned to the main hall of the sect leader at Wanjian Peak. He lay down to rest for less than an hour when the sound of footsteps approached. Shortly after, a disciple entered the hall, holding a mountain visitation token. Why is this disciple here? Su Chen wondered, for he was the sect leader and could not personally attend to every visitor. The disciple announced, Sect leader. An elder from the Lingyan sect wishes to pay a visit. Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. He had heard of Lingyan sect. Once the mightiest sect within 100,000 miles, and one of the premier sects in the Zhao kingdom. Logically, as the leader of a third-rate sect, he should meet the elder in person. However, he was Su Chen. What qualifications did a mere elder possess? Furthermore, the Wanjian sect held no fear of Lingyan sect now. I wish to rest. Let the outer elder handle this matter, Su Chen declared lazily, reclining on the bearskin-adorned seat of the sect leader. The disciple acknowledged the command and withdrew. Thus, Su Chen continued to doze off. Yet, just as he was about to drift into slumber, an uproar broke out outside. As an elder of Lingyan's sect, at the pinnacle of the great ascension realm, how dare a mere Wanjian sect act so arrogantly? This is the hall of the sect leader, you cannot trespass. With a loud crash, several figures were forcibly thrown into the hall. Cough, cough, cough. The fallen Wanjian disciples coughed violently, spewing forth blood. Su Chen awoke, his eyes ignited with fury. How dare anyone be so brazen as to harm others within the Wanjian sect? He rose swiftly, stepping out of the sect leader's hall. At the same time, a shadow was leaping towards the hall from the square below. Are you the newly appointed sect leader, Su Chen? The figure halted midway, questioning in a booming voice. Su Chen, initially poised to strike down the intruder, hesitated upon hearing the question. He had only been the sect leader for a day, and this matter had yet to be made public. How could this person know? What of it? Su Chen replied, his demeanor darkening. Good, good, good. You, a mere third-rate sect leader, allow an outer elder to receive me? What audacity! In response, Su Chen merely smiled coldly. This is Wanjian sect. Who do you think you are? Sect leader, do not act impulsively. At that moment, an inner elder of Wanjian sect jumped forward, interrupting Su Chen's words. Indeed, this person is a Lingyan sect elder. We may not be able to provoke him. The inner elder approached Su Chen, visibly anxious. Not able to provoke? Today, I shall provoke him, Su Chen declared resolutely, chastising the elder beside him. Elder Wei, Wanjian sect is no longer what it used to be. Why do you still kneel in submission? Hearing Su Chen's words, Elder Wei's face flushed crimson. Yet, recalling his status as a venerable elder, chastised by a junior sect leader, he felt his dignity slip away. He snorted in indignation, retorting, Su Chen, I am doing this for your sake and for the good of our entire Wanxian sect. Is that so? Su Chen countered. If memory serves, you have a close relationship with Liu Kan, do you not? Liu Kan was once an elder of our sect. What is unusual about that? Elder Wei paused, then continued. In that case, I shall not involve myself in today's affairs. I only hope you do not create any trouble that forces us elders to cover for you. Elder Wei, you need not concern yourself with such matters, Su Chen replied, showing no mercy in his retort. At this moment, Elder Wei made his presence known, harboring a multitude of dubious schemes in his mind. However, he remained indifferent to the unfolding situation. Angered, Elder Wei snorted and glared, choosing silence as he stepped aside with a flourish of his sleeves. Chapter 50, A Buffoon. Not worth mentioning. Su Chan's gaze fell once more upon the elder of Lingyan's sect. The elder, upon feeling Su Chan's penetrating stare, maintained an air of haughty superiority. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, several injured disciples from the Wanxian sect emerged from the hall. Master, we truly could not stop them. We apologize for disturbing you and are willing to accept punishment, they pleaded with Su Chen. This old fool possesses cultivation far superior to yours. It is not your fault that you could not restrain him, Su Chen reassured them. He then directed his attention back to the elder of Lingyan's sect, coldly declaring, in our negotiations, we do not slay envoys. However, you old wretch, have harmed my sect's disciples. While death may be spared, you shall not escape punishment. As he spoke, Su Chen made his move. His hand reached out, and an overwhelming celestial might descended. The elder of Lingyan's sect, caught unawares, felt strands of the Dao pierce through his body. His cultivation, akin to a deflated balloon, began to leak uncontrollably. What have you done to me? The elder exclaimed in terror, sensing his own realm plummeting. Mid-stage of the Great Ascension. Early stage of the Great Ascension. Peak of the Harmonization Realm. Late stage of the Harmonization Realm. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation fell to the early stage of the nascent soul. Simultaneously, his physical form aged visibly, becoming hunched and frail. Dare you, an old wretch, to injure my disciples? Stripping you of your cultivation shall serve as your punishment. The elder of Lingyan's sect lost all semblance of composure. The reduction of his cultivation was a torment far worse than death. I am an elder of Lingyan's sect. You shall not escape retribution for this. He could hardly fathom that Su Chen was even more formidable than Liu Kan had portrayed. Yet, at this juncture, all he could muster were futile, frantic howls. Unfazed by the threats, Su Chen replied coolly, very well then, you may now disclose your intentions for visiting Wanxian's sect. I am an elder of Lingyan's sect. They will not let this go. Your sect shall pay dearly. However, the elder, reeling from the blow he had received, was incapable of processing Su Chen's words. Seeing this, Su Chen furrowed his brow and coldly commanded, Old fool, if you wish to live, answer my question. His voice struck the soul of the elder. Trembling, the elder began to regain his senses. He realized that if Su Chen intended to take his life, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Hurry. Our sect leader has commanded me to convey a decree. Henceforth, Wanxian sect is to exist solely as an auxiliary sect of Lingyan's sect. Otherwise, having felt Su Chan's previous display of power, the elder dared not continue. Fearing that he might provoke Su Chen into an outright slaughter, he hesitated. Or else what? Will Lingyan's sect suppress Wanxian's sect by force? Su Chen replied nonchalantly. The elder's expression changed drastically as he suddenly called out to Elder Wei. Elder Wei, save me. What nonsense are you spouting? Elder Wei was equally alarmed, desperate to conceal any collusion with Liu Kan. As he spoke, he lunged forward, aiming to strike the elder of Lingyan's sect atop the head. Su Chen stood by, showing no intent to intervene. Thus, in a culmination of unrestrained fear, the elder of Lingyan's sect was killed by Elder Wei's decisive blow. Master, this elder of Lingyan's sect spoke nonsense and harmed our disciples. After much contemplation and guided by your teachings, I have resolved to eliminate him, Elder Wei stated, his voice trembling. It is of no consequence, he is dead now. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, pausing briefly before adding, however, with the elder of Lingyan's sect dead, there will be no one to relay their message. I cannot go. So it falls upon you, Elder Wei, to personally visit Lingyan's sect and explain the situation. Upon hearing this, fear washed over Elder Wei's face. To go to Lingyan's sect was tantamount to courting death. Faced with this blatant death sentence, he could not bring himself to comply. Thud. In that moment, he cast aside all pretense and fell to his knees, crying out, Master, I have sinned. I should not have killed the elder of Lingyan's sect without your command. Please spare me. You have sinned? Su Chen mused, then continued. This elder of Lingyan's sect dared to act tyrannically and injure our disciples. He deserved death. and you are not at fault. I request your visit to Lingyan sect as a matter of reciprocity. If they wish to treat our sect as an auxiliary, we must respond accordingly. When their elder comes, we must send one of our own. Elder Wei, drenched in sweat, felt deep regret at having listened to Liu Kan's malicious words the previous day. They had said Su Chun was young and lacked discernment, merely possessing great cultivation. Yet now, he found such notions utterly absurd. Su Chun's words were impeccably reasoned and meticulously articulated. Our Wanjian sect is no longer what it once was. I believe we need only dispatch an outer sect disciple. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited within Elder Wei, leading him to propose this idea. Su Chun nodded. Elder Wei, you have finally regained your footing. Your reasoning holds merit. However, I believe the highest cultivation among our outer sect disciples is merely at the nascent soul stage. The distance to Lingyan sect is no less than 100,000 miles. Do you wish for them to take half a year? This task clearly fell to you. Elder Wei's initial joy at Su Chun's words evaporated upon hearing the latter half, leaving his face ashen. This was clearly an attempt to push him to his limits. He could not discern any glimmer of hope for escape. Was Su Chun's intention to force him to confess? Yet, he understood that such a confession would be tantamount to treason. In that moment, he finally recognized and admitted that in terms of both strength and cunning, he was no match for the Su Chun before him. If Su Chun wished for him to journey to Lingyan sect, then he would go. A flicker of malice flashed in Elder Wei's eyes. After all, Lingyan sect boasted at least 2 ancestors at the tribulation transcendent stage. If the sect leader had made the decision, then he would venture to Lingyan sect to deliver the message. With no path left to retreat, Elder Wei resolved to take one final gamble. Su Chun chuckled, discerning the schemes lurking within Elder Wei's mind. Yet, he remained indifferent. When soldiers come, we will defend. When water flows, we will dam it. If all else fails, I shall simply overturn the chessboard and establish the rules of this cultivation world myself. Then, Elder Wei, you may set forth at once. Su Chun issued a command, eager to observe what kind of ripples this motley crew of clowns could possibly stir. Chapter 51, The Dragon Pool and the Mysterious Turtle. After concluding his affairs, Su Chun returned to the hall of the sect leader. Just as he lay down, he recalled the incident involving the elder of the Lingyan sect who had boldly intruded upon the Qianbu square of Wanxian Peak. He felt a profound sense of inadequacy regarding the current strength of Wanxian sect. Moreover, as the sect continued to develop, such incidents would undoubtedly become more frequent. However, it was unacceptable for anyone to simply intrude upon Wanxian sect without consequence, requiring him to personally intervene. If that were the case, what dignity would remain for him as the sect leader? Consequently, the more he pondered, the more he realized that this matter needed resolution. The fundamental solution lay in finding a powerful cultivator to guard the mountain gate. Currently, within Wanxian sect, the only individuals who barely met this criterion were a few elders from the inner sect. Nonetheless, if he were to assign the inner sect elders to guard the mountain gate, they would undoubtedly refuse. Sending Xiao Bai was also not a viable option, for it was, after all, the guardian spirit beast of Wanxian sect. If one were to liken the current Wanxian sect to a deck of cards, Xiao Bai would be akin to a small joker. It was simply inappropriate to play a joker at the outset. Su Chun continued to contemplate. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. He smacked his thigh in realization. Who said that the guardian of the mountain gate must be a disciple of Wanxian sect? Would it not suffice to enlist a few formidable beasts? Thus, in the next moment, Su Chun communicated with Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai, come to the hall of the sect leader. Upon receiving Su Chun's message, Xiao Bai stepped onto a cloud and appeared within the hall of the sect leader. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Bai's grand entrance and inquired, what on earth is this? Returning to my master, as the guardian spirit beast of Wanxian sect, I naturally have my own flair, hence I practiced a grand entrance, Xiao Bai replied confidently, striking a pose that exuded self-importance. Su Chun, observing this, felt a headache coming on but ultimately decided to let it be. He then continued, aside from you, what other formidable beasts exist within the ancient wilderness mountains? The entirety of the ancient wilderness mountains spans millions of miles, and I am its sole ruler. Everyone else is merely a minor beast. Damn. Ever since this fellow became the guardian spirit beast of the sect, he has become quite arrogant, no longer the submissive creature he once was. What affliction has he contracted? However, Su Chun chose not to delve into that, and simply stated, just tell me, apart from you, what is the highest realm of those minor beasts? Are there any at the Great Ascension stage? There are a few at the Great Ascension stage, but they are nothing but country bumpkins. Su Chun nodded. Indeed, they were mere country bumpkins. However, they would suffice for guarding the mountain gate of Wanxian sect. All right, go and capture a few to watch over the mountain gate for me. After a moment's pause, he recalled the celestial techniques he had discovered from the so-called consciousness of the immortal sovereign a few days prior. He then added, If you accomplish this well, I shall reward you with a celestial technique that suits your cultivation. Xiao Bai, upon hearing this, was filled with excitement and asked, Master, are you not deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? All right then, Master, wait for me. I will return with a few within half a day. Among the entire Wanjian sect, only Xiao Bai truly felt the weight of Su Chen's power. Only Xiao Bai could grasp the extent of Su Chen's past endeavors within the sect, feeling the deep entanglement of emotions. Because of this, Xiao Bai believed that becoming the guardian spirit beast of Wanjian sect was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. With Su Chen as such a formidable backing, he felt he no longer needed to tread cautiously. Who would dare to provoke him? After all, he was the guardian spirit beast of Wanjian sect. In the next instant, Xiao Bai burst out of the hall of the sect leader, unlocking his transformation and morphing into a colossal dragon stretching thousands of feet long. With dark clouds and lightning swirling around him, he majestically soared towards the southern region of the ancient wilderness mountains. Within mere minutes, Xiao Bai entered the depths of the ancient wilderness mountains. Where is my concubine? Xiao Bai, accompanied by thunderclouds, circled above the dragon pool. His dragon might radiated power as he thundered. It is outrageous that upon my return, no one greeted me. Just as Xiao Bai was about to dive into the dragon pool below, a massive water column, nearly 100 miles in diameter, suddenly erupted from its center. Beneath the water column, a colossal entity broke through the waves, causing a tumultuous tide. A gigantic head emerged from the surf. This dragon pool is now my abode. The massive head, exhaling the water column, spoke in a deep and resonant voice. How dare you occupy my territory, you old tortoise? Xiao Bai exclaimed in fury, manipulating the thunderclouds to unleash thousands of bolts of lightning upon the creature below. The ancient turtle, retracting its body, slipped into its shell. The relentless lightning struck its armored shell but failed to breach its defenses. This damn old turtle, has it truly broken through? Xiao Bai growled in frustration, retracting the torrential lightning and fuming. Heh, you didn't expect this, did you? I could have broken through centuries ago. Had it not been for my concerns about you causing trouble, I would have long since reached the transcendent stage. Seeing that Xiao Bai's attacks were ineffective, the ancient turtle became increasingly smug, continuing to provoke. Not only have I taken control of the entire ancient wilderness mountains, but your little concubine is now my wife. At that moment, the ancient turtle, who had been oppressed by Xiao Bai for thousands of years, felt a surge of resentment dissipate. Today, I shall not let you go unscathed. Xiao Bai's fury reached an uncontrollable level as he charged downward, intending to collide with the ancient turtle. The ancient turtle chuckled and retracted into its shell once more. Boom! Xiao Bai collided with the turtle's shell, producing a thunderous sound that reverberated across the lake's surface, creating massive waves that surged outward. However, this impact also left Xiao Bai dazed and disoriented, his vision filled with stars. He could hardly fathom that the ancient turtle had reached the transcendent stage, rendering its shell so impenetrable. Falling into the dragon pool, he swam awkwardly for a moment before shaking his dragon head to regain his composure. Ha ha ha, you can no longer contend with me. In the next moment, Xiao Bai noticed the ancient turtle poking its head out again, tauntingly. Xiao Bai, infuriated, bellowed, Old turtle, if you dare, face me head-on instead of hiding in your shell. You know I am not adept at direct confrontation. If you have the ability, break my shell. I suggest you hurry back to being your mount, or we shall see who runs out of stamina first. The ancient turtle, now having broken through to the transcendent stage, boasted a lifespan of millions of years. As long as it remained within its shell, it would be invincible. Sooner or later, it would outlast this troublesome dragon. Xiao Bai, in a fit of rage, soared through the skies. The ancient turtle, if it were to retreat into its shell, would find itself utterly helpless. Moreover, Su Chen was eagerly awaiting its capture of several formidable demons to guard the mountain gate. Time was of the essence. Yet, should this oblivious old turtle choose to create a ruckus, it would prove difficult to apprehend. In that moment, it found itself in a predicament, torn between options. However, just as anxiety threatened to overwhelm it, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited. Indeed, reporting back to the master and bringing this old turtle to guard the mountain gate would be far superior. With this thought, the little white creature felt a wave of relief wash over it. It declared with fierce determination, "Old turtle, you better wait for me." With that, it harnessed the power of thunder and lightning, leaving the perplexed Xian turtle behind as it soared towards Wanjian sect. Chapter 52, Reclaiming the Xian Turtle. Before long, the little white creature returned to Wanjian sect and recounted the events to Su Chen. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was overjoyed. A Xian turtle at the tribulation stage to guard the mountain gate was simply perfect. Thus, riding on the back of the little white creature, he set off once more towards the long tan of the ancient wilderness mountain range. As the little white creature reappeared above the long tan, it boasted imperiously, its voice thundering through the air. "Old turtle, come out." The waters surged, and the Xian turtle emerged, taunting. "What's the matter? Not feeling confident? Old turtle, your time is up. This time, I'm taking you back to guard the mountain gate." With Su Chen providing support, the Xian turtle, no longer irked, retorted back with bravado. The Xian turtle, momentarily baffled, felt a chill run down its spine as it caught sight of Su Chen standing atop the little white creature. This young man in white had once struck the little white creature down with a single blow, and the Xian turtle quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Doubt crept in. Could its shell withstand this youth's onslaught? Sensing the imminent danger, it hastily sank lower into the depths of the Longtan. The vastness of the Longtan provided ample opportunity to evade capture, as it believed it could transform into a diminutive turtle and conceal itself. Little did it know, Su Chen had already locked onto its presence. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Chen suddenly called out, extending his hand towards the Xian turtle submerged in the Longtan. The Xian turtle, feeling cornered, shrank its form drastically, hoping to evade Su Chen's detection. In the blink of an eye, it had reduced itself to the size of a fingernail. With its size diminished and within familiar waters, the Xian turtle's speed surged, and it actually slipped through Su Chen's fingers, diving into the depths of the Longtan. Su Chen gasped in surprise. He had not anticipated the Xian turtle's cunning. Truly, it was worthy of having lived for millions of years. Yet, it was still ensnared within the confines of Su Chen's awareness. Escape was but a fleeting endeavor. "Into the Longtan," he commanded, turning to the little white creature. Initially disheartened by the Xian turtle's escape, the little white creature quickly regained its spirits upon hearing Su Chen's directive to dive into the Longtan. It understood that the old turtle was definitely cornered. Thus, it began to carve a watery path downward, guided by Su Chen. Meanwhile, the Xian turtle, having evaded capture, made a swift retreat, daring not to return to its lair in the Dragon Palace, nor halt its flight. Instead, it scurried back to its hidden sanctuary that had served as its refuge for millions of years. This lair was exceedingly well concealed, and it had successfully eluded detection throughout the ages. Curling itself in the darkness, it suppressed its aura to the utmost, finally feeling a semblance of peace. "My lair, which has stood the test of time, is absolutely secure," it reassured itself. However, at that moment, a terrifying voice echoed from above. "Come out, little creature." The Xian turtle was instantly struck with disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one knows this lair but me. It was certain they could not have found it. They must be attempting to deceive it. In a desperate bid, the Xian turtle further diminished its presence, even employing its mystical arts to enter a state akin to death. Boom. In the next instant, the rumbling sound of water erupted as its lair was overturned. It found itself awkwardly exposed before Su Chen and the little white creature, akin to a jester before an audience. "Return with me to guard the mountain gate, and I shall spare your life," Su Chen stated, fixing his gaze on the Xian turtle below. "I, a grand demon at the tribulation stage, should not be reduced to guarding a mere mountain gate." The Xian turtle protested angrily. Su Chen shook his head. "It appears this little creature still requires some discipline." With a swift motion, he raised his fist, piercing the lake's surface as he aimed for the Xian turtle. Seeing this, the Xian turtle hurriedly withdrew into its shell, believing that as long as its shell could withstand the assault, it could endure this ordeal. What could a mere human cultivator do? Yet, matters were not as straightforward as it had imagined. When Su Chen's fist struck its shell, even through the protective barrier, the Xian turtle felt as though its very organs were being crushed. Blood streamed forth from its mouth. Gritting its teeth, the Xian turtle thought that if the human's attack were to cease at this point, it could endure and survive. But at that moment, it heard the human cultivator's voice once more. "If you remain hidden within your shell, I shall show no mercy in my next strike, and will take your life." Panic surged within the Xian turtle. It realized that guarding the mountain gate was preferable to losing its life. Thus, it poked its head out from its shell, finally conceding. "Please, esteemed immortal, do not strike. I will accompany you to guard the mountain gate." Su Chen was taken aback. These powerful demons appeared to possess a strong sense of pride, yet their capacity for submission was equally remarkable. He had initially thought that several more blows would be necessary. Nodding, he continued, "Excellent. From this day forward, you shall be the guardian beast of Wanjian Sect, and I shall call you Han Ba Gui." Han Ba Gui? The Xian turtle was momentarily dumbfounded. As a dignified demon of the tribulation stage, and with a trace of the Xuanwu bloodline within, it was to be named thus. Just as it was about to protest, Su Chen added, "As long as you and the little white creature diligently guard Wanxian Sect, this master shall not treat you unfairly." Little White? Upon hearing Su Chen name the demon dragon Little White, the Xian turtle suddenly found the name Han Ba Gui more palatable. If the demon dragon could accept the name Little White, how could it possibly refuse Han Ba Gui? After all, Even if its name was less melodious than Little White. It was still a name. I shall not betray my master's trust, and will do my utmost to guard the mountain gate of Wanjian Sect, the Xian turtle resolved, accepting its fate wholeheartedly. It seemed the old turtle was quite attuned to the currents of fate. The sudden response took Su Chen by surprise. He had initially anticipated a period of guidance, but to his astonishment, the other party was remarkably proactive, even going so far as to curry favor with him. However, given this turn of events, it certainly spared him some troubles. Yet, the bumbling tortoise's attempts at flattery made Zhao feel her own status precariously threatened, leading her to retort defiantly, "I am the guardian beast of the Wanjian Sect, while you are merely a gatekeeper." Upon hearing this, Su Chen readily discerned Zhao Bai's agitation. Amused yet exasperated, he chuckled and said, "There is no need for you to argue. As long as you both perform your tasks well, I shall reward you according to your contributions." Although the bumbling tortoise was inclined to contest this, Su Chen's words quelled his protest, leading him to merely glare at Zhao Bai in indignation. Subsequently, Su Chen guided the dragon and the tortoise out of the dragon pool. Just as they were about to depart, a thought struck Su Chen. Weren't there several major demons of the Great Ascension realm in this region? Where might they be now? "Master, I shall fetch them for you at once," Zhao Bai exclaimed, eagerly volunteering for the task. "Very well, off you go." With that, she plunged back into the depths of the dragon pool. The tortoise, witnessing this, felt a pang of jealousy. "Master, they have all pledged allegiance to me. At my command, they shall gather here in no time. Then issue your command swiftly. All demons, heed my call. Assemble above my lair at once." The tortoise's voice, imbued with the power of transcending tribulations, reverberated through the ancient mountain range for miles. Indeed, within mere minutes, 6 formidable demons of the Great Ascension realm congregated around them. These 6 demons cast curious glances at Su Chen but, intimidated by the tortoise's presence, refrained from speaking, anxiously awaiting what orders this newly appointed sovereign of the ancient mountains might issue. After a few minutes of anticipation, Zhao Bai finally returned from the depths of the dragon pool, trailing behind her a massive red koi, several hundred feet long. This koi was also a demon beast of the Great Ascension realm. "Master, this old tortoise is cheating. I was the rightful ruler of this realm, and these demons should obey my commands," Zhao Bai boisterously declared upon joining Su Chen. Su Chen, momentarily speechless and about to interject, was interrupted by the tortoise calling out to the koi, "My dear, come to my side. You old tortoise, this koi is my concubine. How dare you claim her as your own?" As Su Chen hovered high above, he nearly stumbled at the absurdity of their bickering. What a ludicrous situation this was. As the dragon and the tortoise prepared to come to blows over the koi, Su Chen hastily intervened. "At the very least, you are both mighty demons. Can you not act a bit more mature? From this day forth, you shall all serve the Wanjian Sect, and internal strife is strictly forbidden." Upon hearing Su Chen's admonition, both demons deflated. However, the tortoise remained defiant, muttering under his breath, "It seems, for the sake of the master, I shall let this dragon be. Otherwise, I would have stripped you of your shell." Witnessing the bickering between the dragon and the tortoise, the nearby Great Ascension demons were utterly astonished. Were their ears deceiving them? These 2 sovereigns of the ancient mountains were referring to this human cultivator as their master? What was the meaning of this? They suddenly felt a wave of unease about their futures. "Enough, enough. Let us cease this argument and prepare to return to the Wanjian Sect," Su Chen interjected once more. The 7 Great Ascension demons, taken aback, found themselves at a loss. What was happening? What are we now? Why are you still standing there? Did you not hear your master's command? Tortoise King, what is the meaning of this? One of the Great Ascension demons mustered the courage to ask, bewildered. "What is the meaning?" "You shall all accompany me to the Wanjian Sect as gatekeepers." Gatekeepers? The 7 demons were left even more bewildered, stunned into silence. "I refuse. I am a dignified demon king of the mid-Great Ascension realm. How could I stoop to be a mere gatekeeper for a small sect? I would rather die than go." A wolf demon exclaimed, springing forward with a loud roar. "Refuse? I will end you right now," Zhao Bai interjected, preemptively threatening the tortoise. "Look at you all, claiming to be great demons. Where is your dignity if you submit to a human cultivator's orders?" The wolf demon sneered, gritting its teeth. "What did you say?" "I will." The tortoise began to retort, but was interrupted by Su Chen's raised hand. With a chilling tone, he questioned, "Are you certain you refuse to go?" "Absolutely. I would rather die than go." "Very well, then, I shall grant your wish." In the next instant, Su Chen decisively struck. Before the demons could react, the wolf demon exploded, its form disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist, leaving no trace behind. Witnessing this, the remaining Great Ascension demons were shaken to their core, trembling in fear. A mid-Great Ascension demon had perished so effortlessly at the hands of this human cultivator, without even a hint of resistance. They found it hard to believe. Yet the grim reality was undeniable. Is there anyone else who does not wish to go? Su Chen's pupils narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing in his gaze. I am willing to follow my master to the Wanjian sect. I am too. I am willing as well. The remaining 6 demons, no longer daring to act out, bowed their heads in submission, pledging their loyalty, while Su Chen felt a twinge of regret at the loss of a mid-grade ascension demon. The sacrifice had effectively instilled fear in the others. Regardless, it was a contribution of sorts, at least in the future. As long as Su Chen remained at the Wanjian sect, these demons would not harbor any rebellious thoughts after today's events. Satisfied with having subdued the formidable demons, Su Chen mounted the dragon's head and, accompanied by the dragon, the tortoise, and the 6 demons, soared back toward the Wanjian sect. Meanwhile, within the vast expanse of the ancient mountain range, with all the major demons of the Great Ascension realm having departed, countless other creatures began to stir restlessly. A fierce battle for territory was set to unfold, ushering in a storm of bloodshed and chaos that would gradually unveil itself in the shadows. Upon returning to the Wanjian sect, Su Chen instructed the tortoise to transform into an old man to guard the entrance at the foot of Wanjian Peak. The remaining 6 Great Ascension demons also assumed human forms to act as youthful guardians, assisting the tortoise in safeguarding the mountain gate and relaying messages. However, this arrangement left Zhao by feeling somewhat disgruntled. Su Chen noticed her displeasure, but was puzzled as to why. Considering she was the first formidable demon to accompany him, he decided to accommodate her feelings. If you have any thoughts, feel free to express them. The old turtle possesses several subordinates, while I am merely a solitary commander, lamented Zhao Bai, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. Upon hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this predicament stemmed from such a trivial matter. What do you desire then? He inquired. Return my concubine to me. The other 5 can guard the mountain gate with the old turtle, Zhao Bai insisted. Absolutely not. She is my wife and must remain with me. You may take the other 5, the clumsy 8 turtle retorted without hesitation. Su Chen felt a headache coming on. Finally grasping the situation, these 2 were quarreling over a single koi demon, consumed by jealousy. Rubbing his temples, he asked, do you not wish to consider the koi's own opinion? I am amenable. The koi, now transformed into a maiden clad in red, spoke softly, bowing her head. In that moment, Su Chen experienced a profound sense of disillusionment, feeling almost powerless. He casually remarked, in that case, how about you alternate days? I agree. Both the dragon and the turtle exclaimed in perfect unison. Their simultaneous response left Su Chen utterly speechless. In the next breath, he dismissed them with a wave of his hand. Enough. Focus on your own affairs, you great demons. How you choose to allocate responsibilities is entirely up to you, as long as you do not create any trouble. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, making his way back to the main hall of the sect. Reclining comfortably in a soft bearskin chair, he surrendered himself to a peaceful slumber. Chapter 54. A royal descendant seeks an audience. When Su Chen awoke, it was already past midnight. The luxurious bearskin mat, crafted from the hide of a powerful demon, was indeed quite delightful. Stretching lazily, he was about to rise when a notification from the system chimed in his ear. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of having the great demon guard the mountain gate. Task complete. Reward: 1,000,000 cultivation points. Task complete. Reward: 1 vial of Su New Jersey YCU. This accursed system was becoming increasingly inefficient. It had taken nearly half the night to dispense rewards. Su Chen grumbled under his breath, retrieving a milky white jade vial from the system's space. What purpose does this serve? He pondered as he examined the vial. A line of descriptive text materialized before his eyes. Su New Jersey YCU. Consuming this will enhance the cultivator's spiritual root. What a trivial benefit. Upon reading the description, Su Chen promptly returned the item to the system's space. He then recalled that, as per tradition, the Wanjian sect would soon hold a competition following the disciple initiation ceremony. He decided to reserve this item as one of the rewards. Rising, he prepared to leave the main hall and check on the mountain gate. After all, he felt a modicum of unease regarding the great demons stationed there. However, just as he exited the main hall, he spotted a sprightly young man with bright yellow hair sitting atop the steps leading to the main hall from the Chimbu Plaza. Upon seeing him, Su Chen inexplicably felt a wave of mental pressure, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He had instructed Zhao Bai to assume human form while roaming the Wanjian sect. Yet he had not anticipated that this creature would appear as a young man with a head full of hair, as if he had slathered on a jar of styling wax. This led Su Chen to question whether this bird dragon was also a transmigrator who had unlocked the infinite evolution of dragon transformation. Shaking his head, he dismissed such unrealistic thoughts and approached the young man. What brings you here, bird dragon? lurking in the dead of night. "Master, you have finally awakened," the young man exclaimed. "Speak plainly, what is it? Earlier, you mentioned that if I captured a few great demons, then—" Xiao Bai's voice trailed off, becoming increasingly faint until Su Chen could no longer discern it. However, he understood well enough what was implied. This fellow had been waiting here to seek his reward. Although Su Chen had indeed forgotten, as the esteemed leader of the sect, he could not show any sign of that lapse. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he replied, "Rest assured, I would never forget to reward you." With that, Su Chen raised his hand and inscribed a law. He then infused that law directly into the top of Xiao Bai's head. The half of Xiao Bai's face obscured by yellow hair initially contorted in pain. Yet, as he began to comprehend the secret techniques of cultivation embedded within the law, his body trembled involuntarily, his excitement causing his face to flush. His breathing quickened. The ascending dragon technique. Xiao Bai's heart raced like a tumultuous sea, unable to calm. "Go forth. How much you can comprehend depends on your own fortune," Su Chen instructed as he withdrew his hand. "Thank you, master." At that moment, as the law began to circulate within him, Xiao Bai felt as if his body might burst from the intensity. He knew he needed to find a secluded place to refine and comprehend it quickly. Otherwise, if he delayed too long and lost even a fragment, he would be filled with regret. With that, he soared toward the back mountain of the Wanjian sect, all the while reveling in the thought, what could be better than being the master's steed? In less than half a month, I have inherited the ascending dragon technique, and becoming a Songlong is but a matter of time. Those who once looked down on me, they aren't even worthy to be my mounts. As Xiao Bai departed, Su Chen arrived at the foot of Wangxian Peak at the mountain gate. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression involuntarily shifted to one of unease. The old turtle had erected a residence on one side of the mountain gate. While constructing a residence was not inherently problematic, it was alarming to see that it had summoned nearly 100 demons, each at varying stages from transformation to harmony, to stand guard on either side of the entrance. Resembling a grand parade. As Su Chen approached, a chorus of demons erupted. "Welcome, master." This old turtle had certainly gone to great lengths. "Master, you have arrived," the old turtle exclaimed, hurrying out from the residence where he had been frolicking with the koi. Su Chen nodded, solemnly instructing, "Guard the mountain gate well." The old turtle assured him, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint your trust." After a brief inspection, Su Chen concluded that the defenses of the mountain gate were now more than adequate, allowing him to relinquish any further concerns. While the old turtle's approach bore a hint of the legendary sleeping dragon and phoenix, the mountain gate's fortifications were undeniably formidable. Deep down, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to leave, a disciple of the Wanjian sect was returning from outside. Upon seeing the ceremonial ranks lined up at the mountain gate, the disciple was momentarily taken aback. What is happening here? He wondered, hesitantly approaching the entrance. A transformed great demon stepped forward to block his path. "Who goes there?" "This is the territory of the Wanjian sect. No unauthorized entry is permitted." I am a disciple of the Wanjian sect," the disciple stuttered, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the great demon, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Trembling, he presented his official disciple insignia. Upon seeing the insignia, the great demon signaled for the alert to be lifted, and they all bellowed in unison. "Welcome back to the sect." Su Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. In the next moment, the clumsy tortoise beside him spoke again. "Master, time is of the essence. I have yet to train these little demons properly. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to obtain the complete list of disciples from the sect, so as not to frighten our own disciples." Initially, upon witnessing this scene, Su Chen wished to express his thoughts. However, seeing the tortoise so eagerly enthusiastic, and since it promised not to disturb his sect's disciples, he decided to let it be. He retraced his steps back to Wangxian Peak. As he prepared to enter the hall of the sect leader, he cast a glance towards the rear of Wangxian Peak. There, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and lightning danced like a woven net. Presumably, Xiao Bai was amidst the dragon ascension technique inheritance, gaining some fortuitous opportunities. Upon entering the hall of the sect leader, just as he settled into his seat, a voice called from outside the hall. "Sect Master, there are members of the Imperial family from the Zhao kingdom seeking an audience." "Members of the Imperial family?" Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "What business do they have in this remote area, seeking an audience with me? It is late at night. The Sect Master, am closing the doors to visitors from now on. Henceforth, do not disturb our sect until dawn." With that, Su Chen directly declined and issued a sect order. Understood. Thus, for the remainder of the night, he was not disturbed again. This led him to reluctantly acknowledge that the clumsy tortoise was indeed doing a commendable job guarding the sect. Generally speaking, around members of the Imperial family, there would be protectors of at least the Great Ascension realm. Had this been the previous day, the sect's gates would likely have been breached. disrupting his peace in the dead of night. Chapter 55. The Sixth Princess of Zhao, Princess Yifeng. At the foot of Wanjian Sect, 10 miles away, a somewhat flat area hosted a dark red cloud boat, several hundred meters long. The sides of the cloud boat were adorned with two vividly carved phoenixes, their golden lines shimmering brilliantly, bringing the colorful phoenixes to life. At this moment, from within an extraordinarily luxurious suite atop the cloud boat, a voice filled with indignation echoed. Emir Wanjian Sect is far too self-important. How dare they keep us outside their gates all night? A woman donned in a phoenix crown and red silk embroidered with gold threads stood beside a middle-aged woman, from whose lips this complaint had escaped. Lupa, do you believe this Wanjian Sect genuinely possesses the potential to become a top-tier sect? Or is the inspector's judgment flawed? The woman seemed indifferent to Lu Po's grievances and instead posed a question. Regardless of the truth, I believe it is entirely unworthy of the princess's personal visit. Moreover, being kept outside their gates in the dead of night, exposed to the cold winds. Within the territory of Zhou Kingdom, there are 3 top-tier sections. One of these is led by my elder brother Gu Qin, another is the sect where he apprenticed, and the last has close ties with my second sister and third brother. What do we have? The princess's beautiful eyes roamed towards Wanxian Peak as she continued. According to the records, there are 2 supreme spiritual root disciples within Wanxian Sect, along with 2 exceptional spiritual root disciples. The rare spiritual root disciples number nearly 10. Such potential, if all goes smoothly, will surely see Wanxian Sect become a top-tier sect in 100 years. What the princess says is true, yet it is puzzling how such a small sect suddenly has so many outstanding disciples. If this news spreads, they may not be able to bear the consequences. Lupa harbored deep resentment over being obstructed at the mountain gate by Wanxian Sect, expressing her views with unkind words. Did not the inspector also mention that there is a mountain-protecting divine beast of the tribulation realm within Wanxian Sect? A hint of amusement graced the princess's jade-like face. A mere tribulation realm beast is akin to an ant in the face of a top-tier sect's influence. Even first-rate sects with a foundation spanning millions of years cannot withstand it. Lupo's words were acknowledged by the princess with a nod, who then inquired, Lupa, if you were to possess a disciple with a supreme spiritual root, to what heights could you elevate them within a century? Upon hearing this, Lupo's face lit up with excitement, her wrinkled visage flushing with color. If I had a disciple with a supreme spiritual root, I could at least cultivate them to the great ascension realm within a century. The princess raised an eyebrow, her delicate brows furrowing as she shook her head. Not enough. I do not have that much time. Lupa lowered her head, fully aware that this princess harbored ambitions for the imperial throne of Zhou. However, ascending to the throne is fraught with challenges. Without powerful backing, a slight misstep on the path to succession could lead to annihilation. Thus, you understand why I am willing to wait here all night. I hope that Wanxian Sect can surprise me. I have always believed that this seemingly insignificant Wanxian Sect is not as simple as the records suggest. Lupa, think about it. If you were in their position, why would a tribulation realm beast willingly serve as a mountain-protecting divine beast for a small sect? Perhaps, many eons ago, the ancestors of Wanxian Sect had a debt of gratitude to that beast? Such occurrences have happened within the Hezhou territory. Lupa expressed her thoughts once more. The princess shook her head in resignation. Although Lupa had lived for several millennia, since entering the palace at the age of 10, she had only focused on cultivation. Now, although her cultivation was at the mid-tribulation realm, she remained easily swayed by her emotions. While this trait was not ideal, it also meant that she was unwaveringly loyal as her protector. Perhaps that may be the case, the princess mused, her words ethereal. She then directed her gaze towards the colorful radiance atop the distant mountain. Let us go. Day has broken, and we shall pay another visit to Wanxian Sect. As her words fell, she stepped off the cloud boat, with Lupa following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves once more before the gates of Wanxian Sect. Who goes there? This is the mountain gate of Wanxian Sect. Unauthorized entry is forbidden. As soon as the two appeared in the sight of the guarding demons of the sect, a booming voice rang out, filled with authority. This is the 6th princess of Zhou, Princess Yifeng. Do not delay, invite her in. Just as Lupa was about to respond, Princess Yifeng interjected. Lupa, allow me to handle this. Your Highness, your status is esteemed. How can you? However, the princess's eyes radiated authority, silencing Lupa's protests before they could escape her lips. In the next moment, Princess Yifeng stepped forward with graceful strides and spoke eloquently. I am the 6th princess of Zhou, here to meet the sect master of Wanxian. Please wait, I shall inform someone. The large demon, brimming with confidence and pride, declared. Then we shall trouble you. Upon hearing the princess's reply, the demon felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Having been a formidable demon in the void refinement realm for several centuries, It had always found itself in a subservient position when encountering the Zhou royal family or various powerful forces of Hezhou. To think that today, the guards of Wanxian's sect, whom it had looked down upon just yesterday, could now stand proudly before the royal family of Zhou. This sense of vindication made it feel that nothing could be better than being the gatekeeper of Wanxian's sect. Behind it lies the great Turtle King, and beyond the Turtle King, there exists an unfathomable master. It feels a bright future ahead, its steps growing increasingly confident. Following the procedures established by the Turtle King, it submitted the news of an impending visitor. Shortly thereafter, a young disciple emerged from one side of the Grand Hall. This young disciple was none other than the outer sect disciple who had previously overseen the gate of Wanxian Peak. He cast a glance at Princess Fengyi, seemingly a bit impatient, muttering to himself, "How bothersome. This interrupts my studies with Brother Turtle." With that, he set off towards the depths of Wanxian Sect's mountain. After approximately 15 minutes, the young disciple returned, conversing briefly with a nearby great demon before slipping back into the Grand Hall. The great demon, brimming with arrogance, stepped forward and proclaimed, "My master is still resting. Please wait." Upon hearing this, Princess Fengyi was once again denied, causing her brow to furrow slightly. "How presumptuous of the insignificant Wanxian sect," murmured the old servant Lu Pe, unable to contain her displeasure. "Allow me to take matters into my own hands." Lu Pe advanced, her profound cultivation erupting like thunder from within her. Should Princess Fengyi give the command, she would show no mercy in subduing the hundreds of shape-shifting demons. The multitude of demons recoiled in alarm. Meanwhile, an elder emerged from the Grand Hall. Princess Fengyi took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the gate of Wanxian's sect. A flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Eventually, she spoke, "Let us wait a little longer." Lu Pe remained quite indignant, yet she could not defy the princess's words and thus reigned in her power. However, an hour passed, and still, there was no response from the gate of Wanxian's sect. Lu Pe's impatience grew, but Princess Fengyi repeatedly restrained her. Just as Princess Fengyi pondered whether she would indeed meet the master of Wanxian's sect, a vessel of clouds several dozen miles long suddenly appeared in the northeastern sky. The cloud ship parted the billowing clouds, resembling a swimming dragon as it soared toward Wanxian's sect. Chapter 56. The Appearance of the Clown. Lingyan Sect. As Princess Fengyi gazed at the cloud ship traversing the firmament, she murmured to herself. In an instant, the cloud ship hovered at an altitude of 10,000 feet, 100 miles from Wanxian Peak. "Where is the master of Wanxian's sect?" "Lingyan's sect has arrived. Come forth and pay your respects." A resounding voice echoed from the summit of the cloud ship, reverberating through the skies and landing within Wanxian's sect. However, there was no reaction from within Wanxian's sect, as if they had anticipated the arrival of Lingyan's sect. Everyone continued with their tasks, indifferent to these clowns. Seeing this, the cloud ship of Lingyan's sect pressed on, halting 10 miles above Wanxian's sect. "Suchen, why do you not come forth to greet the master of Lingyan's sect? Do you wish to bring ruin upon Wanxian's sect?" At the fore of the cloud ship stood two elders, the former elders of Wanxian's sect, Lu Can and Elder Wei. The speaker was Elder Wei. "This boy, in the end, cannot amount to much. Has he been frightened?" Lu Can remarked, observing the stillness of Wanxian's sect with a smile. Elder Wei felt a twinge of doubt. Could it be that the boy was truly afraid? At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the cabin of the cloud ship. This man was none other than Ding Weiran, the master of Lingyan's sect. "What is happening below?" Ding Weiran inquired of Elder Wei and Lu Can. Reporting to Sect Master Ding, "There has been no response from Wanxian's sect," Elder Wei replied. "Suchen is merely a child. How could he withstand such a spectacle? He must be utterly terrified and unable to react," Lu Can added. Ding Weiran found Lu Can's explanation quite agreeable. When he first undertook a major event for Lingyan's sect, despite countless rehearsals, he had still fumbled. "You two draw that boy out, and once you sow discord between you, I shall summon the Ancestor to subdue him. In the future, you shall be the master of Wanxian's sect." Ding Weiran looked down at Wanxian's sect as he spoke to Lu Can, yet his heart brimmed with disdain. Were it not for the desire to officially incorporate Wanxian's sect under the banner of Lingyan's sect and expand its influence, he would not even spare a glance at these two worthless individuals. Lu Can expressed his gratitude to Sect Master Ding, overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect. He bowed deeply in thanks, never having felt so close to the position of master of Wanxian's sect. However, once you become the master of Wanxian's sect, Wanxian Peak shall merely exist as a subsidiary sect of Lingyan's sect. All actions of Wanxian's sect must align with Lingyan's sect's directives, Ding Weiran emphasized sternly. From now on, Wanxian's sect shall naturally be subordinate to Lingyan's sect, Lu Can ingratiated. "What is the purpose of Lingyan's sect coming to Wanxian's sect?" Lu Pe inquired of Princess Fengyi. Lingyan's sect is said to be incredibly close to being a top-tier sect. Their intention here is likely to seize Wanxian's sect. thereby expanding their own influence and enhancing their chances of being promoted to a top-tier sect in the next evaluation, Princess Fengyi explained calmly. Does this mean Wanxian sect is finished? Lu Po's eyes glimmered with excitement as she posed the question. To her, the disrespect shown to the princess by Wanxian sect was a fitting outcome. Yet, Princess Fengyi shook her head and replied, Lu Po, remember, this is the kingdom of Zhao. While strength reigns supreme, within the realm of Zhao, all sects must adhere to the established regulations. Lingyan sect would not dare to brazenly seize Wanxian sect without just cause. Why is that? Lupa asked, perplexed. An empire's enduring prosperity relies not solely on strength, but also on the rules and regulations of the empire, Princess Fengyi articulated, suddenly struck by a thought. Indeed, if Lingyan sect lacked absolute confidence, they would not be so ostentatious. They would likely employ more covert means. Could it be that they already possess assurance? As this realization dawned upon her, her beautiful eyes narrowed once more as she gazed at the Lingyan sect cloud ship soaring through the azure sky. At that moment, within the Lingyan sect cloud ship, another call echoed down. I am Lu Kan, an elder of Wanxian sect. Suchen, come forth at once. Upon hearing this proclamation, Princess Fengyi finally grasped Lingyan sect's brazen display. They had covertly incited dissent among the elders of Wanxian sect, intending to use this as bait to seize control. Meanwhile, at this juncture, her urgency to enter Wanxian sect diminished, for she was now more curious to observe how Wanxian sect would respond. Would Wanxian sect possess the strength assessed by the inspector's records? At this moment, within Wanxian sect, Suchen remained unperturbed. He finished his last bowl of soup, wiped his mouth, and muttered a curse. These two old fools dare to conspire with the Lingyan sect and insult the head of our sect. Initially, I spared your lives out of respect for your positions as elders and for your minor contributions during the rebellion at the Three Peaks. Little did I expect you would become such a calamity, since you seem to be weary of life. I shall now enforce the sect's regulations and send you to the netherworld. In the next moment, Su Chun directly transmitted his voice to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, go forth and eliminate those two loathsome nuisances. Xiaobai had long been enduring a growing impatience. Even the nearby Koi concubine found the situation quite unsatisfactory. Had it not been for the master's orders to hold back until he finished his meal, he would have charged forward long ago. Now, upon receiving Su Chen's command, his pent-up frustration instantly dissipated, transforming into a colossal dragon nearly 10,000 feet long, soaring against the heavens. Its ancient blue scales shimmered with silvery glimmers beneath the azure sky. After inheriting the ascending dragon technique, its power had advanced significantly, nearing a breakthrough to the late-stage tribulation realm. Roar, roar, roar. Xiaobai unleashed 3 mighty dragon roars, reverberating like a stampede of horses, wreaking havoc across the sky. In the face of the terrifying dragon might, the Lingyan sect's cloud vessel emitted a vibrant emerald shield to counteract it. Xiaobai sat majestically in the high skies, rendering the Lingyan sect's cloud vessel insignificant, akin to a mere boat before a titan. Raising his head high, he exhaled a torrent of dragon breath. You two wretches dare to insult my master? Prepare to meet your doom. The weighty dragon breath pressed down through the void, hurtling towards the cloud vessel of the Lingyan sect. As the dragon breath was about to strike the top of the cloud vessel, an unparalleled momentum surged from within, accompanied by a voice that pierced the clouds. You little demon, how dare you cause a ruckus in the realm of humans? In the next instant, a colossal golden hand appeared above the cloud vessel, powerful and vigorous, reaching out to grasp the torrent of dragon breath. Under the immense grip of the golden hand, the dragon breath unleashed by Xiaobai was instantly crushed, transforming into a cascade of light and electricity that rained down upon the protective array of the cloud vessel, rising in wisps of green smoke before dissipating. In the next moment, a gray figure flashed into view above the cloud vessel, locking gazes with Xiaobai across the distance. Old fool, this dragon is here to slay the sect's traitors. I advise you not to overstep. Xiaobai's eyes crackled with lightning, resembling the sun and moon, as he thunderously replied. The gray figure narrowed his eyes slightly, but suddenly lifted his palm, striking towards the top of Xiaobai's head. In the next second, a giant golden hand loomed above Xiaobai's head, and a terrifying pressure descended from it, causing ripples to undulate through the space above. Roar! Xiaobai emitted a tremendous dragon roar, breaking free from the constraints of the golden hand's overwhelming pressure. He swung his tail at the golden hand. Whoosh! 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 Xiaobai's enormous form created powerful gales, enveloping nearly 100 miles of sky. Boom! In a flash, a deafening explosion echoed through the heavens. Following this, Xiaobai's raucous laughter rang out. Old fool, is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, he cursed. Old fool, you despicable and shameless wretch. As Xiaobai's curse echoed, Several ancient blue scales fell from the sky amidst the swirling gales, intermingled with countless silver droplets of blood. Shall Bai return? You are no match for that old fool. Just then, a languid voice resonated across the heavens. Following this voice, a white figure stepped into the high sky. The white figure raised a hand, sweeping through the turbulent winds, instantly clearing the skies. As the winds dispersed, Shao Bai revealed himself, showing a wound nearly 10 meters long across his abdomen. Master. Upon hearing Su Chen's call, he felt a lingering defiance but ultimately dove down from the sky, transforming into a somewhat juvenile figure, standing beside Su Chen. These two are traitors of our sect and must pay with their lives. What right do you have to obstruct me, old fool? Su Chen looked up at the ancestor of the Lingyan sect, questioning him. Simultaneously, Su Chen suddenly raised his index finger, pointing down towards Liu Can and Elder Wei atop the cloud vessel. Bang! As Su Chen's finger made contact with the protective array of the cloud vessel, it shattered with a resounding crack. The cloud vessel trembled violently, as though it were about to plummet from the sky. Sect Master Ding, save me. At the moment Su Chen's finger pierced through the protective array, Liu Can felt himself ensnared by a terrifying force. He screamed in terror, seeking help, but before he could finish his sentence, in the next moment, Liu Can and Elder Wei were reduced to two pools of blood. Witnessing this scene, the ancestor of the Lingyan sect's pupils dilated sharply. Su Chen's earlier strike had been so swift that he had not even sensed it, let alone been able to counter it. A thought arose within him. He was no match for this young man before him. Ancestor. That damned Su Chen has audaciously slain two esteemed guests of our Lingyan sect before your very eyes. Please, take action to eradicate him. Ding Weiran roared in indignation upon seeing Liu Can and Elder Wei slain by Su Chen. Yet at that moment, he felt an exhilarating rush. Those two fools were finally dead. Their demise provided the perfect justification for their actions. Moreover, the ancestor was indeed more astute than he had imagined. By not intervening in Su Chen's execution of these two wasteful individuals, once they were gone, they could seize the Wanjian sect, thus gaining full control. This would undoubtedly facilitate their next application for sect evaluation. However, just as Ding Weiran was lost in his scheming, he heard the ancestor declare, "Since this is a matter of the Wanjian sect, the Lingyan sect shall no longer interfere and will take its leave." Upon hearing these words, Ding Weiran's excitement was suddenly choked in his throat. What was the ancestor saying? Had he misheard? He could hardly believe his ears. Gazing up at the ancestor as if he were a fool, did the ancestor truly think that slaying the aggressors was not justified? Thus, Ding Weiran shouted once more at the ancestor, "Ancestor, while these two may have been former elders of the Wanjian sect, they were also esteemed guests of our sect. How can the Lingyan sect let the aggressor go unpunished after such a blatant act?" Ding Weiran believed that with this reasoning, the ancestor would take action. Even the royal family of the Zhao kingdom could not delve too deeply into the matter. The ancestor of the Lingyan sect trembled with rage at Ding Weiran's words. After all his efforts to find a way out, that damn junior was pushing him back into the fray. Did he have to be forced to admit that he had no confidence in facing the one opposite him? The ancestor of the Lingyan sect, ever cautious and possessing profound cultivation, felt the impending danger more acutely in the presence of Su Chen. "This is a matter of the Wanjian sect, you ungrateful child. What nonsense are you spouting?" The ancestor's eyes nearly ignited with fury as he reprimanded Ding Weiran sharply. "Ancestor, although this matter concerns the affairs of the Wanjian sect, these two have allied with our Lingyan sect and thus fall under our protection. How can we stand idly by while they meet a tragic end? If word of this spreads, what will become of the prestige of the Lingyan sect?" Ding Weiran clenched his teeth, resolute in his intention to seize the Wanjian sect today. If he could successfully take over the Wanjian sect, the Lingyan sect would ascend to the ranks of top-tier sections. Even the ancestor would be powerless against him. As above the ancestor, there loomed the supreme ancestor. The ancestor of the Lingyan sect wore a dark expression. If he lost his life, what value would prestige hold? Sensing the overwhelming crisis brought forth by Su Chen, he could no longer afford to worry about his dignity. With a cold huff, he turned to leave. However, at that moment, Su Chen soared into the air, exclaiming, "Old fool, do you think the Wanjian sect is a place you can come and go as you please?" Simultaneously, Su Chen made his move, sealing off the vast expanse of the surrounding world. Without his permission, no one could depart. Instantly, the ancestor of the Lingyan sect felt as though he had plunged into a deep quagmire, unable to extricate himself, let alone escape. An inexplicable fear welled up within him. What kind of cultivation realm was required to seal off an entire dimension? Could it be that this youth before him was already an immortal? "I have already ceased my actions. What more do you want?" The ancestor of the Lingyan sect gazed at Su Chen, his face contorted in despair. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Su Chen nearly erupted in laughter. This fool had come to the Wanjian sect to cause a ruckus, only to ask what he should do next. What should I do? I prefer not to provoke others unless they provoke me first, but if they do, they must pay with their lives. In the next instant, Su Chen's aura surged, an unfathomable celestial might radiating throughout the heavens. The ancestor of the Lingyan sect felt his mind shatter. Faced with such overwhelming power, his body involuntarily bent towards the ground. Then, in his terrified gaze, he saw a hand descending from the heavens, spanning 100 miles towards him. He wished to evade, but found himself utterly immobile. He wanted to plead for mercy, but in the next moment, his very soul was obliterated, transforming into a mist of blood. Witnessing this scene, the entire sky fell silent. Everyone struggled to comprehend the reality before them. The ancestor of the Lingyan sect was a formidable figure at the late stage of tribulation. Yet he had exhibited no resistance before Su Chen and perished just like that. Fear struck Ding Weiran like a branding iron in his mind. After a moment of stunned disbelief, he finally understood why the ancestor had retreated. The ancestor must have sensed Su Chen's immense power the instant he annihilated the two elders of the Wanjian sect. This overwhelming strength might not matter to him, but it was an entirely different story for the late-stage tribulation ancestor. He then felt a penetrating gaze descending from the heavens. Chapter 58, Princess Yifeng presents a sword. Ding Weiran prostrated himself on the ground, too terrified to raise his head. At this point, he could hardly fathom the might of a mere Wanjian sect. If he had 100 lives, he would not dare return to the Wanjian sect. But now that he was in this predicament and fighting for survival, he could care less about the dignity of being the sect leader. If the ancestor could let go, what was there for him to cling to? Ding Weiran, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, pleaded, "I beseech you, Sect Master Su, spare my life." He pressed his forehead against the deck of the cloud vessel. Su Chan wore a cold smile, his words calm, yet laced with dominance. "Xiaobai, annihilate all Lingyan sect members." Xiaobai responded to the command with a mighty roar, transforming into a colossal dragon once more. "Su Chen, this is the territory of the Zhao kingdom. You cannot do this." Ding Weiran cried out in despair, clinging to his last hope. "Humph, Zhao kingdom." Su Chen chuckled lightly. "Xiaobai, proceed." "Wait, hold on." In his desperation, Ding Weiran sensed a flicker of hope as Su Chen's tone unexpectedly changed. Just as Xiaobai was about to act, he paused in midair. But then Su Chen continued, "This cloud vessel is quite nice. Do not damage it." Believing Su Chen had changed his mind, Ding Weiran was plunged back into despair. "You will meet a terrible end, Su Chen. The Zhou royal family will not let you off." He shouted in a fit of hysteria, attempting to damage the vessel, only to find himself utterly immobilized by Xiaobai's dragon might, unable to move. "Understood, master." In the next instant, Xiaobai shrank in size, diving into the cloud vessel of the Lingyan sect. Below the tribulation stage, all were akin to ants. Before long, thousands of Lingyan sect members had perished. At this moment, Princess Yifeng stood at the entrance of the Wanjian sect, witnessing the entire spectacle unfold. Her heart trembled, her beautiful visage paling. The sect master of Wanjian, Su Chen, had effortlessly slain a late-stage tribulation cultivator with a mere gesture. What kind of strength was this? Even the ancestors of top-tier sects would likely be unable to accomplish such a feat. This was a power she had only read about in celestial texts. "Liubo, we must leave the Wanjian sect." Fear gripped her heart. Such a force was surely beyond the Zhou royal family. Liubo, a mid-stage tribulation cultivator, felt the terror even more acutely. This sense of dread was something she had never experienced even in the presence of the royal ancestor. Upon hearing Princess Yifeng's words, she naturally dared not linger. Protecting the princess, they prepared to depart. Just then, a voice rang out from a nearby great demon. "Ladies, the master has commanded you to ascend the mountain." Upon hearing this proclamation, both were taken aback. Why is it that what we dread has come to pass? I suddenly remember there are urgent matters to attend to in the palace. Please convey my regards to Sect Master Su, and I shall visit again another day. Princess Yifeng steadied herself, addressing the gatekeeper demon. "The Wanjian sect is not a place one can enter and exit at will. You underestimate our master." The old turtle stationed outside the residence spoke coldly. Princess Yifeng turned to the old turtle, realizing his words mirrored those of Su Chen. Her complexion grew even paler, understanding that leaving the Wanjian sect was impossible today. Thus, she reluctantly said, "In that case, I shall trouble you to lead the way." Turning to Liubo, she instructed, "Let us proceed to the Wanjian sect." Liubo's eyes revealed a struggle, but ultimately, she could only protect Princess Yifeng. Under the guidance of a Wanjian sect disciple, they began their ascent to the peak of Wanjian Mountain. After several rounds of questioning and verification, they finally arrived at the Thousand Steps Plaza half an hour later. "The sect master is currently in the Hall of Mastery. Please, princess." The inner disciples welcomed Princess Yifeng into the Hall of Mastery. Liubo intended to follow, but the inner disciple quickly interjected, The sect master only wishes to see the princess alone. I am the princess's personal guard and must accompany her, Liubo argued. This is the sect master's command, the inner disciple stated firmly. Faced with this impasse, Princess Yifeng had no choice but to speak up. Liubo, you shall wait here. But, Princess, the personal guard, is there any distinction in waiting here with you? As the sixth matriarch prepared to argue further, Princess Yifeng interrupted her. The sixth matriarch paused for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Indeed, what difference does it make when one finds themselves in the den of a tiger? With trepidation, Princess Yifeng stepped gracefully onto the 1,000-step staircase. Before long, she finally arrived at the grand hall of the Wanjian sect. Yifeng, I seek an audience with the sect leader. Princess Yifeng managed to utter, her royal lineage now feeling burdensome. Who would have thought that she, a member of the royal family, would need to request an audience with the leader of such a small sect? Come in. A languid voice echoed from within the grand hall. With a firm tread, Princess Yifeng stepped onto the jade-tiled floor and entered the grand hall of the Wanjian sect. In the center of the hall, occupying the highest seat, reclined a strikingly handsome young man upon a bearskin cushion. Take your seat, the handsome youth commanded once more. As his words fell, a disciple of the Wanjian sect emerged from a side chamber, carrying a deep brown sandalwood chair. Your Highness, please take a seat. The disciple placed the sandalwood chair down and spoke. Princess Yifeng nodded and settled into the chair. The disciple then withdrew, and Chen inquired, what brings you here? Your Highness? A tremor coursed through Princess Yifeng's heart. After a brief contemplation, she replied, I heard that the Wanjian sect has produced a disciple with a supreme spiritual root, and I have come to congratulate you. This was, of course, a blatant fabrication, and Chen could easily see through it. However, he chose not to refute her and instead remarked, since it is a congratulatory visit, where is the gift? Princess Yifeng was taken aback. How could this man, a sect leader, deviate from convention? It was unheard of to demand a gift upon arrival. This sword is called the Dragon Slayer's Sword, an artifact of the Tianju Daoist who ascended to the celestial realm 100,000 years ago. This sword once slew an azure dragon and drank its flesh and blood. Hence its name. Princess Yifeng produced a 3-foot-long sword from her spatial ring. Clang! The sword was drawn, and the air crackled with sword energy. A brilliant azure light erupted. It was indeed a top-grade spiritual weapon. With intent, Chen spoke again, summoned Liao Yifan to the grand hall. Silence followed. After a brief wait, a voice resonated from outside the grand hall. Liao Yifan pays respects to the sect leader. Enter. A young man clad in green stepped into the grand hall. The princess of the Zhao kingdom has come to congratulate us on the emergence of a disciple with a supreme spiritual root. She wishes to present you with a spiritual sword. Please accept it. Chen addressed Liao Yifan. Thank you, Princess Yifeng. Liao Yifan slightly bowed to Princess Yifeng in gratitude. Princess Yifeng's fair face twitched. This was her cherished sword, a gift from her father, the Zhao Emperor. Yet at this moment, she had no choice but to part with it. Liao Yifan took the Dragon Slayer's sword and activated its power. The sword's energy roared like a dragon. Indeed, it is a fine sword, worthy of its reputation for having bathed in dragon's blood. Chen praised. Liao Yifan sheathed the sword, his face alight with joy. Such a top-grade spiritual weapon could easily be worth millions of spirit stones. It was likely that there were only a handful in the entire Zhao kingdom. To think he would be the one to possess it now. Thank you, sect leader, and thank you, princess, for the sword. Liao Yifan bowed once more in gratitude. Very well, you may leave. Liao Yifan exited the grand hall, and Chen turned to Princess Yifeng, asking, now that the gift has been given, does your highness have other motives for visiting the Wanjian sect? None. Princess Yifeng hesitated before responding. Truly? Indeed. Then, in that case, I have a matter I wish to ask of you as a witness. Would you be willing? Princess Yifeng's heart suddenly grew heavy, yet she replied, of course. What is it? The Lingyan sect has wronged our Wanjian sect, and we must reciprocate in kind. A glint of killing intent flared in Chen's eyes as he spoke calmly. Chapter 59, Arrival at the Lingyan sect. Upon hearing this, Princess Yifeng's face paled in shock. Chen was inviting her to witness this matter? This was undoubtedly pushing her into a pit of fire. As a member of the royal family, she understood that when one witnesses actions that defy rules, the appropriate course of action is to prevent them and seek fair resolution, not to become a witness herself. Yet, after having faced Chen's thunderous methods and immense strength, how could she dare voice dissent? At that moment, despite her reluctance, she had no choice but to steel herself. Soon after, Princess Yifeng followed Chen out of the grand hall. Summon all inner and core disciples. We march against the Lingyan sect. Chen proclaimed from outside the grand hall, issuing a sect order. Before long, nearly 1,000 inner disciples and close to 100 core disciples of the Wanjian sect gathered in the 1,000 Steps Plaza. Those who offend our sect shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Brothers and sisters, follow me to the Lingyan sect. Su Chen's voice thundered, resonating through the heavens. The Wanjian sect had transformed. They must make an example of others to demonstrate who truly held power in this realm. The disciples of the Wanjian sect in the Thousand Steps Plaza were stirred, their hearts ablaze with excitement. The Wanjian sect was poised to rise in prominence within this world. Master Su. Even late-stage tribulation realm experts from the Lingyan sect can be easily vanquished. Eradicating the Lingyan sect shall be a trivial matter. Rules merely bind the weak, while the Wanjian sect shall soar like a dragon, unbound by such constraints. We are willing to follow Master Su into battle. The disciples of the Wanjian sect raised their arms in fervent agreement. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. These disciples were the future of the Wanjian sect, yet without experiencing trials. How could they grow? Thus, the expedition against the Lingyan sect would also serve as a test for them. Next, he commanded Zhao to steer the cloud vessel into the skies. At Su Chen's command, one by one, the disciples of the Wanjian sect stepped into the air, boarding the cloud vessel. Once the disciples were aboard, Su Chen led Princess Yifeng onto the deck of the cloud vessel. Xiaobai set sail. Su Chen issued his command. Xiaobai ignited the spirit stone array. After a slight tremor, the cloud vessel transformed into a streak of light, speeding toward the Lingyan sect. As the cloud vessel departed, Su Chen issued another sect order to Han Bagui. During his absence from the Wanjian sect, anyone daring to intrude would be annihilated without question. The Wanjian sect was approximately 1,000,000 miles from the Lingyan sect. The cloud vessel seized from the Lingyan sect traveled at a speed of about 150,000 miles per hour. 7 hours later, Master, 3,000 miles ahead. We will enter the jurisdiction of the Lingyan sect. A voice called from outside the upper chamber of the cloud vessel. Su Chen pushed open the door and stepped out. At the same moment, the adjacent chamber creaked open, revealing Princess Yifeng and the sixth matriarch. Su Chen glanced at Princess Yifeng before addressing the nearby disciple. Continue forward, and proceed directly inside. The cloud vessel pushed through the thick clouds, and after several breaths, it entered the outer territory of the Lingyan sect. At the same time, a towering and majestic spiritual mountain loomed before Su Chen's eyes. This cloud vessel originally belonged to the Lingyan sect. Consequently, the vessel sailed unimpeded into the heart of the Lingyan sect. As the cloud vessel approached within 100 miles of the main peak of the Lingyan sect, Su Chen instructed Zhao to halt the vessel, suspending it high above the vast sky. Just as the vessel came to a standstill, a figure swiftly emerged from within the sect. Disciple Yu Wenhui, welcoming the master back, he proclaimed. As he soared halfway towards the vessel, he realized that none of the individuals aboard were familiar to him. Abruptly, he halted mid-air, confirming multiple times that this was indeed the cloud vessel of the Lingyan sect. Where are the master and the others? Who are you? What are you doing on my Lingyan sect's cloud vessel? Yu Wenhui questioned, perplexed. Senior brother, I am willing to fight and eliminate this person. Su Chen was about to speak as he stepped onto the deck of the cloud vessel when Liao Yifan, who had been following him closely, suddenly interjected. Su Chen turned to Liao Yifan. With his current cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage and possessing a supreme spiritual root, he believed that despite facing an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, it would not be difficult to defeat him. Thus, he replied, go ahead. Liao Yifan complied, detaching from the cloud vessel and stepping into the air. I am Liao Yifan, a disciple of the Wanjian sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenhui was taken aback. The master had led thousands of disciples to suppress the Wanjian sect. Why was it that the master was absent now, while a disciple of the Wanjian sect appeared on the cloud vessel? What was going on? However, just as unease swirled within him, Liao Yifan was already less than 10 miles away. He drew his long sword, unleashing a surge of sword energy that shot forth for hundreds of meters. Yu Wenhui was bewildered. What was he trying to do? Almost immediately, he felt an unmatched killing intent erupting from Liao Yifan. This was the Lingyan sect, and a disciple of the Wanjian sect sought to kill him here? A thought he found utterly ridiculous surged within him. Nevertheless, since this Wanjian sect disciple was courting death, he would oblige. Yu Wenhui channeled his fist towards the endless sword energy that Liao Yifan had unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds echoed through the sky. In the wake of their fierce confrontation, the two briefly clashed before rapidly retreating, standing off against each other. Lingyan sect disciples are nothing but this, Liao Yifan declared, filled with fighting spirit. In the next moment, his aura surged once more, radiating from within him in vibrant hues. 7-colored golden core. Yu Wenhui's pupils constricted. He possessed a rare spiritual root, yet could only condense a 3-colored golden core. The Wanjian sect disciple before him had actually produced a 7-colored golden core. A wave of intense jealousy flooded his heart. In the next moment, he unleashed his full nascent soul cultivation towards Liao Yifan, mocking internally, "What of the 7-colored golden core?" In the end, he is merely a golden core cultivator. Before a nascent soul cultivator, he is but an ant. As Liao Yifan saw Yu Wenhui charging towards him, his fighting spirit intensified. He infused all his cultivation into the dragon-slaying sword, which roared with a dragon's cry. With one swing, he cleaved the heavens. A matchless azure sword light emanated through the 100 zhang of void, aimed at Yu Wenhui. A trace of disdain flickered in Yu Wenhui's eyes. However, as a ripping sound echoed, sheer terror suddenly gripped his face. In his imagination, the Lingyan sect's secret martial arts should easily shatter the sword energy Liao Yifan had summoned. Yet, in that fleeting moment of contact, he was horrified to discover that it was utterly wrong. The sword energy sliced through his fist techniques as if they were mere tofu, effortlessly severing his right arm in an instant. Yu Wenhui let out a wretched scream, cursing, "Damn Wanjian sect trash, daring to harm me? Harm you?" Liao Yifan scoffed coldly. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, he stepped forward, declaring, "I shall take your life." Confronted with Liao Yifan's overwhelming battle aura, Yu Wenhui felt an inexplicable dread surge within him as he began to retreat frantically. Yet, Liao Yifan was determined to slay him and would not allow his opponent to escape easily. Thus, he unleashed another strike, cleaving towards Yu Wenhui's retreating path. Yu Wenhui's face was filled with fear, and he realized that the spiritual sword in Liao Yifan's hand was no ordinary weapon. Faced with Liao Yifan's next descending blow, he no longer dared to confront its edge directly, plunging him into a dilemma. "Elder Song, save me." In this dire moment, he cried out for help from within the Lingyan sect. As his voice fell, a thunderous roar erupted from within the sect. "A mere Wanxian sect dares to harm my Lingyan sect disciples." Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged from the Lingyan sect, soaring into the sky. A shadow clad in black burst forth from within the sect. From the cloud vessel, Chen witnessed this scene, and a murderous intent ignited in his eyes. In the next instant, he stepped off the cloud vessel, moving faster than the black figure. He positioned himself between Yu Wenhui and the shadow, seeking death. Chen uttered coldly, simultaneously striking towards the black figure. With a piercing sound, the shadow abruptly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Yu Wenhui was instantly engulfed in terror upon witnessing this scene. Elder Song's cultivation was perilously close to the transcendent stage, yet he had been obliterated with a single slap. "Junior brother Liao, eliminate this Lingyan sect individual," Chen commanded after dispatching the Lingyan sect elder. Once he had spoken, Chen advanced once more, stepping forward as he shattered the void ahead for 1,000 miles. Under the terrifying pressure, the Lingyan sect's peak trembled ominously. Just at that critical moment, another overwhelming aura surged from within the Lingyan sect. The supreme elder of the Lingyan sect appeared, a cultivator at the pinnacle of the transcendent stage. This realm of the Lingyan sect is not a place for you lowly scoundrels to run rampant. The supreme elder of the Lingyan sect unleashed a solidified golden palm towards Chen. Chen disdainfully snorted, "If the Lingyan sect dares to invade my sect, today shall be the day of your extermination." He unleashed a punch, unleashing a storm of divine might that directly shattered the golden palm. "Eh!" The Lingyan sect's elder exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes narrowing as he questioned, "Who are you?" "Who am I?" "I am the sect master of the Wanxian sect," Chen declared thunderously. "The sect master of the Wanxian sect?" The Lingyan sect elder's narrowed eyes widened suddenly, emitting 2 beams of piercing light as an ominous premonition surged within him. The sect master of the Lingyan sect and an elder had gone to the Wanxian sect and had yet to return. Instead, it was the disciples of the Wanxian sect who commandeered the cloud vessel that rightfully belonged to the Lingyan sect. Could it be that all aboard met with misfortune? Where are the ancestors and the sect leader of Lingyan sect? The supreme ancestor of Lingyan sect inquired with urgency. "You shall see them soon," Chen replied coldly, a murderous intent gradually rising within him. Did you kill them all?" Upon hearing this, the supreme ancestor of Lingyan sect abruptly grasped the implications, incredulously questioning him. "Those who dare to act against the Wanxian sect shall meet no mercy." As Chen uttered these words, an aura of death surged from his being, reaching the heavens. In the next moment, he struck again, aiming a blow at the supreme ancestor of Lingyan sect. The old ancestor bared his teeth, his heart sinking with certainty. The sect leader and an elder of Lingyan sect had perished at the hands of Wanxian sect. He could hardly fathom how such a diminutive sect could possess such formidable power. Yet, since they dared to invade Lingyan sect, he must retaliate and exact vengeance. "Dare to slay the disciples of Lingyan sect, and I shall personally crush you," he vowed, launching a golden fist to counter Chen's approaching palm. Boom! The violent clash sent tremors through the vast sky. Yet, in the very next instant, The golden fist unleashed by the Supreme Ancestor shattered effortlessly beneath Su Chen's seemingly casual palm, transforming into a cascade of golden raindrops that fell from the heavens. How is this possible? The Supreme Ancestor of Lingyan's sect gazed at the scene with disbelief. As that transparent palm crushed his golden fist, a profound sense of danger surged within him. He instinctively recoiled. However, just as he intended to retreat, Su Chen uttered a single word. Stay? With that, endless laws of the Tao descended from the sky, ensnaring the Supreme Ancestor of Lingyan's sect. As the transparent palm drew near, a flicker of fear crossed the old ancestor's face. How could the young sect master of Wanjian sect possess such transcendent prowess? The laws of the Tao, manifesting with a mere word, were indeed those of an immortal realm. He had no confidence in his ability to withstand Su Chen's strike. In a desperate bid for survival, he produced a copper mirror from his robes and hurled it into the void. This mirror, a semi-immortal artifact he had acquired in his youth, could encompass the cosmos. It illuminated the world, casting beams of golden light that absorbed the transparent palm sent forth by Su Chen. Bang! Yet, the moment the copper mirror absorbed the palm, it suddenly exploded into countless fragments. Hiss! The old ancestor of Lingyan's sect gasped in shock. This force was so overwhelming that even a semi-immortal artifact could not withstand it. Fortunately, he had managed to fend it off. The Supreme Ancestor silently rejoiced, but at that moment, he heard Su Chen's indifferent voice. Old fool, if this is all you can muster, then prepare to meet your end. His illusions shattered in an instant. Indeed, he had sacrificed a semi-immortal artifact just to block Su Chen's attack. How could he possibly defend against the next one? In that fleeting moment, he recognized the grim reality. This youth before him was utterly unstoppable. Lingyan's sect was acknowledged as a first-rate sect within the kingdom of Zhao, and this was their territory. The old ancestor invoked the name of the kingdom of Zhao to intimidate Su Chen. Old fool, it is time for you to perish. Su Chen had grown weary of hearing such words. He struck out once more, unleashing a terrifying celestial might that pierced the void. The Supreme Ancestor of Lingyan's sect, engulfed in overwhelming despair, was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. With a single strike, Su Chen had annihilated the Supreme Ancestor of Lingyan's sect. He then turned to face the remaining disciples of Lingyan's sect, who were being dispatched by Liao Yifan. The extermination of Lingyan's sect was underway. Su Chen spoke calmly as he returned to the cloud vessel. At his command, over 1,000 disciples of Wanxian's sect, led by Xiao Bai, surged into the depths of Lingyan's sect. Witnessing Su Chen's prowess, Princess Yifeng, standing at his side, turned pale. Such iron-fisted methods sent chills down her spine. Princess, are you certain you have no ulterior motives for coming to Wanxian's sect? Su Chen inquired, casting a sidelong glance at her. Princess Yifeng fell into a momentary silence. Su Chen did not rush her, patiently awaiting her response. These royal offspring were all shrewd and calculating. He was no longer the Su Chen of old, and would not take at face value any congratulatory words from Wanxian's sect. If the royal family of Zhou harbored any improper intentions toward Wanxian's sect, he would not hesitate to obliterate them. I indeed have a matter I wish to request of Sect Master Su. Princess Yifeng finally spoke after a long pause. She understood that if she did not reveal her intentions for coming to Wanxian's sect, Su Chen would never allow her to leave. Bringing her to witness the annihilation of Lingyan's sect was also a warning. Rather than risk it, she might as well gamble. Oh, please, speak. Su Chen replied with a hint of a smile. Chapter 61, The Immortal Artifact, The Landscape Scroll. I wish for Wanxian's sect to become my supporting power for the Imperial throne. Princess Yifeng boldly raised her head, her eyes sparkling as she spoke directly. Su Chen gazed down at the remnants of Lingyan's sect. Princess Yifeng's heart raced nervously. Just when she thought Su Chen would offer no response, he casually replied, "It is acceptable." Upon hearing Su Chen's answer, Princess Yifeng felt her heart race uncontrollably. Did he truly agree? So easily? Sect Master Su, you jest not? She gasped, pressing for clarification. You were the one who jested first. Su Chen's reply left her momentarily stunned, her expression shifting into one of acute embarrassment. Yet at that moment, she heard Su Chen continue, "If you desire Wanxian sect's support, what benefits can you offer us?" Just as Princess Yifeng thought the situation was hopeless, Su Chen posed another question. When I ascend as the Empress of Zhou, Wanxian sect can become the foremost sect within the kingdom. She quickly responded, trying to reassure him. Is that so? Su Chen extended his hand and obliterated a mid-transcendence elder from Lingyan's sect, then added, with me here, how could Wanxian sect not be the foremost sect? Moreover, the strength of Wanxian sect requires no external validation. His words were succinct and resonant, leaving Princess Yifeng once again stunned into silence. Thus, you must present something compelling to sway Wanxian sect. Su Chen turned to face her. I shall give you time to consider. Upon our return to Wanxian sect, If you have yet to conceive a convincing reason, you may take your leave. 2 hours hence, under Zhao Bai's leadership and Su Chen's supervision, Lingyan's sect was obliterated. All who dared to resist perished, with the spoils of over 100 million spirit stones and countless spirit weapons and treasures. The cloud vessel activated and began its journey back to Wanjian sect. After a long day, the cloud vessel finally entered the territory of Wanjian sect. At that moment, Su Chen reclined comfortably in his quarters, enjoying a moment of peace. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cloud vessel. When the footsteps ceased, an anxious voice reached Su Chen's ears. "Senior brother, the sect has vanished. The sect has vanished?" Upon hearing a startling sound, Su Chen was abruptly awakened from his slumber. He stepped out of his suite and gazed toward the direction of the Wanjian sect. To his astonishment, the mountains of the sect had vanished from his sight. Although they were absent from view, in the depths of Su Chen's consciousness, he sensed that the Wanjian sect still existed. What could this mean? Just as confusion enveloped him, 2 figures emerged from the clouds ahead. The 37th ancestor of the Wanjian Villa. Su Chen recognized one of them, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The sight of this individual led him to realize that this entire affair was undoubtedly linked to him. Simultaneously, a surge of fury welled up within Su Chen's heart. This old man had the audacity to strike at the Wanjian sect while he was away. Should any harm befall the sect, he would traverse countless miles to obliterate the Wanjian Villa. How dare he reappear after failing to kill him that day? Ascending through the air, Su Chen spoke in a deep voice. "Humph. You young ones remain as arrogant as ever." The 37th ancestor of the Wanjian Villa let out a cold snort, his anger palpable. "I have come here today to exact revenge for past grievances and to destroy your sect. Yan, assist me in eliminating this child," he commanded, directing his voice toward an elder beside him. "Very well," the elder responded with a grunt. In the next moment, his right arm trembled as the scroll he held unfurled with a sudden force. As the entire scroll opened, Su Chen felt the very laws of this realm shift dramatically. The world around him began to transform. When his feet finally found solid ground again, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar expanse. This realm, as perceived by Su Chen, stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Its edges were shrouded in an endless chaotic sequence of rules. "Master," just as Su Chen prepared to delve into the chaotic rules, a colossal dark turtle emerged from the horizon, rumbling in a thunderous voice. Su Chen looked up to see the immense creature towering at a height of 1,000,000 feet, bearing several mountain peaks upon its shell. "Hanhao turtle," Su Chen exhaled in relief. "Prepare to meet your demise." Just as his heart began to settle, a voice like thunder resounded above him. 2 elders stood in the skies, wielding semi-immortal artifacts, unleashing an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon Su Chen. Boom! Under the terrifying weight of their presence, Su Chen sank, causing the very fabric of this world to shatter. This is the Mountain River Scroll, forged by the immortal monarch, containing a chaotic immortal realm granted to us. The rules of this world are under my dominion, the 37th ancestor of the Wanjian Villa proclaimed, striking Su Chen into the depths of the abyss with an arrogant flourish. Bang! Su Chen broke through the abyss, stepping back into the light. "Is this all you can muster to kill me?" he scoffed. "To kill you, I shall bide my time. I want you to witness as I sever the very foundation of your sect." With that, the ancestor wielded his semi-immortal artifact, directing it toward the distant Hanhao turtle. Tens of thousands of feet of azure, sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the void. The Hanhao turtle, constrained by the rules of this realm, found it exceedingly difficult to move, let alone evade the impending attack. Facing an assault that could rival a semi-immortal practitioner, even its unparalleled defensive shell offered little solace. However, at this critical juncture, Su Chen elevated his cultivation to an unprecedented pinnacle. With a thunderous roar, the very world began to tremble, as though even the immortal artifacts struggled to withstand the burgeoning power. Following this, Su Chen unleashed a punch, obliterating the unmatched sword energy with a single blow. "If I cannot wield the rules of this world, then I shall shatter them," Su Chen declared, channeling the might of the mountains and rivers. If this realm would not bend to his will, then he would reign supreme. "Forget the dark turtle for now. I must eliminate this child." The elder known as Yan felt an ominous shift in the atmosphere and shouted urgently to the 37th ancestor. Witnessing the unfolding scene, the ancestor was struck with trepidation. Could it be that even the immortal artifact could not restrain this child? He dared not imagine such a possibility. The 32nd sword. The 37th ancestor struck again with an overwhelming attack. Bolstered by the rules of the Mountain River Scroll, this strike was magnified in power. 32 azure swords transformed into a radiant torrent that sliced through the heavens. Simultaneously, the elder hurled a small tower towards Su Chen. The tower expanded in the wind, soon rivaling a mountain, casting a shadow over him. Su Chen let out a cold laugh, ever confident that in the face of overwhelming power, all else was but trivial. He swung his fist upward, aiming to strike the descending tower. Yet, as the tower neared, it seemed to dissolve into nothingness. His punch landed as if striking a cloud, the tremendous force dissipating into thin air. In the next heartbeat, he felt ensnared within an imperceptible, transparent formation, moving with great difficulty. Now is the time to strike. Seeing Su Chen ensnared, the elder shouted with a commanding voice. Sword formation, arise. The 37th Ancestor executed his sword technique, and the 32 swords ignited into a dazzling array, shooting towards Su Chen like meteors streaking through the night sky. Chapter 62. The Emperor of Yan State flees. Yet even as Su Chen faced the 32 swords, he remained unyieldingly defiant. Boom! A resounding blast erupted from within him as his immense vitality surged forth, causing his skin to take on a bronze hue. You old fools think you can slay me with this? You are sorely mistaken, Su Chen proclaimed, his voice booming. Unable to seize the power of the rules, he resolved to elevate his physical strength to its zenith. Bang! The first sword of the 32 descended upon Su Chen's head. The terrifying force forced a grunt from him, leaving a faint scar upon his body before it dissipated. Then, a violent tremor coursed through Su Chen's being. The overwhelming might of his physique erupted, shattering the illusory tower that had bound him. The elder named Yan stared in disbelief at the scene. That tower was a semi-immortal artifact. Empowered by the rules within the Mountain River Scroll, its strength rivaled that of an immortal artifact. How could this youth, relying solely on his physical prowess, have shattered it? Just what level of strength did his body possess? Ouyang, what manner of being have you provoked? He asked anxiously, concern etched upon his face. In the very next moment, the elderly man of the Yan clan witnessed the young warrior suddenly raise his arm. The space trembled and shattered. The sword aura of 32 blades was obliterated by sheer physical force with each punch he delivered. We must retreat. This youth is far too formidable. The Yan elder's heart quaked with increasing trepidation, and the desire to withdraw began to take root within him. He had come merely to repay a personal favor, not to stake his life. The 37th Patriarch of the Wanjian Mountain Manor also felt that the situation was perilous. Although they had relied on the map of rivers and mountains bestowed by the Immortal Lord to suppress most of the young man's cultivation, they had not anticipated the sheer might of his physical prowess. We must retreat. A bitter smile crept upon the face of the 37th Patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor. Despite revealing all their hidden cards, they still could not subdue the youth, aware that the tide had turned against them. They understood that remaining could lead to fatal consequences should the youth break through the map of rivers and mountains. However, it seemed that their intentions had been discerned by Su Chen. The Wanjian Sect was not a place one could enter or leave at will. With each step forward, Su Chen exuded a potent force that shattered the void around him. In the next instant, he harnessed an overwhelming strength and struck at the two elders. The fearsome force of his fist rent the heavens asunder, creating a black chasm stretching for miles. Retrieve the map. The 37th Patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor shouted in alarm. But it was too late. Outside the map of rivers and mountains, Princess Yifeng saw the immense black void that had been pierced, revealing two aged figures flying out of it. Coughing violently, the two elders spewed blood from the heavens. Your Highness, that man appears to be the royal ancestor of Yan, exclaimed the sixth elder, pointing at the elder wielding a treasure pagoda, his voice trembling with astonishment. The royal ancestor of Yan? Princess Yifeng gasped in shock. Why would they target Su Chen? And judging by the circumstances, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. The royal ancestor of Yan possessed strength comparable to that of the royal ancestor of Zhao, and could ascend to the celestial realm at will, accompanied by a companion whose cultivation was equally unfathomable. Yet, both elders seemed to be injured after their joint assault on Su Chen. Old fool, meet your demise. Just as Princess Yifeng contemplated this, a figure emerged from the black void of the map of rivers and mountains. It was indeed Su Chen, having escaped the confines of the map. The 37th Patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor and the royal ancestor of Yan were filled with dread. In this realm, bereft of the map suppression, they understood from their brief skirmish that they were no match for him. In that critical moment, the royal ancestor of Yan suddenly hurled the treasure pagoda he held. Gritting his teeth, he called out, "Brother Ouyang, my apologies." However, he was not throwing it towards Su Chen, but rather towards the 37th Patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor. The Patriarch's face changed drastically, panic seizing him. "Yan brother, what are you doing? You summoned me here to assist you, but your opponent is far too powerful. Do not blame me." The pagoda descended, trapping the Patriarch in place. "Yan Wujia, you treacherous scoundrel," he cursed, attempting to wield his semi-immortal sword to break free from the pagoda's bindings. Yet, even with his nearly immortal prowess, he would need a few breaths to escape its grasp. But a few breaths could prove fatal, and equally, They could provide an opportunity for escape. Su Chen observed all that transpired and comprehended the royal ancestor of Yan's intentions. At the same time, he realized he could not eliminate both foes. If he pursued the royal ancestor of Yan, the patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor would undoubtedly escape. Conversely, should he focus on obliterating the patriarch, the royal ancestor would evade capture. After a moment's hesitation, he made his decision. This turmoil had originated from the patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor. He must be dealt with first. With a resounding impact, Su Chen gathered boundless power within his palm, as laws of heaven and earth danced and surged in his grasp. The 37th patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor, witnessing this spectacle, was overwhelmed with terror. Su Chen, what do you want? I will give you anything, spare me, he cried, struggling desperately while pleading for mercy. I want you dead. Su Chen's voice was cold as he brought his palm down. A terrifying gale swept across the heavens, shattering the very fabric of reality. The patriarch's anguished scream pierced the air as he plummeted like a cannonball from the sky. To Su Chen's astonishment, the man had not perished. This was the first time he had struck someone down without delivering a fatal blow. Recovering from his surprise, he descended from the sky. Although the patriarch had survived, Su Chen's strike had left his body in tatters, on the brink of death. I was wrong. Spare me. I will give you whatever you desire. The 37th patriarch of Wanjian Mountain Manor began his final desperate pleas. Daring to threaten me with the Wanxian sect. I only desire your demise. Su Chen's voice was icy as he delivered another strike, extinguishing the patriarch's soul. He then lifted his gaze towards the heavens. Where the royal ancestor of Yan had fled, his figure had vanished completely. A cultivator whose realm was nearly immortal could be pursued at any cost. But Su Chen could not predict how long that would take. Thus, he reluctantly chose to abandon the chase. Yet, while the monk may have fled, the temple would remain. He would eventually confront the royal family of Yan. The two supreme cultivators of this world had united to ambush Su Chen. One lay dead, while the other escaped. Facing Su Chen's overwhelming might, Princess Yifeng could scarcely fathom the implications. At the same time, she resolved that upon returning to the Imperial capital, she must report to her father, the Emperor, suggesting that the territory surrounding the Wanxian sect be directly ceded to them, establishing it as an independent force within this world. Chapter 63, The Conditions Set by Su Chen. In the Grand Hall of the Wanxian sect, Su Chen inquired once more, Have you thought through your conditions, princess? Princess Yifeng shook her head and replied, Master Su, your cultivation rivals that of the celestial beings. I fear there is nothing I could offer that would sway you. After witnessing the Wanxian sect's undeniable power, she no longer harbored any desire to entangle herself with them. Fully aware that a single misstep could lead to the subversion of the Zhao royal family, Su Chen, upon hearing her words, smiled and adjusted his posture slightly. The princess may not have considered this, but I have thought of something. Should you agree, the Wanxian sect will lend its full support to your ascension. Princess Yifeng felt a tightening in her heart at this proposition, yet there was no hint of joy in her expression. Due to the conditions proactively proposed by Su Chen, they were undoubtedly far from simple. Having witnessed Su Chen's absolute power on multiple occasions, there remained not a shred of courage to dare refuse him. At this moment, facing Su Chen, all semblance of imperial authority had vanished. She took a deep breath and inquired, What does Sect Master Su wish to do with Yifeng? One of those two old wretches intent on annihilating my Wanxian sect must be the ancestral emperor of the Yan kingdom, correct? Su Chen exhaled slowly, his voice laced with a haunting gravity as he responded, Yifeng has heard from Lu Pe that it should be so. The ancestral emperor of the Yan kingdom has entered the territory of the Zhao kingdom and seeks to obliterate my Wanxian sect. I demand that the entire Yan kingdom pay the price. Su Chen's voice was not loud, yet it carried an overwhelming, fierce authority. Upon hearing this, Princess Yifeng felt an icy chill envelop her. A dreadful premonition arose within her soul. She lowered her head in silence, daunted by the prospect of how the Yan kingdom would be made to bear the cost, for that could incite turmoil between the two nations, potentially igniting a war lasting millions of years. Wanxian sect supports your ascension as empress, and I require you to mobilize an army to attack the Yan kingdom. Until the royal family of Yan is eradicated, Su Chen stated nonchalantly. Yet to Princess Yifeng, his words were irrefutable. She lifted her gaze to Su Chen and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. Such a war of this magnitude cannot be initiated even if I become empress. Moreover, the Yan kingdom is a colossal entity. To eradicate it is no simple task. A smile once again graced Su Chen's face. If it were merely the annihilation of the Zhao royal family, with his current personal strength, he would possess the confidence to achieve it. However, after careful consideration, he resolved not to act entirely on his own. He intended to demonstrate the might of the Wanxian sect to the entire cultivation world. Even the Zhao royal family must bow to their influence. Only in this manner could the entire realm of cultivation come to revere Wanjian Sect. If necessary, I shall intervene. I merely require the Zhao royal family's stance. Princess Yifeng's heart raced at Su Chen's words, a flush of crimson rising to her cheeks. If Su Chen were to act and obliterate the high-level combatants of the Yan kingdom, seizing the Yan kingdom with the strength of Zhao would undoubtedly pose no issue. She began to waver, yet even with the support of Wanjian Sect, the path to her becoming Empress of Zhao would still take at least 30 years. Would Su Chen be willing to wait that long? If I were to become Empress, it would take at least 30 years. 30 years. My father will only abdicate after 30 years. I do not wish to wait so long. Su Chen spoke coolly. The grudge of today must not be postponed. The atmosphere fell into silence, for the timing of the Zhao Emperor's abdication was not within Princess Yifeng's control. She was at a loss for how to respond to Su Chen. She feared that even a slight misstep could displease him. Just as Princess Yifeng was engulfed in confusion, she suddenly heard Su Chen declare, "Since Wanjian Sect supports you in becoming Empress, it will surely come to pass. If your father is reluctant to abdicate, I can persuade him." Princess Yifeng's expression shifted abruptly, an overwhelming dread swelling within her. Her breaths grew heavier, her chest heaving. "Sect Master Su, please grant me 3 months' time." She could scarcely fathom the consequences should Su Chen take action on this matter. Such repercussions could be unbearable for the entire Zhao royal family. 1 month. Su Chen raised a finger. Princess Yifeng bit her silver teeth, inhaling deeply, and ultimately nodded. Given another chance, she would undoubtedly refrain from returning to Wanjian Sect. Having concluded their discussion, Princess Yifeng hastily departed from the main hall of Wanjian Sect, summoning Lu Pu as they rushed away. As the duo descended the mountain, they encountered several individuals a few dozen miles from the sect's gates. "Fifth brother, what brings you to Wanjian Sect?" Princess Yifeng asked, stopping a young man from the line. "Fourth sister, why are you here again?" The fifth prince of Zhao bore a knowing smile as he replied. "Returning to the Imperial capital, Wanjian Sect is not a place for you to be. Fourth sister, you are indeed laughable. If I can come, why can't you?" The fifth prince scoffed, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Wanjian Sect is not as simple as we imagine. Fourth sister, you truly are amusing. To prevent me, you utter such words. Are you afraid I might ruin your good fortune?" he said with a sinister tone. "Come back with me. You absolutely cannot return to Wanjian Sect." Princess Yifeng understood this fifth prince well. Among the Zhao royal offspring, he was the most cunning and ruthless. His arrogance meant that even the slightest displeasure could lead him to act recklessly. She did not wish for this prince to provoke Su Chen, bringing calamity upon the entire royal family. "Humph, ridiculous," the fifth prince sneered, continuing, "My visit to Wanjian Sect is a matter of routine. Fourth sister, what gives you the right to dictate my actions? A matter of routine? After evaluating and researching Wanjian Sect, it is now eligible to be upgraded to a first-rate sect. My purpose here is to issue the Imperial Edict to Wanjian Sect," the fifth prince said, lifting his head with pride. Princess Yifeng felt a chill run down her spine. If the fifth prince truly came for official business, she had no grounds to obstruct him. Yet she did not believe that his motives were purely official. She feared that the safety of the Zhao royal family genuinely hinged upon the fifth prince. Taking a deep breath, she asked, "On your way to Wanjian Sect, did you pass by Lingyan Sect?" "Lingyan Sect? I have no ties to Lingyan Sect. Why would I go there?" The fifth prince furrowed his brow, wondering if his secret dealings with Lingyan Sect had been discovered by Princess Yifeng, feeling a twinge of guilt as he defended himself. "Lingyan Sect has been destroyed." The fifth prince suddenly froze. "Destroyed? How can that be? Just a few days prior, I visited Lingyan Sect." He thought Princess Yifeng was attempting to deceive him with a ruse. Yet, seeing her expression, he sensed her seriousness and remained silent, waiting for her to provide further convincing details. "Lingyan Sect has been obliterated by Wanjian Sect." The fifth prince chuckled. Although he held a favorable view of Wanjian Sect, he believed that with its current strength, it would be impossible to eradicate Lingyan Sect. Despite Wanjian Sect's boundless potential, annihilating Lingyan Sect would require decades, at the very least. "Fourth sister, you concoct such lies to prevent me from visiting Wanjian Sect. Do you not find that childish and laughable?" Princess Yifeng realized that if she did not witness the destruction with her own eyes, even if she spoke of it, she would not be believed. In that moment, a profound sense of helplessness surged within her. Her words might instead incite the fifth prince's suspicions. Stopping him from proceeding to Wanjian Sect now seemed nearly impossible. "If you must go to Wanjian Sect, then set aside your arrogant demeanor," Princess Yifeng ultimately warned the fifth prince, her voice resolute. "Although you are my fourth sister, I am also a prince, and it is not your place to instruct me." With that, the fifth prince, accompanied by a retinue of subordinates, made his way toward the gates of the Wanjian Sect. Princess Yifeng stood rooted to the spot, finding herself in a dilemma. She yearned to follow, yet fear gripped her heart. Should the fifth prince provoke Su Chen, it could spell trouble for her. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to speak to the sixth aunt. Sixth aunt, we must return to the Imperial capital. Chapter 64. The arrogant fifth prince. Upon arriving at the gates of the Wanjian Sect, the fifth prince and his entourage were halted by a formidable guardian demon. No outsiders may trespass upon the Wanjian Sect, declared the demon, its disdain palpable. Since becoming the gatekeeper of the sect, the demon had felt its status in the realm of cultivation rise considerably. To it, all outsiders seeking entry were to be treated with equal disdain, regardless of their royal lineage. The hallowed grounds of the Wanjian Sect were not to be violated. Any outsider wishing to enter must possess an invitation or a formal announcement. The gatekeeper demon offered no courtesy, responding coldly, "You, a mere gatekeeper, dare to speak such nonsense? The fifth prince holds a position of great esteem. He would never deign to pay his respects to you. Summon the sect master at once to receive him." The first to speak was one of the fifth prince's attendants, who rebuked the demon with indignation. The fifth prince stood among the crowd, arms crossed, exuding an air of arrogance. Not even a lowly prince. But should the ancestor of the Zhao dynasty himself arrive, he would still need to pay his respects to my master. At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the main hall, accompanied by a striking woman clad in red. The elder was none other than Han Bague, and the enchanting woman beside him was the reincarnation of the koi. The fifth prince turned at the sound, his gaze lingering momentarily on Han Bague before shifting to the koi. His eyes flickered with anger. "You, an old gatekeeper, dare to look down upon me? This is the Zhao dynasty, and you brazenly insult my royal ancestor. Such disrespect warrants your immediate execution. Even the sect master must apologize to me. Wei Daxian, carry out my orders, slay this man," commanded the fifth prince. As his words fell, a burly figure stepped forward. "A mere gatekeeper dares to utter such arrogance? Prepare to meet your end." Wei Daxian unleashed his full cultivation, soaring through the air to strike Han Bague. However, in that instant, Han Bague swung his cane, delivering a powerful blow. Bang! With a simple yet forceful strike, he sent Wei Daxian howling in agony. Blood spraying through the air as his body was cleaved in two before the astonished eyes of the fifth prince and his entourage. Wei Daxian was a mid-stage cultivator, yet a mere gatekeeper had dispatched him with such ease. Why was this so terrifying? This was the Wanjian Sect, where none dared to act recklessly. Han Bague, empowered by Su Chen's authorization, possessed the authority to determine life and death for any who dared to intrude upon the Wanjian Sect. With a booming voice, he declared. The fifth prince's expression turned ashen. As a member of the royal family, he would receive a warm welcome even from the most prestigious sections. Yet, this insignificant Wanjian Sect not only refused to welcome him, but also demanded he pay his respects. Feeling deeply insulted, he resolved to retaliate. "Zhang Gong, slay them all," he roared, directing his fury at his protector. "The Wanjian Sect disrespects me and insults my royal ancestor. They must pay with their lives. Slaughter everyone and seize the talented disciples of the Wanjian Sect to cultivate my own power." "As you command," replied the fifth prince's protector, a frail middle-aged man who stepped forward. With a metallic clang, the protector produced a palm-sized silver bell from his robe and hurled it into the sky. The bell shimmered and expanded, quickly reaching 100 feet in height. At his urging, it emitted a series of piercing, soul-stirring sounds. The countless guardian demons at the gates of the Wanjian Sect suddenly felt their heads pounding, a crippling pain washing over them. Except for Han Bague. Each demon spewed blood and collapsed, rendered powerless and vulnerable. Seeing this, Han Bague swung his cane toward the bell. The bell trembled but did not shatter. "This bell was forged by my master, resembling the Eastern Emperor's bell from hundreds of thousands of years ago, nearly akin to an immortal artifact. You, a mere gatekeeper, dare to hope to break it? To kill the fifth prince's subordinate is to invite your own demise." The fifth prince's protector spoke with arrogance, suddenly crossing the distance of 1,000 feet to stomp on Han Bague. Han Bague, sensing the overwhelming power of the opponent, swiftly transmitted a message to Su Chen within the sect. "Master, someone is attempting to breach the sect. I cannot hold them off." Just as he finished, the protector's foot shattered the void, descending upon him. In a moment of desperation, Han Bague shielded the koi, retracting slightly into his shell. Boom. The fifth prince's protector frowned, surprised that his strike did not annihilate the old man. Upon closer inspection, he sneered. "I see you are a Xian turtle demon king. Fifth prince, allow me to subdue him and brew a pot of turtle soup to enhance your cultivation." Yet, before he could finish speaking, a beam of golden light shot down from the Wanjian Sect, striking the bell with a resounding pop. The silver bell was pierced through, and the cracks spread like a spider's web, shattering into countless fragments that rained down from the sky. The terrifying sound that had previously engulfed the area dissipated, and the demons, now free from its influence, regained their clarity. Those who dare to offend the Wanjian sect shall be met with no mercy, resonated a commanding voice from above. With that, a tremendous pressure descended from the heavens. The fifth prince and his entourage felt as though they bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, their bodies sinking as they prostrated on the ground. "Zhang, save me!" cried the fifth prince in terror, calling out to his protector. However, at that moment, the protector exploded into a cloud of blood. "Zhang is dead." The fifth prince's face turned ashen. His protector, possessing nearly peak crossing threshold cultivation, had perished just like that. A wave of fear surged within him, and he trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the words spoken to him earlier by Princess Yifeng. Could it be that everything the fourth sister said was indeed true? He pleaded for the master to spare his life. The fifth prince no longer harbored any arrogance. All he desired was to survive. He knelt on both knees, facing the majestic mountains of the Wanjian sect, and bowed his head in reverence. "Please, master, spare my life. I came to the Wanjian sect to present the Imperial edict. The Wanjian sect no longer requires it." Su Chen's voice echoed down from the heights of the Wanjian sect. With the recent events that had unfolded, his thoughts had gradually transformed. The supremacy of the Wanjian sect no longer needed validation from anyone. Its might was to be feared throughout the realm of cultivation. Su Chen's voice resonated like a desperate summons for life. The fifth prince stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. "I am the fifth prince of the Zhao kingdom, master. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, calamity will surely befall the Wanjian sect." He hoped to utter his final words of salvation. Yet, all he received was a disdainful snort of utmost contempt. "Are you threatening me?" Chapter 65. Secret Report. The Ancestor of the Yan Kingdom has ascended. The fifth prince could never have anticipated how lethal his words would prove to be. Su Chen's next utterance fell with gravity. 5 formidable demons of the great ascension realm, at Su Chen's command, transformed into colossal beasts. Kik. In an instant, the fifth prince and his few attendants were annihilated amidst their horrific cries of fear. Su Chen, seated in the grand hall of the Wanjian sect, bore witness to this unfolding tragedy without an ounce of compassion. The Wanjian sect was destined to rise from this day forth. With his presence, within the borders of the Zhao kingdom, nay, the entire Hezhou and even the realm of cultivation across the Shenzhou continent would no longer be able to constrain it. Anyone daring to offend the Wanjian sect would face annihilation, no matter how far they fled. He slowly rose from the exalted throne in the grand hall. With a single step, he ascended to the summit of Qianyuan Peak. In the next moment, he seated himself upon a perilous precipice on the southern side of Qianyuan Peak. The boundless and infinite laws of the cosmos coalesced into a thick essence, forming white ribbons that swirled around his form. Ji. Simultaneously, bolts of heavenly lightning interwove above him. "Dog of the heavenly Tao, begone!" Su Chen bellowed, and with his words, the overwhelming divine punishment that had gathered above him dissipated in an instant. Su Chen remained seated for 7 days. After this period, he rose to his feet. At the spot where he had meditated for those 7 days, an ethereal doppelganger, modeled after his true form, remained. Su Chen bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall into the doppelganger. Following this, he infused a strand of his divine consciousness into the doppelganger. In the next moment, the doppelganger began to solidify at a visible pace, and in but a brief while, it transformed into an avatar of the great Tao. This avatar was a contingency left by Su Chen for the Wanjian sect, possessing 1/10 of his power. Should there arise an insurmountable crisis during his absence from the Wanjian sect in the future, this avatar could be activated. Though it possessed only 1/10 of his strength, it would not falter in slaying cultivators at the pinnacle of the tribulation transcendence realm. On the second day after Su Chen had condensed his avatar for the Wanjian sect, Princess Yifeng finally returned to the imperial capital of the Zhao kingdom. Upon her arrival, she wasted no time and, accompanied by the sixth matron, made her way to the emperor's sleeping quarters to seek an audience with the Zhao emperor. As Princess Yifeng approached the entrance of the imperial palace, she saw countless nobles gathering in the courtyard, amidst which the sound of weeping resonated. What had transpired? Princess Yifeng stepped forward and inquired of a noble standing at the courtyard's entrance. "Your Highness, the fifth prince's life token has shattered, and the fifth empress is weeping and demanding to see the sequestered Zhao emperor." A chill ran through Princess Yifeng's heart at these words. She inhaled deeply. The fifth prince was dead? Though she had anticipated this, disbelief lingered. A bitter smile emerged on her face. It seemed the Wanjian sect truly no longer held the Zhao royal family in regard. Simultaneously, she recognized the gravity of the situation. The Zhao royal family must, for the time being, avoid antagonizing the Wanjian sect at all costs. This matter must be reported to her father, the emperor, without delay. Just as she contemplated how to convey this information, the great doors of the Imperial Palace creaked open. A middle-aged man adorned with a golden crown and a dragon robe, with piercing brows and a commanding presence, emerged. This man was none other than the current emperor of the Zhou kingdom. We greet the emperor. The dozens of nobles gathered in the courtyard bowed deeply upon seeing the emperor. The emperor, striding forth with the grace of a dragon, inquired, "What matter has disturbed my seclusion?" Amidst the crowd, a beautiful woman clad in white, with disheveled hair, cried out in despair, "Your Majesty, my son, the life token of my royal son shattered yesterday. Your beloved fifth prince has perished." Upon hearing this, the emperor's brow furrowed. Though his fifth son had been arrogant and domineering, his cunning and ruthlessness hinted at the potential for imperial greatness after some tempering. Now he lay dead. He exhaled deeply and then asked, "He had a tribulation transcendence cultivator to protect him. How could he have perished?" "Reporting to your Majesty. I have dispatched someone to investigate this matter, and news shall arrive shortly," replied a nobleman. "Whoever has dared to provoke the imperial dignity shall be utterly exterminated," the emperor proclaimed with authority, issuing an imperial decree. "We obey," the noblemen responded, as they had gathered to await the emperor's directive. However, just then, a woman's voice rang out from the courtyard. "Father, do not." This voice caused all present to furrow their brows. Following the sound, they saw that it was Princess Yifeng who spoke. "Why not? Did you harm your fifth brother?" The fifth empress, who knelt before the emperor, suddenly raised her head and glared at Princess Yifeng, shouting in fury. Princess Yifeng cast a glance at the fifth empress before directing her gaze to the emperor. She swiftly entered the courtyard, solemnly stating, "Father, you must not." The emperor turned to Princess Yifeng, his deep gaze akin to an abyss, and questioned, "Why not? Could it truly be that you harmed your fifth brother?" "Father, even if you gave me 100 courages, I would never dare to harm him," Princess Yifeng exclaimed, suddenly dropping to her knees. "If that is so, then why do you wish to obstruct the investigation and eliminate those who conspired against your fifth brother?" The emperor demanded. "Father, I know why my brother perished, and I wish to save him. But he simply would not heed my words, which led to his demise." Princess Yifeng defended herself. "It truly is you. You are the one who harmed your fifth brother." The fifth empress, kneeling nearby, suddenly turned bloodshot eyes toward Princess Yifeng and charged at her. "Do not be reckless." Just as the fifth empress was about to reach Princess Yifeng, the emperor of Zhou waved his sleeves, and with a terrifying display of power, he cast the fifth imperial mother aside. His daughter, the Princess Yifeng, possessed a keen intellect and was exceedingly adept at assessing the situation. Yet, at that moment, she repeatedly interjected to halt the proceedings. Since she was aware of the fifth prince's demise, the emperor of Zhou was eager to hear her reasoning. "Speak. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for seeking answers from you." The Princess Yifeng fell momentarily silent before raising her head, drawing in a deep breath, and declaring, "Because the individual whom the fifth brother has provoked may be beyond the capacity of our royal family to confront." Upon her utterance, all the city lords turned their gazes toward her. In the land of Hezhou, was there truly a force that the royal family could not contend with? A flicker of anger crossed the emperor's face. One of the city lords allied with Princess Yifeng, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily interjected, "Your Highness, how could you utter such nonsense? You must quickly apologize to His Majesty." "Father, my words hold truth. You must reflect deeply," Princess Yifeng retorted, her expression resolute and unyielding. This matter could potentially sway the fate of the entire royal family. She had to argue her case with conviction. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a voice announcing, "Your Majesty, there is urgent news." A messenger appeared at the outer courtyard of the palace, proclaiming loudly. "Speak," commanded the emperor. The messenger's gaze swept over the assembled city lords, seemingly apprehensive, but ultimately he relayed, "The Lingyan sect has been annihilated." How could the Lingyan sect be destroyed? Was it the work of the 10 demon clan from the Eastern Sea? The emperor's expression darkened with confusion. In his memory, the Lingyan sect was a prestigious establishment within the Zhou kingdom, with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of sections. How could it possibly be obliterated? Could it be that the 10 demon clan had invaded? In reply to your Majesty, I do not know. However, I have personally confirmed that the Lingyan sect has indeed been destroyed. The messenger continued, "My brief investigation revealed that the annihilation transpired with astonishing swiftness. And from the evidence at the scene, it does not appear to be the doing of the 10 demon clan." The emperor inhaled deeply. At that moment, another voice resounded from outside. A second messenger appeared, stating, "Your Majesty, I bear a confidential report." "Speak," the emperor commanded. "This information has been conveyed by spies from the Yan kingdom," the messenger emphasized cautiously. "Speak." The emperor's impatience was palpable. Last night, the Imperial Ancestor of the Yan kingdom ascended. Upon hearing this confidential report, Princess Yifeng was momentarily taken aback. The Imperial Ancestor of Yan. Did he flee to the celestial realm out of fear of Su Chen's retaliation? All present furrowed their brows at this revelation. The Imperial Ancestor of Yan, the cornerstone of the Yan kingdom, had suppressed his cultivation for thousands of years to maintain the kingdom's prosperity. Why then, in a single night, had he ascended? Was this not a cataclysmic blow to the entire Yan kingdom, especially considering that no peak-level successor had yet emerged? The ascension of the Imperial Ancestor of Yan? Is this absolutely certain? The Emperor inquired solemnly. Absolutely certain. The messenger affirmed gravely. Last night, on the Wanjian plain, there were tens of thousands of observing cultivators. Father, regarding the destruction of the Lingyan sect and the ascension of the Imperial Ancestor of Yan, I possess knowledge of the reasons. At that moment, Princess Yifeng spoke up once more. You know? The Emperor raised an eyebrow in astonishment. And the assembled city lords looked at her in disbelief. I have long sought to convey to you what I believe to be the truth. The gravity of the two events was unprecedented in the last millennium within this region of the continent. That Princess Yifeng seemed to possess all the knowledge was met with collective gasps among the assembly, accompanied by a surge of speculation within their minds. Speak, do tell. The Emperor's tone softened as he regarded Princess Yifeng. Father, this matter is of utmost significance. It must not be disclosed to outsiders at this juncture. Princess Yifeng surveyed the city lords before commanding, all of you may withdraw. The city lords complied and exited the palace courtyard. Moments later, the courtyard lay barren, with only Princess Yifeng and the Emperor remaining. Thus, Princess Yifeng recounted her observations and experiences regarding the Lingyan sect's destruction, as well as the surprise attack by the 30th Patriarch of the Wujian Mountain Manor and the Imperial Ancestor of Yan against Su Chen. However, she refrained from mentioning the Emperor's abdication, as she had yet to devise a suitable response to that matter. Moreover, perhaps the Emperor would not abdicate but instead mobilize against the Yan royal family. As the Emperor listened to Princess Yifeng, his expression grew increasingly frigid, filled with disbelief and incredulity. How could such a formidable force arise within the Zhao kingdom? And this force had only been an obscure and weak entity a mere fortnight prior? According to your account, the Imperial Ancestor of Yan may have ascended due to fear of retaliation. I believe there is an overwhelming likelihood of this possibility, Princess Yifeng asserted gravely. Father, in light of the fifth brother's demise, I implore you to reconsider. In quick succession, she earnestly beseeched him. The Emperor closed his eyes in contemplation. The weight of these revelations was staggering. Could beings of such cultivation truly remain within the realm of cultivation without being cast out by the laws of the celestial world? He exhaled a long breath and summoned the 6 old women accompanying Princess Yifeng to the palace courtyard. 6 old women. Recount the events you have encountered in recent days in detail. Should there be any concealment, I shall impose royal punishment. The Emperor's voice was stern and commanding. However, the subsequent account provided by the 6 old women mirrored that of Princess Yifeng. After listening, the Emperor finally began to believe with a measure of certainty. Someone, I am here. A city lord who had been stationed outside the palace entered the courtyard, swiftly summoned back those investigating the 5th prince's demise. The Emperor issued his command. No matter the outcome, until this matter is fully clarified, we must exercise caution. It is better to believe it exists than to dismiss its possibility. Yes. The city lord hesitated briefly but ultimately accepted the command and departed. Lu City Lord, what did the Emperor say? Is he intent on finding the culprit to avenge my son? As Lu City Lord exited the courtyard, the 5th Imperial Mother rushed forward, grasping his arm and imploring fervently. Alas, Lu City Lord sighed and shook his head. The 5th Imperial Mother deflated like a punctured balloon, momentarily lost in thought. A singular thought spun incessantly in her mind. My son must not have died in vain. I must seek vengeance. Brother, I must go find my brother. As this thought took root in her mind, a glimmer of hope flickered across her pale countenance as she dashed toward her chambers. After Su Chen successfully manifested a great Dao avatar on Qianyuan Peak, he felt a slight fatigue upon returning to the main hall of the Wanxian sect. After resting for half a day, he finally felt his energy fully restored. Master, there are envoys from the Zhao kingdom seeking an audience. A disciple reported as Su Chen regained consciousness. Envoys from Zhao kingdom? Is this never-ending? Su Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Indeed, they have been waiting outside the mountain gate for 5 days. For what purpose? The disciple is unaware. After a brief hesitation, Su Chen spoke again. Let it be conveyed. Yes. Half a stick of incense later, 3 emissaries from the state of Zhao entered the 1,000 Steps Plaza of the Wanxian sect. Guided by the disciple at the inner gate, the 3 emissaries apprehensively stepped into the grand hall of the sect's leader. I, Xianxiaaudiobooks, come on behalf of the Emperor of Zhao to pay my respects to the sect master. The Zhao emissary, Xianxiaaudiobooks, bowed deeply in the grand hall, respectfully exclaiming, Please, come in. Thank you, sect master. Qin Shuo led the other two emissaries, entering the grand hall at a measured pace. Esteemed emissaries, please take a seat. Upon their entrance, Su Chen gestured towards the side of the hall where redwood chairs were placed. We are grateful for the sect master's invitation, but we can stand. Qin Shuo humbly replied. In that case, do remain standing. Thank you, sect master. Su Chen ceased further conversation, and an oppressive silence enveloped the room. An inexplicable heaviness arose within Qin Shuo and his companions. His breath quickened, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Sect Master Su, on the Emperor's orders. We wish to discuss a matter with you. Under the immense pressure, Qin Shuo felt as though his heart would burst. Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke. What matter do you wish to discuss? Su Chen reclined languidly on the bearskin chair and replied nonchalantly. By order of the Emperor of Zhao, from this day forth, within a radius of 200,000 miles centered around the Wanjian sect, all shall be deemed under the sect's domain. Henceforth, there shall be no entanglements with the state of Zhao. All forces within this territory shall be governed by the sect master. Su Chen nodded, recognizing the Emperor's discernment. Although the Emperor harbored some ulterior motives, he bore no grievances. The Emperor had taken the initiative to declare the Wanjian sect independent from the state of Zhao, establishing an equal footing. This was clearly an effort to prevent any forces from overshadowing the royal family within the state of Zhao. By extricating the Wanjian sect, both parties benefited. Although such a move might invite whispers of discontent, it was far more respectable than allowing any power to eclipse the royal lineage. Qin Shuo wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a slight relief upon seeing Su Chen nod. He continued, the Emperor admires the sect master's authority. While the territory of 100,000 miles is under the Wanjian sect's dominion, the sect may still recruit disciples throughout the entirety of Zhao. Thus, the Emperor hopes that the sect master can attend the upcoming ceremony for disciple initiation. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Chen's face. It seemed the Wanjian sect's reputation had indeed spread following recent events. The Emperor not only took the initiative to separate the sect, but also sought to ingratiate himself. Su Chen, believing in the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, had no intention of refusal. Moreover, with the current number of disciples in the Wanjian sect being woefully insufficient, fewer than 15,000, he envisioned that with the entire 200,000 miles now under the sect's influence, the number of disciples should at least expand to 10 million. I shall certainly send disciples forth. The Wanjian sect's advancement is a boon for the Emperor and the state of Zhao. Subsequently, under Su Chen's watchful gaze, he observed Qin Shuo produce nearly 100 spatial rings. Sect Master, this is a gift from the Emperor to the Wanjian sect, 2 billion spirit stones. I hope you will graciously accept. Su Chen's smile widened further at the mention of 2 billion spirit stones. This would significantly aid the development of the sect's disciples. With a swift motion, he gathered all the spatial rings into his robes. Please convey my gratitude to the Emperor. Following this, Su Chen engaged in a few casual exchanges with Qin Shuo and the two other emissaries before they requested to return to the Imperial capital to report. Su Chen feigned politeness as he escorted the three out of the Grand Hall. However, just as they stepped outside the Grand Hall of the Wanjian sect, a resounding crash echoed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 violent impacts reverberated from the dome above the Wanjian sect. Immediately following the impacts, a thunderous voice rang out. This insignificant Wanjian sect dares to harm my nephew. Slay them, obliterate the sect. Chapter 67. The Wanjian sect begins to rise. As the blood-curdling battle cry resonated through the heavens outside the Wanjian sect, a voice from the system echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 20 trillion spirit stones, completing the task of acquiring without cost. Task completed. Reward of 10 million cultivation points awarded. Task completed. Reward of a mid-grade immortal weapon, the Heaven's Infinity, granted. This incited a flicker of irritation within him. Why must fools seek their demise during his moments of joy? Stepping out of the Grand Hall of the Wanjian sect, Su Chen looked up to see a dark mass of armored soldiers enveloping the summit of Wanjian Peak. The terrifying aura of malice descended from the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The legion of armored soldiers formed a grand formation, relentlessly bombarding the protective array of the Wanjian sect. The Wanjian Peak trembled under the immense onslaught. Faced with this sudden and inexplicable assault, Su Chen was about to intervene when he heard Qin Shuo, who had just arrived at the Thousand Steps Plaza, shout in alarm. General Zhao, have you lost your mind? What are you doing? In front of countless soldiers. A man clad in golden armor, upon hearing the shouts below, looked down. This insignificant Wanjian sect dares to harm my nephew. Today, I shall exact vengeance. The golden-armored general declared with a fierce countenance. Madness. This is sheer madness. Withdraw the troops at once. Qin Shuo felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had come under the Emperor's orders to appease the Wanjian sect, and had not uttered a word regarding the death of the fifth prince. Yet now, the general, who should have been guarding the eastern frontier, led an army to attack the Wanjian sect. Humph. Withdraw? The golden-armored general scoffed coldly. I have guarded the borders of the state of Zhao for nearly 10,000 years, and my only nephew has been slain. Since the emperor remains silent, I shall take matters into my own hands and seek retribution. All soldiers, form ranks, continue the assault. At the general's command, hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers shifted their formation. As the great formation coalesced, a ferocious tiger roared into existence above the amassed troops, charging toward the protective array of the Wanjian sect. Just as the tiger was about to collide with the array, a sudden flurry of figures surged forth from below the Wanjian sect. Leading them was an elder, Han Ba Gui. Transforming into a towering figure, Han Ba Gui thundered. I, the guardian demon king of the Wanjian sect, shall block this tiger. Those who dare to act recklessly within the Wanjian sect shall be met with merciless slaughter. Han Ba Gui spoke gravely, commanding his subordinates to quell the invaders. Witnessing this scene, Su Chen crossed his arms, intrigued to see how far the Wanjian sect could withstand against the onslaught of hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers without his intervention. Sectmaster. Though Zhong Weiling is a soldier of the state of Zhao, his actions have certainly not been authorized by the emperor. As Qin Shuo observed the unfolding chaos, he was drenched in sweat. As he approached Su Chen's side, he hastily offered an explanation. However, Su Chen paid little heed to Qin Shuo's words. Those who dared to recklessly invade the Wanjian sect would undoubtedly pay with their lives. Instead, he inquired, "And who, pray tell, is the nephew you mentioned?" Qin Shuo found himself momentarily stunned by Su Chen's question, his breath growing heavy with apprehension. "Speak freely, it matters not." "It is, indeed, the fifth prince of the Zhou kingdom," he answered, trembling with fear. "Ah, it has come to mind. It appears this family is rather arrogant and overbearing," Su Chen remarked nonchalantly. Yet, his words struck Qin Shuo like a thunderclap, for he had not been entirely certain that the fifth prince had been slain by the Wanjian sect. However, Su Chen's utterance solidified that conviction. At the same time, the weight of those words was immense. The fact that Su Chen could speak so casually indicated his indifference to the entire Zhou kingdom. Who within the realm would dare to kill a member of the royal family and remain so brazenly unrepentant? Contemplating this, Qin Shuo could scarcely imagine the consequences of General Zhong Weiling daring to assault the Wanjian sect. "General Zhong, your abandonment of duty in your attempt to attack the Wanjian sect constitutes a crime deserving the annihilation of your entire clan. I command you to withdraw your forces at once." Qin Shuo shouted coldly at Zhong Weiling, who remained unresponsive, engaged in fierce combat with Han Ba Gui, while ordering his subordinates to relentlessly assault the protective formation of the Wanjian sect. To him, the threat of annihilation at the hands of the Zhou emperor was but a jest. He had fought for the Zhou kingdom for countless years, earning commendable achievements, and he was filled with pride. With a swing of his long spear, he cleaved through the heavens, pushing Han Ba Gui back 100 miles. Han Ba Gui dared not venture into the obliterated space and could only watch helplessly as Zhong Weiling struck at the Wanjian sect's protective formation. "Old turtle, I have come to aid you." Just then, from the depths of the Wanjian sect, a mighty dragon's roar echoed as a colossal serpent soared into the sky. "A mere little demon king dares to obstruct this general." The golden-armored commander thundered, his eyes shining with fierce determination. He altered his grip on the spear, harnessing the might of the heavens, and thrust it directly toward the head of the little white serpent. Breath erupted from the little white serpent, forming a dazzling white mist that enveloped the heavens. With a thunderous roar, the sky trembled as an endless might cascaded down from above. Su Chen raised his hand, brushing through the firmament to prevent the vast area of the Wanjian sect from being affected, extinguishing the overwhelming force of their collision with a mere gesture. Qin Shuo watched in astonishment, his eyelids twitching. To extinguish the residual energy from the clash of two transcendental cultivators with just a wave of his hand was truly astonishing. In the skies above, the little white serpent and Zhong Weiling collided with equal force. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's face, for it seemed that this crisis would require no intervention on his part. Although the little white serpent had only advanced to the mid-stage of the tribulation realm, as a demon king, it would not fall short even against a late-stage tribulation cultivator. Coupled with Han Ba Gui and nearly 100 other great demons supporting it, they had secured an invincible position. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, with the contingencies he had prepared, even in his absence, few could impede the rise of the Wanjian sect. "Master, Liao Yifan requests to battle." "Master, Morong Fanyan requests to battle." "Let us slay the invaders." While Su Chen pondered, two supreme spirit root disciples of the Wanjian sect called out for battle from the Thousand Steps Plaza. Behind them were dozens of disciples, all outstanding members of the Wanjian sect. Su Chen's gaze fell upon them, noting their fervent spirit and burgeoning battle intent. My dear junior brothers, your current cultivation is still shallow. Battles of this magnitude should be approached with observation and learning. Despite their exceptional aptitudes, the highest cultivation level among these dozens of disciples was merely in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. To be embroiled in such a conflict would likely lead to certain death. Master, Liao Yifan seeks only to hone his skills and fears not death. I feel the same. Master, Morong Fanyan does not wish to be a sheltered flower. I seek to unleash my potential through battle. Su Chen pondered deeply, resonating with Liao Yifan's sentiments. The path of cultivation was indeed a defiance of fate, but for anyone wishing to grow rapidly, aside from extraordinary luck, the crucible of battle was indispensable. Yet, this level of conflict was not suited for them. It was time to consider a trial of combat for the disciples of the Wanjian sect. However, just as Su Chen entertained this notion, Qin Shua, standing beside him, suddenly interjected, Sect Master Su, a month from now, the Gate of Immortal Traces will open in central Huzhou, an event occurring once every millennium. All cultivators under the age of 50 can enter. If Sect Master wishes, I could recommend you to the Zhou Emperor. Qin Shua, observing Su Chen's thoughts, offered his flattery. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes brightened. Such a grand event would undoubtedly see the Wanjian sect in attendance. This occasion, gathering the elite of Huzhou, was the perfect opportunity to refine the talents of the Wanjian sect. Chapter 68, Annihilating the Tribulation, Resolving the Crisis. Subsequently, Su Chen turned his attention to the disciples of the Wanjian sect and solemnly declared, I understand the fervor of all my junior brothers, but in today's battle, your primary focus must be on observation and comprehension. Next month, the Gate of Immortal Traces will open in Huzhou, and I will lead you to confront the talents of Huzhou. Upon hearing this, Liao Yifan and the others were initially incredulous, followed by immense excitement. The Gate of Immortal Traces. They had read of it in ancient texts. It opened once every millennium, and only the top sects of Huzhou could participate. They could hardly believe that the Wanjian sect had now qualified, and they were fortunate enough to follow their master into the fray. Meanwhile, standing beside Su Chen, Qin Shua could not help but twitch at his words. He had merely mentioned a recommendation to the Zhou Emperor, which was not yet certain. Yet, Su Chen's demeanor suggested he was already resolved to attend the event at the Gate of Immortal Traces. Thus, the disciples of the Wanjian sect complied with Su Chen's advice, opting to observe the battle today. In the sky, the formidable array formed by hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers, while immensely powerful, could not breach the ancient protective formation of the Wanjian sect. The combined onslaught of the soldiers caused the formation to tremble, but it was far from sufficient to dismantle it. Simultaneously, with the cooperation of the Little White Serpent and Hanba Gui, the two demon kings began to gain the upper hand, forcing Zhong Weiling into retreat. Faced with the assault of these two demon kings, Zhong Weiling felt a sense of dread. He had not anticipated that the Wanjian sect possessed two Tribulation Realm demon kings. Initially, he had doubted that such a small sect could harm his nephew. However, through this battle, he finally comprehended the truth. No wonder his nephew, despite having a powerful protector in the late tribulation stage, still encountered misfortune. Boom. After yet another clash, Zhong Weiling withdrew 100 miles, leveraging the force of the impact. Given his current visible strength, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to conquer the Wanjian sect. However, since he had arrived, he had certainly made meticulous preparations for contingencies. All commanders, heed my command. Assist me in vanquishing the Demon King, Zhong Weiling proclaimed, his voice resonating towards the distant sky. As his words fell, dozens of figures emerged from the heavens. These cultivators were all leaders of the tribulation stage stationed at the front lines, interfacing with the Eastern Islands. You've gone mad, Zhong Weiling. You are gathering all the commanders here. Are you abandoning the front lines? Below, Qin Shua's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. Hearing Qin Shua's outcry, Zhong Weiling cast a cold glance and replied, I, this general, defend my homeland. If my home is not protected, how can I defend the nation? You are inciting rebellion. Qin Shua shouted in a voice choked with anger, his face flushed crimson. Whether I am rebelling or not is not for you to judge. All generals, follow me to slay the enemy. Zhong Weiling raised his arm high, rallying dozens of tribulation stage commanders as they prepared to charge back into battle. Master, we cannot hold on any longer. Facing the assault of over a dozen tribulation stage cultivators, Xiaobai cried out in terror, seeking help from Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forth, moving like a flash through the sky. I respect you as the valiant soldiers of the border, shedding blood for the nation, and I shall not strike unless absolutely necessary. If you retreat now, I will spare your lives. But if you advance even a single step further, do not blame me for being merciless and taking your lives. Su Chan's voice thundered through the air, echoing in every ear present. Ha! A mere Wanjian sect, what do you amount to? The generals rallied, ready to annihilate the Wanjian sect. Yet, Zhong Weiling paid no heed to Su Chen's warning. In response to Zhong Weiling, Su Chen's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Boom! The aura, as profound as the starry sky, erupted from Su Chen's being, shaking the heavens. Centered around him, an earth-shattering wave swept across the sky, with the wind howling around him as his white robe billowed. Su Chen extended his right arm and suddenly clenched his fist towards the void before him. The power of the rules pierced through the air, spanning 100 miles in an instant. Bang! 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 3 tribulation stage cultivators exploded into a mist of blood under Su Chen's grip. With Su Chen's actions, the entire sky fell into a sudden silence. An overwhelming dread surged in everyone's hearts. Heavens! What kind of power is this? Tribulation stage cultivators, with lifespans of at least 1,000,000 years, could be considered ancient beings. Yet, under Su Chen's hand, they fell as easily as children, with no means of resistance, perishing in an instant. Qin Shuo, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably. He was merely a cultivator at the harmonization stage, and such means exceeded his wildest imagination. This is the last warning from this sect master. After slaying the 3, Su Chen spoke again, shattering the silence of the world. Zhong Weiling, coming to grips with the shock, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. He had fought for nearly 10,000 years and had never encountered someone as formidable as Su Chen, let alone heard of one. In that moment, he understood that he was defeated. This one person could stand against 1,000 armies. He sighed deeply, feeling as if the air had been let out of him. His voice dimmed. Everyone retreat. Su Chen's decisive action extinguished all hope. Since the opponent was willing to leave a glimmer of life, he would no longer allow his brothers to sacrifice themselves in vain. Yet, he himself would not retreat. After 10 millennia of warfare, he had long since cast aside fear of death. Empathizing with the situation, he also understood that the man before him would never allow him to live. The instigator must be eradicated. Rather than this, he would prefer to fight to the death. The battle intent within Zhong Weiling surged forth, his gaze fixed upon Su Chen, his eyes sharp as blades. In response to this battle intent, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. This kind of will to fight came from years of survival in the battlefield, surviving near-death encounters. He sighed, and at that moment, everyone comprehended. Zhong Weiling had to die. General, we are willing to die alongside you. Countless border generals, clad in armor, shouted in unison as they witnessed Su Chen eliminate the 3 tribulation stage cultivators. They realized that the tide of battle had changed due to Su Chen alone. Seeing their general on the brink of death, they cried out in fervor. All generals, heed my command. Retreat to the border. This general's final order, will you defy it? Zhong Weiling's voice thundered as he issued the military command. The armored leaders, under Zhong Weiling's orders, began to slowly withdraw. When the hundreds of thousands of troops retreated 100 miles away, Zhong Weiling stood tall once more, a fierce battle intent surging within him. In the next moment, he charged forward like a moth to a flame, shaking his long spear and unleashing a rain of blood light towards Su Chen. Su Chen raised his arm, descending from the sky like a titan. The magnificent heavenly rules ensnared Zhong Weiling, and in an instant, they entangled him, reducing him to a mist of blood. His spirit and form were obliterated. Witnessing this scene, the commanders and troops who had retreated 100 miles had bloodshot eyes. Yet, bound by their general's orders, they could not defy him. Retreating like a receding tide from the eastern direction, Su Chen, observing the retreating army, felt an overwhelming wave of resentment. He furrowed his brow, once more raised his hand, and stood still in the void for a moment before ultimately retracting it. Subsequently, Su Chen descended from the high sky, returning to the 1,000-step plaza. Meanwhile, the crisis of the Wanjian sect, following Su Chen's decisive action, may have reached a temporary resolution. Sectmaster, Zhong Weiling leading the border generals against the Wanjian sect is certainly not the will of the Zhou Emperor. Upon seeing Su Chen return, Qin Shuo hurriedly approached, bowing to explain. This matter, once I return to the Imperial capital, I will certainly report to the Zhou Emperor and investigate thoroughly. Su Chen looked at Qin Shuo and then said, in that case, I shall accompany you to the Zhou Imperial capital. Hearing this, Qin Shuo's heart tightened, but he did not dare to refuse. It would be best if the sect master were to go personally. As he spoke, he discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 69, Ascending to the Immortal Realm. With the crisis averted, Su Chen briefly addressed some matters concerning the Wanjian sect before following Qin Shuo to the Zhou Imperial capital. The group boarded a small cloud vessel, and after half a day's journey, they arrived at the Zhou Imperial capital. Before their arrival, Qin Shuo had already reported Su Chen's visit to the Zhou Imperial capital. Therefore, when the cloud vessel they were on had yet to appear outside the capital. The Zhao Emperor, accompanied by the city's officials, was already waiting 1,000 miles out to welcome them. The welcoming ceremony was grand, involving tens of thousands of people. The citizens of the city stepped back, filled with curiosity. For the Zhao Emperor to travel 1,000 miles to greet someone, they wondered who such a significant figure could be. Following the Zhao Emperor's arranged welcoming procession, the crowd gathered to witness approached nearly 100 million. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the mysterious individual personally welcomed by the Zhao Emperor. Amid the anticipation of the multitude, in the distant horizon, a magnificent cloud vessel, measuring 100 meters in length, pierced the skies and arrived in an instant. A young man clad in white stood valiantly at the pinnacle of the cloud vessel, riding the winds and waves. As the young man descended, the Emperor of Zhou stepped forward, graciously welcoming the esteemed leader of the Su sect to the Imperial capital. The Emperor's politeness took Su Chen by surprise. He had not anticipated such a grand reception during his visit to the capital, and a sense of pride swelled within him. Leader Su? Who is this Leader Su? I have not heard of him before. How is it that a sect leader warrants such a personal greeting from the Emperor? Does anyone know the Su leader referred to by the Emperor? Indeed, even the leader of the most prominent sects in Zhou typically approaches the capital in a humble manner. Yet, this Leader Su is met with such ceremonial honor. What could possibly render this sect so powerful? Is it truly mightier than the top sects within Zhou? It is difficult for me to fathom. Ladies, this Leader Su is remarkably youthful and handsome. I wonder if he has a partner. Observers among the cultivators gazed up at Su Chen in awe, speculating about his identity while simultaneously experiencing profound astonishment. Upon the cloud vessel, Su Chen walked alongside the Emperor, who even seemed to take a half step back, conscious of the multitude of citizens gazing up in admiration. Suddenly, the Emperor addressed the crowd. Esteemed citizens, this is Leader Su, the head of the Wanjian sect. Wanjian sect? I have never heard of it. The crowd murmured, perplexed by the Emperor's introduction of Su Chen. In their recollections, no such prominent force as the Wanjian sect existed. Could it be a mere coincidence? Some seemed to ponder this notion, but were hesitant to believe it. Friend, do you have knowledge of this Wanjian sect? Pray, enlighten us. If possible, I wish to send my unambitious son to join this sect. Nay, that cannot be. It is merely a small sect. A small sect, you say? Pray tell, what do you know? Decades ago, I once traversed the ancient mountains in the southwest of Zhou in search of medicinal herbs. I passed by a sect, and that sect was indeed called Wanxian. However, it is merely a small sect, with only a few thousand disciples in total. A small sect? Surely that cannot be the case. It must be a matter of coincidence. Indeed, the Wanxian sect mentioned by the Emperor surely originates from abroad. Yes, I believe so as well. Yet, as several discussed, the Emperor continued his introduction, mentioning that Leader Su's sect was located in the southwestern region of Hezhou, bordered by the Tianshan mountain range to the west, the eastern islands to the east, and the ancient mountains to the south. Su Chen felt quite satisfied with the Emperor's description, as it would undoubtedly enhance the Wanxian sect's reputation. Simultaneously, he began to develop a favorable impression of the Emperor, for it is rare to encounter someone of such status who is willing to be humble in demeanor. This could very well be part of the reason for the Emperor's rise to power in Zhou. At that moment, the citizens below, listening to the Emperor's explanation, found their thoughts tangled. This Leader Su is indeed the head of that small sect. Yet, why would a leader from such a minor sect receive a grand welcome from the Emperor? What hidden secrets lie beneath this event? In that instant, numerous influential families discreetly issued secret orders. Following the support of the masses, Su Chen and the Emperor entered the Imperial city. During their journey, the Emperor expressed his apologies regarding the unprovoked attack on the Wanxian sect, stating that he had thoroughly investigated the matter an hour prior. All responsibility lay with the 5th Empress of Zhou, and he had already apprehended her entire clan. Should Su Chen give his consent, punishment would be enacted against those who dared to offend the Wanxian sect. Once Su Chen provided his response, the following day, a total of 813 members of the 5th Empress's clan were brought to the plaza outside the Imperial Palace. Before the eyes of countless citizens, they were all executed. This incident further shrouded the Wanxian sect in an air of mystery among the cultivators in the capital. The 5th Empress had offended the Wanxian sect, and her entire clan had been eradicated. When those with ulterior motives uncovered the reason behind the 5th Empress's transgression against the Wanxian sect, they were left in a state of disbelief and awe. Their respect for the Wanxian sect deepened. After addressing the issue of the 5th Empress, Su Chen lingered in the capital for another 2 days. During this time, the Emperor conveyed his intentions to Su Chen, stating that shortly, he would personally lead millions of soldiers to wage war against the royal family of Yan. He proclaimed to the world that the reason for the expedition was the Yan royal family's blatant violation of treaties, invading the Wanxian sect in Hezhou. the Yan royal family would pay the price for their transgressions. To the emperor's declarations, Su Chen could only respond with utmost satisfaction, even dismissing any thoughts of advocating for the emperor's abdication. Initially, Su Chen had considered assisting in confronting the ancestral ruler of Yan, but the emperor informed him that the ruler had ascended to the celestial realm days prior. Upon receiving this news, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. This old wretch fled to the celestial realm to evade my retribution. Consequently, with the loss of the Yan royal family's peak combat strength, the kingdom of Zhao found it effortlessly simple to subdue the Yan royal family. When Su Chen returned to the Wanjian sect the next day, the emperor announced to the world that he would lead millions of soldiers against Yan. This proclamation further elevated the Wanjian sect's reputation across the realm. Although the Wanjian sect had not received any formal recognition from the kingdoms, its power had undoubtedly surpassed that of the top sects within Zhao. While the emperor launched his assault on Yan, Su Chen, seated within the Wanjian sect, received a message from Li Mao at the border city of Yan. In his letter, Li Mao reported that due to negligence among the soldiers stationed at the borders, the Celestial Demon clan had invaded the outskirts of Yan. With the delineation of territories by the emperor, Yan had now fallen within the jurisdiction of the Wanjian sect. To protect the domain of the Wanjian sect, Su Chen led thousands of disciples personally to the front line and single-handedly annihilated millions of celestial demons. Under Su Chen's leadership, countless cultivators swept through the entirety of the Eastern Islands in a formidable display of power. Within just a few days, the celestial demons were entirely eradicated. After vanquishing the celestial demons, Su Chen issued a decree. Henceforth, any cultivator daring to practice celestial demonic arts would face immediate execution. Thus, the centuries-long territorial conflict came to a close, and in a brief span, the name of the Wanjian sect resonated throughout the realm. In the grand hall of the kingdom of Zhao, where disciples were received, 100,000 were accepted into the Wanjian sect, propelling it into an existence that surpassed even the most prominent sections. Subsequently, when the portal to the celestial realm was opened, Su Chen personally led a team through it, allowing hundreds of disciples from the Wanjian sect to seize opportunities and fortuitous encounters. In the following millennium, the Wanjian sect flourished like bamboo after the rain, with dozens of disciples reaching the tribulation stage. Several disciples with supreme spiritual roots, aided by the celestial mystical scriptures, achieved perfect mastery of the tribulation stage. The power of the Wanjian sect reached unprecedented heights. Su Chen felt that his time had come, and thus he took the final step forward, unlocking his cultivation amidst the solemn gaze of all the cultivators in Hezhou. A single punch shattered the 9 heavenly tribulations. Stepping onto the guiding light, he ascended to the celestial realm. Epilogue 1. Listening to melodies in the tavern, a life of ordinary existence. A century before ascension. Now Su Chen, still the revered leader of the Wanjian sect, has begun to withdraw from many affairs of the sect. After several centuries, he has transformed the Wanjian sect into the most formidable force within the realm of cultivation, unmatched by any other faction. Master, I am prepared to relinquish my position as the leader of the Wanjian sect, Su Chen declared to his mentor, Li Yun, within the secluded confines of the sect's closed-off domain. Have you truly considered this? Are you ready to ascend to the celestial realm? Li Yun inquired. The disciple does not yet intend to ascend to the celestial realm, Su Chen replied. If you do not plan to ascend, why then relinquish your leadership? Li Yun pressed. The Wanjian sect has become the supreme power in the realm of cultivation, with all factions paying homage. Even the ancient kingdoms offer tribute annually. The sect's current stability prompts me to step down, as I wish to take 100 years to relax and wander the realm as an ordinary person. Since you harbor this desire, then go forth. I shall assist you with the subsequent matters, Li Yun responded, nodding. As he watched Su Chen's figure vanish into the void, he marveled at having such an outstanding disciple. Thanks to Su Chen, despite his own mediocre talent, he had cultivated to the mid-stage of the tribulation realm, a feat he once deemed unattainable. Now, as his disciple chose to step down from leadership to explore the world before ascension, the responsibility of overseeing the selection of the next sect leader naturally fell upon him. Presently, the Wanjian sect boasts a plethora of talented individuals, each suitable for the role of leader. Countless names of disciples flashed through Li Yun's mind, making his decision a daunting one. After a moment of contemplation, he called out to the disciple stationed outside the secret chamber, "Come forth." With a thunderous sound, the chamber door swung open. A disciple of the Wanjian sect, at the great ascension stage, bowed deeply and greeted. Disciple pays respects to the Grand Master. Li Yun gestured for him to rise, and then flicked a list towards him, saying, "Summon all those named on this list to meet me." The disciple accepted the list and responded, "Understood, Grand Master." He then turned and departed from the secluded chamber. After bidding farewell to Li Yun, Su Chen returned to his residence, tidied his belongings, and prepared to set off. However, as soon as he stepped out of the main courtyard, he encountered a stunning woman in white, her figure gracefully alluring. This was Miaoka, whom Su Chun had met hundreds of years ago upon the Dragon Source Sea. When they had last parted, he had invited her to visit the Wanjian sect if she ever had the time. 5 centuries ago, after enduring countless hardships, Miaoka had traversed the ancient mountain range to reach the Wanjian sect, where she had taken up residence as Su Chen's personal attendant. Seeing Su Chen's attire, Miaoka furrowed her brow in curiosity and asked, "Young master, are you going out?" "Indeed, I plan to leave the Wanjian sect for a while," Su Chen replied. "Why are you leaving for an extended period?" "The Wanjian sect has now become the foremost power in the realm of cultivation. It is time for me to take a brief retreat," he explained. "I intend to travel and witness the beauty of the cultivation world." "Where do you plan to go?" "I have no specific destination in mind. My aim is to go with the flow, enjoying life freely, wherever it may lead me. Then I humbly request to accompany you." "Young master, I wish to serve and care for you along the way." Su Chen's gaze lingered on Miaoka's earnest expression. Her heartfelt words resonated with him, especially considering her arduous journey to the Wanjian sect, all for his sake. To refuse her would be to betray her devotion. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally conceded, "Very well, if you wish to join me, then come along. However, I desire this journey to be one where I experience life as an ordinary person." Miaoka responded dutifully, "I shall comply with your wishes, young master." "All right then, prepare yourself to descend the mountain with me." "Hee, I require no preparations. I am always ready to accompany you." "Then let us set off." Yet, just as they reached the mountain gate, they were confronted by a captivating woman adorned in resplendent attire, a radiant crown atop her head, the current empress of the Zhao kingdom, Princess Yifeng. With an air of cold elegance, Princess Yifeng cast a glance at the alluring Miaoka before turning her attention to Su Chun, her smile brightening. "Young Master Su, I have heard that you intend to traverse the cultivation realm. Are you planning to abandon me?" Princess Yifeng feigned sorrow, stepping closer to tightly embrace Su Chen's arm, her presence overwhelming. Momentarily flustered, Su Chen found himself at a loss against her charms and sighed inwardly, eventually acquiescing. He set some ground rules once more. Thus, Su Chen embarked on his journey with both women, leaving the Wanjian sect amidst the envious gaze of the gatekeeper, the great demon Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Master, you are truly fortunate. I envy you immensely," the old turtle exclaimed. "But now, it's time for me to fetch my little koi wife from the back mountains of the Wanjian sect. I hope that yesterday's dead dragon treated her kindly. Otherwise, I shall pay it another visit." With that, the old turtle soared joyfully toward the back mountains of the Wanjian sect,